Are Down goes George. That's a confirmation. Instantly switches to the 16.
Really could be. Let's see if they go to the engagement. Seeing split out. Oh, big shot.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, because it is day number 2 of week 1 here for the PMWL East. My name is Kyle Laris. I go by many names. Kyle Laris, KLRS. Some call me the Ginger Ninja. I don't know why. It's kind of weird. But we are back, and today is when all of the teams are going to try and put themselves in a good spot to be moving on to our first super week here for our PMWL East Season 0. Let's head over to our commentator team. They're going to be bringing you the first games of the day. Imperium, Maxman. It's been a treat so far. We had a great day yesterday. A lot of varied results coming in. No chance, team. Looking good.
They're definitely looking strong, coming in with a bang, but I can't help but feel this is such an important day, right? This sets a standard. We're going to find out top 16 teams moving on to the first super final weekend, and that could really set in motion for the following weeks.
Yeah, knock-on effects.
Yeah, I mean, the 4 teams that are not going to qualify for the first super weekend, they're going to be in a lot of trouble for the remaining part of the the entire event here. So they need to have a good day today, and I'm expecting a few teams to do a comeback because any team can do it really here. If
they have a bad time now, they're going to have to put it in Sports Plus for the next 2 weeks.
Just like your car, exactly.
Just like that. That's the one. That's the, all right, thank you very much, gentlemen. I'm heading over here now to our analyst guys. They'll be breaking down the games throughout the day as well here. It's Froz, it's Mr. Avenger, the dastardly duo. Froz, it's going to be a good day, I think. It's going to be a good day.
Of course it's going to be a good day. We got a lot of good games in front of us here, and it's going to be exciting because this is the time to shine, do or die, because if you miss out now, you're not going to be playing this weekend.
That's right.
And Frost already feels home. We're going to be playing 3 games of Vikendi and only 2 of Erangel, so it's already frosty. And I'm actually excited for the games today because obviously we're going to see who's going to be going into the first Super Weekend. We're also going to see if some of the teams are going to be able to do a comeback because we have a very linear scoreboard. It's very close at the moment. We have nobody that is leading far and ahead, or we have a few, but it's everybody's opportunity to do a comeback here.
For sure. I mean, there's a few teams already, Avenger, that we've seen really put themselves very heavily at the top. They're going to almost certainly be going to that first Super Weekend, which is great for them to, position themselves that way.
Yeah, for sure. And I think with about half is certain at this point. I think it's around half where we have, because of the participation bonus points and the few kills they are going to get just from being in the game and being able to get that here and there. Then the other half, they're looking at obviously getting their good share. And what is really interesting is even the last team right now with a chicken dinner, that would qualify them. Literally 1 chicken dinner.
Literally 1 chicken dinner. And you can win all the chicken dinners here as well. Once we're able to greet all our players here to the studio down the line, let's show you exactly how everything looks right now, because just in front of us, you're not normally able to see this. You're normally able to see our desks, but 16 pods ready to go. It's phenomenal. I love how everything looks. And eventually, down the line for us, we're going to get to greet all our players. Come here, they're going to be playing all of their little hearts out to try and become the chicken dinner winners of all the PUBG Mobile goodness.
And it's always such a good time to actually see the players when they're in motion in the game as well, because you see all the emotions when they go out, when they win the game, and it's just joy to see all that.
Just don't throw your smartphones on the floor if you lose.
Make sure you have a spare one if so.
Make sure you've got a spare. That's a really good point.
I think that most of these guys actually have a spare one. Like they have to, right? The sponsorships, the teams that are giving it them, and again, if you rage or if you have a bad game, dropping a phone is kind of easy, right? And you don't want to sit there with glass splinters in your fingers while playing.
Yeah, you know all about that, right?
Oh, I know.
All right, let's take a look at the format here that is going to be coming at you throughout, of course, these few weeks. We've already concluded our opening matches. The seeding is done from those. We are currently in week 1, where we have those 2 weekdays. We're in the second weekday of that, and today is when we decide which 4 teams will not be going to our first super weekend. And of course, all of the points accrued across those super weekends will then eventually be tallied up, and we'll find out which 16 teams are going to be going to that league finals, Ross.
Yes, that's why it's so important. Even if you get to the super weekend, you only get a few points. That could be what determines if you're going to go to the finals or not in the end after the 3 super weekends we have.
Yeah, obviously getting all those points in the super weekend is going to be super important, but I feel like even if you don't make it to one Super Weekend, you can still come to the other one, the other two.
You could.
And have a massive performance
Oh, yeah.
and still make it to the top 16. So I'm not too worried. I would rather see the teams that are able to, adapt and perform and do something proactive from what they have seen yesterday, because this is going to be the last time in the regular days that we're going to be playing Vikendi. So I really want to see some of those step up. So when we come to the Vikendi of this one, that they can take some of those strategies that they have used and learned from yesterday and today and apply that to the games in the week.
You don't want to merely become a statistic and not go to the super weekends. But of course, when we're talking about statistics as well, let's take a look at the numbers that are going to afford you points moving forwards in these games. It's going to be 20 points for first place, and then 11th through 16th will be getting themselves one cheeky placement point. And then, of course, the kill points are important. Mr. Froz.
Super top heavy, especially towards the top with the chicken dinner, and that's why it's so special to actually get that one. And we see most of the teams actually get themselves a chicken dinner, they will be towards the top.
For sure. I mean, it's 20 points, it's super placement, top heavy, it's a lot of points. And usually it just doesn't come with, 1 or 2 kills. You usually get on an average
10.
around the 8-10 mark, right? And you're looking happy with 30 points with that, and that's a lot. I mean, a 30-point game for anyone in this lobby right now would put them in the Super Weekend.
Yep, it would be pretty good indeed. And of course, that means prizes potentially as well, as we take a look at how much money these guys are able to accrue throughout the World League East here. We have our regular prize money on the left-hand side now. This is for the amount of points that you accrue throughout those Super Weekends. So if you, across those 3, accrue all the points, you're probably going to be getting yourself that $50,000. And then for the finals, the season finals, you have that $100,000 for first place there, which is going to be done at the very end of the tournament. So much money to be won, so many cards to be bought for your mother or your father, sending them some lovely cards and maybe some of the money in there. What do you think?
E-card.
E-card. My dad sent me an e-card once. It was weird.
I mean, you're just not used to it yet, right?
Yeah, I suppose so.
It might be a thing soon.
Save paper. Very nice.
Yeah, great idea.
Nice. Yeah,
I like that.
Great. All right, moving on swiftly. We have also take a look at all of our teams that are going to be going down here as well. We can actually take a look at exactly how everything is going on when it comes to also the documentary series that you guys are going to be tantalized by very, very soon as well. Let's take a look closer at Between the Battlegrounds.
Okay. I set this camera guide like that. Okay. Yeah, we are here. There is virus. We can go anywhere.
Welcome everyone to the PUBG Mobile Club Open 2019 Fall Split Global Final.
Best of the best in the world here with us today, John. We'll see how these teams can work under the pressure that it will push down on them.
Welcome to PUBG Mobile Club Open. It's time to shine.
Then Luxy comes in. He takes the kill, and now he's in a 1 versus 2. Luxy for Biggie. He could go all the way. That was amazing. And so is this from Klotzgon as he wipes them out. Case for Jonathan is Neo goes down. Jonathan's in the open. He's going for the spray. He's taking blue damage. Needs to figure it out, but 2 of them are down. He's snaking it around. Goes for the spray. Takes it down.
That's when I saw a team that really led the world in terms of their skill level, and then they feel like they're untouchable. But in PUBG Mobile, everybody is constantly reminded of their mortality.
Now we're coming into a new year. There are pro leagues happening all over the world.
Clean kill!
Thousands upon thousands of teams will battle it out to go to the end of the year for the World Championships and meet and clash on that final stage.
Are you kidding me? 21 years old!
Look at 2 knocks looking for more runners!
Dropping out of the plane, you need to know that the 3 guys next to you have your back, and they are willing to go with you in any situation.
There's a team that can breach well, it's Loops. Beowulf just shuts them down. Pittsburgh Knight cutting through B4. Down they descend into the valley.
Kita siap.
That's right. Between the Battlegrounds is an 8-part documentary series, the first of which is going to be dropped throughout our first Super Week, and then, of course, everything else will be dropped throughout the year as well. It's an exciting time. We get to see kind of the emotions set aside here for a lot of these players as they are kind of having roster changes, going through the trials and tribulations of these tournaments for us, and sometimes it can get a little bit dicey.
Yeah, I mean, you also get to see a little bit behind the scenes, how they sit down when they're actually playing and stuff. I feel like that is super interesting because everyone sits differently when they're playing. It's like what kind of grip you have when you're actually playing.
It's true because like people are sitting on, they can be sitting on big pillows, they can be sitting in like chairs, they can have their
some might be laying down,
legs crossed, laying down, and it's actually super interesting because I feel like that's what PUBG Mobile gives you, right? You can play at any comfort, anywhere, and it's the freedom to it. I really love that.
That's right. Let's take a look at the groups then. Wiz, we are free to look at how all of these teams have been able to fare so far throughout this. Group A starting things off. Biggitron, Red Aliens, Box Gaming, No Chance Team, and Freestyle. No Chance Team looked phenomenal yesterday.
I mean, so far, the most consistent team yesterday, and of course, that's why they're on first place. Yeah. But they still haven't gotten that chicken dinner. Hopefully, they will get that today because we're still waiting for them to get that.
Yeah, and to be able to portray that kind of consistency without a chicken dinner, considering how placement heavy a chicken dinner it is, 20 points compared to second and so forth. So it's really nice to see. I think they're going to get a chicken dinner. I would like to see them getting a chicken dinner today, but they're definitely going to be getting one in the weekend.
I'll tell you this, they were one of the best teams on Vikendi, so hopefully, since we have 3 Vikendi games today,
maybe
today is the day.
Group B, Orange Rock, we have Morph Team, we have Valdis the Murder, and we have Megastars for us.
Yeah, I think Orange Rock is one of the teams, right? We saw them getting second place during their opening seeding weekend. Now, still second place. Are they going to get the first place? They're only 1 point behind right now. We saw some decent plays from them yesterday.
Maybe. Let's move on to Group C as well. Let's breeze through these. We've got lots to talk about. We have Udo, Gank, You Level Up, JXR, Celts, as well as Nova, Godlike Avenger.
Udo Gang, of course, sitting on third right now. They have impressed me a lot. I think we're going to see a lot from them. I think already at this point we can say they are in the Super Weekend, and I'm quite sure already with what they have shown us so far in terms of performance, they're definitely going to be going into the league finals as well. I see nothing else like that.
Group D, moving on, we have our next 4 teams. It's going to be RRQ Athena, Reject Scarlet, Team Secret, and TSM Entity. I was happy to see the step up from Team Secret yesterday.
Yeah, actually, winning the chicken dinner there in the last game, that's a phenomenal step up, and we also saw how good they can actually be from what we've seen so far. It hasn't been to the level that we were expecting them. But the last game that they showed us there, that is what we want to see more of today.
Yeah, exactly. And RRQ Athena as well in the previous group. Amazing players. We highlighted G9 a little bit. I'm going to be talking a bit more about them once we get to some of the illustration.
We have Team IND, Synergy, T1, and King of Gamers here in our final group of the day. Of course, they're going to be the first group not playing in some of these games here for us, but still a very, very interesting group overall.
Oh yeah, definitely. I think we should keep an eye out for King of Gamers, actually. We see them stepping up as well from yesterday, and today I'm expecting even more from them. Currently sitting on like 6th place. I think they can do even better than that.
Let's take a look at some of the highlights as well from yesterday. A lot of good plays coming out here to get the day started off, especially RRQ Athena got very far in this game here. Avenger, what are your thoughts?
Like overall, from the games what I saw yesterday, there's already a massive step up from the opening weekend to yesterday, and I really like where the teams, the preparation they're putting into this, because you can really see where they're like, okay, this is a time that I need to move. We have some more space and the adaptation, because we also hear in the players interview, they're like, we like this passive aggressive style, and when you're able to utilize and say, you know what, we need to play passive, they're doing it. We saw some of the pullbacks yesterday from Valdis. We saw some of the aggressive pushes from Udo Gang yesterday. And there are some really, really good plays yesterday where I was surprised by some of the players where we're like, wow, these guys are literally taking on 1 versus 3 situations a lot.
And Godless yesterday became the God Killer when it came to some of his plays coming in. Very cool to see for No Chance Team.
The Beast from the East.
The Beast from the East.
Yeah, he got himself 10 kills. A shared 2nd place overall in top fraggers from yesterday, and he was basically carrying the team. We could see him several times. We saw him on Vikendi, for example, having a really good fight against TSM Entity, basically just taking care of them all by himself while the team was just rotating in towards the next circle.
Avenger?
Yeah, I mean, again, some of the highlights we were going to talk about yesterday is also going to portray some of these players here, because I feel like there are some players that are just better than the rest here, and we've seen some of the tendencies. We saw G9, he has 15 kills in the opening weekend. We saw some of the other guys that are able to perform massively. Jill yesterday, where we saw Orange Rock make some insane plays in terms of like taking control and like swooping up, as we were talking about yesterday. The terrain that they're taking is just crazy to see.
We might have some players that are a little bit better than others on the team, but in the end, it is a team game. It's all about the team synergy, making sure that you can play together, and that's what we saw from a lot of teams. Even we have some players that are sticking out a little bit more than others, but they can do that because they have the support from the other players on the team.
See here, rounding things out, that was how kind of yesterday went down. Really cool to actually watch a lot of that. Let's take a look at some of those highlights in a bit closer detail, gentlemen, as we can see if, you know, not only you, Froz, can break some things down, but maybe I'll get a cheeky Avenger circle as well.
Hey, maybe I can draw some circles too. No, we're going to start things off. We're going to be on Vikendi here, actually, and looking at, we had a fight here. And basically what we're going to be looking at is Orange Rock. As we can see right now, they're all split up, but they're trying to take control. The zone is pushing them away. And as you can see over here, we have Valdus taking some positions to actually hold Orange Rock out. But if we keep on playing this, we can see how they're moving in here, Orange Rock. On the north side, or top side here, they're going to be moving in across the road, gathering up over here. But the thing is, you can't leave Scout there, or you can if you're Orange Rock, because we're going to take a look at what he's actually doing while the rest of the team is actually fighting another team, making sure that they have a way into the circle. Scout is basically just taking care of Valdus all by himself here, making sure that the back is clear and they don't need to worry about that anymore. He's taking the 1v1s, and look at where he's actually running. He has no cover to play. If you look at this, what is his closest cover? You got a rock there, that's outside the zone. You got a rock over there, you have a shed over here. All of this is not playable. He's doing all this by being in a bush. He won with the nature.
He's doing so much to push himself in and make sure the other guys, like he's enabling the other guys to get into the circle. Remember, Valdus was trying to gatekeep Orange Rock, and he enabled Orange Rock to sweep in and get into a better position inside the circle while eliminating Valdus. Amazing play.
That's why they're so strong. They can just split up like that and make sure that they take two fights at the same time. A lot of times we will see when a team tries to take two fights at the same time, they'll just lose it because they're not able to do it.
Yeah.
Moving on.
Yeah. Next one.
I'll do the next one then. Then we'll stick to Vikendi here with the two clips here. But I wanna highlight here the Team Secret attempt to push into RRQ.
Yes.
And this is something that I was really happy to see, because the amount of preparation and like they were just prepared for this. You can see here in a situation like this where, you know, okay, we're standing in a spot where we potentially can get crushed and breached. They're literally ready for this. You have Beer up here, and he's getting all the information, making sure that, okay, we can get ready here. D2 is sitting down here, and we'll play a bit more. And already before they get out of the car, 2 is knocked. And this is where it becomes really interesting. I'll pause it right here, because BR up here, getting information, trying to make sure that the knocks are staying knocked, that they're putting pressure on so that they don't get the rests off. Meanwhile, Ernie is making a massive 200 IQ play, making sure he's putting pressure from another location, from another angle, making sure that they can do the full maneuver on these guys. We'll play this clip a little bit more. Beer is still fully aware of his position topside here, and he's going to be pushing with them. D2E and G9 is going to be pushing together as a unit, and making sure that they can get the knocks flushed and they can finish off this fight here. You can see this with Beer already jumping down on top of them after G9. G9 just got knocked, and there he's ready to pounce. D2E is already ready. Ernie had the angle and put the pressure on, and just like that, less than 20 seconds, 4 points.
Such a good play there, such a good hold from RQFina. And we saw how important this area actually was, because this is kind of where the game actually ended. So it was a really good read from Team Secret as well, trying to crash that and trying to take control over it.
As much as there was a lot of good gunning there, and Bia going for the drop shot towards the end, man, the hawk, the plays, the eyes, the vision being able to be provided there, and then the drop shot at the end. I really like the potential of just feeding the information. Not necessarily going for the shot, Avenger, just feeding the information. Great play, I think, from Beer.
He's enabling the other guys to make sure, you know what, guys, they're split up. There's a knock here, there's a knock there, they're running here. He's giving all the information, enabling the other guys to make a push. Yes, they did get one knock, but they were already ready there to counter that. They were all making sure he was not going to get flushed. And he was already on the angle with the kind of different angle where you can control. Yeah.
And, you know, 3 is a magic number, so why not another one?
All right, let's go. We're going to be looking at an Erangel clip here, and actually, the backstory of this is we know that T1 and Valve has been fighting in Rawsock, of course, and because of that, we've seen that T1 actually gave up, and they landed here instead in a compound east of the apps and the school on the map, but King of Gamers as well, and right now there's one from each team, sorry. We have Satan here, and we have Bossa here as well from King of Gamers. They're both in this compound, but as you can see right now, King of Gamers coming with some support now. Everybody's coming in here. They want to fight for this. They want to have this. At the same time, we also see Missile here, Young coming in from the other compound here, basically running on foot. And the thing is that they want to take control over this compound. They want this. They want to have this loot for himself because we're going to have a lot of Erangel games. So this is why this is so important. But at the same time, T1, they were not able to capitalize on this. So King of Games actually won this fight. And I wonder if we're going to see more of this happening today. Where is T1 going to drop? Because right now, they don't get to go anywhere.
I think Avenger, it shows the importance of actually having vehicles as early as possible, because King of Gamers reinforced this very quickly with the 2 buggies that you can see there, whereas T1, where are their vehicles? Where are they able to come and reinforce at a rapid pace?
Well, they had to run on foot, so that took them a lot longer time, and because of that, that could have been why they lost the fight.
That's why. There you go. All right, well, thank you very much for that. And so we can take a look at the overall ranking as well, so you all look over the panoramic views of the grassy pastures once again. Let's take a look at the overall ranking, as No Chance Team so far has been doing very well for themselves yesterday. They didn't even get a chicken dinner. However, they were extremely consistent throughout the day. 2 second places to boot in that as well. Orange Rock will be in second place, just 1 point behind. However, for a lot of these teams, Avenger, they know that they're very, very comfortable right now to be able to go on to that super weekend.
Yeah, I mean, and at this point, this is where you want to start bullying for other drop spots. You want to contest. You want to kind of bully the neighbors. If you're looking to take more space and you're this much in a lead compared to some of the other guys, you're doing it versus this is the time because you already qualified, this is the time you want to push that out. If you're looking to take a bigger chunk of a city, a bigger chunk of a loot spot, this is the time to do it.
The point that we're looking at there, our 17th through 20th, that is our cutoff. Those teams right now will not be going to the Super Weekend. So if you're one of those names down towards the bottom, you want to be pushing today. You do not want to miss out on a Super Weekend. There is a potential you can recover, of course, if you get to another one. However, you want as many games as possible, as many opportunities as possible. Let's take a look at the schedule as well, as we have 5 games coming at you for today. And we'll be doing a switcheroonie, because it's going to be 3 Vikendis and 2 Erangels in, you know, little alternating order there. And E will be sitting out first, all the way down to A sitting out towards the end for us.
So yeah, we got a lot of Vikendi games in front of us, but also, of course, Erangel is going to be something we're going to be playing all the time. But looking at Vikendi, there's 3 teams that was doing a little bit better than all the others, I'd say. No Chance Team, of course, sitting on first place right now, but you also have Team IMD and You Level Up on 13th and 14th place right now. Both of the teams were pretty consistent yesterday, and I hope that they can keep that up, because right now, 13th, 14th place, you're not safe yet, but you have 1 more Vikendi game. So 3 Vikendi games in total. That's your chance to make sure that you get to the Super Weekend now.
Avenger, Vikendi?
I like Vikendi. I think it really shows how the teams are able to scout their macros on point, and we saw some of the macros yesterday, how they're able to get information that fast and scout and make sure they could do a big rotation where they're considering where all the other players are, listening for sounds, all this. To do this on the fly requires so much skill. Also, the Hail Marys, I loved it. I love the full send breaches into Dino Park. I love the full send into compounds. I love this kind of play as well. So it's kind of both sides of the coin. The very aggressive, I'll just straight at go 1v1 versus you guys right now, and the very coherent, thoughtful play into the big macro rotation.
For me, Vikendi is it's a little bit of a ruse almost, because the first couple of circles, very chill, very calm, you know, very normal. Not that much of a shrink, you know, Froz. First couple, first 3, and then hard shift, hard shift, hard shift. We're getting smaller. Get on with it. Go and fight. Go and fight. It can be a bit scary sometimes.
I mean, that's what we like, right? Because they need to adapt on a split second. They don't have too much time to actually think. They need to act straight away. And that's when we get those kind of breaches as well. They know that, okay, we need to actually crash that compound right now. But at the same time, when you do that, that's when someone's sitting in the compound and like, there's a car coming our way. Should we shoot it, guys? Yes.
Yeah, pretty much so. Especially if you're someone like Godless, he's very willing to be shooting at those cars. Obviously, we saw on our Vikendi yesterday. So great stuff by No Chance Team. I feel like No Chance Team yesterday, they weren't the flashiest plays. They didn't get themselves to chicken dinner just yet by any means, but ultra consistency was super good, and Godless was very much a part of that.
Godless really stepped up, and we saw some of the breakdowns Frost did yesterday as well. Like, he was disabling other teams on par, like taking on, you know, multiple players at the same time, winning those combats as well. So it was really good to see.
He believes in no one. He only believes in himself. We are going over to the commentator team here, Imperium and Maxman. Bring us the Vikendi. Come on. Yum, 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 yum.
We're going to be taking you to the Vikendi. There's going to be some tasty action coming back. Thank you very much, Froz, Kaleris, and also Erangel was awesome right here. And here it is, Imperium, the first game of Day 2 of Week 1. A lot of numbers right there, but at the end of the day, we'll have 4 unlucky teams right there, not going to be going to the first Super Weekend. Be unlucky for them, but they need to put some results in right now. It's their last chance.
And I know I already said this to Claire, but this is super important, right? This is so imperative for all these teams to extract as many points in these upcoming 4 games for each group to, of course, qualify for the Super Final weekend, because it can be a little bit of a chain reaction, right? You have a bad day or a bad couple of days, you don't qualify for the first Super Final weekend, your morale is low, your mentality is low, you fail to do week 2, and next thing you know, your back is fully against the wall and you're going nowhere.
Their palms are sweaty.
Knees weak.
My mum's spaghetti?
There you go.
I thought it was like the second lyric. But there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Vikendi Game 1 is going to be on our boards, and the playing path is actually going to be one of the most even playing path for all of these teams, going pretty central from the area towards Peshkova all down to Vihar/Muvatra on the western coastal line. Most teams going to be getting their dropping locations under control. Reject Scarlet, a team that I actually enjoyed pretty much their rotations on this map. They're going straight for Trevno. They haven't had too much of a contestment over there, so it's pretty chill to go back and repeat that location.
Reject Scarlet, a team who, including Erangel as well, they've been very strong on the way they rotate. They will go sweeping around from the south to the west, north to the east, however they need to get into the circle. Where Reject Scarlet really lack is their aggression, their ability to control when they are in the circle. They just basically huddle up and they're like kind of, they're just like kind of an animal hibernating then. They're like, okay, we'll wait out. But that becomes to a point where everybody else around you is just going to be aggressive and take out.
What kind of animal though? That's a question.
I was thinking hedgehog. Yeah, because they curl up.
Okay, fair enough. I'm not going to try and contest that. Fair enough. I'm just very interested. There you go. Team Secret going to be moving away from the Villa area. A few teams already got their areas under control.
Not going to Podvosto?
Yeah, not going for Podvosto. I mean,
interesting.
I'm okay with that. Podvosto is great, but like to rotate away from Podvosto, always a little bit tricky if a team like to decide to take a few compounds around it. So I'm okay with them going for a different drop-in location. But so far they are split looting, which is okay. But Team Secret, they have like a very unusual habit of always getting involved with fights early on. So hopefully that will not be the case for them right here. Oh no, Encore? No. Oh no. Yes.
Oh no, don't start so quickly in game 1.
Do my JoJo references.
Just let's go into it. Now, Encore, Megastars right now currently lying 11th overall in the standings. The shots are being fired through. The PP Bison, one of my favorite guns, connects nicely. Huzan, you're making me proud with the PP, baby.
Big PP plays right there. There you go. Huogzan's going to confirm it. And that's the first kill over to You Level Up. You Level Up, actually, a team we talked a little bit before we actually went live, Imperium. On Vikendi, they do surprisingly well for one main reason. Their rotations are on point. Very passive, but yet aggressive when they have to, and to just puncture the circle and get himself in an absolutely on-point position. I love what they've been doing on this map.
Yeah, and you know, when you're looking at the kind of average points per game from the likes of You Level Up, they played 2 Vikendi games yesterday. They got an average of about 7 points per game. give or take. Actually, 8.5, my apologies. And when you're looking at kind of the average required to get into top 16, you are looking at between 6 and 7, give or take. So at least from Vikendi, when there's 3 games for them today, or they're going to be playing 2, that does at least set them up from that point of view.
Yeah, if you can increase your averages, all will be good. As we pan on over to Valdus. They're going to be so far trying to get also their loot under control. Very split once again. They're a team that likes to play a little bit split if they had to, unless it's Erangel where they like to just aim for Rozhok, get that under control and just bully T1 completely and entirely. But Martin will go back to the rest of his team as a scout, also split looting. But that guy can take a team on his own. That guy is insane.
It's amazing how Scout and Orange Rock as a team have developed, and you know, we've been talking about this a lot, and we do feel that you know, Mavi has been the main component for Orange Rock really developing strongly. When you look back into PMPL South Asia, it's not like they performed badly. They were super strong in how they performed. You change up their roster, bring in 2 new players, and they're still performing at the same, if not better level. That shows how strong their IGL is. That shows how well respected and well rounded Mavi is as an IGL.
Yeah, because with such a small amount of time after a roster change, like having that communication, that synergy that they had earlier, right? We had like Frost breaking out a fight that they had at one point, I think it was with King of Gamers Club. That was mental, the amount of communication they had, and just leaving Scout alone doing his fight, then the rest of the 3 other members of the team, that is some communication that even at this level, you don't see happening every single fight. So you love to see it coming out from this team after this roster change. And
Mavi is known as the man with the golden hand for how good he is with grenades. So let's see if that will come into play later on. But RRQ, they're a strong team. They stepped up in the opening weekend. Let's see if they can do similar again today.
Hopefully that will be the case. RRQ Athena. I like their games that they played on Sanhok, but you know what? This is a week full of Vikendi, a Weekendi, as we like to call over here as we joke around. And it's a map on which they can do extremely well. They have really good repositionings. Their position, we saw it take it a great game. It was on like the Maze finish.
Yeah.
Dino Park. Like that was one of the rarest finishes. I've never seen a finish like that. Definitely go check out the VOD of yesterday if you want to see that insanely good Vikendi finish. And is interested to see if they can try and repeat that amount of success today. Maybe get himself another chicken dinner on the snowy map.
So talking about finishes, you know, let's bring it over to the circle, right? The circle is not 40-50% water. It's barely any water. It's up towards the northeast, but the imperative part about this phase 1 circle is it does have the river pretty much split down the middle of the west and the east of that river. So it's going to be really important on how these teams position themselves. If they do choose to go for a compound that's close by to a bridge, you'll have to be aware that they could see teams coming on over. And right now, as we do see on our screens, the pan on over between RRQ and Valdus, both those teams are on Mount Kresnik. That's great. It's high ground because there's a lot of viewing, but going down from that, if phase 2 shifts heavily to the east, is going to be quite hard.
Mount Kresnik is good for visibility, as you just mentioned, but you got to spread a little bit more because there's a very big plateau at the top. So if you just put yourself all as a squad, you just get information on one like cardinal position of the map. So they got to be a little bit careful of how they pull around this one. Valdus seeming like they potentially want to just hold it to a compound nearby, but they just don't have information. I think they do believe and they do know that there's a team currently in the top of Mount Kresnik, but they don't know how many. And I think that if they knew that there was a 4v2, their team, they like to play aggressive in the early stage. They show it versus T1 and Rozhok, and I think that would not change over here despite it being Mount Kresnik and going versus RRQ Athena. But because we've seen D2 Ile here really responding in a very passive way, just looking in the same direction of Valdus, maybe they should give information over and send the 2 other players to join up because a fight could break out really soon.
True, but the second you start to bring the rest of your team over in a vehicle, that's also information for the opposing team, right? That's vehicle noise, and vehicle noise can make a huge impact on how the opposing team reacts. So let's see how it does go for there. But Freestyle, it performed very strongly yesterday. Currently 9th overall, setting themselves up. And I know Froz mentioned this to us yesterday, kind of off broadcast, that, you know, from Freestyle below, and I would firmly agree with this, give or take, they do have a fear of not getting to top 16 if they have an absolute nightmarish of a day.
In like the great area where like it could go either way. It could go up, it could go down. So hopefully Freestyle will be able to get just that minimum result bar to just avoid that bottom 4 position. Because let's not forget that the bottom 4 teams will not go to the Super Weekend at the end of today. But here it is, going to have an early fight with TSM Entity taking 5 versus Reject Scarlet. Duello, nice spray with the Uzi, hits the headshot onto Clutch God. Would have to commit. They need to keep on pushing. But Duello is very far forward without the rest of his team there. I would say maybe try and wait for the rest of the team to follow up on that push, because right now he's out of position. They're going to try and surround him. Look at Neo, who's trying to go for a little bit of an angle here. I absolutely love what Neo's doing right there. And there it is. Also will be followed up with Z-God. Duello, the smoke is going to give him a little bit of coverage, but they knew exactly where he was. And here it is. That is TSM Entity clapping right back in the faces of Reject Scarlet.
TSM Entity, look, you know, let's make no bones about it. They are a shadow of their former selves, a shadow of what we saw in the likes of PMPL South Asia. So they need these kind of wins. They need every victory, every fight going in their favor, and they need to keep themselves up as a full squad as much as possible. So honestly, I'm going to say, yeah, okay, that was kind of good job by them, but I expect them.
Ah, there you go. Exactly. Hey. You said it. Oh, Carl says you too much noise. They came back. That was my imitation of you, Imperial.
It's okay.
I'm really sorry. I'm hugging him in real life. Don't worry, guys. It's fine. But no, like they did get back together because they got information on Valdus. It makes more sense because they pull their strength from their 4-team fights, right? Yeah. And they want to try and take that fight versus Valdus. So I like that. I think that's good.
Yeah, like we saw that in the Telestrator. Pointed out in the fight against Team Secret, they play extremely strongly as a full squad. They are very competent, very well balanced on how they play it. So Webb is going to get confirmed. Once again, so that's going to be 3 kills in the favor of TSM. And they keeping themselves up as a full squad. Now, the 4 teams that aren't playing in this first game of the day is Team IND, King of Gamers, T1 and Synergy. And what's interesting about that in my eyes is that 2 of those teams are in the bottom 4, so they'll at least have the next 4 games to really, you know, control their destiny, control their finishing result, which I think could lead to some really interesting moments in the last couple of games. But we'll get into that when we get to that. At the end of the day, this game is going on. We are seeing the Phase 1 close up. Let's see where it goes.
We'll have to see indeed where this circle will be going very soon. Cosmodrome is still in the vicinity. I mean, we had a very unusual circle happening yesterday, so Cosmodrome finish still has a very slim chance of happening. Still, my one dream would be to see a castle finish, but those are extremely rare.
I think this is one of the most normal circle shifts in Vikendi, and one of the most
have them on PWL.
Vikendi circles. I know.
What is a normal circle?
Well, it's
Avenjar can't even draw a normal circle.
Well, that sounds like a you problem, in fairness. But it's the fact that pretty much all the teams, bar UDO, BTR, and the last player of Reject Scarlets, are in the circle.
I have the little replay there once again coming over to it. It was Z-God and Neo that had the really good idea of flanking over. It was a little bit risky because if there was the rest of the team of Reject Scarlet, that could have made things a lot harder for them. Lucky enough for them, that was not the case. They swiftly get the kill and take over that fight. As now we're going to have Orange Rock, the team we've been hyping up a little bit into this. And PMI just like, okay, I think that was a grenade coming my way. I'm just going to swiftly run away. I don't want to take this. He's scouting though. He's been really passive as a scout should be.
Yeah, I know we've been hyping them up, but with all due respect, they've been hyping themselves up. Their results have spoken for themselves. Now, Morph Team is joining in on the fun as a little bit of a third party. How much will that impact how this fight goes on, and will Orange Rock be able to respond?
I think there's just... Really, he's just there, scouting like, I got caught out of position. I was like, wait, what is he doing? he's just scouting like, okay, everything's fine, just pushing forward. And now you got one team left, one team right in the middle of it, just like, okay, might want to try and retreat, which is what he's going to be doing right there. Getting up on this jet ski. That's a jet ski, right? You call it a jet ski?
It was snowmobile.
Snowmobile, there you go. We're here talking good English.
Good English.
English complicated.
Words. But no, no mercy. Get a little bit of information. Orange Rock, the high ground of Coal Mine is very viable to play around. And you also have the little kind of tippity mountains that you can also, that are just outside Coal Mine, that is also very viable. So it's a really, and it can be an awkward area, but also a very strong area to play around.
I'm just going to see on the bottom right of our screen, Mad Toy of Team Secret taking a few shots towards Nova. Godlike took a few nice bullets down. But unfortunately, nothing will come out of it of Mad Toy playing with the M16. No, the M16 grabbed the long range. Love to play around that, and it is something that Mad Toy has got to play around quite a bit. But here it is. Going to be seeing Morph actually popping in the feed for the first time in this game on Vikendi. As they have the high ground, you just mentioned Imperium on Orange Rock. They already took down Marvi. the IGL, but still can do his work despite being knocked away, so that's fine. They're going to try and pop the smokes, pop that utility to keep him alive, but will they be able to do so? Ah, that's a no. Mavi will go down. It's
good.
Now they're just rushing. They're following suit on this fight. They want to eliminate Orange Rock and send him back to the Shadow Realm.
Yeah, nice play coming out from Morph team, right? I said that they had the high ground. Mercy really pulling the punches. Got that knockdown done, and that's going to be Mavi confirmed like we saw. It's going to be up to him now to IGL the team from a distance, so to speak, lead his team to a strong result. Of course, look, you know, they're one of the teams that are pretty much guaranteed to qualify for the super final weekend. But from a morale point of view, from a mentality point of view, it's still so important that they pull out strong results, right? It's still important that they are consistent on their team fights, on their performances.
I swear, I heard you say soup and it made me just giggle.
No, I said super.
They qualified for the soup. Yes, it's soup.
What's your favorite soup?
What's my favorite soup? Hey, you know what? We had what was it, the other day?
Goulash?
Goulash. That's actually really nice of it in Poland. I absolutely enjoy that. I'll have a bit more.
Anyway,
there you go. We're just talking about our food taste is fine, guys. Tell us in the chat, what's your favorite dish?
Sure.
That's very interesting.
Now, I also respect the fact that Morph team are not being super aggressive, but they are being aware. The circle did shift to the east on phase 3, but now as Freestyle gets a member knocked down at the hands of BTR, they're going into a fight. Coming down as Team Secret is going to get knocked by members of Freestyle. This is crazy. This is going to be a little bit of early action. Team Secret are going to try to recover.
He literally just drove over him, like just bounced over A, no issue right there. I don't know if he got knocked because of the car. Was it because of the car he got knocked?
Yeah, it was because of the car.
That would have been so cool if he didn't got knocked because of that. But yeah, we did see 2 members taken down by BTR on the side then of Freestyle, and now they are going to be locked in place by Team Secret. iShot's going to try and pop some utility. Money getting knocked down for himself. I was going to be panning over to Coalmine, the fight we were just talking about. Here it is. Orange Rock having a hard time. Gil losing every single person on their team except for one, and his name is Scout. His playmaking potential is insane, and he can make things happen. But he's going to be swiftly trying to run away out of range of Morph, and this might just be the end of Orange Rocks, but they do not know where he is right now.
Here's the thing, when you try to disengage away from Coalmine, because it's downhill, you're basically a sitting duck. Yeah, you're an open target being hit in the back, but now as a fight goes back over, you do see the picture-in-picture of this fight going on, but Team Secret eliminates Freestyle in 16th place. Good start for Team Secret. Let's see if they make up for what was a poor previous game yesterday. And Orange Rock are also eliminated at the hands of Morph team. So, couple of surprises in the early parts of this game, right? 2 teams who performed pretty well. Of course, Orange Rock and Freestyle eliminated early in this first game of the day.
Yeah, I saw the Scout move there, and he got a little bit blocked on the ridge, and he couldn't jump back. He was trying to hide behind the wall, but just couldn't do that in time, and that will result in Orange Rock getting taken out. Now we've got 14 teams remaining in this game. Things are getting more and more intertwined, more and more interesting as time goes by. As an interesting angle from Bigatron is going to be held here. iShots, especially in the attic there, could be really interesting. But one thing in this circle, right, off phase 3, just very interesting, that river. I mean, the river, every single time, if it's dead center Imperium, that is going to be a big point of contestment. It could go west, it could go east. Wherever that goes, the teams that are there first, they're going to have a little bit of an advantage.
True, but there is the majority of the teams right now are on the west. You only really have 2 teams on the east, which is actually 3 teams. Reject, You Level Up, and Megastar. So if it shifts to the east, it's going to be a bit of a cluster. But if it shifts to the west, it's actually going to be pretty good for the team.
We had a similar circle like that happening actually yesterday on Erangel, and it shifted up north of the river, and all the teams were like struggling. Oh no, we got to shift up the other side of the river. It's going to make things very complicated as the picture-in-picture come out. Here's picture-and-picture when you have 3 screens like that. There it is. Are we going to have a nice circle or a very mean circle? Hey, it's a nice circle. Mount Kresnik potential finish going to be happening here. You level up. They like to play passive. They still got a few bridges to go through, but this is a nice circle.
It is, but you've also got to think there's still some key compounds and some key buildings that teams can rotate around that are currently on the southeast. So when you're looking at Novo, when you're looking at No Chance team, BTR is definitely setting themselves up for a very strong result. I love the rotation coming out from them. Instantly reactive.
Yeah, Bigatron right away going to go pretty central in that position. Not going right for the tippity top of the mountain because they know they heard shots earlier. They're like, okay, there's a team up there. We're just going to go on the halfway, not on the tippity top of the mountain, just halfway up, and they can still climb a little bit higher if they want to.
And even though the river isn't really in play, but it's the road to the west of the river that's really important that you see between Nova, Godlike, and No Chance team. So we'll see who's going to at least win out on that, as RQ and Valdis and Murder getting extremely close to each other. Of course, Valdis are definitely more together as a squad, but the spread coming out from RQ with Ernie finding in the off angle, and along with Beer looking for BTR, this could spell pretty good stuff for RQ.
I mean, it could, but also they're split between two fights. They are trying to put resources on both Valdis, both also Bigatron. They're trying to keep information to know when they're pushing up. You know, it's pretty nice to defend the tippity top of the mountain over Hill Mount Crescent because you only got a few entry points on which you can get through. It reminds me a little bit of the mountain of Sandhawk in a sense. But like the thing is, if you've got to split your resources to hold on two fights at the same time, RQ, if they take it, a lot of kills for them, but it will make things a little bit more complicated on the long run.
Plus, the longer they leave it, Max, the more chance other teams are going to come in and you could have a bit of a fourth and fifth party situation. So definitely I see where you're coming from.
It is Bigatron. They're going to be going straight away out of this position on Mount Crescent. They know this is not really a great, valuable position, especially because RQ could take a few shots. And talking about them taking a few shots, Beer, the man that takes away his big fights from above, he's going to take a few nice shots in a distance just to not really get too much damage out, but just say, we're here. Don't get too close.
Like, great rotation from BTR, but I can't help but think that if teams were more proactive, like Nova and No Chance, they would have gotten punished because teams need to be more aware of what's going to happen in the next couple of circles. They need to be 1-2 steps ahead, but the circle shifts down southeast. I've been caster curse. It goes right into the palm of the hands of Podvosto, where No Chance team are currently in Nova Godlike are a little bit to the outskirts.
Now BTR and also RQ, a little chambres, a little switcheroo, right? Because it was really RQ stopping BTR from going uphill. Now is BTR, they're going to be stopping RQ going downhill. So everything's been switched up a little bit. And they're all potentially going to go in the open arms of both Nova Godlike and also No Chance. Teams are going for Podvosto, especially on the edge. That could be a decent position to play with, but it might still be a little bit tricky.
As teams are now starting to shift their way, and the good thing about Mount Crescent is there are a lot of trees that you can at least put a couple of vehicles, a couple of smokes, and that can at least create a good little bit of protection. But this is going to get hot, heavy, hairy, and scary coming into the next couple of minutes.
A lot of objectives right there, Imperium, and I think they're good to describe it. TSM Entity, they're going to be crashing into the compound of No Chance team. But they're going to be having Neo swiftly taken down as he bleeds to his death. And there you go. Wait, actually, he's going to give us back up. He's still there.
Yeah, he is.
But there you go. Things are going to be going pretty good for TSM Entity as now Celts, they want to get a piece of this cake. And that name of the cake is the Podvosto cake, but they got a very slim portion of it. Not very fair.
Yeah, No Chance team, they've landed in Podvosto, they've held on to Podvosto. Now they want to make Podvosto their king as they look to try and push back TSMNT, still surviving up as a full squad in that warehouse. When you're on that roof play, you're definitely exposing a team that's inside that warehouse. But Box Gaming on the bridge are going to get shut to the ground by Megastar Sexy Vexy coming in with a knockdown.
Still very long distance to take those shots. Lucia's going to be going as Morph team get eliminated in 14th position. Now we have 13 teams still remaining in this one, and a lot of teams going to have to make their way through. I like the fact that you level up, the fact they were the team the most on the eastern side. They rotated up top north because I know all the teams are aiming for the compounds. There are not many compounds on that bridge up north. They're just like, hey, easy entry point, we're going to get in circle.
Megastars on the Box Gaming. Paradox shooting through. Paradox, should I say. Trying to, of course, create a little bit of a paradise moment, shooting through the smoke that Box are currently surrounded and compound on. One thing that I noticed about TSMNT is that they got a knockdown onto a member of BTR from a distance, so they're trying to cover every single angle. Of course, that knockdown came through onto Clutch God, should be able to get revived up all the while. Kill is confirmed onto Lewis from Box Gaming. The circle shifts down south on that phase 5, right into the palm of the hands of Nova Godlike. They will not have to move, but they will have to protect.
They've been struggling in the early game for them rotation, and now the circle just been like, you know, gifting them the best position potentially in this game, and they need good games. They are extremely low in the stand, currently in 19th position with just a hefty 16, well, hefty, not very hefty 16 points. They need good games, and this might be their redeeming factor to qualify for the Super Weekend.
Especially because two of the teams in the bottom 4 aren't playing this game, so it's going to be even more imperative. But either way, No Chance team, they have TSM Entity looking to abstract their building and come in and claim it as their own. Up the stairs, TSM Entity are looking to make their way through as one army unit driving their way through. But off they'll Ourselves gets a knockdown on the Clutch squad, and now he's just going to try and run rings around the TSM Entity squad.
It's actually dead fighting so well. They've got so many angles on TSM Entity. No chance. Now they got the first initial knockdown. They're going to try and surround it. They're trying to just suffocate them out. And now TSM Entity, they got to hold on to this compound like their life depends on it, because it literally does. But they're also taking another fight, not only against No Chance, but also versus Celt. They're on so many forefronts at the same time. This is very hard position for TSM Entity, but it's cleaning time for the guys of No Chance team trying their best to clear out this building.
Like, I'm all for being opportunistic of getting a knockdown, but be focused. Go for your own fight. Be aware as Jonathan takes a burning ring of fire. Z-God gets knocked down by Offdales. No Chance need to come in and close this fight. They know they've got the damage. They know they've got the hurt. Now they're going to go up the stairs. Neo going to be running off. The jump shots come through, but down TSM Entity go, and No Chance team hold on to Pavosto for dear life.
TSM Entity getting sent straight back to the Shadow Realm as they get taken out swiftly over here in Podvosto. But now that makes room for another team, and that team that's going to be You Level Up. They take the position. They've been really good, but always struggling to get himself in a decent position. This is their golden opportunity to maybe take a chicken dinner over here on Vikendi.
But there's so many teams around him. You got Valdez to the north, you got Box to the south outside the circle. Of course, BTR are coming in on the west now. BTR, they're outside of the road that is in play. That's something to think about. But of course, they're shooting players from a distance, punishing the likes of RRQ, are a little bit down the southwest of them. But look at that. Look at those buildings. Look at how many teams are in Podvalso as Reject Scarlet are eliminated in 12th.
11 teams still on board for this one. Is it going to be another city finish? We had so many so far. It's been mental, but Nova Godlike still gifted with the most central position. Here it is. It's going to be Celts taking a few shots, but they're going to be swiftly making it out. What the hell is happening right here? No Chance also taking a few fights at a distance versus BTR. But things are getting more and more set in stone. But like Megastars, that rotation was so risky. How the hell did they get under the bridge?
Hey, look, you gotta do what you gotta do. We heard the analysts kind of in the distance go, whoa, with that circle shift as RQ and Athena are taking out the hands of BTR along with Nova Godlike onto the high mountains. You Level Up looking for Valdez, the murder, to try and murder and take down that squad. But No Chance team. You got Celt, you got Box Gaming, you got You Level Up all inside this Podvosto compound.
Another city finish, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be Podvosto under play. But the high ground is still a little bit available over to the west, and that's especially Nova Godlike trying to take control of that position, while Valdez, they're trying to just hoping that they don't get pressured by You Level Up. They really have to stay behind those rocks, but they're going to have to push out. I still hope that they got a few smokes. If they don't, pushing into Podvosto itself is going to be an extremely hard task.
Okay, You Level Up, you rotated, great. Now it's the time to be aggressive. Wipe out, take out Valdez or Murder. Now and then you can go into a circle, but no, time's ticking. 10 seconds until the blue zone starts closing in. It's phase 7 coming into phase 8. We still have 33 players as they're all going into one vehicle, right into the smoke. Nowhere to go, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, but they're gonna go for it.
Well, actually make it. How the hell did that happen? Only losing one member for that. I will say absolute stonks. Actually, no, take that back. That's going to be 2 players knocked away for Valdez and 1 swiftly flushed away. GZZ and also Godard will be making it over to the building and potentially can pull off a res, but You Level Up, they're going to swiftly respond to this. They know that they have to try and take control on this one. They're on the very edge. They need to try and get more and more central over here in Podvosto. But Valdez, they're not going to allow anyone to get very close to their building.
And then we do see on the kill feed, Nova Godlike want to kick off their league day, getting the attack onto BTR. Hopefully we'll pan over to that. And we do see it in the picture-in-picture. But this fight between Valdez and You Level Up is at a little bit of a standstill.
Oh, Bigatron shutting down Nova Godlike. There you go. Nova Godlike losing so many. Bigatron, they're coming back strong into the action. And they might try and claim themselves a chicken dinner on this one as they keep on pushing swiftly on Nova. There's still one more player remaining on their side. We'll have to see on the map, but I don't think it's going to go too well on their side as they go. Actually, Nova responding pretty well. Gets Microboy down. And Nova Godlike will, at the end of the day, get eliminated. 8 teams still remaining in this one. This is an insane first game.
It's absolutely incredible. Vikendi does never ceases to amaze us as You Level Up are going to be crunched close to Valdez Esports on this side of the building. They can smell, they can hear the footsteps of Valdez in every move they make.
Box take the L on this one. That's fine. We'll still refocus on Valdez. Slowly getting pushed up and No Chance. This is their compound. will that allow them to take the win on this one? They still potentially can do a really good performance. Where it is, you level up, they're going for the push, but Valdez responding in really good fashion. Kamau absolutely obliterated in that push, and now that's going to be making the rest of his teammates just rethinking if they want to commit, but Hyugzan is going to be left alone as a one-man army. They're going to go push, they're going to reverse the engagement, as there you go, Valdez eliminate. You level up, they tried their best, but you level up, unfortunately going one by one, it's not going to work out.
Here's the thing, you level up, miss so many opportunities to take out Valdez, but credit to Valdez, they made some harsh pushes, they took control and they got the job done. 6 teams left, 18 players, Cells hold on as a 3-man squad, no chance, also doing the same thing if they can get those 2 revives off, and then all the while, Udo and Megastars, they're sitting pretty inside the circle on the south. West BTR pushing their way through from the west.
They're making their best with the G36C of Zuxi trying to push on forward, but here it is, we're going to be going back into the compound, seeing who's going to make it out alive. Will it be Valdez? Will it be No Chance? Will it be also Galaxy Racer? Celts? Ultron going to be very low. If you take 1 tick damage of that blue zone, you're going to be going out, my friend. You're going to be seeing Ultron trying his best to run out, but he does go down to the play zone indeed, and they go now. The rooftop play from Choconuts is still going to try and play some good moves, but unfortunately that will not be the case. Ovdale's trying to heal up with that med kit. That might just be spelling desolation for No Chance team.
It could be as you do, gang.
Zone, what the hell?
They have yet to get a chicken dinner in the league game, so can they start off day 2 with a nice, juicy, freshly cooked chicken dinner? They've got 3 other teams around them. We do lose BTR Red Aliens, so now it just leaves No Chance, Galaxy Racer, Celts, Megastars, and you do, gank.
And there it is. Now all down to 4 players. Well, 4 teams, should I actually say, in that one. But it's all okay. We're still going to have that 1 player of Dales trying to out-heal against the blue zone. It's phase 9. That means that really healing against it is going to be extremely harsh. I don't believe he still has a lot of meds remaining. But Megastars, that man advantage is huge. And they need some good performances right now if they just want to confirm their position. Currently in 11th, they're trying to climb a little bit higher. But Udo, they're going to be pushing forward. That smoke road is on point.
And there's still that golden building, the church, where they can pray to the PUBG Mobile gods. Is inside the final circle as you do are making their way through. Swag is going to be spotted out. A tanky knocks him down, but Vexy gets a return on the Drax.
All right, Bess, here it is. The rooftop play not going to work out. Cells, they have to push towards the center, but it's not going to work out. Udo taking control as they eliminate No Chance team. And now 1 player of Megastars, that will be Paradox remaining at the very end. And Celts will be also taking on this game. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. That is going to be game, and that's going to be the good old Udo Gang taking a game. It's a good time to be a Udo Gang fan.
Man, I'm sorry, but like, those circle shifts, Podvosto finish, I don't think you could ask for a better start to day 2 of the PMWL East.
Dino Park yesterday. Today is going to be Podvosto. Absolutely insane, but we'll go straight back to our analyst desk after this short break.
Udo Gang comes out of the shadows and strikes at their opponents and takes them out, stealing all their loot and getting themselves the chicken dinner. Great stuff by them in what was a crazy ending, to say the least. We are getting a lot of urban finishes here. Froz Avenger joining me here as well. I'm loving it. Give me all the urban endings, as many as possible for us.
Everyone loves it because it's full-on chaotic, but it's so much fun to see. But I can just imagine how much the players are struggling with this.
I was going to say that. Honestly, it's some of the roughest games of those where it literally just shifts to an urban ending and suddenly there's 8 teams. And it's all over the place. But I really like some of the approaches they did, like Udo Gang's approach to waiting on the side that was less occupied to then send it with smokes across just 200 IQ players.
Alice just sending straight in.
That was a perfect Hail Mary. Yeah. They got 4 guys in a car straight in there. Yeah, they lost 1 guy, but they managed to get 3 alive and get a few kills inside as well.
Let's take a look how it works out for them then, as we have the map ranking here for this. Of course, up towards the top, it will be Udo Gank as they get themselves 28 points on the board. Megastars, after their chicken dinner yesterday, they didn't have the easiest of days by any means after that, but 19 points, great stuff from them. Biggichon Red Aliens got 11 kills for us, despite the circles not favoring them at all.
Look, let's be honest, we would look at them on the map when the hardship first happened to the east into town, and we're like, they're not supposed to outlive this. They're gonna have to say their bye right now. But then they somehow managed first fighting RQ Athena straight away and then take out Nova Godlike and just make their way in.
Let's be perfectly honest. The fight that you did not see on stream between Biggitron and RRQ Athena was them swatting a fly as it I assume RRQ Athena was in a vehicle. And when they went past Biggitron, it was just like, boop, no, bye-bye, out of existence.
I feel bad. I don't like that. I like RQ Athena. I think they're a great team.
Oh, yeah,
I really like them. So it was sad to see. But also, Nova Godlike, I was like, these guys are fantastic. They're going to win the game. Biggitron, no.
The red alien strikes again.
Nova Godlike, gone. Okay, they're not going to win the game.
Yeah. Tough stuff. But of course, there as also No Chance team actually got themselves some decent points on the board as they continue to be on up towards the top. Moving though, of course, let's take a look at the stats coming in from our next team, as it will be You Do Gank. Not the most amazing amount of damage, not the hugest numbers coming out from them, but a win is a win. 8 kills, and 4 of those they did steal away.
Yeah, I mean, that's how it goes sometimes. We saw them pretty passive towards the start of the game. We know that they drop on the south side next to the winery with BTR actually, and then they worked their way in there, but they took it very slow and methodically, making sure that they could get into the end game.
I feel like that's the play on Vikendi in its current state, and in the meta right now we have in the lobby is also, the first 2 circles, they're not massive shifts. You don't take away a lot of play area. So playing that kind of passive and scout-wise is fantastic for them.
It's the Mountain Dew Do the Jew moments here for our first game of the day, and it was a great game of Vikendi to say the least. I think Pavosto really showed a different style from what some of the teams that we've been able to see here. There was a lot of fighting in those buildings, but to get things going, we saw TSM Entity have a bit of a rough go of it.
Yeah, a little bit of a rough go. Who was it?
They keep running into No Chance team.
Oh yeah, No Chance.
It keeps happening. They've got their number. They're like, TSM Entity, yes, where are you? Okay, time to go.
Well, that was so sad to see as well, because we saw early in the game that TSM actually had a really good fight, and I was like expecting more from TSM. They got Cosper Drone for himself, looting that as well. And then against RCS, they basically just did it super easy, got 3 of them, and just kept on moving in.
Yeah, that's the worst thing, right? Running into a team that's already snowballing to a point where it's not a snowball anymore. It's a massive snowman that has gone into a monster. It's just rolling down.
It's a lot of Vikendi.
Yeah, obviously happening all the time, right? And it's like 3 meters big, and this ball is just coming towards you. Like, oh no, we can't do anything.
Please help.
No chance, team. We have no chance.
I mean, for a lot of that, some of the circles at the beginning, I thought we were going to end up getting a Mount Kresnik ending, and then there really is the potential for snowballs off the side of that. That was something that could have occurred. But you see Biggitron here towards the end. It was Microboy as well, who was trying to kind of even things out, but they were in such a rough position. They did so well to get how many kills they actually did.
They got 11 kills. Luxy, Soxy, and Microboy got 3 each. Very even spread out. So super nice to see how they're able to synergize and make sure that they're pushing towards this. They had to, in the end, leave one of the guys behind to make sure he was med-stretting a little bit. One of the other guys pushed forward. I think it was Microboy that pushed forward in the end and try to get a bit more kills.
A few attempts at some heal-offs in the blue, but it's not to be as the teams in the center towards Church, which, by the way, no one took Church through a lot of this. There were so many buildings actually taken, Avenger, but Church was...
for me, it's pretty good to hold. Like, you have all these walls around. You can third-person peek it. You can lean out from it. You can there's so much space you can take from that, and so much information you can get from that. So surprised that nobody took it. I was actually like, okay, Nova Godlike, they're sitting in this spot. Now that it's shifted towards the Church, they must have scouted it. They must have heard that there's nobody there. They should 4-man crash that or 3-man crash that.
From total pot Nova to total damage, let's take a look at the overall lobby here for these teams, as we have a lot of damage coming in from Biggitron. We kind of expected it after seeing them pop off with the 11 kills that they did. Again, it does feel we didn't get to see the RRQ Athena moment, but I'm pretty sure it was just a vehicle going up in flames. So that was a lot of damage itself. Let's take a look as well as we move on from our total damage overall to some of the highlights that you guys have been able to choose throughout this too. Although I guess we're just
I got a little thing we're gonna view. It's gonna be early on in the game, and it's what I was talking earlier about with TSM versus Reject Scarlet actually.
Okay.
And as you can see here in the start, Reject Scarlet actually, they have 2 players right there. Sarah is already running away from this fight, and the fight hasn't even started yet. We see that they've taken a little bit of damage, but straight away TSM is capitalizing on this. they understand that this is our chance. This is our chance to actually push right now and take control over the situation. Because they hear that vehicle going away. They know that they already did some damage to Duelo and Webb from RCS. And look at this. Clutch God going straight in. No fear. He gets knocked. But whenever he gets knocked, you can see straight away the others are coming around. Make sure that he can get firsted straight away. So they're trying to cover with the flank right now. As you can see, coming down here on the right, going like this. Making sure that Clutch God here, he's behind, safe behind a rock. Meanwhile, we can see that here, Duelo, he's gone prone.
Yeah.
And
Webb got knocked with a nade.
Webb hasn't got knocked yet, I'm pretty sure. He's down here. Or did he get knocked away?
Yeah, he just got knocked.
He just got knocked, okay. Yeah, a good nade from Neo actually that got him. And as you can see, Neo took some damage there, but straight away, again, Z-God coming in with the flank, covering that angle. And that is why it's so great to see TSM actually making these counter plays. They're actually having so much control, but then it all falls apart because of No Chance Team.
Because of No Chance.
Well, so I think at this point, they had already realized that this is not No Chance Team. We're going to push this. We're going to attack these guys and play like we should do so they can actually get the kills and finish this off. Mo, jokes aside, it's sad to see because this is the potential that we see in them. This is the potential that the community and that the fans see them. Yeah. We know they're capable of stuff like this. And then they just run into a monster of a snowman, which is No Chance Team at the moment, that are so far ahead right now that they can just like play careless. They don't care. But we don't know if they don't care, but
the devil may care attitude.
Exactly.
Yeah,
because
sure.
it's just they're so far ahead at this point.
Yep. Very, very powerful stuff coming out from them. Let's take a look at the overall rankings and see if No Chance Team is still up towards the top, or has Udo Gang been able to push them off? Yes, they have, with 83 points up towards the top there after that chicken dinner coming on in. The only thing I feel working against No Chance Team is the fact that they haven't had that chicken dinner. There's just a little extra placement points going up towards the top, but the top 16 is what matters. So great stuff by Udo Gang up there. GXR Celts, again, quietly plodding along. 63 points on the board for them now. Very nice. The important thing is
no chicken dinners.
Pardon?
And no chicken dinners for GXR.
No chicken dinners,
well,
yeah.
So impressive.
The important thing is our bottom 4 right now, because these are going to have to step it up here for us throughout the next couple of games.
Yeah, and let's take a look at Morph Team, for example. We saw them fighting against Orange Rock, actually, and they got a clean wipe there on Orange Rock. Yeah. And got themselves 4 points there. But after that, they couldn't do much more. So because of that, they only got themselves 5 points in this game. But they need to step up just a little bit more to make sure that they're not in the bottom 4 teams.
Yes, and moving on to Erangel as our next map. It's a map where, you know, some of these teams could maybe make up some room. T1 down there, because they've had to give up something like Rozhok, and they're kind of trying to find a home right now. It does feel like they're trying to find a home, and it doesn't feel too easy to be able to find it. We'll take a look at the schedule whilst we talk about this a little bit more. We've got 4 more games coming at you for today. So Erangel, Vikendi. What do you think about T1 trying to find a home?
I was waiting for the realtor joke, honestly. I don't know where, like, it felt like you were building up nicely.
Oh, you mean ZZP, the estate agent in his lovely jacket?
Exactly.
Yeah, he's going to find them a home. You're right.
Look, I'm going to tell you a good place that is totally open right now.
Okay, go on.
Just by Volcano, you have the flat top, and you have north of that, you have a big compound. Up to the gas station, towards the bridge, towards the S9. All that is free.
Oh, Snake Road.
And it's not far from where T1 is actually trying to drop. It's pretty close to Rozhok, pretty close to the compound. We saw them getting wiped by King of Gamers yesterday. Just go there.
And you don't have to change too much of your rotations. You can still apply some of the same strategies. I like that. Snake Road is a good friend of mine. I like that.
A good friend?
Yeah, because you used to drop. If you want to go Yasnaya, I'm a big fan of Yasnaya.
Yeah.
Drop Snake Road. There's like 9,000 car spawns because there's so many spawns along the road.
Yeah.
You always get a car. You take the car. You go straight to Yasnaya. You get all the loot. Get all the scopes.
Wait, you're a big fan of Yasnaya?
Yeah.
My agent always makes fun of me for being the only person that's a big fan of Yasnaya. I didn't realize you were a big fan of Yasnaya.
Yasnaya's fantastic.
He just wants the urban endings.
Yeah. Well,
that's why.
I'm already sitting there, so I'm like, okay, I'm looted up, and I'm just gonna sit here, ready.
Because we know that he's a slow looter, so he can loot for a long time and just sit there and wait until the last circle hits.
Why not?
I guess so.
200 IQ.
Yeah. I just don't like the fields north of Yasnaya. I actually don't mind the fields south of Yasnaya.
I think
they're all right.
I think they're good.
I don't like the slope down to Yasnaya. What do you think?
The problem is that you're not on the north side, on top of the slope already.
Oh, you mean Stalba?
Well, not really.
Oh, you mean
Salva in
towards
the
the
field.
compound?
So you have all the control over the field.
Okay.
Yeah.
After you've come off Stalber, after you flew it.
You take control of the northern apartments up there, northeast Naya. You don't never go you never go in between.
Yeah.
Either you go up all the like halfway up towards the big warehouse up there, or you take the apartments. You don't nowhere in between. That's suicide.
Do you reckon ZZP could sell us a house in Yasnaya?
Yes.
Sure.
100%. What a lad.
Both Georgia Pole and Yasnaya is definitely his realtor space.
Maybe it is. We're just a few more moments out of going on to Erangel here, so do bear with us whilst we get this game ready to go. In fact, I'm getting word it's ready. Let's do it. We're going over to Imperium as well as Maxman. Take it away, boys. Take it away.
Oh boy, what a game one. Will we have another city finish for game two? I think I'd love to see another city finish. What about you?
I think that right now, if we have a non-city finish, like those are more rare in PWL,
Fair.
like East.
Fair.
It's more rare to have just a normal ending at this point. So we'll have to see. Will we get a lucky, normal ending? That's the question to be answered. We'll have to wait and see. But Erangel's going to be fun, and I want to see Roshok. Is that fight going to break out?
Of course, and one thing that kind of the guys were talking about with regards to drop spots and where they like to go, I think one thing that's really important for these teams to remember and think about and always have in their mind is play to your strengths. Don't get me wrong, we will always be open to critiquing, pointing out, mentioning maybe when teams are being too aggressive, too passive, but always play to your strengths.
No, play to your weakness.
Okay.
I just wanted to be annoying right there.
Well, you gotta be like that, man.
I don't know. I was born like that. Blame my parents. I don't know.
I'm just gonna go cry for a bit.
Yeah, Prison all over to Quarry, pretty southern, and it should be okay for most of these teams. But yeah, this is going to be an interesting game, and we're going to be
most of the playing paths have been more southern than north.
Actually, yes, now that you mention it, it's true. Most of the playing paths on Erangel have been pretty focused on the south. So that's really good for, one team specifically. That's been Megastars. They would like to go for that area most of the time. But other teams have been able to grab that opportunity to go for it. One especially is going to be Morph that like to drop towards the area of Milta Power.
Yeah, you've kind of got... You've got Morph Team Milta Power, you've got kind of Megastars who either go Novo or Milta/Farm. BTR now on Farm, so that's fine, and Seltzer and Milta. So you do have a few teams kind of around the same area, and it's amazing because I also think there is a bit of a meta to PUBG Mobile, where, months ago, in my opinion, we would see far less people land in the eastern part of the map, whereas I've noticed so many more teams land in the east. Military base finish.
Boy.
Yeah, boy. Damn, boy.
Yeah, boy. Big circle. Look at that. But yeah, it's going to be interesting. Team IND, they got that position on military base under control. But I'm interested to see Megastars. They've never been the one really protecting the Eastern Bridge, like not doing it too often. Well, this will be the time where I'm going to see Megastars like taking this into control and defending the Eastern Bridge. I want to see them take control of this this area.
Who won the very first Erangel game in the opening weekend? That was Military Island. BTR.
Oui.
Part of why they did that was because they held on to the edge of the bridge really effectively. They took out the likes of TSM Empty. They did take out, I believe in the end, kind of Celts and stuff like that. And I know this is a different game and maybe different teams playing, but at the end of the day, we could see something very similar in this game.
The tears rolling down my cheeks in Imperium right now as I see that T1, they're not in Roshok anymore.
Good.
The fight stopped. I wanted to see it again.
Here's the thing. I know you're memeing, but I'm genuinely proud of T1, right? Yeah. Not enough teams do that, right? Not enough teams are actually open saying, hey, we'll let this team get this compound, we'll find another looting spot. Okay, they came across King of Gamers in another game. That can happen. But the fact that they've now found a comfortable spot and comfortable areas of the looting time that they can call home and then react around that to however the phase on circle is just so much stronger as Galaxy Racer Celts instantly going across the bridge relatively early after looting up Milta. Megastars do have a couple of people there, but not enough that's really going to take out the members of Celts. Just push them back, which is great.
Yeah, but that's why I mentioned, right, I wanted Megastars to try and take control if they just were a little bit faster to rotate there and even just send like two players on a position to actually get an angle on the bridge. I think that could have been really good for Megastars to even just pick up one kill.
And I think it's good that they have 2 players there instead of 1 now, because previously I think it was Paradox that was on his own and he got taken out by a member of Celts in the very first game of the opening weekend. So learning from that, it's not much, but it means a lot now. BTR making their early push across Megastars will be able to spot that out. Going to look out to shoot up those couple of shots from Always with the AKM. Not much, but once again, pushing BTR back, saying, hey, this is our home. Don't go near us for now.
I mean, normally when you go through the Eastern Bridge, you never go straight into the compound down below. That is just a risk you do not want to take. And that's like 2 opportunities where Megastars could have got a little bit of job done. I would have just liked to see something happen there from this team, but that's fine. But I like the fact that Bigatron, they are actually not giving away too much leadway. They're actually holding to that high ground position, looking for potentially a few little snipes on Megastars along the way.
Because I think they saw the fact that Galaxy Racer Celts had already made their way across, so they thought, okay, well, we can afford to kind of hold on to this area a little bit, a little bit more confidently. Plus, it's BTR at the end of the day. It speaks for itself now. While teams are kind of starting to rotate, and we could get a little bit of action from that point of view, the 4 teams that aren't playing in this game is Team Seeker, Reject Scarlet, RRQ, and TSM.
Here it is. That's going to be a little race. The first one to get to the bridge will win. Baba is going to try and join up. He's on the lower side right now to avoid pressure because they got 3-man car rotation right here for T1. But they'll be the first to get on the bridge. They win the race. Epic, yes.
It's like a game of Mario Kart.
I'm trying to remember the music.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was hoping you would remember. Kind of, but anyway.
That's not bad. I'm sorry.
I'll let you away with it. I'll let you away with it. But yeah,
now there's
T1 making their way across. You've got BTR camping them. That's what I talked about with BTR. They're confident the Celts being past them. Now they can look ahead at T1. They get a knockdown, and of course they're aware of Megastars.
No, you level up. T1 there, just that big U-turn coming straight around, avoiding the pressure of Bigatron. Missile was able to sneak his way through. I don't know how that happened, but he's just like, okay, well, I'll just continue without you guys, and hopefully find a decent position for the rest of the team to rotate through. But I think that, unfortunately, they did lose 1 member, and I don't think it's worth going for the rest because, as I say, that statement does get confirmed. They can just wrap around the entire eastern side of the island and go down south. There's not too many teams down south there to try and get backwards missile later on down the line.
Like, I love the fact that a lot of these teams are committing to Military Island relatively early, but I feel like a good few of them are going very linearly, as in like very kind of narrow-minded on their approach to getting across, right, going over the bridge. Like the teams I would commend would be like Morph Team, Synergy, and King of Gamers, who are taking a more obscure approach of getting in the boat and avoiding the potential bridge camp, and it's intelligent.
An obscure approach. Like the one that everyone forgot about boats and they could swim, but now when they remember, epic rotations follow suit. And they get themselves to the island. Or smoke. I don't know why I'm keeping that voice. No,
exactly. Yeah, please stop. But now, Valdez to Murder, they're not going to stop because they're smoking the whole bridge. And that's some very strong early utility being used by Valdez to Murder. That if they don't win that team fight confidently, it could be a huge loss to their late game perspectives.
I mean, the worst thing, right, is that smoke leads nowhere. Like, they stop in the middle of the bridge. Like, they're going to go out like, hello. No, before she gets shut down. So they're going to, oh, no. Okay, yes.
Okay, you can do it.
Yes.
You can do it.
Yeah, there you go. What?
It's actually going to land. No.
Please tell me.
Okay. I thought that was actually going to go into the water. But either way, Valdez will avoid that action going through. They'll avoid box gaming. Maybe a little bit of an overkill with regards to smokes, but I'm still going to give them credit for at least taking that approach, avoiding box gaming and keeping themselves in this game. So, look, credit where credit is due.
Yeah, but after that utility you just mentioned, right, that they have no more, and that utility was wasted because it just bought them a little bit of time, but they couldn't go anywhere. So that is going to be a little bit of an L. Hopefully they can loot a bit up in this compound.
Exactly.
Also, the teams they take down later on down the line, because there's not many compounds over here on Military Island, right? And you need to get that smoke and that utility to get to decent positions.
So let's talk about teams that are looking very strongly inside the Military Island. You got King of Gamers, you got Nova Godlike. Nova Godlike are on the southwest side of the Military Island, and Freestyle, who went over relatively kind of early-ish, are on the southeast. Those 3 teams in my eyes are looking probably the strongest coming into phase 2.
You level up. Orange Rock, and also you do the 3 teams that are dead in that rotation a little bit more. I got the impression that you level up. They're trying to go for the Milter Power location to potentially look for a boat, but those have been already
They'll be taken, right?
If there's already been like a nice, like if they do go to the coastal line down south of Milter, there might be one remaining because there's a spawn location over there. But where they're going right now, there's no boats remaining, so they'd have to be careful.
BTR during the little dip. It's good because that dip you're able to kind of peek and shoot, and you're in a position where if a team goes for the engage, let's say in a couple of grenades, you're really going to be able to protect yourself there, and also it gives great potential for them to engage depending on where phase 2 does shift to. But we saw the replay of that T1 player being eliminated by BTR. Nice reactions from BTR.
I know, making it out of a bridge camp location and using one player, I'm going to say that that's still a win on their side. But the circle is going to confirm even more, and it's more set in stone that now we will be having this military island finish. Down south, actually, like the center of the circle is actually on the southern location of the island. The teams that go on that coastal line, they could have a great rotation point in this entire game.
And here's the thing, this is the kind of circle shift with genuinely that teams are happy with, because there's none of this. Is it going to be mainland? Is it going to be military island? It's, you know where it's going to be. You can now play around it and react to. So really nice circle shift on phase 2. And it is, because it's shifted down south, it's automatically giving more space for the teams who are outside the circle in this time. No chance, Orange Rock, you do, and you level up to actually get into the island.
Yeah, because literally the bridge camp on the west and on the eastern side, they've both been taken away by BTR and also by Box Gaming. No more bridge camp, no chance, team. Orange Rock can easily make their way through on that bridge, unless No Chance want to try and get a little bit sneaky and get interested and in the position. But Valdez, they were a team that were rotating early on. Now they're going to be towards the southern area of military base and information. This is an interesting position. It's hard to rotate from, but it's good to hold on to if the circle shifts around that location.
And that's the thing. It's where the game ended on that first Erangel game, around the plains. Now, the good thing for them is if they have those vehicles, they can actually then rotate, let's say, to the side of the wall and have a little bit of a 2-2 split from that point of view. But I really like how IND are positioned, Galaxy Racer, Celta Nova, because they're all on the southern high ground line overlooking the military island. Yes, it's out in the open, but there's so much information that can be gathered from where they currently are.
I was talking about these two teams exactly just a few seconds ago. The fact that Orange Rock, they were a little bit behind No Chance on trying to get over the bridge. And now I think that No Chance, they know exactly that there's a team trying to push for that location, and they're going to hold on to it. Potentially get a few frags on Orange Rock, because it does, yeah, they are fully committing for the Western Bridge here. But No Chance team, they're very spread, they're very split, especially Godless being up top. He can be really impactful. He's been one of the most impactful players of No Chance. But this time he's just not even close enough to take this fight with Orange Rock, as they're going to go for the top of the mountain there. Interesting approach. I think they're trying to gather information before pushing over.
Yeah, I think it's okay for them. I do want to point out these are two teams who performed extremely well over the 2 days of league play for now. And you do Gank, another team who performed really well. This is the top 3 clashing outside phase 2 circle. You didn't expect to see it, but you know what? You absolutely love it.
It's a big boy fight going to be happening right here. Going to be also seeing Team IND and Celts popping into the feed. Interested to see how that fight might be following suit on Military Island. But yeah, exactly Orange Rock. That's what I was mentioning, right? They went for the high ground position to gather information. It's only phase 2. You can afford to tank it up a little bit. But here it is. That's going to be Godless trying to push on forward. Opdales will be knocked away, but he's going to continue. He can't just turn back. He needs to keep on pushing forward. While Scout, he repositioned on the backside. I did not expect that, but that was actually really impactful for him. But Godless, been under the bridge, he's going to have to swim his way through.
He is. Heineken is on the bridge, so he's going to be able to get a little bit of information for that point of view. But we do see a fight going on in the feed between T1 and the side of Morph team that is on Novo as well, so that's something that we can keep an eye on. But you gotta say, this is a top 3 fighting out. Well, actually, Udu Ganker actually decided to go for the coastline. Let's see where the phase 3 does indeed go. I like the fact that Udu Gank decided to avoid it as the shots are coming through from Gil of Orange Rock, as the circle does center off quite nicely. This is a clean phase 3 shift right into the base.
Military base, but here it is. But they got some pressure down. They saw the kill feed popping off a little bit with Scout doing his work and his bidding, and they're like, okay, this is free real estate, and we're just going to cross on over. No utility required. And they're just going to be pushing forward. Though, there's still Heineken. There will be a further on the distance, but putting up a bridge camp on that area, on the southern side of the Western Bridge, is extremely hard. I would never recommend you to defend it from that position. This is going to be extremely hard pressure on the shoulders of Heineken.
I find it weird that Orange Rock are stopping. I know they're aware there's a player there, but I definitely think it's very weird. I would have preferred to see them actually go past him and actually just avoid him and go into circle, but we do see Choco Nunex taking down Scout. Scout became the Scout. He's now going to be dead. Man standing as Heineken gets dropped to the floor by the IGL Mavi and gets confirmed.
Almost got killed there for a split second, but unfortunately the rest of his team of No Chance is just not there to follow up on that engagement, and that bridge camp is an absolute failure, unfortunately, for No Chance team, and they will have to go home, and Godless might even go out because of the blues, and he's still swimming out. Hopefully he has a few meds to try and just heal up of his wounds, but phase 3 is slowly closing up around these teams, so Orange Rock, they have no time to lose. They have to already look forward to this next phase and try and get himself into military base, which there's not many teams on the western side. That's an easy entry point for Orange to
But here's the thing, they don't have that information. We have that information, but they don't.
They should. Okay, good done. No, we do have the information, but I think that they're going to definitely try and scout some information first, and then they'll be going for that push into the base itself. Talking about a few teams other, this is going to be Nova. Godlike, they're one of the positions that are good if it's in circle. If it shifts away, it's very linear. You only got one way to go out, and you're easily going to get shut down by teams around
but they're
you.
currently right in the center of this phase, so even if unless it shifts super duper harshly in one direction, they're going to be sitting good for the next couple of circles. It's how they play around this position, right? It's how aggressive they can be and how opportunistic they can be on pushing teams back and getting those kills.
The Eastern fight, the fight of the East. It's going to be Megastars slowly pushing forward while Synergy, they're going to be on their tail, while Austin has a little bit of a high ground position there, very sneaky, but if he wants to push any further, he'll have to go downhill, which could be making things a little bit easier for Megastars. As Megastars, you know what, off to a pretty decent day. Second position earlier, with also 5 kills. That's a stonker, great first performance.
True, but yesterday they had a first stonking game. The 3 games after, incredibly poor. They need to become a little bit more consistent coming into the Super Final weekend, presuming they qualify for it.
I'm sure they're putting all of their efforts to do that, but this circle, number 3, I don't know why I talked in Spanish there, but they're going to be closing up very soon, and we'll see where the next circle is going to go. It could still not go in military base itself, even though the odds of that happening are very slim, but we'll be seeing, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, we've had weird circles on and on the entire day, but here it is. They will be confirming going over to military base, mainly over to the western side. The south of military base is going to be open, and it's very vast. It's very open. There's not many compounds to play with. The teams that get the position first, they're the teams that are going to be controlling this entire late game.
The biggest prominent area to play around is 100% the plains, right? We're seeing Nova Godlike instantly shift towards her. We're seeing Orange Rock instantly go there. Playing around that road and those plains are going to be imperative for you getting a strong result. But as T1 and Megastars look to clash up together, we do see Megastars also looking in the other off angle of Synergy.
It is Megastars pulling the trigger. They're going for Yinja. Nice headshot from Encore. Swiftly going to be confirming that kill into a flush. Even only ZZP alone, but ZZP has been the outstandish player coming out for the side of T1 as no... interesting. Okay, Nova Godlike, go bye-bye.
Wow, Orange Rock just eliminate Nova Godlike just like that. Thanos snapped him in the smithereens. We also lose Freestyle as well. Synergy avoided Megastars, but BTR coming right into the path of Synergy. Gonna say, hey, look, you avoid one team, but you're going right into another as they just prone themselves down on the side of the wall, throw out their smokes, and hope for the best.
It's raining bullets, it's raining Bigatron players right here. There it is, a little bit, that was a little bit long. Here it is again for the push. Austin doing some work there, but Zuxi actually not even going to need to get the bullets down. Zuxi just fell to his demise, as now Luxi has a little bit of a nice angle there. The smokes are giving them a little bit of position. I like the fact that Synergy actually went inside of the base itself to hide themselves from the pressure applied by the other player of Bigatron, which is Luxi. I like it.
And these two teams are outside the circle, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
The blue zone's closing in. Well, as we do see, U-Level Up are eliminated at the hands of Box Gaming. This fight is going to continue on. The position of Luxi on the off angle is going to be so strong for them to actually win out this team fight against Synergy, because when you look at Synergy, they only have members behind each other, so they don't really have that much information.
Luxi's got to join the party right now. He knows that the team needs him. He's going to go straight for Austin, jumping out of the... Oh, wait, what was that? I'm not sure what happened there. Unfortunately, just put himself on the back of that buggy, and that resulted in him going down, and now they know they have to commit to avoid losing any extra players. Great push, and there you have it. That's going to be a nice impact from Bigatron. It's not over quite yet, though. They've got to get rid of two more players. Zigzor
one more.
And Schreider over there. Wait, is he bleeding out?
Yeah, he's bleeding out.
He's bleeding out. So there's only Schreider left on the backside.
But Schreider, can he hold on? He's now just going to be crawling his way through. Megastars are on the high ground above him, so that's something he's going to have to be considerate of. But BTR, they were a little bit loose on that engagement. Honestly, they only really won it because they overall had a stronger position coming into it. But when you really look at it as an engagement, it's very weak for them. But now they're just going to leave Synergy. Stride, what? Okay, no, he's not going to be left. Zuxi and Microboy confirm the final kill. Synergy are eliminated, and now we go right over to the fight on the southeastern edge of the circle between Megastars and Box Gaming.
So Nuska Island Plateau, that's going to be under control of Megastars at the high ground. But here, that's the position I was talking about. These areas is very linear. Celts, and you have one way to peek in this fight. They have no other way around it. And if Bigatron knows there's a team down there, they just chuck a few smokes, mollies, and utility in general, and they could just clear out the entire section. So Bigatron, let's see what they're going to be doing. If they go away from this position, they're going to get backstabbed by Celts. They need to be very cautious about
Here's
this.
Here's the thing. Bigatron are actually going back into the blue zone. You know what? Bigatron are looking at this going, we've already qualified for the Super League final. We want to test ourselves. We want to send more messages. And that's exactly what they're doing. As Zuxi gets that mini 14 knocked down and kill confirmed on the Megastars.
This is interesting. Committing to a 2-2 split for Bigatron. Sending 2 players over to Celts, 2 players also towards Megastars. As Megastars only have 2 players of their own remaining right now as Team IND bite the dust. 10 teams still in play for this military base finish. I mean, military base is going far down south, and that road is 50-50 split, dead center.
And because of that circle shift, the only team that's actually really in semi-prominently in the circle is Orange Rock, and they took out Nova Godlike earlier on. They're pushing their way in from the west. They do have no chance team behind them. Let's see how it works out, but BTR right on top of Galaxy Racer Celts, and Racer Celts, they know this.
They know that. They hear the footsteps since earlier, but they got to do a run for it. And all the amount of utility you might have will not save you from this position. Megastars buying the dust also a little bit on the mountaintop, having 1 player taken away. I believe that is Paradox left alone, but here it is. CS again for the car push, trying to swave left and right, dance through the bullets. And they do make it over to the silo section. But Ultron, he's going to be left behind, but sees Zuxi. But Zuxi will be the one responding first and gets a nice little chunkerino of damage onto him, as Ultron will be taking some damage off the zone. Get up and down. I mean, he's proning really well on this one.
He really is. Prone, jump up, shoot. Prone, jump up and shoot. It's like an exercise routine at this stage of the game for these kind of players. They're so used to making that kind of call, making that kind of play. As Ultron tries to find his way into the circle from the edge. We did just lose U2. Gangstar's going to be really one of their first bad performances in many games as Box Gaming and No Chance Team clashing out in the open on the southern tip of this circle. We see Goddess going to look to try and get the revive onto Choco Node X, but the grenades are being flying out in all directions by Box Gaming.
Godless, this insane player, this ferocious player is going to be trying his best to go for the res. The utility is going to be helping out, but unfortunately that grenades of Loris will confirm the kill, leaving Godless now to only take care of himself, and it will be a 1v4. They're going to be pushing by. The smokes is really nice, but you can see Box right now. I'm a little bit scared because Box, they can very in a line. I think they've got to try and spread to try and overwhelm Godless from the left and the right at the same time. 100%. They're not doing it yet.
And it doesn't matter because they're all out in the open, so you might as well flank your way in and just come blanket the last player of No Chance Team. They know it's the last player, but instead they're biding their time. They're taking too long, and that leaves them at a higher chance where they're going to get third-party max.
Yeah, but now here it is. They got a little bit of a line, but they just can't commit to it. They have to leave Godless because the smokes came out. They took too long to go for that push, and now Box is just going to run back to their prior location and leave Godless remain alive for the time being. That's going to be good for him. The circle's about to pop off, and here it is. Going to go straight up north across the road. That's not going to be good for all No Chance Team or Box Gaming as the grenade comes out. Will it confirm the kill on Godless? It's pretty close. Down to mid-health, and here it is now. Break is going to be coming on the side. But they're all on the same location, making it really easy for him, but no, it's going to be just way too much at the very end, and Box will be eliminated. No Chance Team in 7th position.
Here's the thing, he got the kill before he got taken down. Box Gaming should not have lost a player, but either way, Celts facing up against the BTR. BTR, the reigning world champions. They're just having a little bit of fun at this stage of the game, as Valdez are actually going to third party. That's going to be end of Celts. BTR Microboy gets the job done.
I think they had one of the hardest rotations in the circle. I thought they were going to get backstabbed by Celts, but actually they are taking control of the east section and wanting this dead center right now. That's actually going to be Orange Rock. They move nicely. Well, not actually, that's going to be Valdez. Orange Rock trying to contest that position right here. And here it is, but Box, they try to push out, and we knew they had to cross the road. This is not going to be easy for them, and they get absolutely destroyed as they try and crash over here into military base, and now be picked up by Orange Rock.
Now you see me, now you don't. We're down to the last 3 teams. Let's go. 10 players up Orange Rock, Valdis the Murder, and BTR. But BTR, they're further away from the circle.
Grenade?
They just had a player knocked. The grenade gets flying up by JZZ. They are full squad, and Orange Rock have 3 players up.
Valdis, they're taking control. Bigatron still have, I believe, 1 player in the distance. Is still going to be over there. And they've still got 2, actually. They can trample
Got to revive.
the best of their potential. But now Valdis, they have still 4 players. And this is huge in these kind of finishes. It allows you to just hold on to every single area, to every single cardinal point on the minimap. And they are doing such a good amount of work.
And especially when they are pinched in between these remaining 2 teams. They are going for that 3-1 split, but Mahoney gets knocked at the hands of, I believe, one of the Orange Rock players. But we did see Martin get a clap back, as there is a little bit of a stave off. Microboy going to look to try and get healed up. Zuxi with the smoke coming through. The circle is closing in on phase 6. Both of these, all 3 of these teams have been punished all throughout this game, but they survived. They've come in and they are at the end of this game.
9 kills for Orange Rock. This is huge.
Wow.
Started off to stay in 2nd position. Now they're in 3rd. No behind you, Gang, and also no chance team. But they want to claim that #1 position as nice shots from Zuxi, from Bigatron will be coming out. And potentially trying to confirm it. But I think Orange Rock, they saw the kill feed. They know this is the one golden opportunity to take that position away. But Viru, don't go too high. Martin, that's a great angle. Was the M249? Here it is. Jump shot coming out. But jump shots, they're not always rewarding, my friend. That was a risky play coming out from Orange Rock, as now they only have 1 of their players remaining on their side. And that'll be Gil, the clutch maker, the man, the legend himself. Can he make things happen? That grenade will come out. Seems pretty good. Doesn't do enough damage, unfortunately.
That pre-nade by Goddard was incredible, and the only team that this is realistically helping is BTR, because they're looking at that in the distance going, okay, you punish each other, we'll clean up the pieces once you've taken each other out. But his skill goes on top onto the wing of the airplane. Is he going to look to get the revive? No, he isn't. That's going to be the end of Orange Rock. Valdis continue on, and we're down to the last 2 teams.
Yeah, the center was to the advantage of Valdis, and now they're going for it. Pushing with the M249 like that. Damn, nice spray. It's going to be stopping Zach. Actually peeking up, he gets it done. And now we turn into a 1v1. Who will be taking it? Will it be Zuxi or Godard or Valdis or Bigatron? The car's going to explode. It does pop the wheel right there, making it a little bit hard to hit bullets underneath. And he will explode it to just create a nice mini compound for himself.
This is coming down to it. The shots between Zuxi and Goddard, shooting through each other, using the wall, using the vehicle, bullet by bullet. The spray's coming through. It's the 1v1. Who's gonna win out? Zuxi is getting the better of Goddard right now, but the heal comes through. Zuxi has nowhere to go. He's biding his time, waiting for the angles to come through, as this 1v1 is just raging on for so long.
That grenade could be huge on Godard. Will it connect? I'm not sure. It does indeed, and there you have it. You thought it was going to be Valdis, but oh, no, it was me. Bigatron. They take the game. Game number 2 of the day. That was huge. That grenade, 10,000 IQ.
Like, BTR, they haven't had the best of performances, the most consistent of performances, but it's a reason why they're the reigning, defending world champions. When they need to get it done, when they need to get the job done, when they need to pull it out of the bag, by God, do they do it.
That was mental improvement. But there you go. We'll be sending a breakdown over to our analyst deck right now.
That's right, Imperium. The reigning, defending, undisputed heavyweight champions of the world. Bigatron, once again getting another damn chicken dinner. Can't believe it. Of all of the teams to be able to sneak on in there and continue the momentum that they are able to provide constantly. Bigatron, fantastic stuff. Froz, Avenger, looking really good, and it was a long road for them to be able to get all the way down there.
Can we talk about how they've gotten 5 chicken dinners so far since we started here?
Yes, yeah, it's just
it's
3.5 days.
Yours.
Oh, and say it again.
5 chicken dinners.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah,
chicken dinners. That is insane.
Only 2 for this weekdays here, but they had 3 during their opening weekend.
Here's the kicker. Here's the kicker. The one time we had the circle as well, Avenger, they won that one as well.
They kind of knew that area because it was kind of the same area that knew it. So they were able to do that and kind of replicate that, even though different kind of situations are having different teams, and they were also able to play with a few less guys, and it was a one it came down to. So it was a great game. I like to see how they're able to stay on. I like to see how they if they find out something successful, a strategy that they're able to use in those kind of areas, they do that again.
Let's take a look at the map ranking here and see how that has shaped up for Biggitron once again, who absolutely will be going to our first Super Week. We have 32 points coming in for Biggitron Red Aliens. Valdus the Murder got themselves 22 points. You know, Valdus, they were like, we've got this, boys. We've got this. We've got a great position. We've got a great spot, considering that there's not that many great spots in that spot. But there you go, 22 points for them. Orange Rock, they went through the ringer as well, Froz, when it came to this game.
Yeah, I mean, Orange Rock, they had to fight their way. We saw when Circle 2 was hitting, they were still fighting on the West Bridge there. But then making it all the way to the end there and actually grabbing himself 8 kills, or 10 kills, sorry. That's pretty impressive.
Super impressive, and how they're able to go all the way and survive that. I'll actually break down that a little bit later.
Nice.
It's a really good insight, and I feel like we can highlight why some of the guys there from that team is absolutely one of the best players in the world, I think.
A state of deja vu for a lot of these teams when it comes to this circle, because it was very, very similar to what we actually had in one of our first Erangels here. But, of course, the wall played far more of a factor here when it came to the kind of final fight that we actually had go down. Let's take a look at Biggitron's stats coming in from this game. And do bear in mind, they didn't even initially commit to the south side of military. They were winding their way through Froz to try and get down there.
Yeah, I mean, they started as normally on the East Bridge there. They did even camp it, actually, on the melee side. They camped it, got a few kills, worked their way in. Yeah. They knew that they wanted to keep the bridge close to them in case it would, the circle would go back up to north.
Little yoink.
They could just go back on the bridge, but it didn't, so they were a little bit late. But on the way, they had to fight several teams to actually get in their position there. And towards the end as well, we saw how they utilized when Orange Rock and Valus was fighting each other on the plains. That's when they made a move, just sneaking along the little wall there.
The impact you can have on sitting on the bridge, even though it might not be for, like, if the circles already decided to be there, then they can have a massive impact. If they make sure that one of the top teams lose 1 or 2 players because of that, it's just massive that they can stay alive with that and stay 4 guys alive, like they're able to here. Overall, though, I really like how they're able to fare through it. There's some of the other teams, Orange Rock was one of them, they're able to come in very late into the circle and actually manage to survive for a very, very long time.
Scout unfortunately went down a little bit earlier than the rest of Orange Rock, but they were kind of on that West Bridge, as you were mentioning, Froz. I felt like Orange Scout could have got over with them, but, you know, he was kind of held by No Chance team, or he feels there over on that position. Yeah,
there was a lot of fighting, a lot of going on there. Actually, a pretty great moment, and we'll actually break that down later on.
All right. Let's focus down on the south of military here, though, as well. As you can see, Zuxi being able to take a few nicely lined up shots. But one thing that's important, even if you're in cover sometimes, or you feel you're in cover from certain directions, etc., there's still always that notion of you need to kind of keep moving just a little bit to make sure you're not lining up for the right shot for your opponents, right?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, because you don't want to be standing still.
Nice.
When you stand still, it's so easy to just scope in on you.
Yeah.
And that's why you want to move around a little bit, make sure that you're in cover, out of cover, make sure that no one can just get that easy hit on you.
Did you see that, Mavi, with the kind of spray transition, not knowing where they were coming out of the smokes and then saw them instantly and turn? Nice.
That destroyed Box's dreams for this game here. They were looking very good, breaching this position, taking that quite early, and it was actually really close to where it ended up ending with the last circle. Marco Borg with a nice spray as well. He unfortunately got knocked himself with a little clutch in the end from Sox. That was impressive to see here versus Godard.
There's always this funny situation where when you're in the south kind of military finish, where there's always a team near the planes and stuff like that, but there's always a team near the wall. And for some reason, even though the planes are a huge object, I always feel like the wall gives you more good cover. I always feel like the wall team already does pretty well there. They've got some cars, obviously. That helps a lot, right, Froz?
Yeah, of course. Utilizing cars is a great opportunity to actually make yourself a little compound, a little barrier if you don't really have too much to work with. But I really like what we saw from Saxi there towards the end as well. Instead of just committing straight away for the fight, he does a little bit of damage, goes back into cover, takes a new position, and takes a little bit of fire, and then back and forth like that. Make sure that it's super hard to read what is his next move.
Let's take a look at the total damage. Who's done all the damage? We're about to find out. We have Biggitron with that 2.2k. We have Valdus the Murder with the 1.8k, and Orange Rock 1.5. So there is a very definite progression there, as you can see. The steps moving up towards 1, 2, 3, and 4. What do you think, Avenger?
I think it's very linear, very nice to see as well how it goes. But it's also nice to see that many teams with 1,000 damage. GXL Souls nearly getting 1,000 as well, so I'll count them in this equation here. 6 of the teams getting that much is impressive, especially with one team with 2,210 from Bigatron, as you said.
I feel like this is something we kind of see when we have these kind of rough circles. You have some teams that is going to be in a good position already when the circle hits, and they're going to take that advantage and just try to get as much damage and kills as possible to make sure that they get the points.
I like it. Nice. Let's take a look at the top players as well from this game and see how they fared too. Anybody? Oh, yes, Martin. Good job, Martin. Damn.
Good job, me.
1,000 damage done.
I like. I love his picture. Like, and we also have Soxy there. The point as well. Like, not the standard one where you get crush.
Not the crossing of the arms.
No, Martin.
None of that in esports.
He's holding the glove on. He's recently taken the glove on to smack everybody.
He's holding his priceless watch. He's just making sure that everybody knows he's a boss. That's right. We got Gilla as well as Mavi showing up there as well. 2 players that we've looked at time and time again throughout these couple of days and really been able to highlight, because Orange Rock has just been on an absolute tear. But we do have illustration time. Are we going to get
Circle
a hashtag Avenger Circle?
So obviously, guys, I'm going to draw a circle once we're done, but I'm going to point out one of the reasons why Scout from Orange Rock is one of the best players in the world right now, because he's enabling his team to do something spectacular here. He's making sure that these 3 guys here, that they are surviving. And I'll play the clip a little while I talk here. So Scout, we're in the blue right now. It's zone 2. The damage is ticking. Scout is taking a position and an angle up here to make sure that he can put pressure on the guys from No Chance team, enabling his 3 teammates to cross the bridge safely. So he's basically sacrificing himself. I don't know who made the call, if it's Scout himself doing this just by playing like
probably Mavi.
Or Mavi, yeah. It's just an amazing call to make sure that he's putting the pressure onto No Chance team right here, because Shoko is taking damage. He's half HP. Blue is ticking at that point. You have to start healing. You have to start boosting up. Otherwise, you're going to be too low. That it could just be one headshot from a DMR. It could be one headshot from a regular AR as well. So the position that he put himself in here to make sure he's putting the pressure on to Shoko here, it's enabling the 3 guys to cross the bridge and do it all at the same time as well. So they're actually getting across just because of Scout's massive play here. So one of the best plays I've seen so far. Frost was so kind to point out to me that there's something we could drill down, and we got a really good overhead view here from this.
What I really like about the whole play, though, is how Orange Rock is going up to the lighthouse there, making sure that even if someone gets knocked up there, they're not going to get firsted straight away. They can actually get the rest safely. And at the same time, Scout, again, with that anchoring, coming in with the flank, we see him do that so many times, and that is saving the team.
And Martin got away with not drawing a circle. We'll let him off this time. He did over 1,000 damage, so we'll let him off for that.
I'll do it in the 4th game.
Okay, yes. I'll hold you to that. I'm holding you to this at home as well, because the Royal Pass is ready to go in PUBG Mobile right now. So let's take a little bit of a closer look and see what that entails. Literally awesome. I want more of that. I want all of that. I'm going to have to get myself the Royal Pass. I'm going to have to get all the skins. And Froz,
I know the levels for all of that. Level 60 for the left-hand skin, level 100 for the right-hand skin.
He knows. He knows because he's already on the road.
200. Jokes aside, I like the left-hand skin. I might actually go for that. So
yeah.
I really like that. Yeah, the kind of a aviator look. It's kind of
well, you were a sergeant.
He also has the cape as well.
Yeah,
or sort of half cape.
Yeah, but superhero. Yeah, maybe.
It looks cool.
Yeah, it does. But I feel like I might get caught. Trying to jump out of a car, and then I'm caught with my cape, and then I can't get out of the car. Like, no, I don't like.
You just dragged along.
Yeah,
that's unfortunate.
Yeah,
that would be an Avenger thing to do. I'm going to be honest. And then it will be Frost driving, and then the car will crash, and it'll be all a disaster.
That is also.
What were you doing? What were you doing during all of this
Getting
happening?
11 kills.
You're just gonna talk about that one game where you actually fragged out. It's not fair.
What about the game before where I got 7 kills, Frost?
I don't recall this. Do you?
Oh,
I think you do. You were in the game.
I think it was 7 kills across the whole team.
Yeah,
Oh,
maybe.
no. What? No.
You had 3, I had 3, he had 1.
Yeah,
He was busy driving around in circles in a monster truck and doing whatever he could. But yeah, that was it. Let's take a look at the overall ranks quickly, because these players are a lot better than us. Over in the scoreboards, 90 points for Bigatron Red Aliens, 2 chicken dinners. They were the first to get 2 chicken dinners in the opening days because there were 2 games back-to-back that they won straight away. And now we've got it here once again. So they gave nobody else a chance in the first couple of days. You Do Gank will fall down to that second place now with the 86, but still, great points coming in for a lot of these teams. A lot of these teams right here that you see right now are very likely, almost guaranteed to be guaranteed.
All of them are guaranteed.
Guaranteed.
But what is nice to see is like how stacked it is on the top. That means towards the bottom here, it's going to be very few points.
T1 moved.
I thought that we were going to have around 40 points towards the bottom. Looking at this more and more, I'm going to say it's going to be way less than 40 points to actually not make it.
It's been very top-heavy so far. Not a lot of points left for the boys in the bottom, unfortunately. T1 moving up, though, is very nice.
Yeah.
Happy to see that.
Schedule time. Let's see which games we have remaining. We're going back to Vikendi here in a few, and then we'll be having an Erangel, and then a Vikendi here on the way. A grassy pasture sandwich. That sounds awful now that I think about it. A grass sandwich. A grass ice cream sandwich.
Wouldn't you love that? A lot of green.
You know what? Normally I make this sound tasty and lovely cream fillings, but this one sounded awful. I'm so sorry. So we're going to be going back to Vikendi here once again.
You said cream cheese. Now I'm just hungry.
Cream cheese?
Yeah.
Did I? I didn't say cheese at all. You just thought cream cheese, Martin.
No, you said cream.
I did say cream.
You said cream, and I was instantly thinking cream cheese.
Okay, I forgive you.
Yeah.
See a lot of cream cheese around here. That's why Vikendi is so white all around.
I guess so.
You can make a lot of sandwiches on Vikendi itself. Look at all the cream cheese in the background.
Yeah. All of this, 70% of Vikendi is just cream cheese all over the place.
Just bring your sandwiches and you got yourself some good cream cheese sandwiches.
Brilliant.
Whenever you're playing Vikendi.
Well, this turned weird, but anyway. We saw a very interesting circle on our last Vikendi. We are constantly getting these urban endings, and I don't mind it. Let's let the players suffer. I don't care.
Yeah.
I think they have accepted their fate already, honestly.
I think so.
They're like, you know what, guys, we're just going to play whatever. We've seen a lot of Hail Marys. I want to see that continue. I like the breaches. I like that play for the win rather than accepting that you're going to get a decent placement and try to get the kills. I really like the play for the win, the Sendits, the Hail Marys that we've seen. We saw it from an attempt from Team Secret that got completely shut down from our queue that I was breaking down earlier. We've seen it multiple times, so I really like to see that continue.
Well, you've got to be the top 16 to move into that super weekend, but you at home can be the top 100. How do you do that, you ask? Well, I'm about to tell you. Because if you are watching in-game, you are earning points whilst you're watching in-game. And you know what, Froz? If you're one of the top 100, please beat Froz. Then you can potentially get yourselves, in fact, you will get yourself some exclusive rewards. Make sure the top 100 does not include Froz. That will be appreciated from Kylaris. Thank you.
I don't think I can be beaten. I'm literally watching the game all the time. Both East and West.
100% attendance, yeah.
Actually, he does have 100% attendance.
Yeah. What are you going to do about that?
Yeah.
Not fair.
There needs to be more people out there that have also got 100% attendance. There actually will be. There will be, thankfully. Yeah. So maybe you can beat Froz. Please beat Froz. Please beat Froz. Avenger.
You can't give him more unique skins.
No.
Why not?
It's not okay. No.
He's actually accruing too many skins at this point.
You gotta swap them out from time to time, you know?
Yeah, the mixed match.
It's like how we swap skins from day to day when we're standing here.
We're not snakes. We don't shit.
You don't
Oh, you mean like clothes?
Oh, clothing. Changing clothing. That's pretty normal, though, I would say.
Yes, it is actually normal. Let's go to the commentators before this gets any weirder. This was strange. It's Vikendi time.
Absolutely is. So we're ready to select those top 16. We're getting to the closing stages now of the opening weekend. Obviously, we're going to be looking for those top 16 to be moving forwards. We're looking for the creme de la creme fromage.
Oh, please! I'm already thinking about heavy cream cheese all the time. Like, I'm so hungry right now. It's unbelievable.
You only just had lunch.
I know, so, but we've switched skins. I mean, I totally got what Froz was saying. I don't know. I mean, James on a weird tangent. He was like, I am the Cobra.
Definitely not. Well, we'll see who's going to be able to snake it into those final circles around here on Vikendi. And we're going to be getting into map number 3.
We are Eastern Plane Path coming straight down. Very easy for most teams here. Provides pretty much an even distribution of players around the map, and nothing's too difficult. But we'll see how cruel the circle does become. But like the boys were saying on the desk, we did have some very much low-cal cream cheese in the sense we're going over those urban finishes. We weren't having, you know, the spread of the snow, and that's what I like to see. I like to see those really rough endings where you're out in the cold, you're with the rocks, you're with the trees, you're trying to find a little bit of cover, a little bit of an angle you can take, maybe a flank. That's what excites me the most. And the urban finishes, I prefer to see them on Miramar, actually.
It creates a lot of chaos, Blank, and a lot of teams can thrive in that. Speaking of chaos, we got a pretty chaotic circle.
Captain Chaos
over here. Oh yeah, absolutely. Get your tinfoil hat on.
That's what I like to see. Like you say, John, straight up to the port side and get your boats out, because you know you might want to have to get out into the water. We've seen players before who've head out into the sea and then just swam around there for a little bit. And you know, if you're actually looking at this, you could get all the way to the other side, and then what I'm going to call Antarctica, you can go up to there and maybe hold out on the ice.
Sure.
And
on the
hopefully
glaciers.
survive for a little bit longer. On the glaciers, yeah, I agree.
Fair enough. We'll see if they're able to survive this one. Unfortunately, not.
Polar bear. Oh no.
Mad Toy, obviously one of the key players for Team Secret, moving in relatively recently to the squad, and he's had a pretty positive impact.
Yeah, that he has. Very positive impact indeed. Yeah, we're the circle is pretty gross, to say the least. And I said it was an even plane path and it would be evenly distributed. And you know, as is all things with me and talking about circles, the circle does exactly the opposite of what I say it should. So no one's currently in Krishas, Dobromesto or Port right now. So everyone will be coming into this area, which means that great migration of players once again. I talk about a lot of people will be running parallel to one another. And with the grounds being so flat over the majority of Vikendi, minus Mount Kresnik, okay, minus that.
Yeah.
With the ground being so flat, you're running along. We've played games before on Vikendi where it's a case of you see about 3 other teams also running with you. It's almost like you're in a marathon, except everyone's got M4s and AKMs, and it's terrifying. You don't want to be in this marathon at all.
It's really not something you can. It's not the sort of thing that you're training for. You know, you get up in the morning, you do your 10Ks.
Someone hands you an assault rifle.
Someone has you an assault rifle. It's like, hang on a minute, it's PUBG Mobile. I've got to start fragging out.
I didn't sign up for this, but these players did. So we expect them to perform on this field. Right now, most people are just running around looking for things. I think we commented on Kashuf's outfit the other day. I love it so much. You know, this is actually something that I want to do. I want to take a closer look at all these players' outfits.
That'd be cool.
I would like to rate them. You know, have a little bit of a fashion show of PUBG Mobile in itself. But PMA is looking to put the buttons on Reject Scarlet here, close them up, send them back to the lobby.
Urali able to send away and actually turns almost all the way around. Frenzy, however, is on the other side. Morph might be ready and waiting to receive this rotation. Coming forward, has got the Mike Uzi. Doesn't opt to pop out. He's waiting for the pull-up. He knows that he's coming in. Oh, he's popped out of the car. He might have just missed the opportunity there, Blank.
Oh, but a little bit of acrobatics gets him into the house. And now, a game of cat and mouse. Urali, I believe, does know this player's in here.
He will do now, and he managed to get the heal off as well. This is much better of a situation than he probably deserved, quite frankly, in this spot. He's going to lob the nades in, trying to pressure out Frenzy, who's managed to make his way outside. No one from Morph is very close to him at all, so definitely locked in this 1v1, Blank.
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused here why Frenzy would give up the high ground and move down. Nade comes across the other side, but Urali's quite safe and comfortable in the other building. But the rest of Morph will be coming in fairly shortly. I wonder where the rest of Reject Scarlet currently are. I was talking with Froz about this, and they tend to over-rotate a little bit too much, then get caught out, lose one player, and it becomes difficult to get into the game. But here, there's not really much rotating for them to do. They can get into the circle easily. So for me, this is a game for Reject Scarlet to prove themselves. I think they are quite towards the bottom of the table at the moment, but there is a chance. Like the boys on desk were saying, this is a very top-heavy lobby in terms of points. So there's a lot of movement that can happen between that 16th to 20th place. And you know what? One team that definitely wants to move up and secure the position is TSM Entity. They're currently in 15th, which is a scary spot to be in.
Morph are very, very split at the moment. The most they have is 2 in 1 place. Actually, no, take that back. They've only got Morph here with Frenzy and one across the way. So let's see if they can hold it down. It's just so split for Morph, and I'm really unsure as to why they've opted to go for this.
Yeah, and in all that time, Frenzy's been left on his own, and the entirety of Reject Scarlet have been able to drop up. So Frenzy, playing on his little lonesome, this is a sad time for him.
It's going to get spotted out from the outside. That's going to be an easy kill. They lose a player. Morph down to 3 very early on, and Reject Scarlet pull it all together. They're going to be having themselves a little bit of ground over on the eastern side of the estuary.
Yeah, I think that what happened there was Yurley got on the radio, was like, I need reinforcement stat. Frenzy said the exact same thing about half an hour earlier. And they're like, well, we've stopped for some hot dogs. We'll be there about 2 hours, okay? Just chill for the time being.
Chill. It's fine, you're fine. Don't worry about it.
You're fine.
It's fine.
Oh, he's dead.
Oh, maybe we shouldn't have got. Maybe we shouldn't have got the second set of hot dogs.
We're going to take a look at Synergy. They're currently towards the bottom of the leaderboard as well. By no means are a bad team. We saw them doing quite well in the opening weekend for seeding. Here in the first week of league play, they've had a little bit of a rough time of it. I would like to see some more out of them. We saw Schreider put on some fantastic performances. We know Sirvi can definitely stand up with the rest of them. But we'll check back in with them later. They seem to be a team that does quite well at slowly making their way into the circle. Right now, they're very much central, so they will have to fight off against a lot of the other teams. They don't have that advantage of being able to play edge here because they've been forced into this position.
And the thing is, one good game can really turn the tide of the bottom of these tables. Blank, we were talking about on the desk how it is a top-heavy situation at the moment in terms of those point distributions. But when you look back at 20-team tournaments and leagues, average 16th place around 5.5 to 6 points per game, which comes up to somewhere around the 50 to 58 point mark in terms of total points over 8 games, which means that the difference between these teams is going to be as little as 10 points, right? And that can come to you in a single game. Like you overstep easily. It can just happen for you. So and we know that a lot of these teams have got that sort of strength where they can bring out that sort of performance.
And I mean, mainly for a lot of these teams towards the bottom, like you said, it's just about not going out towards that 11th to 16th spot. You need to live, and if that means playing much more cautiously, if you're a team like TSM Entity, who from the opening weekend at least, we saw them to be doing a lot of fighting all the time, maybe taking a little bit too many grudge matches with everyone else in the lobby, in which case everyone kind of got together, the council met, and they were like, look, let's take down TSM Entity. They're being a bit of a bothersome for us all at the moment. So I think if TSM Entity can kind of rein that back in, they have insane fragging power of that team, and I think taking 1v1 fights, as they've shown us like glimpses here and there where they are still alive in the lobby, they're pretty fantastic at it. So what bodes to me right now, with them being on the eastern side towards Cosmodrome, waiting on the edge of the circle, that is good news for me. I feel like maybe they've had a reshift in perspective. Potentially this is the game where they bring it forward.
Hopefully. I mean, it's a team that we've been following for quite a while. Blank, obviously, we were working in the South Asian regions previously last year during the PMCO. We've seen these people, these players, this organization come through and really be a massive presence within the scene. And we know that they can do better, but it just feels like they've got not quite off to the best of starts. And we're hoping, and I think a lot of the fans at home are hoping as well, that they can bring it back just a little bit.
Orange Rock on our screen, however, another team that's doing really fantastically well. 84 points, tying with No Chance team here. That's an immediate knock onto Malik, instant pickup on the kill, point 2. So Orange Rock will be happy with this one. It also provides a very strong point for them to set up fortifications going forward.
T1 taking one hell of a fight with Team IND, doing plenty of damage there. Synergy as well onto Freestyle. Looks like a lot of the South Asian teams currently locked in combat, Blank.
Yeah, with Freestar. So Freestar's having a bit of a rough time of it right now. Molly's come outside. It's getting a little bit hot out here for the one player. Now he's surrounded. A ring of fire and a nade in the middle. You love to see it.
Orange Rock learnt about nades in the previous game.
Yeah.
And they figured it out. It's like, oh yeah, those are pretty good. Let's use those.
Cool. Let's go for that. Yeah.
They're going to be able to get a point for it. 2 kills now found early into the lobby.
Freestyle not feeling too good about themselves. It's not the best of starts, but especially on Vikendi. I think Vikendi is one of the maps where, you know, it's quite important to make sure you have 4 players towards the end, because there will come a point where there is significant amount of actual angles you need to hold, and that is not a very nice circle. Still, about 50% in the water, and we're already crunching all these players together. You can see on your screen, it is just like a mass of players all squeezed together. You know, you could probably get away with just waltzing into someone else's compound and pretending you're one of their teammates, and no one would bat an eye.
Valdez the Murder in the same compound as Morph at the moment. 2 of the players have managed to get together, and they've coalesced just a little bit. But Valdez the Murder, they had such a strong position at the end of it. It was criminal, really, that they weren't able to get it. And Orange Rock are going to try and play spoiler to them again. Scout with a long-range shot, going to pop a bullet to the skull. And it looks like Guilt wants more spray downs. Goodness me. Orange Rock on the long-range kills.
Yeah, Orange Rock are really bringing it to everyone else in the lobby. They're kind of taking the TSM entity approach, but making it work in this instance. Scout with an insane shot on that K9. That was
it was nuts.
That was nutty. Because that was I think that was through 2 separate doorways as well. So he kind of like bent the bullet mid-air.
It's a goat shot.
It's a goat shot right there. The biggest.
The hugest. King of Gamers, close up and personal with break from Box. And they are going to try and dismount him, it looks like. Nade's being sent up into the attic. They know he's gone upstairs. The question is, at what point do they go for this fight? Because they know that Box can rotate in and try to go for the assistance here, but a lot of damage found, and yep, their break is going to go down. Nice nade through the window. I don't think Box are going to want to try and reclaim this one.
Yeah, I think this position, though, is really strong if King of Gamers can hold on to it, purely because the backside is to the coastal, it's to the water, so they have now this like 180-degree swing going forward that they just look out from. BTR, on the other hand, they seem like a really aggressive team, but to be honest with you, for the first 10 or 11 minutes of the match, they spend the entirety of the time rotating in, playing edge side, and then they just start to rip away all the compounds from everybody else, and I think a lot of that comes from the fact that they're very confident in what they have on board, specifically resource-wise. So they have a lot of meds, they've got the good armor because they spent so much time looting, they've got enough ammo to work forward with, so it's all in all a very good recipe for their success.
Well, I mean, to be honest, the recipe's turned out pretty well. I think, you know, if they were to put out a book, plenty of people would buy it. They would absolutely be getting those recipes on board. Straight in the oven with that one. But they are notoriously out of these sort of early engagements, right? And that's what you talked about in Vikendi.
Yeah.
Is that later on, you want 4 players alive. Best way to do that, don't take any fights earlier in the game.
Yeah, well, I've noticed this trend with BTR is that everyone else moves into the circle quite early on, and they just comfortably stay outside. So I think that is 1, very good knowledge of other teams' rotations, 2, very good patience, and then also the knowledge that they know that we can actually take the fights in the compounds and quite feasibly win those fights too. So you love to see it, and it's very good. TSM, I think, are taking a similar approach. You can see that in the picture-in-picture on your top right there. They're still very much on the eastern side, just probing forward a little bit, trying to poke and see where it's a little bit weak from these teams. And I like it, but right now, this is very typical Vikendi. Everyone has a compound of their own. They're waiting to move forward. And the interesting caveat about this type of terrain is that from the coast going up to the south east here, it's kind of just an uphill battle for everyone else. So you can have, so the interesting thing here is that you can have the coastal side, not have to worry about your back, but you are fighting uphill to everyone else.
That is interesting.
Yeah, sorry, I just kind of got on a tangent. I was like, wow, I love PUBG Mobile. I love the way the terrain works. And then I just kept going.
It's very interesting, though. I mean, you know...
What else is interesting?
There's plenty of teams pretty close by and going to be trying to use that terrain blank here in this close, condensed set of players. And this is what Vikendi is known for, right?
Yeah.
Having these teams in such close proximity.
So Morph is actually taking even more fights with King of Gamers. King of Gamers apparently not done with them as of yet, and I think if they can clear the rest of them, they'll be feeling pretty decent on this coastal side, quite comfortable in the position. But Box, they have I think they just have the one player left in Loki, if I am correct. And also Megastar's taking some extra damage from Cog now, Awace and Unkar down. So Vexy as well as Paradox, the last two players remaining, and they're about to come into close contact with BTR, who is moving down up from the south side.
Trying to crest the ridge, TSM Entity. And we talked about them earlier, the team that we really want to see come back to their previous form, because they have had a little bit of a shoddy start, if we're honest. They are currently sat at 15th place in the leaderboard, so as it stands, they will be able to qualify, but they're really on that knife's edge blanket, and they need to put up a solid game, just get, you know, preferably a chicken dinner, obviously, but, you know, you get a 15-point game, you're already sitting a little bit more clear.
Yeah, and I think it's fair for us to expect more from them as well, especially with the massive amount of pedigree from a lot of these teams. Obviously, Jonathan being a long-standing player on Entity, Clutch God coming from Seoul, Z God obviously from 0 Degree, just massive plays whilst he was on that team, and now all forming back together just to create this wonderful team. Not to mention Neo, I'm not ignoring you, dude. You are also insanely good. I know of all the times you were the last player alive in that South Asia fall split.
Yeah, certainly had a solid impact onto the roster, but as you say, it is right for us to be able to expect more from them, and I'm sure that we're going to be able to see it. I'm sure they're going to be able to do their fans proud. Orange Rock, they're certainly doing their fans proud. They have had one hell of a game, and they're going to keep on moving forwards, aggressive. They like to just move straight through everybody else, but Sirvi spots Viru out on the back.
So Viru goes down here, and you wonder if they do have the actual support, because where Viru's playing from, it was a little bit far out, but Marvi does come in almost immediately. The leader come in to provide support for his teammate, which is nice to see.
It's very important to keep your troops happy.
It is, yeah. Keep the morale up and you will do wonders. That's something that people need to keep in mind, is morale is actually really important, especially during the East League when the pressure is on.
Absolutely, and you have to remember, I mean, we spoke about it earlier, it is a marathon, not a sprint. And you need to be able to keep that mental game strong, to be able to keep that mindset powerful, and that's what you see teams like Bigatron able to do. They just keep, even when they suffer a bad loss, they can come back into it. You know, maybe it takes them a game to recover, but as soon as they're back, then you're like, okay, fair enough. They're back in, they're ready and in the zone.
And as you'll see on the opening weekend when we do, well, on the Super Weekend when we do release that Between the Battlegrounds episode, you get to see a little bit more of an insight into behind the scenes for these players. And there is a lot going on, and it is tough to be a team in this current environment where there are so many other teams biting at heels to be at the top. So yeah, we've got to be proud of every team in this lobby. Freestyle going out in 16th, however, so that will be their run here on Vikendi now done.
Currently Saturn 12th on the tables, 37 points for them, with 2 more games left to play, this being one of them. So they have now taken the dip there. We'll see if they can get a few more points on in the next game. Still, we've got teams like No Chance Team still in the lobby, a team that really surprised a lot of us yesterday, Blank, and today. Yeah. They've been having some pretty decent showings. They've been able to pull it out of the bag when it matters. You know, once or twice they go down a little bit earlier than maybe they like to, but it's never in a situation where you just sort of think, yeah, they definitely should have won that.
No, but hear me out for a second here, because yesterday I think No Chance Team were significantly consistent, right? The 2 second places, and then I don't think they dipped underneath 8th after that, and they got some good amount of kills as well. Now, they never were like super high on my radar. They definitely weren't bleeping a load, as TSM actually taking a fight onto Team Secret. But I think today, there's a lot more confidence coming out from them, and they're taking much more fights than we didn't see them take yesterday. So honestly, I think No Chance Team was a little concerned yesterday, playing cautious, but now they're like, you know, I can do this.
PSM Entity, they are riding strong. 2 kills already found towards Team Secret. Sorry, not kills, knocks. As Rex is down. Madtoy did get rezzed up. Jonathan now up close and personal onto one of the knocks on Team Secret. iShot's waiting in the wings with the G36. Looking for the shots, but gives away his location. Repositions now as Team Secret with 3 players strong. Get a couple of heals through. Jonathan converts the kill, but Neo is down.
Neo right in the back as well, so it's going to be difficult to pick him up, so it will really stall this whole fight. That's a Molotov over the top sign will clear the roof of this building, so Madtoy just looking out towards these players. Doesn't actually have a helmet, so will take significant headshot damage, and we know that all these players are efficient at hitting those, especially Jonathan from this team.
They dropped the smoke out, and it looks like they do want to go and get Neo back up. You talked about how it's important to keep 4 players up in Vikendi, and TSM Entity seem to have taken that lesson to heart, Blank.
And now, this is a fight here where I'd imagine the TSM Entity of the opening weekend would continue this. They would continue to fight this ground, but honestly, I think there is still opportunity here to find somewhere else, maybe try and find a little bit of a different terrain that the fight has already taken so long, perhaps even rotate down to the south side, but I think they are committing now to this fight.
Certainly staying within that proximity. They did get the res, so they are now 4 players strong. They'll be able to get that healing done. The question is, do they disengage this fight? Because they're right on the edge of the zone and they are going to have to push through.
Yeah, I think that as the blue gets closer and closer, they've invested in picking up Neo. We've got Reject Scarlet on our screen. This is what we're talking about. They could just rotate in, but now they're going against one of the most fearsome squads within the lobby.
However, No Chance team, the team that they are fighting currently, they're down to 1. They're looking for a res.
Beautiful molly.
That's a huge Molotov. It's maybe not going to stop the res here, but it's going to isolate their positions, and it's going to allow Reject Scarlet to push up a little bit closer. Oftels needs to try and hold it down. Hits the drop shots. One player falls. Heineken there to back him up beautifully, but they respond in kind, and now it's just Heineken on a sliver of HP. Sarah mounting up, trying to push close. They know he's out in the blue, does get the heal off, so he has got a little bit more HP to work with. They're getting pushed by the blue as well.
Scarlet can just leave, though, and just gatekeep Heineken later on. They don't need to stay out in the blue for this one. The question is, will Loki try and third party this? Orange Rock, though, get a beautiful circle for themselves. They still have this large compound, and now they're calling probably for Viru Marvi to group up with Gil and Scout so they can hold down this large compound themselves.
Oh, Zedgod nearly getting flushed out there. iShots wants to push close and maybe get this flush. Yuhai as well, covering those angles. The flush does come through. Neo is downed as well. ClutchGod has the nade. It's cooking out. He wants to wait for them to push a little bit closer. Another flush comes through, and Team Secret turning this one around on TSM Entity. Out he comes. ClutchGod able to get the spray around the side as well. Team Secret trying to shut him down, and they will be able to get the knockdown. One player, it's Jonathan versus Madtoy as he spins out wide, and Jonathan gets it done. TSM Entity still in.
You know what? That whole play there was enabled by Zedgod there. He was so low, but he was like, I have to make a play now. I have to at least get one member down. That just gave so much time for Jonathan to come in and make magic happen. Really well played at TSM Entity.
Unfortunately, their countrymen not so lucky. Synergy currently getting peppered away. Orange Rock as well, taking knocks from T1. And it seems like everyone's out to get South Asia in this round.
I know. Valdus, though, they're on the eastern side. They will be able to move their way in. But like you say, Synergy under heavy fire from T1. T1 towards the bottom of the standing. So if they can get a good game here, like we said before, it's not a lot of points you need to kind of leapfrog yourself forward into that top 16 and make it into the Super Weekend. Remember, this is the last day of league play this week to make your way into that top 16.
Definitely important getting towards those super weekends. That's where you get to the finals, right? That's where the big money lies. I mean, there's plenty of money up for grabs in the regular league play, but it's that big 100K that everyone's chasing.
A big one. It's the big dollar, right? Now, BTR, though, surprisingly, we've not said too much about them, but they've come from Winery, and now they're all the way on the northeastern side within the circle. So I don't know how that's happened. Houdini plays coming out from them.
Absolutely. They just teleport all over the place, and sometimes they just happen to end up behind you, and that's just sometimes what happens, you know? It's not going to go your way. No Chance team eliminated here, Blank.
Yes, this is what I was talking about in the sense that Reject Scarlet could just move forward, ignore the fact that there was a player behind. He had to heal, but Orange Rock now taking a fight onto King of Gamers. Orange Rock currently surrounded by many teams. You can see T1 Youngjin just towards the small ditch in the valley there, just hiding out. But Synergy also here.
Team IND eliminated on the northwestern side. King of Gamers and Box very, very close by. King of Gamers trying to send on in RRQ, taking fights with Synergy. So are King of Gamers. It's definitely an anti-South Asian lobby right now. Yeah, they are just taking them on time and time again. Hopefully they'll be able to try and save some of those representatives through. Orange Rock are still 4 players strong. You still have TSM Entity in the fight as well.
Oh my god, this is such an insanely good circle for Orange Rock. Now, before I was thinking about how is Orange Rock
Rock going to be able to hold down this large compound to themselves, but now it's actually been cut in half, so there's even smaller amount of this compound to hold going forward, which is why you can see Orange Rock, Viru and Marvi now flying their way up this compound. They know they have to come together because it's such a good spot, but they have to hold it as 4. Stay together, get the 4 all in the same spot and isolate those angles, control them. RRQ eliminated. 7 teams remain blank. Orange Rock, as you said, dominant in this southwestern side of the next circle. Bigetron on the eastern side have a lot of control there as well. Yeah, Klutchgod just picking up a vehicle now on the southwest side. He knows that they'll probably need that cover later on as they will be crossing across pretty open ground. Here's Scout, though, taking shots over towards Zuxi as well as Microboy, but he's been shot in the back, and now he has to move out. Potentially here, BTR come back onto him. Valdus, the murder, will be able to flush out Microboy. Zuxi trying to hold it down close. Luxy is twin. It's going to back him up. Martin takes a knee. Goddard now up close and personal with the rocks for cover, but the nades are going to start to fly. And if there's one thing we know about Bigetron Blank is that those nades always find their mark. Flush comes out towards Martin, and Goddard now under a lot of pressure. Yeah, Goddard got a lot done with those nades early on, but now he's tasting some of his own medicine from BTR. Valdus has taken a fight with BTR, and BTR aren't done. Certainly not. They're never done. They keep on going, keep on trucking. Only Valdus, the murder, really is anywhere near them in this next circle. He's outside in the blue. I don't know what's got into Orange Rock and Vikendi matches, but they're performing them so extremely well. Sure, they had a little bit of a circle look, but every single move has felt very calm, very calculated, and they've effectively cleared the south side by themselves. Klutchgod goes down outside in the blue. There's Zuxi finishing that member of Goddard from Valdus, the murder, so they will now go out in 5th. Not a bad position to go out in, but not where they wanted to finish. In 6th, actually, it was TSM Entity who went down in 5th just after. They had 6 kills to their name, a decent showing. That's what I said I wanted to see from them. But now it's Bigetron and Orange Rock starting to clash in. T1 with a representative all the way out inside the blue. Box Gaming to the north side get wiped out, and there's 3 teams now remain. We've got Red v Orange here with just 2 teams remaining, John. But Orange Rock, they've got full on the circle, and BTR, they've had a rough time of it. Just 2 players remaining, but look who it is. It's Zuxi and Luxy. And you know what BTR do? They make the unbelievable believable. So we'll see what they can do here in this situation. Sure, Orange Rock, they've got all the zone for themselves, and they're about to clean sweep down the mountainside. However, if there's one team that you believe can make sure that Bigetron have a real tough time of it, it's Orange Rock Blank. They get the next circle completely in their favor, and Bigetron have to move up the hill. This is all on Orange Rock to lose. If they lose this, it would be a disaster for them. BTR, though, so low on supplies. They had to fight their way into the circle. Orange Rock, on the other hand, were just plinking away at teams, making sure they were weak by the time they reached them. But to be fair, Marvi and Viru, they haven't had to do too much, so they'll hold on to resources in terms of grenades, healing, armor. Oh, Scout up close on the rock with the Car 98. Zuxi takes a lot of damage. He swings out wide and makes it to the next piece of cover. Luxy anchoring from the back, but Zuxi has fallen, and now it's just Luxy, a sliver of HP, outside in the blue zone, gets the first aid off, but it's only going to last you so long when you're in the sights of Scout. And it's Orange Rock to claim yet another chicken dinner on Vikendi. I honestly, Orange Rock are ridiculously good on Vikendi. It's insane. That's the 2nd time now they've finished a game on Vikendi with 4 members alive and made it look really comfortable too, John. Absolutely. That was so clean for them. They did exactly what you said. They cleared out the southwestern side of the circle. It certainly was refreshing to watch. I'll tell you what else is refreshing. Well, it's Mountain Dew.
That's right, Orange Rock able to sweep out the very fast end there as they took every single angle and were able to clean up Bigetron with no problems whatsoever. Joining me, Froz and Avenger here to break things down. Orange Rock are just tumbling down this hill out of control. There is not much stopping them at this point.
I mean, we saw them pretty early going to that location where the game ended, and they just took control of it the whole time. Going from 4-man in the compound when it got there, to a 2-1-1 split, to a 2-2 when it was needed. and then back to 4 together.
We can take a look at the map ranking as well here to see how many points they were able to accrue, because this is the second time in a row I think they've got themselves double-digit kills. We saw them get 10 kills in the previous game and 13 kills in this one. 33 points coming in for Orange Rock. Bigatron, again, when we looked at their road through this game, it was a hard, windy path, but they somehow managed to get to second place here.
And that is the reason why they're one of the best, honestly. Their macro is so on point. They are so aware of their surroundings. They're so aware of where the other teams are supposed to be. Their scouting is on point, and it's honestly impressive to see. And this is obviously why they're one of the best in the world.
Moving through 16th, not too many points coming in for the ones down here. Reject Scarlet get themselves 4 kills on the board despite the placement point, so 5 points in total. And that is our points coming in from this Vikendi. And again, you know, when we look at how Vikendi's playing out, our first 3 circles, nothing happening, nothing happening, nothing happening. And then all of a sudden, explosions, blasting and hard shifts. And I think that when you look at how things go down for a team like Orange Rock, they got some favorable circles towards the end. They had a decent compound to play with, and that really paid dividends.
Sure, but it's not just about getting the circle. You got to be able to hold all the enemies out, which they did very well. And that is actually harder than you think, because sometimes it could be 1, 2, 3 teams that is attacking at the same time. You got to deal with all of these threats. You got to analyze, okay, which one is the biggest threat? How many do we need to put on that angle?
Exactly.
And who's going to hold the other angle?
Let's take a close look at Bigatron. Sorry, not Bigatron. Or was it Bigatron or Orange Rock?
That's Orange Rock.
Ah, blah, blah, blah.
Look at the ratio, though. 2,400 damage and only 459 total healing. That is very impressive, gentlemen.
2,400 damage, yeah. Jeez. I mean, they greeted teams as they came to them, and they had a great position for cover during this Avenger, so that afforded them some easy damage forwards to a lot of those teams.
Of course, and when you have this kind of ratio with healing to damage there, that talks to how well you're able to efficiently killing everybody. You're talking good nades, you're talking good long-range shots, and you're not putting yourself at too much risk. You're making sure that you have your vest and your helmet going into late game when you still have a lot of your utilities.
And of course, throughout this game as well, one thing I do want to talk about here for a moment, Froz, is, you know, TSM and Team Secret Wars, we take a look at the Mountain Dew, do the Dew moments. The year is 2030, Froz.
They are still fighting for the same compound.
Still in a standoff. That was the longest standoff I've seen.
I mean, it wasn't just them. You also had Valdez versus Morph, just in the next compound, actually. Just looking at each other, taking a little energy drink, you know, taking a little Mountain Dew and just chilling in the compound, looking at each other, saying, hey, you want to go first? No, you go ahead.
Yeah, what do you think, Avenger?
I think it's so, like, for me, standoffs like that, right? It takes time, but they have to have taken this into consideration, right? They're where they are on the leaderboard, how much of like far ahead they are, and it's worth it. They probably already qualified for the Super Weekend and
Vikendi.
Yeah, the Super Vikendi, and I think that's fine, but you have to take that into consideration. If you're okay with the points, doing a fight like that is okay.
I mean, you can peacock a little bit. You can also bully some other people if they, for example, like to play the same spot that you like to play. You can bully them out if they're not in there yet.
Exactly.
I gotta agree.
Oh, you agree? You concur?
I do agree. And the G36C also agrees here, as it gets a great spray down from King of Gamers. King of Gamers today, I've been happily impressed with how they've been able to kind of have a little step up throughout the day, Frost and Avenger.
Yeah, Frost likes them. He likes their logo as well. I don't know why.
Yes.
But I think it's good as well. I think it's beautiful.
They got a bird like I do in PUBG Mobile, you know, that's why.
You do have a bird on your shoulder.
But no, they've been playing really well, and it's great to see, because as we said earlier in the pre-show, they didn't play too well in the opening seeding week. But now we're seeing another team here, more or less, and they're doing really good, even though they're kind of in the shadows of the teams in the top.
Yeah.
It also comes out because look at Orange Rock, for example, how they're consistently being up there and just doing this kind of work. Same with the Bigatron. That's why we don't see too much from King of Gamers.
Yeah, great covering of the angles here and pushing up and really allowing Orange Rock to not afford any 1v1s by any means. They were constantly looking for all those off angles to take out Bigatron.
And not giving any points away as well. Yeah, it's very confident. You can see as well, when you're doing a push like this, you're like, usually you would wait, you would make sure that you're playing a 2 versus 1 to take the biggest advantage, have another angle, but they're so confident. They're just running at them. They want to make sure they get that extra point, because you could potentially be denying in blue as well.
Total damage time. Let's see how the lobby fared. against Orange Rock, who was able to put out the 2,400, the big numbers here. And we have Ashley King of Gamers. As I mentioned, you know, I thought they'd had a little bit of a step up. It will be almost that 1,800 damage coming in for them, as well as the 8 kills. 8 kills.
But this is so impressive because not only do they get this much damage and kills, they went out in 10th place.
Yeah.
Imagine if they got all the way to the end game.
Yeah.
It would, I don't even want to know how much they would have gotten then.
It would have been double digits at least. It would have been a lot more placement points. And remember this, guys, as well. They played a game less. They are a game behind right now, and they have, from what looks at it, they have 55 plus points. I think they have already qualified for Super Win, most likely at this point. So it's very impressive for them to step up, and also very nice to see a high kill game from them, considering their low placement.
Definitely. All right, well, we are now ready to head over to one of our interviews as our game number 3 has concluded. And once again, I'm going to have a Biggitron member here. It's Luxy again. I feel like I'm talking to him quite a bit recently. How are you doing, Luxy? How are you doing?
I'm good.
Good. You guys got second place in that game up against Orange Rock, but I have to say, your guys' path across the west side and then wrapping around into the north of the circle was really impressive. How much scouting were you guys doing compared to like all the other teams, like checking out where their positions were? Talk to me about that rotation.
We just waiting for the enemy going to inside the circle, and we just wait until the perfect time.
That's fair.
Just be patient for that.
Just be patient. I actually want to ask you, this is a little bit more unconventional. I normally don't do this, but I'm going to do it. Orange Rock has been playing extremely well lately. What do you think about their team? Because obviously, a lot of people are looking at you as one of the front runners, but Orange Rock is doing very well right now as well. What do you think?
Orange Rock is very aggressive team. I think from right now, he's the best team that I pick.
Oh, you think they're the best team?
Yes.
Oh, very interesting, very interesting. So looking forwards into the next couple of games here, an Erangel and a Vikendi to come. You mentioned as well that you guys are hiding strategies for the Super Weekend coming up and stuff like that. You had another military circle when it came to the previous game on Erangel. What are you kind of expecting to see from some of these games? Are there other teams that you think are going to be able to step up and perform as well as some of the top teams?
Tim apa yang bisa perform dulu?
I think only Orange Rock.
Only
the biggest opponent.
All right, well, the Orange Rock versus Biggitron saga continues. Thank you very much, Luxy, and good luck with your next games, friend.
Thank you.
Thank you. And yeah, I didn't really know why I wanted to ask him the last question. It was an amalgamation of like 3 questions.
You made it very rough.
It was, you know what? Sometimes it happens. I know who I'm talking to about a minute before, so I'm like, let's see what we can do. Let's go over to the demonstration as well to see what's going to be happening over here.
You remember that fight that was still going on between TSM and
2030?
Yes. We're going to go into that one right now and see what actually happened.
I'll sit down for about 10 minutes.
So they were looking at each other for a long time. As you can see right here, Team Secret, they are holding over here, while we have TSM entity on this side. Now we see that Zigard is about to make a move over to the other guys there, but he gets knocked, and this starts to trigger a little bit for Team Secret. They kind of want to push on this, and they want to make sure that, okay, let's make sure everyone's here. iShots is coming in here from behind, as we can see from right-hand side of the screen.
Yeah.
And basically, they get the knock on Neo. They know this is second knock on Neo because he got knocked earlier as well. Now they capitalize on this, start to push in straight away, get that flush on Zigard that got knocked earlier. And if you look at this, they're going to be pushing from all sides here. So I just want to take a pause here and look at how Team Secret is actually moving in from both sides. From there and from there.
Yeah.
Both sides pushing in towards Team Secret, towards TSM entity inside here. This is super good push because it's super hard for TSM to actually hold this against them. But Clutch God getting that first knock, he goes around, he's super low, but he managed to do a little bit of damage, and that damage enables Jonathan to actually get the last 2 kills, get Clutch God back up, and then make sure that they can actually continue the game. And here's a circle.
Oh.
You know, Froz, it might become a hashtag Froz circle soon. That wasn't very good.
It's a jacket. It's a jacket.
It was the jacket. It was restricting your move.
Yeah, it's restricting your shoulder movement. This is the trick Froz gave us. He's saying we should do the full circle with the whole arm. But
I mean, he is a graphics designer, so he kind of knows what he's talking about.
So that's a pretty terrible circle for a graphics designer with 10 years of experience.
You're just trying to distract people from your circles at this point.
Yeah, I'm doing a circle next game. Okay.
Well, I'm glad you gave the abridged version of that fight.
I wanna quickly relate to that though. I wanna say the way that Team Secret anticipated how this was going to happen because they were coming out of the blue. They were taking a lot of damage from the blue. It was the right play. They did no mistakes besides maybe losing. Besides maybe losing. So I was not saying that you were saying that, but they did the right thing. But the counter from Jonathan and to kind of counter that and make sure that they were pushing 2 versus 1 from Erangel was just the right play from TS Identity.
Good timing.
And the timing was perfect.
It was well played from both of the teams.
It was.
Actually. It was a really good push from Team Secret, but also a super good hold from TSM Entity.
All right, guys, I know you want to talk about these fights a lot, but we've got to go on to the overall rankings. Jeez Louise. There's just so much to talk about when it comes to these engagements in PUBG Mobile. And we have Orange Rock and Biggitron breaching that 100-point mark. Just double chicken dinners. And as Luxy just mentioned, he knows that Orange Rock is a big rival for them going into PMWL. And this war, I think, is going to be continuing throughout the entire month.
And I want to say real quick, what he said was, they're the best team. He meant obviously that they're the best team on the leaderboard right now. Right. Not that they're the best team in the world. It was more of a hint towards.
I don't know. I think he thinks they're very good.
No, I mean, he probably thinks that Biggitron is the best team in the world. Of course.
But I think he knows that Orange Rock is going to be one of their biggest rivals. For sure.
Yeah. I love this rivalry.
Biggitron and Orange Rock is actually the only 2 teams during the opening weekend that got over 100 points.
That's true.
Yeah.
And now, right now, they're the 2 only ones again.
Yeah. I'm gonna love this rivalry. South Asia versus Southeast Asia. It's perfect. I love this.
Oh, it's spicy. And also, you can be lucky at home as well. If you are tuning in-game, you can be earning yourself points. You can be trying to get to that top 100. But whilst doing that, you can spend some of those points on the lucky draw, of which Froz was not lucky. So make sure you're more lucky than Froz. Shush, Froz, over in the Esports Center. Keep watching, keep earning those points, and spend them on the lucky draw to get the Psychopath suit or the Psychopath mask.
I like the suit. I would like that.
Would you?
Yeah.
You'd wear that in real life?
I mean, you know what? If they're sending us all this, let's say they get all the skins tailored in game. I would not mind wearing it. If we get the air conditioner up fully, I would not mind wearing it. I mean, it's
gonna be quite warm.
But we're portraying the skins. I mean, unless it's the unicorn one with the it's a bit too much. It might have to be latex and be too tight and stuff like that. I don't think it's going to be me. That could be Blank wearing that. He'll probably be fine with the unicorn.
Blank would wear a wolf helmet. He would wear a whole wolf helmet. That's what Blank would wear.
He's nodding. I love it.
Yeah. Now, as Erangel, we're going on to it once again. We have 2 more games coming at you today. This Erangel and then Vikendi to round things out. And so far, so good for Erangel. We had our military circle, which was almost identical to one of our previous military circles here, Froz. It's going to be another urban ending, isn't it? It's going to keep happening.
Let's do it. I love it. No. You know what? Anywhere I'm fine with, because honestly, we've had so many fantastic circles.
Yeah.
At this point, we're gonna have to accept that we're gonna have some normal circles, some non-crazy, some non-urban ones, and then we can
field ending.
And then we can clap whenever we get the fantastic circles. Because I will say we have had some fantastic endings. There are urban endings, both in Vikendi and Erangel. We've had some crazy circles and some crazy shifts as well.
I make light of things like field endings, but I do like the idea that a lot of teams have to use their cars as a resource and kind of keep them alive going into the later stages of that, also making sure you're saving smokes, etc.
Yeah, well, not only that you're going in with the vehicles, but also exactly when you're going, how deep you're going, where you're exactly going to park it, what angle you're going to park it against, who's the second player with the vehicle going to park it, what angle there as well.
Mate, this
There's
is too much.
so many stuff.
You're hurting my brain. Which angle, when you're going, who's going, what's happening? I agree, though. I actually totally agree.
It's super important.
Very important. And actually, one thing I did want to ask you, you have the hawk, is it a hawk or an eagle?
One or the other.
A dove. It's not a dove. All right, you have a hawk or an eagle on your shoulder, right?
Yeah.
If you could choose an animal in real life,
fox,
to always follow you, you've already picked fox?
Yeah.
Okay, why?
It's clever.
It's clever, yeah.
Clever.
Very nice.
What would you pick? Quick. Quick.
I think I'm going for more of a fashion statement.
And
so like a penguin, so it's always in a suit.
A penguin?
Yeah, it's always in a suit. It looks nice.
It's not going to follow you. All right, I'm going to pick a killer whale. Like, what? All right, anyway, whatever. We're going over to the commentator team. Let's see what the spirit animal they would pick to follow them around in the battleground.
I honestly don't know. What's your spirit animal?
It's like a small cheetah, I imagine.
A small cheetah?
Yeah, a small one.
Not a big one.
Like a miniature
Just
one.
a small one.
Yeah.
All right, fair enough. I'll get a bigger cheetah that's slightly bigger than yours.
That's fine. Well, you'll be seen. I want my cheetah to be like camouflaged, like he'd get in the bushes with me.
No, to be
Your
fair,
cheetah's going to give you away. You won't be able to lie down.
Okay, I'm going to change mine to a snow leopard because they're really cool.
Yeah, but you'll only be okay on Vikendi. Everywhere else, look, my cheetah's, he's in and out.
He's dodging about,
sneaky.
Freezing you up, freezing you down.
Like an icicle.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But we're going to be getting into Erangel, and we're going to be seeing what these teams have to offer us. Maybe they've got their spirit animals on board. They're going to be plying them to help them get that winner chicken dinner.
Well, I think at the moment it's Orange Rock the Rhino, and Bigatron currently the Elephant. Like it's very difficult to even you get in their way, they're going to absolutely just destroy you. It's very scary. Luckily for a couple of the other teams, there have been some pretty standout performances, and I think that there are some other big animals in the lobby that can start to make their way to the top of the food chain here.
Absolutely. Southern Plain here, Blank. Going to be going from just south of Quarry over towards Milter Power. So teams like who we saw. Who do we see?
Saverny. Calling it now.
Oh, we're seeing a Saverny circle.
You do like Saverny.
Absolutely, yeah. We're going to go to Udo, see if they're going to get that circle. But it's going to be pretty tricky for them to get to Saverny in the first place with this plane. It's places like Saverny and Kameshki as well that are pretty inaccessible with this plane path.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Udo running up to Yasnaya to pick up some vehicles, which was just madness to me. I do enjoy it. Froz is a very chilled out guy in real life, and then like, I'll ask him a question, and then suddenly there'll be like a flood of answers that I'll get from him. Like, wow, okay, the analysis is real. So yeah, I mean, that's just what happens when you start asking him questions. So Kalaris better be prepared next time,
Fair enough. You start asking something. He's going to break it down for you.
He's going to break
but
it
then
down.
again, he asked for a fox as a spirit animal.
He did ask for a fox, so slightly disappointed.
That's kind of weird, dude.
It makes a lot of noise for us. Have you heard those things? They scream.
They scream really loudly.
Scream really loud. You're alerting yourself for third parties. All I'm saying.
TSM Entity, close quarters with Cronton from Nova Godlike, and they're going to try and take this fight. Has a little bit of backup for the rest of the squad. That's going to be the easy point picked
Bada bing,
up.
bada boom.
Jonathan.
Oh my.
Oh, they were going for the.
I'd wear this.
Punch out flush. That is one hell of an outfit from Jonathan.
Yeah, I'd wear that. That'd be my outfit.
That's a Hokage outfit.
This is why I want to get like all the top 5 like fashion shows. I want to get a fashion show on the show.
Absolutely,
the players.
that'd be cool.
Yeah,
I'd be ready for that. I'd watch that.
PUBG Mobile's got some cool skins in the game. Like, let's show them off.
Like bright pink USs.
Like bright pink USs. Like, give me the full ensemble. I want to see you standing with your vehicle.
This is an interesting rotation here for Nova Godlike. They're sending more players near towards TSM Entity. And in fact, you still got Neo to contend with, who's riding out to try and contest him. It's Road Wars here. Goodness me. Right, going to be under the cosh from TSM Entity, but able to send for the hills. Just a little lick of damage as Neo lets him get away with it.
Yeah, he just about gets out of that. That was a scary coastal run from Nova Godlike there. You know what would have been nice though is to have the intense music from the beginning of the game just during that whole sequence. It was like a James Bond or a Johnny English sequence, because apparently after we'd mentioned that not many people get that cultural reference, everyone's like, you know what, we love Johnny English. Johnny English is a big show.
He is a cool guy and he saves the world twice.
Exactly. Albeit in a slightly weird format, but he does save the world.
Gets the job done. And that's what matters at the end of the day. I mean, even if one of these teams gets a winner chicken dinner by doing nothing and just going 4 players split opposite corners of the map, if they win it, fair enough.
You know who else gets the job done? You do, Gang John. They've actually made their way up to Savannah despite the plane path.
But the circle as well, Blank, here, it did head out towards the west, centering near Gatka and Gatka Field.
Yeah. That it did, John. So this actually does provide a decent rotational path for you do Gank coming over from the top side of shooting range into Georgia Paul, passing the bridge, and then going to scout over Mount Everest. So you've got a decent pathing for yourself going forward, even wherever this goes. But, Kalaris was talking about field finishes, and, the west side of the map, it's notorious for it, especially to the south of Gatka. But currently, Team Secret are holding down the majority of here, but no chance team also towards Quarry side, just holding on the ridge side of that area, maybe trying to gatekeep Reject Scarlet, who they unfortunately keep coming into a clash with.
The guys on the desk were talking about the combat between Orange Rock and Bigatron Red Aliens for the top spot, but I would urge you not to sleep on Yudu Gank here, right? They are currently sat on a 14.3 point average, which is just over a point behind Bigatron Red Aliens. Now, that's going to be an 8-point difference over all of the 8 games we have here. Moving into this next weekend, and that is very easily surmountable, even just in a single game. And they have 2 games left to do it, so we'll see if they're able to have a good showing here. If they do, they could definitely challenge for those top spots. You do gank, watch out for them.
Okay, I will comment on that in a second, but I just saw BTR, I think it was Zuxi, shoot out the passenger seat on the motorbike. I don't know why he did that. And then get in it and drive it away.
Stops you swerving, maybe?
Stop you swerving, apparently. Apparently it's quick turns. Quick turns? The desk is trying to tell me what it means, but like through hand signals.
Fair enough.
Come over here, Kalaris. Tell me.
Yeah, okay, you go and have your talk. I'm going to talk about the game. T1 currently rolling straight up into Yudu Gank over in Severny. And they are going to sail straight on past. Youngjun doesn't want to stop and take this fight, but they do mount up on the western side of Severny, which means that they do have a little bit of a presence here, and they could potentially block these rotations. But Yudu Gank have their secret 4th man, Parang, outside on the western edge near that shooting range.
So we just got word from the Froz.
The Froz. Did you ask him a question?
The analyst Froz and co. He said and co. He did include the rest of the desk. You know, he's a nice guy. Apparently, it's for more control, which you can just see the observers quickly move off that player because he has no control.
Zero control.
None of it.
You think he's got no? You stop thinking that right now.
Stop thinking that right now. No control, mate.
Absolutely.
Observers have decreed it.
Absolutely. Bigatron, the team that we were talking about before, they are just every time they loot around farm, they loot just towards the south, just out to the west of Milta, and then they make some really quite strong rotations. We've talked about how Bigatron are a team that knows exactly where they're going every single moment of the game, and it's really, really impressive to see. So looking at this circle, what sort of paths do they have available?
So looking at this circle, John, I think honestly, I don't think they're going to be moving too much because you can come past Potato Hill, right, get a decent vantage point from here, but they will know that with the plane path, there's going to be quite a few teams up towards the mansion split. There's going to be GXR Celts who like to play Milta. You level up rounds here too. I'm not sure they'll know too much about Freestyle considering they've only played 1 day. I don't know how much research they've already put in, but I imagine that they're going to play this slow on the edge side and try and make their way into the circle early, purely because there are not many compounds available to use within this circle because it is mostly fields. Oh, you level up on our screen, they're rotating. Just right behind them is Synergy, so there potentially is a fight between them coming very shortly. But BTR are just crunching their way towards GXR Celts, who are currently rotating at the same time, but it looks like they have stopped within a compound just within the circle, and this is what I expected from them. Now they're going to figure out what the next play is.
There's a lot of teams who have already made their way central as well. Blank Team Secret have got a pretty central spot. They've got control of one of the compounds at the foothills of Everest, which is a really strong rotational control
this is
point.
where they dropped, right?
You've got Reject Scarlet as well. Nova Godlike just to the north of Quarry, and we've got plenty of teams vying for that piece of control.
We also have RRQ, another team that we're constantly talking about with some excellent players on board like G9, Beer, who's just this close range specialist, and he's pulled out some fantastic plays. So we've got RRQ now in the lobby. I'm excited to see what these guys can do during this game. Team Secret, they're very, very close, and I think that right now you have one of the players, I believe it is D2E, just coming up across towards 2 of the players from Team Secret just on the south side of the mountain.
GXR Celts, they are making a beeline for the south edge of this, I say edge, sorry, the south side of these fields near Gatka, and they're going to try and take some control there. We'll see where they do opt to mount up, and it looks like they want to go for a little bit of a hillside to control some of that high ground, which, when you're playing towards those fields, can be really, really effective.
It's very true, John. See what kind of ground they can cover, what kind of place they can set up in. Freestyle seem to be fairly okay at finding a compound to reside in, but right now this one's very much on the eastern edge of the circle, so they will have to get a shifty on and then a little bit, but we're going to get the next circle coming on our screens in just a few moments. Yudu, as you can see, starting to make their way down from Severny. Again, they've got that easy path through Georgia Pole, but T1 currently in that location, and now we're going to center up a little bit towards Hospital as as well as these fields towards the south side. Currently, though, we've got a huge chunk of players on the south side of the circle, and that's to be expected, especially with the playing path we saw at the beginning here, and Team IND now finally making their approach from Sosnovka military base.
T1 did manage to get all the way to North George in their pursuits after that coastal rotation that we saw, and they managed to get some loot on board, so they'll have control of a little bit of the northern side. TSM Entity making their way down south now from South George, so there are a few teams that might vie for control around Everest, as is actually Team Secret who have taken control of the top of it for now. And they are going to have Mad Toy up there as their resident sniper.
Yeah, Mad Toy will be able to just get some research done, but that's No Chance Team actually popping a player out of the vehicle. We're seeing Rocks here trying to take some shots back towards him within the chopsticks.
Now we're going to have a little bit of luck here, and they'll be able to hold it down for now. It's a very dangerous spot to hold in the chopsticks, Blank. It's so open to teams just crashing into you or throwing nades in, and then you're pretty scuppered, right?
Yeah, what you ideally would want to do here is take a couple of off angles. I think they're more important here so that you can make sure teams don't just crash upon you, like you say, especially at this point, because it just becomes like a cage arena. And if you can get one player dropping in and then you have someone who just watches on tops and just fires onto you, using that ridgeline as like a fire break for yourself, it becomes pretty difficult. Udu Gang still on the north side, obviously T1 still heading up here too, but I think TSM Entity, you mentioned them earlier, is an interesting one to talk about because they looted crates, they came down to hospital, and now they're just heading towards the base of Mount Everest. Now, I think that we can comfortably say, John, that they should be fairly looted up. They should have nice guns on board, good gear, as well as a lot of resources towards the end of the game. If they can hold down this position, it will be fantastic for them because they pretty much have a windbreak in the terms of Mount Everest. They only really have to worry about the significant rotation on the road side, just on the western side of Mount Kresnik itself, which is an obvious rotational path.
Oh, right.
God, bro, almost died. And they'll, wow, what's going on with my voice now?
It's all right. Do you want to take a minute? Take a sip of water?
No, continue for me. Finish my sentence.
Okay. I can't remember what you were saying. You interrupted yourself, but I'm sure that's fine. GXR Celts, they are currently holding down the end of this chopstick, and they're vying for control of it with No Chance Team here. And it looks like they had maybe one or two shots on, but they weren't quite able to land them. Both teams now aware of each other's presence, and that's going to be interesting when a lot of other teams come towards them because, you know, if they're locked in this fight already, teams are going to know about it.
Yeah, so now I'm back from defeating the Grim Reaper. He did try and come just take me a couple of moments ago. What I was trying to say was that TSM Entity were holding down the classic rotational path up past Hostel towards Georgiapol, and now they're moving down. So they've cleared a lot of angles. They should be fine. They're just looking for a position to stay now and just crossing these fields early because they know that once the next circle hits, people will crunch together a little bit more, and these crossings that they're making right now will be even more obvious.
Ooh, you level up, taking fire from Synergy. CRV with the DP up close, trying to look for it, but not quite able to get that full damage. They're out on the eastern side, just out of the west of Pachinki. As the next circle pops, it centers up again on the fields. We've had some very central shrinks in this previous circle and this circle as well. It's going to take teams closer and closer together and actually further and further towards the fight between GXR Celts and No Chance Team.
Yeah, and I mean, RRQ, though, they have this central position. TSM, I think, is good for them that they actually made that crossing early right now. It makes a lot of sense. People will be looking out towards the western side. They'll have to deal with Nova Godlike as well as Reject Scarlet, who are currently on the path that they just left. And you can see them here versus Nova Godlike just moving their way down. But it's also teams like T1 and Udu Gang have to make their way down from the northern side. But pretty much the north side of the circle is completely free.
They'll have a lot of control over the ground there. But if the circle moves away from them, they might have a tricky time of it. Synergy locked in combat with King of Gamers now on the eastern side. As again, the shots are going to rattle on through. Bigatron taking control of one of the other chopstick. And actually might be taking a fight towards No Chance Team as well. GXR Celts, they've got some backup.
They do, which is nice. Also not nice because it's BTR who is your backup, and they could be quite easily the enemy very, very shortly. Ryzen with nades in hand. We talk about the nades from BTR quite often. Let's see why. That's why.
Straight on to Choconut and will find half HP. Cooks another, sends it up to the sky, sends straight on over. But this time it's not going to find anything. Heineken bunkered down, but that one finds some damage. Okay, Choconut trying to heal up, trying to heal through it. No stims left on board. Has some bandages, has a first aid, so it'll be all right for now. Team Secret, though, they're going aggressive against Nova Godlike. One to fall. And they're trying to lob out some nades to dissuade the next push. Rex goes in, but is going to get taken down by that pre-cooked nade. 2 players down, but it's another to fall for Nova Godlike, and both of the players in this building should get flushed out by Mad Toy.
And a really important knock there from Mad Toy too, because you saw the player from Nova Godlike Vampire actually going for the flushes on these 2 players. And if, you know, we already have Rex down for Team Secret, they could really not afford any other players going down for Team Secret there. Mad Toy being the last member alive, you need at least 3 players to go for a decent assault at these field endings.
Just Smokey left for Nova Godlike, and they do need a few good games to try and push them over the edge. They're currently sat in 19th place, blank, 3.7 average, so they do need a lot more points than they currently have to be moving forwards. Ryzen has been knocked in the meantime for Biggitron. No Chance team seems to be going quite well. The nades are raining on through, and Ryzen, his health bar's ticking down.
Yeah, but PTR here can be pretty patient with how this one works forward. They don't really often fly upon an early knock here. I mean, it's the first one, there's a lot of time to wait, so they can just kind of clear the angles, get those smokes down, and then start to move forward. No Chance know that in most teams, if they don't hesitate, they've got no patience, they'll start running in early and they can kind of just throw the nades in and hope for the best. But No Chance kind of locked down over than this, so this will be an easy resurrection with BTR with the little amount of patience they have. We have had another shift here, which will move directly on top of Box Game, and they've got a really nice compound, but RRQ, they're waiting in the wings. They could go for a really big push onto this and take it for their own. Team IND, though, on the other hand, they're flying in from the south side, grouping up as a 4. Kratos obviously moving forward. He's the spearhead of the team.
The military base looters, Team IND, moving in from the south side, very near to Team Secret. But they've got Freestyle as well at their back that they may need to worry about later on as the circle shifts them in closer. No Chance team still locked in this battle as GXR Celts really have traded off this aggression with Biggitron.
Now, I remember back in the global finals watching BTR actually hold down the chopsticks so incredibly well. And here's that replay there. Rex comes in. I believe he actually was the one who was finished by Vampire. Flies around the corner and they at least get 1 point to themselves. Yeah, there we go.
That is unfortunate, but he does go down, and Team Secret still right into the rest of the game. 3 players alive, so we'll see what they can get done there. No Chance team lobbing out these smokes as Nova Godlike get eliminated. Smokey was finally found and taken down. U2 now starting to go for the first fight of the game, but it doesn't seem to be going their way. GXR Celts holding down the north end of that chopstick beautifully.
Yeah, Synergy just desperately trying to get in, and that's when these shacks start to come into play. It's not ideally where you want to be, but you've got nowhere else to go.
Very tricky to find yourself a spot here. This is the field fetish that Kalaris was talking about, and you've got those central features of the chopsticks. Really tricky to be moving around. Box still with a really strong compound on the eastern side. They're going to be trying to hold off against plenty of players. GXR Celts taking fight. Freestyle trying to push in as well.
And you got Kashuf over there in his jammies trying to make something happen, but BTR looking to send him to bed early.
Doesn't want to go to sleep just yet, though. The tyres of his buggy just getting completely demolished there.
You can stay there, but you're not going anywhere else.
Exactly. They know exactly where you are. They know what you're up to. They know you don't have anything to be getting on with. Hang on a minute. Okay. No Chance team actually take a knock from the VSS at range from Kashuf, who was up on the hill behind the rock. Yeah. Now No Chance team, the 2 players who were in that bunker, suddenly they're down to 1. They're forced to res. This is an opportunity, potentially.
Yeah, BTR, I don't think they have recognized it. Team IND taking a couple of knocks, and then also a finish onto Kratos. That's from TSM Entity, who've crashed onto this location. This Reject Scarlet coming up against RRQ here.
And it looks like they're not going to be able to offer too much resistance. RRQ already finding plenty of damage out. A lot of kills going out on the western side as well, as it's all popping off all over the place, Blank.
Yeah, TSM Entity have now started to inject themselves into this game. It's really good to see. Wow, that's a really, really close grab there on the res. Barely just alive. Team I&D with the knockback onto Neo. There's the nades coming through from RRQ, though, to finish off RCS. Reject Scarlet not having a good time.
No, definitely not. The bombardment does not stop. Another knock found. RRQ rain down hell from above. He wants the flush. He's sending over the hillside. And even the backup from Sarah across the way isn't going to be enough to stop them. RRQ will hold down their location.
Slayer, and I think one more player snacks here on the low. In the com, TSM Entity just completely picked them apart. Currently on 5 kills, but they haven't really gained too much of value. It's a shack, and there's so many teams have spotted them out now. How do they leave? There's a lot of vehicles around them, but they got to go fast. Out come the smokes.
Drop in that cover, the next circle comes through. Box still in the next zone. Synergy are going to be able to snake their way in further with just Austin left standing for the squad. We'll see if these teams have to, well, they do have to leave the chopsticks. We'll see how effectively they're able to do so. GXR aren't going to wait a single moment to do so.
There really isn't any room at all left in this circle. Beautiful nades coming over the top. Just send the shrapnel into you, dude.
Goodness me, Drax catches a couple of bullets and unfortunately didn't have quite enough armor to resist. You do gank go down. I said I wanted to take a look for them during this game and during their last games, but unfortunately they're not going to be able to do too much. TSM Entity mounts up, they're right and strong, straight through the open fields. Plenty explosions going through. And hang on a minute, have they all managed to make it?
I think just about. Clutch God is still wandering his way over. They found another shot to themselves. I know, that is one hell of a Raz. Satan going down too from King of Gamers.
How on earth did TSM Entity make that cross, Blank? That's absolutely insane. Straight over the heads of Bigatron, straight past everybody else who was looking their way. A completely known rotation, and they just managed to make it through the gauntlet. Goodness me, TSM Entity, they're coming alive, Blank.
I mean, the car's on fire, and seriously, those are some hot wheels from those guys to actually get all the way across the board. And they've even got Clutch God set up with an off angle too, so they were thinking miles ahead here, really, to make it happen. Nades are coming over the top, and now BTR starting to crawl out the chopstick. They have to leave this bunker that they had soon.
It's a bloodbath here, Blank. It's such an open finish as well that a lot of these teams have oversight. A lot of the rotations are going to be controlled. King of Gamers take a lot of punishment. It was actually RRQ to lose a player on the back as well. And so many snakes are going to be looking for these final circles in the field.
Yeah, and BTR now just snaking forward, like you said, slithering their way towards TSM Entity. TSM Entity trying to take quite a few fights at different angles. See Microboy just supporting his team, making sure they can move forward, crouching through the brushes, but T1, Box, there's so much action going on the northern side.
Box holding down their compound, break with the nades. The bombardment doesn't stop. RRQ had it earlier. Box are going to have it now. They're going to find yet another kill over towards RRQ, and in fact, Box completely wiped them out. That's RRQ eliminated down in 12th.
TSM Entity have to hold off BTR. This will be really the big moment for them. If they can take out BTR from the equation, they'll hold quite a bit of this western side, but currently BTR doing a lot of work on the TSM, a lot of damage, but it's BTR who's coming out on the worst end of it.
They're taking a lot of damage from the sidelines as well, in fact. Oh dear, self-team nade there. It's going to take down 2 for TSM Entity. That's disastrous. Coming through, now it's Neo and Jonathan to try and stay up and alive. Bigatron across the way. Microboy's being spotted out, took half his HP there. They don't want to be taking this fight, and in fact, neither team really wants to be going for it.
He must have seen that.
Oh, he must have seen that past the edge of the smoke. Maybe not, doesn't want to take the shots just yet. If he can't confirm the kill, TSM get the res.
Yeah, and out comes a circle to the north side, so now BTR, they have to make a move on. Jonathan gets up, starts to spray through. Come on! None of the bullets finding them, though.
Oh, he's going to be able to land one, and that's going to give him an inclination as to where they are. Goes for the spray yet again, but he's suppressed here by Luxy. Nades can start to come through from the shack, and the rest of TSM Entity can enter the fight now.
No Chance Gaming also have a chance to come into the fight. They must have heard this. Godless as well as Choconut towards the south side, but still this fight rages on.
Microboy goes down as well. Zuxi can't make the push, and now it's just Luxy alive for Bigatron. Beautiful. TSM Entity move on through. They're able to take out Bigatron. They hold them off, and they stay alive.
That is such a big moment for TSM Entity. Now they can start to move up to the north side. This is the day we said we'd like to see them do more. We're already starting to see it, but it's you level up to dash into this compound, trying to find some shelter for themselves, but it's not enough.
half. They will go down in 5th. Box is having one hell of a game right now, Blank. They are absolutely taking everybody down who steps towards them. They have control of the compound, but it's no chance now to try and step up towards TSM Entity. Jonathan's being knocked. Neo down. Very low, but no chance. Need to push. They're in the blue.
One player goes down from no chance inside the blue, but there's absolutely hardly any meds whatsoever. You can see Jonathan just dropping them down for themselves. Z got here with just one first aid kit, and now they have to creep their way across the field. But look at all the protection the Box owns. Only 3 teams remaining, and it's the heavily damaged TSM Entity and just Austinball, who's managed to make his way all the way to 3rd here potentially.
How on earth has he managed that? We talked about how snakes can happen in these fields. That's exactly what is going to occur. Synergy having a really, really solid performance off the back of some sneaky plays. Fantastic stuff for Austin. But the real question for me, Blank, is can TSM Entity finish off this miracle run, or have they already done enough?
They're pretty spent in terms of resources. They're spent in terms of firepower too. And, you know, unless the Circle makes a drastic move away from the Box Gaming, it's going to be terrible. Box Gaming currently with 16 kills, double what TSM Entity have on 8, and they're in 2nd in terms of kills here.
Goodness me, I said they were having a real strong game, but I had no idea it was that strong. 16 kills already. There's a couple more out there for them. The next Circle looking to try and shift.
It's good at least. It will create an interesting ending here, John.
Yeah, it's going to force Box finally to leave that compound that has gifted them so many points. They keep the sprays coming through the M249 as TSM Entity gets removed, and Austin makes it to 2nd place. Synergy. Goodness me. What a turn up for them.
And now they're on the hunt. They have 4 players alive remaining in this Circle. And Austin, I think he's just happy he secured this for themselves. But this is a massive game for Synergy. Remember that. They're towards the bottom of the leaderboard. I believe it was towards 18th last game. And we said there's only a small amount of points they can leap you forward. They're in 2nd. That's 14 points total. This might be enough if they can get a few more kills as well.
19 kills, a maximum possible of 20 if Austin doesn't go down to the blue here. I think the record was set over in West of 21 kills found by Kanina Power, but here they go. They want that big 2-0.
That's one!
The egg. As Break does go down. Austin finds one, hits the deck, and he is going to go down. Finally, Box able to finish it out. They get 20 kills. It's a 40-point game for Box Gaming.
That's why. That's insane. 40 points is insane. Beautiful to have on the board. You're really happy with that one, bring it back. Sure, they had some Circle look towards the north side, and they were honestly the only team with a realistic compound in the fields. And Kalaris, he coined it perfectly this time. He said, you know what, we're going to get some fields gaming going through. We're going to go away from the urban, and that's exactly what we had.
Well, everyone gets boxed in the fields, but we're going to head back over to the analyst desk to break down Erangel.
Yes, that's the kind of music I want in my life, and I also want more Mountain Dew in my life, that's for sure. Here for the PMWL, we have Box Gaming getting themselves the victory here, and 20 kills. What?
Yes, there's a new record.
Guys, let's just put it this way: they wanted to qualify in one game. Done.
They just did.
Actually, you're right.
They just made a box like this, and they just held the box after all, and they just ended up winning the game.
Not too bad. Let's box in what we saw from that game and see the points coming on in. It is the record, as Froz is mentioning. It's 40 points coming in. I think just 1 point behind the record combining East and West. I think Kanina Power got themselves 21
I think that was the first game as well.
I heard something like 7 Worlds Gaming here was like, yeah, we have the best teams because we have the highest chicken dinner win with kills.
Okay.
And like, that means that West is the best. I'm like,
doesn't that mean everyone dies to one team?
Yeah, but there's so many teams that are just free kills. Like half of the teams are just free kills. So the very good
over in
teams,
West, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So the very good teams are just farming all the kills. It's so much easier to get a high kill.
What you're saying is, Avenger, is we're going to war.
Yes.
That's right. Bring it on, West. All right, here's 9th through 16th as well. RQ Athena getting themselves 5 kills very respectfully there in that game. But geez Louise, Box Gaming. I mean, they had a decent compound across a lot of the fields that were there. Let's take a look at those stats. Avenger, you want to talk to me? You can talk to me now.
Yes. 24. What is that ratio? 2422 damage versus 200. Okay, so usually when you sit in a compound, you don't get a lot of kills. You sit there, you wait. These guys were defending the compound. They're shooting everybody around it. They got 20 kills from a compound that they had from third circle on.
Compound.
It was the perfect compound, but usually you sit there, you don't get that many kills because everybody's killing each other in chopsticks, or everybody's killing each other like coming down from the Pochinki Hill. And there's so many situations where that compound is not getting the kills.
We saw how low they actually healed, and that is actually a really good thing because that means that they didn't take too much damage. No one was actually getting knocked all the time, meaning that it made it way harder for other teams trying to crash that their compound.
Avenger, do the do.
Yeah, you know what? I wanted do the do moments to just be all the 20 kills that Box Gaming got in this game.
Bang, 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 bang. That would be good. That would be good. And you can see here, TSM actually had a pretty decent run of it as well, crashing into this position to deal with a few teams. Very nice.
Yeah, they stepped it up enormously. We saw them in the last game getting fifth place with 7 kills. This time, 3rd place with 8 kills. This is the TSM we know. This is the TSM we wanted. This is the TSM we expected, and now they're here.
Definitely so. Here's Box getting a few shots off on some long-range members. We have no chance getting Heineken getting downed there. Poor Heineken, not the easiest of positions. And TSM, just a bit of a spray down on towards BTR as... Again, you know, BTR actually had one of the chopsticks for a long time and great control over it.
The East one. They had really good control of it. We saw them having a 2-1-1 split on it. Meanwhile, you could look at GXR, for example. GXR South had a Western one where they had all 4 in the northern dip there. And then you had NCT, of course, on the southern part of the chopsticks where they were connected. But Bigatron, they basically had the control all the time. And you could see that they left very late because of that. They didn't need to move. And basically, they could just try to kill everyone.
249!
Louis is just like... You got 8 kills in that game as well, by the way.
Yeah.
8 kills in the best lobby, in the best
region. That's right. That's what we do. We are East, and we have a lot of teams from across the Eastern Plains to bring you these fantastic games. Again, better than the West.
Of course.
Better than the West. It's a good time. It's a good time to be alive. Let's take a look at the top damage across this lobby as well here, as we see Box Gaming 2,400 damage. TSM Entity also really showing up with the 1906. A good year, a good vintage for us.
Very good year, actually.
Yes.
1906?
Yes.
I haven't tasted that.
I'm not sure exactly what happened in 1906.
Go, keep going, continue. Talk to me about the damage.
No, but something to take a look at here is No Chance team. They got 1,500, almost 1,600 damage. Half of that actually came from Godless, the beast from the East.
That's right, that's huge. He fears no man.
He fears a no man.
Noman? Who's Noman?
I don't know. Probably a guy from West.
Hey! Okay, let's not go this much to war. They'll never stop throughout their broadcast, you know?
It's fine. They probably haven't woken up yet.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, probably. Yeah. All right, moving on. We have the fact that Box Game actually got themselves this win. They were already sat at like 60-some points, right?
Yeah,
60. They're going to be joining that 100-point club very rapidly here, which is very nice to see.
40 points in one game, guys. This is what I was talking about, right? Going into a super weekend where you might be behind, you might not be in the best of position. You just go in and drop a game like this to start the day. Then you can literally just breeze through the super weekend and qualify for the league finals with a game, like with a few games like that. That was just impressive to see. 20 kills, very nice. Also very nice. 20 kills and
very hard though to get.
Yeah, 20 points from placement. Yeah, it is for sure, but it's definitely something that the Box Gaming has showed us.
I was going to say, yeah. I mean, it was, if you take a look at Break here and see how much he was able to do, he was just contributing to the chaos that was unfolding throughout that. And having a compound like that, it gave them such perfect sight lines across so many teams as they were having to scramble for any scrap of cover they could find.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the average damage there from Break, but also for this game, he had 7 kills to 757 damage, which is a lot higher than the average we saw that he had.
For sure, and that has contributed to his averages as well, though. But I want to break down a way and a perfect execution of how you defend a compound, because RQ is actually sitting in a really great spot here. So unfortunately, as you see up here, Reject Scarlet, they unfortunately got a knocked car. So that's obviously a good way to defend. But what I wanted to show here was that they actually managed to go out on this little ridge here. So usually what you do is you sit and you hold maybe the rocks over here to hold the lines towards the south, but they anticipated somebody breaching them from the north. So they were already having G9 out here defending this ridgeline, and this ridgeline is so strong to make sure that you're holding the control, you're not getting third party, you're not getting breached at all. So they actually managed to really quickly wrap this up. They heard Duello was over there. They're sending a few guys out there. Nades are coming out. They saw that one of the knocks was going on. I'm not sure if they were 100% aware of the 2 knocks was so close, but it's just super well played from them all with a defense where they're like, okay guys, we're gonna hold this. They were not ready, G9 were not ready to do the push all by himself, but nades are coming out from here, he's helping, more nades are coming out, and they are aware of where the position are at this time because there's coming smokes out, and then I think we're not going to see it completely here. Yes, the nade actually came out, and that leaves Reject Scarlet with just one guy alive that have to stay out in the field. So perfect, and this is the push I was talking about. Ernie and G9 just going out, nading first, using your utility and uses of utility here. Perfect example of how to execute a defense here from such a strong. Yeah, okay, let's go.
Do it. Yes. Oh, yes. You're.
Yeah, that's
no. Whoa, back. Because we said we'd.
Okay.
Back to the illustration. Yes. Okay. Here it comes. No. Not that little one.
Oh, okay. So a big circle. It's a great circle, guys.
No, it's not.
It's pretty bad.
Well, no, I don't have 10 years of graphic design behind me, okay? Sorry, guys.
You gotta give it to them, though. Holding that compound is not easy, as you mentioned. That northern ridge is super important. But utilizing all those nades, actually, meaning that you don't need to peek yourself, you don't need to put yourself into danger.
Yeah.
But still getting the knocks, getting the kills, that's super good use of the utility.
And you don't waste your helmet, your armor, that you want to make sure you have as much as, preferably 100% once you go into the late game.
What you're saying is, nade first, ask questions later.
That is exactly the one.
Perfect. Let's take a look at the top killers, or top players even, I should say, from this game, as we have Lewis, Break, Godless as well. And a lot of damage actually coming out from Godless here, 867 damage.
Yeah, but can we look at Lewis and Break having 8 and 7 kills each from the same team?
That's pretty good.
That's insane from a compound. They were not sweeping the edges. They were in a compound. They were defending the compound. They were shooting at everybody. They were literally gunning all the time. Also, he had an M249, of course, so that is just
big boy gun.
That helps.
Big boy gun.
Yeah,
for sure.
Big boy gun is the arm.
They're all big boy guns. If you come on, if you don't think the M249, the bulkiest thing, is not a big boy gun, come on.
To be fair, you wouldn't be able to hold it.
No, it's bigger than me. Are you for real?
It's actually not that big.
Shh. All right. Okay. Spent time in the military. Anyway, let's take a look at the overall rankings here so far as well to get you up to speed with what's at stake for our last game, because we have 4 teams, in fact, that have broken that 100-point mark. And it's great to be able to see up at the top. This is really cool. But what I really want to see is our next page, our 11th through 20th, because the bottom 4 are going to have to put up big numbers to move up out of the danger zone. Team IND, Reject Scarlet, Nova Godlike, and Morph Team are the teams that are currently facing elimination before getting into that super weekend here for us.
Look at Freestyle. Freestyle already played 8 games, so that means they're not going to be playing the last one.
True.
And they are on the cusp there. So they are not sitting safe. But yeah, we're talking about teams like You Level Up, Synergy, Team IND, Reject Scarlet, Nova Godlike, and Morph that need to step it up for the last game here. You only need a few points.
Yes.
Make sure that you secure yourself going into the Super Weekend.
Yeah, you don't want to, because if you miss out on the Super Weekend, you're missing out on 3 days worth of games. That's going to potentially weigh on you going into the next couple of weeks.
Well, you don't get any points. All the other guys are literally accruing points throughout the weekend, and you're sitting at 0.
Not only that, but it's also playing games against the other teams, making sure that you get more practice against them.
True. Here's the schedule. We have 1 more game remaining, and it will be Vikendi. We've already had 2 here today. Very different circles as well, especially when it came to that northeast circle that we actually had. For some teams, it's difficult to be able to rotate up towards the north. We've seen it pay off pretty well for Bigatron, for example.
Yeah.
But it was a different puzzle for these teams to solve.
Yeah, I mean, but you gotta give it to Bigatron. They loot Winery, which is far south part.
And really far south.
And we get all the circles on north side, more or less. So basically, they have the hardest rotation because they have to pass every team without dying. And they're doing such a good job doing that.
Yeah, and honestly, like he said that they were saving strategies, right?
He did say that.
I will give you this. this strategy, how they're playing Edge for the first 2 circles and then making a massive macro rotation into 3rd and 4th circle, that is the strategy they're going to use in the weekend because it's such a good strategy. It's literally working to get them into a really good position in every single weekend.
We also heard how he likes to backstab. They like to wait for enemies to go in and then backstab. He said it twice in both of the interviews, and I mean, it shows. It shows they want to wait out and they just strike when the opponents are not ready for it.
In the shadows.
In the shadows.
From the shadows. Nice.
You're where you
from the cream cheese.
From no, I'm hungry. Stop.
Guys, you know, we are going to Vikendi, and I am excited for the casters. Ice jokes and references.
Really?
Yeah, I was enjoying them.
Well, they were crimping before last time. I don't know if you know what that is. You don't.
No, I don't know what crimping is.
Yeah, they were.
That's too British for me, sorry.
It's very British.
Yeah.
It's very specific from one show in Britain. But anyway, maybe they'll do some offers.
Yeah, but I was happy to see those guys do that. I think I will say this far that I think John and Blank have better ice jokes than Imperium and Maxman.
Do they?
Yeah.
Ooh.
What ice jokes did they make before?
Are you starting war against our...
Wait. There's no civil wars here. It's just East versus West. All right, calm down. We're going to the commentary team. Shush, go away. It's time for Sander and John.
Fair enough.
Where's the game?
Fair enough. Well, you know, Avenger might be a bit of a fire starter, but we're going to cool things down with Vikendi. We're going to make sure that we're going to put that one on ice whilst we chill on out for game number 5. There we go. I had to get a run in. And I'm pretty proud of that one, to be honest.
You did well. You did well. That's why I cast with you. No other reason. Other than that.
That specific time.
That specific time for the puns. That's when I require you. All the other time, you may as well just not be talking.
It's all downhill from here.
Yeah.
We're going to be getting into game number 5 of the day. It is the last game to decide who is going towards that super weekend. And they talked about it on the desk. Freestyle, right on the cusp.
Yeah.
When you look at the average points per game, they are in 16th place right now, which means they are just about on the edge of being able to make it in. But it only requires one of the 4 teams below them to have a good game, and they're on out of there and replaced in that super weekend. That's IND, Reject Scarlet, Nova Godlike, and Morph team that we're going to be looking out for this game.
So I guess you could say, John, that right now Freestyle are on thin ice. Let's see what happens this game, because it's an awful western playing path for a lot of these teams. It's going to be difficult to get over to the eastern side. And you know what, from what we've seen from Vikendi, these circles are pretty mean, John.
Absolutely, it hasn't been kind. It's been a little bit cruel, cold-hearted, one could say.
Stop.
Vikendi.
We have to cease. We can't continue this. It's a slippery, icy slope from here. Anyway, western side. Western side plane. Here's the next circle. Actually, not too bad. This is decent. It's also got Avengers' favorite place in here, Castle. See who can be the king of the castle here. And honestly, because it's quite central, it means that people can hold in here and effectively fight off teams. It's not too much towards the west or the eastern side in the case that you'll have a point where they'll have to leave and get shot at by a lot of teams. So if you continue to have nice central circles there, that might be a decent place to hold. Team IND, though, a big team that I'm looking at here. Yeah. They've fallen through the ladders, and I think they put up some decent performances towards the opening weekend. I want to see a little bit more of that from them.
Morph very close to GXR Celts here. They have both dropped on top of one another over in Dobromesto. They're going to be looking for potentially a couple of kills here. They've managed to get some early weapons, and in fact they're pretty close to each other, which means that those SMGs could be really quite effective here. Frenzy goes in close, has got the Bison, but he is going to get played on out Ultron with the MP5.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the guy that a lot of people are telling me that we keep an eye out for, because seems to be a new up-and-coming player. People keep telling me to remember the name. There's your boy on Marth looking to try clean out the rest of the players on the side of GXR Celts. But it's a nice and early fight we're seeing here on Vikendi. You love to see it.
GXR Celts is a team that, you know, is kind of ending up in the middle of the pack for a lot of these games, sort of not making too many waves, but still having really strong performances. You know, ending up towards 6th in terms of the overall leaderboard. It doesn't feel like they've had, you know, those massive pop-off plays, but they've just been consistent, right? That's the name of their game. They're on 80 points right now over 7 games. They're just coasting along, but at the moment, it looks like Morph might be giving them a run for their money. Morph, a team that really needs to step up here, Blank. They're in 20th. They're dead last right now.
Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of these teams at the moment. I mean, No Chance Gaming yesterday, they certainly were on the consistent side. They weren't doing anything too spectacular, in my opinion at least, but they made it towards the top, and I'm really happy to see it. You know, it's good to have those types of teams within the lobby, because you've got Orange Rock, extremely aggressive team. You've got No Chance team who's quiet, consistent. You've got BTR, it's like the embodiment of patience and just really good macro skill. So it's lovely seeing all these different personalities start to form already, and we're only into the 4th day of the tournament. We've got a lot more ahead of us for these teams to define themselves as these superstar teams within the Eastern League.
Synergy is a team that you've talked about quite a few times. They're going to be going to a place that you talked about earlier. They have their representative Sirvi in the Castle area. Now, Castle is very interesting, as you were talking about. It is great sightlines, phenomenal control over the area, but when you have to leave it, that's when things get sticky. That's when it can be a real problem for you, because if there's a team on any of the bridges that you need to get out of, it's very difficult to cross because you're surrounded by those icy rivers. You have no cover whatsoever. So unless you can just razz it straight out of a bridge, you're going to have a tough time of it.
Yeah, and I mean, how many times have you heard in stories the general leaving his fortress? This just doesn't happen for the exact reason that you're putting yourself in danger that you don't want to. Luckily, generals don't usually have to deal with a big circle pushing you away from wherever you're currently residing.
I don't think I did see that in Sun Tzu's Art of War.
No, that wasn't in there. That was definitely one of the additional pages that was left out.
Know the blue zone as you know yourself, and you'll win 1,000 battles.
Exactly. Also, Fiji men, pretty important.
That is very important.
Yeah. That was that's all I can really remember from my small flicking through of that book. I remember getting it was, you know, I used to play a lot of games when I was younger, as you might have known from what I'm doing right now. But yeah, I actually read Sun Tzu, The Art of War, purely because I was like, this will make me a better strategist in terms of being a gamer.
There's a lot of stuff to do with marshalling your troops, and actually, you know, a lot to do with the mental game.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I was an ambitious 14-year-old.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I mean,
I wanted to lead troops.
14-year-old warlord, why not?
Well, yeah, I mean, hopefully not. I mean, it hasn't turned out that way, so let you know.
No. Well,
just
you know, there's still time. But King of Gamers, they're rotating all in the same vehicle. There is really no need for them to have done this, and I absolutely hate it when teams rotate in the same vehicle. This is one of your 10
commandments, isn't it?
It absolutely is. Never rotate in the same vehicle. And in fact, I think it was King of Gamers that got sprayed down 1v3
yeah.
or rotating all in the same vehicle.
No chance
they haven't learnt their lesson, and I'm pretty peeved about it. I am mighty miffed.
Well, I mean, I think you're going to have to be the advisor to the King of Gamers here and tell them, you know what, next time, let's not go all in one vehicle.
Grand Vizier.
Yeah, the Grand Vizier. That would be what we'd like to call unadvisable.
Definitely not. It's not what you want to see.
Team I&D, on the other hand, they've moved up from the south side, found themselves in Cement Factory, decent position for themselves going forward. Nice little feature of this circle is the icy river that swings down the middle of this one. You can run across it, but you're so much in the open. When you do so, it is not good for business. So you kind of have this slash in the middle of the circle, which is a little bit of unplayable ground. Obviously, it's not unplayable in the sense that you can't go there, but I say it's unplayable in the sense that if you do go there, you're putting yourself under a heavy amount of unnecessary risk. There are other compounds to be taken up, especially in Vikendi. Come on, there's buildings everywhere.
Yeah, it's sort of the compound map, right? It's full of these little sets of buildings that you can hold down. Some of them are a little bit more sprawling, which can fit several teams in, especially when you get to those later circles. But more often than not, you're going to see teams head central early, get a compound. Now, the difficulty with this is the central area is castle.
Yeah.
And that is only available really to one team. And as I said before, there's dangers associated with going into it. So having that cluster, you're going to be even more cramped on the east.
It's what I call a donut circle, because you have a big chunk in the middle, which is basically just chopped out, because you can't effectively go there. And if you're going there, you're putting yourself under risk. So what you have is just the donut around the side, which is making me hungry again. But you have the donut around the side where you can effectively play. So it's going to form into the hands of teams that are used to playing Edge, for instance, TSM, who have recently switched up their playstyle, as well as BTR. But currently we've got Kratos, who's moved forward and gets slammed on the side from Martin. And you know what? Sirvi's very happy to clean up that kill.
He doesn't know where Valdez the Murderer are, though, and in fact, he's going to learn about what's going on there. Valdez the Murderer blinking away, but he is going to get away with it. Gets the point. Synergy, a team that is on the cusp as well, Blank. They're 5.6 average, and we talked about how Freestar were at risk. They're on 5.3 average. That's a very, very close scoreline. So if they go down this early, they're going to open the door for teams to leapfrog them. Team IND, though, they need to try and keep it together. They're down to 3 now. We'll need to see what they can do.
I mean, Synergy being so central in this circle as well opens them up for many different fights coming through. And like you say, they desperately do need to get towards the end of this map and make sure they get those points. And they don't have to get a huge amount of points to make it happen, but they do need some here to make sure that they are in that top 16. So they can get into that Super Weekend and start earning those points to make sure you get to the league finals. If you miss out on week 1, you're playing catch-up. It is, and then you're in a really stressful spot. So Synergy, massively important game for them here.
Absolutely, but not to forget as well, we've got teams like Orange Rock in the lobby, currently sat at the top of the tables, and no one really within striking distance of them. You've got Udo Gank, but they're on 87 compared to Orange Rock's 117. It looks like a clear-cut win for Orange Rock on the first week of league play. Fantastic turn up for the South Asian team. Scout, obviously, a massive entry to this roster.
Dude. Scout OP, put some respect on his name.
Scout OP, I always put respect on this guy's name. Wherever he is, he's shown up in some form or another. I mean, it was unfortunate he wasn't able to make it with Fnatic, the organization there. But
I mean, he is just on loan for the time being.
Exactly, he is on loan to Orange Rock, and quite frankly, the sparks are flying. There is
there's some magic going on here. I'll put it that way.
I don't know if they're they're not Synergy, but they definitely have that camaraderie.
Yeah, no, and I always mention this towards the opening weekend, and it is nice to see Scout on this kind of team where, you know what, I would say equally a lot of the other players on this teams are equal superstars, and that's what Scout needs, because he can make those hella plays that Avenger was talking about where he kind of sacrifices to make sure his team can go on, but a lot of times he'll make those plays and the team he was with maybe wasn't able to make sure he can make it to the end of the game. Now you've got Viru, Marvi, as well as Gil, who are all extremely powerful players in their own right. If he does make those moves, he knows that, yes, these guys can make it to the end of the game and they're going to do me proud in the process. Next circle comes through, and look at this. So many players all together in this boiling pot right now, and soon it's going to boil over, and some of these teams will go down. We're currently with 16 teams still in the game, 60 alive. There is a lot of players to be put into Circle 2.
And that donut hole you were talking about, Blank, is only getting bigger as this circle shrinks. It's going to be so much more prevalent here and really isolates a lot of the zone. It might look quite land-based, but really, a solid 30% is just cut out here, and you can't really play too well in there. We'll see how these teams are up to go together. Because, of course, compound play, you can get closer together before it becomes a bigger issue, but that increases the amount of chaos that you do see when that critical mass finally hits. Okay. Team IND, they might have lost a player, but they haven't lost their will to frag. Slayer lands a headshot.
Yeah, and this is the gun that the boys were talking about, the big boy gun, the AW, or at least Froz was saying it was a big boy gun. Yeah, I mean, the M249 is also...
No, that was the M24.
Oh, it's the M24? Never mind. I lied. Sorry, Froz. Apologies. That's an L from me, boys. Not gonna lie.
That's unfortunate. But TSM Entity taking a fight with Team Secret as Valdez the Murder. They seem to be... Valdez the Murder are the third-party squad this time around, Blank. They're just chiming in onto all these little fights and going, oh, here you go, here's a goal.
I think after that first game at Erangel where they fought off against like 3 different teams, they're like, we don't actually like being third-party. This sucks. How about we just do this to everyone else? That would work out in our favor, maybe.
But then it sucks for them.
Yeah, and it no longer sucks for us.
That's brilliant. That's the only...
It's just significant, logical...
yeah, if you can't beat them, join them.
It just goes perfectly for them. Morph making their way down from the northern side, so a ridiculously large rotation from them. The GXR obviously fighting towards Mavatra. They've gone all the way over the top of the northern side, made a huge clockwise rotation, and now going to insert themselves towards the top of Cement Factory. And actually, this is a decent rotation from them.
RRQ as well, making the cross near the castle. They're going to go around the foothills here and actually... avoiding the ice, making sure they have got that cover. It's a very difficult position to rotate around, and how apt, Blank, the king of gamers in the castle.
I mean, you couldn't ask for anything else. This is the best way. This is the best way this could have ended.
This is exactly what we wanted to see.
This is exactly what we wanted to see. Now, King of Gamers taking the shots down towards RQ. They're fully out. Beautiful spray from Braga.
He's looked for another as well, but he gets rattled down. G9 holding it out. RRQ, we talked about how G9 is just this phenomenal powerhouse for RRQ, and you can see why. Able to locate that threat. Really quite tricky. There's so many ramparts, but he was able to spot it out, spots those muzzle flashes, and gets that shot down, making the opening for the rest of his team to survive. Only one not going through on what was 3 people stood out in the open.
But what's happened now is, and you mentioned it there yourself, stood out in the open. Those bullets will have come through, and you know what? People will have heard that. They'll know where these players are, which is why you can see G9 moving up immediately after finding that second knock onto Barza, because they're like, okay, there's 2 down. They're holding in castle. We can potentially take the spot for ourselves, and we need to get away from this open area because other teams will be hunting us now. Concept, looking to make something else happen. Oh dear.
He's going to go down. G9, unfortunately, the train is going to stop there. Gets knocked. Hasn't been flushed out just yet, but it's only a matter of time. You can see RRQ are just leaving this fight as well.
So sad.
That is so sad. That
G9 saved them.
Hang on a minute. Synergy, they're taking shots onto King of Gamers as well, and actually doing a little bit of damage. Okay, fair enough.
So G9 there, the martyr from RRQ. Makes sure his team can go forward, but sadly he will go down in the process. Could make a movie out of that one. Now, RQ, they'll set themselves up in a fairly okay compound, but it's outside of the circle. So really what this is all about is just getting their wits about them, think about where they can enter next. I think going down to Volnova wouldn't be a bad idea, and then trying to cross over the bridges. We've got Udo Gank, they're underneath Megastars right now on the southern side, but we've got Orange Rock on our screen. They've been really quiet so far towards the northwest side of the map. Now they're just about to make their cross of this bridge, but Team Secret, they're holding on the other side. This could be dangerous for Orange Rock.
But it's Vikendi, Blank. It's Vikendi. Okay. It's Orange Rock. These guys are phenomenal at this map. Somehow they've managed to figure it out. Whenever we've
cracked the code, you know.
Well, they've cracked the code. Whenever we've cast Orange Rock on Vikendi, they've won.
Oh, yeah, it's us. It's all us.
Won. Yeah, it is our doing, and in fact, they should probably be very thankful to us.
Probably. No, I'm kidding. Orange Rock are a very good team. They deserve these Vikendi wins. I mean, it has been so convincing whenever they've been playing it. But yeah, I think Team Secret's probably the one they need to be looking out for. We're going to replay here. This is why it's important to always have an off-angle member. You can see G9 on the right-hand side there, pops up and is able to take down Braga as they were spraying through. So, and that is a beautiful couple of headshots coming through from him. It's almost instantaneous. And G9 takes a tumble here. Some unfortunate driving from him, but you know what? The rest of his team should be able to get in as they're starting to make their southern push towards Volnova.
And that's the power of the sightlines we talked about in Castle Blank, is there's so many angles of threat that moving through it in any way, you're asking to get shut down. And that's exactly what happened there to G9. It was just so difficult because they had people in all of these different ramparts, and you just don't know where you're going to get struck from. So it's pretty tricky to make anything happen. There we go. Harvey starting to chime in, and that fight with Team Secret you're talking about looks to be starting.
And I think this is the thing, though. Team Secret has set themselves up on this riverside, and it's a case of, you know what, they should really be watching the bridge. They've let 2 go across. Gil was waiting behind with another teammate to make sure he could support his team from the other side of the river. But as soon as they get that knock, now they know they can push. This is just so fast, so aggressive.
Oh my goodness me. I mean, aggression really the name of the game here. Orange Rock, they take a knock, though. Gil is going to go down, but they trade it. Viru is going to get the flush as well. Martin, okay. Look, Valdez the Murder, they are in every fight. I don't understand how they managed to do it, but for some reason, they're just chiming in and giving help where it's needed and making sure teams don't know exactly what's going on. They're being this wild card, this fifth element in the.
But now Orange Rock really might have to reconsider whether they really want to take this fight or try and find a better position in the zone, maybe head over the northern side, because Valdez the Murder have eyes on now. They know that if possible, they can fly in and try and clean up this fight after some damage comes through. That's a decent nade. Ooh. Comes over the top and will remove the vehicle and also knock Gil. Another one will be coming shortly afterwards, and it's right on point.
It's going to be layered straight on top. A little bit long on that. They don't reposition. Marvy's moved up to the wall now, so they have got the backup. Orange Rock, like, I've got low HP. You can see them moving away. They might just want to go and heal, but instead it looks like they're going to try and take some relatively forward position. positions. They're controlling the ground here now, Blank.
Ver heals up. Out comes a Molotov. Martin again. It's all Martin. Scout gets finished, and now it's 3 players from Orange Rock. And you know what? Val's the Murderers are making this so difficult.
Oh dear, Marvy gets flushed out as well. A nice nade to trade it back. And iShot's taking punishment. Sends out wide. And he can't quite get it done. Orange Rock stay alive, but 2 players go down. And Val's the Murder. I gotta say it again. They're coming into all these fights.
Martin? I don't think he's even Val's Murder. It's just Martin. Martin's murderous. I mean, we have a Martin on the desk over here trying to start a war with the West League. We've got Martin in game starting to waging a war on pretty much everyone in the lobby.
Oh, goodness me. Uncle Martin would be proud.
I know, massively. Uncle Martin on the desk. He's a good lad. He's a good lad.
Absolutely. Megastars on the south side are going to start to try and push in here. A representative from U Level Up. You can see them on the east side. 2 players there taking some spray. Tarsien trying to land the shots, but can't quite finish off that knock. Swag gets away.
If we do end up here, I do really like this area specifically because, you know, you can get all over the top of the buildings. It becomes kind of like a fight between Spider-Men on the map. I really do love it.
Crawling up the walls. We'll see if they're able to keep themselves sane moving forward. GXR Salts now out in the blue, very close to the Megastars. And they're both going to try and out at the same time.
John, this circle is ridiculous. We'll talk about it in a second after this fight between GXR, Celts, as well as Megastars concludes, but this is ridiculously bad.
Wow, yeah, it is really, really bad. Both of these teams pinned into this fight, but in fact, Megastars have managed to find a couple of alleyways to sneak on through. They might be able to get a couple of kills, but hang on a minute. It's Yudu Gank coming into the fray. 3 of them are still alive. Drax out very, very low near the blue. Not too sure where he is. Yeah, he's all the way down south, out east of Winery. Don't know why he's there, but he does go down, so it's only 2 players for Yudu Gank.
Don't know what he's doing, but he's doing it anyway, and you know what? We respect that in PUBG Mobile.
You've got to respect their right to do whatever they want, even if it does end up with them dying. 2 players for T1 down. Reject Scarlet, one of the key teams that we highlighted earlier, Blank, in that bottom 4. They need a good performance here, and with 15 teams remaining going down now, would pretty much cement them in that bottom 4 spot.
That's a first nade. So that's a good start for Reject Scarlet. And I mean, just watching the way Box Gaming actually were able to fly up the leaderboard to, I believe it was 3rd place almost immediately, just from a 40-point game. A lot of these teams must be thinking to themselves, you know what, it is doable. It's very doable to get into this super weekend. Let's make a good showing of it. Every single map counts here.
Nova Godlike as well, going in on towards Megastars. Yudu Gank eliminated. Okay, that's the 5th place team going down, so the point's going to be sinking lower down those tables as time goes on now, Blank.
So T1, like you said, and I mean, the points are available to a lot of teams now going forward. Orange Rock, they're starting to make their way down over the ice. It's a little bit of a difficult terrain for them to crawl over. They've got to be praying to their lucky stars that King of Gamers don't spot them as they move their way down, but we've got Nova Godlike versus U Level Up on our screen.
Again, Nova Godlike, another team in a similar situation to Reject Scarlet right now.
Oh my goodness!
Good God, Smokey. Able to land the nades, 3 people hit the deck, and immediately Nova Godlike have a massive advantage into the fight. The flushes come through, and they've got 4 points on board.
A smoky OP for you right there. He puts the U-Level Up down so easy. That one nade was ridiculous. And Martin once again, and now Goddard backing him up. Morph take a fair amount of hits. Next circle on our screen once again. It's a hard shift. King of Gamers is going to be very sad about this one. Should have listened to their advisor in the first place, John.
The Grand Vizier always knows best, Blank, and well, they're not going to be able to take that advice on board. Unfortunate, but we'll see if they're able to make the best of a bad situation. There's potential for them to get out there, but it's going to be very, very tricky, depending on if anyone's controlling that bridge.
Morph have been taking a lot of hits from many different teams within this lobby, and now they're hot on the heels of Orange Rock with only 2, but it's 2v2 here. Jaxi Mercy versus Viru and Gil. Let's see if the Orange Rock players can survive for a little bit longer and go for another high place finish.
A lot of teams hitting the deck at this point, Blank. It's a very tricky circle, as you'd highlighted before. Sending all the way out to the eastern shore. A lot of teams are going to actually have to cross the frozen river and see if they can find anything, any sort of pressure and presence or any position, really, in the circle.
T1 trying to crawl across. The smoke's obscuring a little bit of vision for them. New level up does go down. GXR Celts actually fighting off versus Megastars. I think Atanki has actually been able to remove them from the game as well, but he will be coming in close contact with the 3 players from RRQ very shortly. We'll see if they can clear him up afterwards.
Valdez the Murder just keep popping up on this kill feed. They're up to 3 kills now, Blank, and they're just getting these points, picking up those pieces, those scraps are sending their way. Orange Rock now in a fight as they manage to land themselves on the eastern shoreline. King of Gamers are making their move as well.
This is a wild game because, you know, most of the teams are in a good position, like Nova Godlike, Reject Scarlet, Team IND, and Synergy are all towards the bottom of the leaderboard. So all these teams looking to leapfrog and try and make their way into that top 16.
This is looking bad for Freestyle, I'll tell you that. Yeah, that's really the bottom line. GXR Celts are going to get eliminated. So again, those points continue to shift further down the table. Blank moving towards those lower ends is really heating up now.
Yeah, that South Asian teams, they know it's do or die at this moment in time. They have to get into this opening weekend. Like I said, you do not want to be playing catch up and be out of breath by the time you get to those league finals.
King of Gamers taking some punishment as they try and cross that bridge, as they dip on through, try to find something, anything really, but it's so difficult to make your way out of there. Nova Godlike as well taking heavy punishment. This is one of those teams down low that really need a strong performance, but Smokey gets knocked as well. It's just Vampire.
That's RRQ Athena, in fact, going out now. Nova Godlike doing a really good job, but they lose many members in the process. Just Vampire alive now. Switches to bat form to try and get towards the next circle.
Orange Rock eliminated. Okay, they don't manage to hold on to it, and again, it's the lower placed teams, Blank. Valdez the Murderer just sweeping them all up, pushing them all together, creating this killing field, but they have the 2 players from TSM Entity breathing down their neck.
It's that adrenaline kicking in now, and TSM Entity, they know they're towards the bottom of the table, 11th place. They want to make sure they secure their place into the Super Weekend here. Currently, they're right next to Valdez the Murderer. Valdez the Murderer have been having a killer game, and there's another kill for them in Neo.
Oh, goodness me. 1 player now left standing. It's Jonathan for TSM Entity. The man, the myth, the legend. 1 kill for his team so far, but with Valdez the Murder riding strong. They've got 5 kills already into this game. It's going to be pretty tricky even for Jonathan to be able to get it done, but it's Team IND to come to the rescue. Unfortunately, they've spotted out Jonathan as well. A nice reposition might allow him to get that first aid off, just a sliver of HP, and he's going to stay alive.
IND have pretty much afforded them. Oh, Jonathan at least a little bit of a place, but he pops up, and Arm Joan will finish him off there. Next circle comes through. No one's currently in it, but Synergy have got the best option to get into here, but they will have to leave their compound to make it happen. King of Gamers will have seen this, and they're just creeping on the sidelines here, hoping to pick up maybe a few kills from Synergy before they make the move. But it's Reject Scarlet who remained on the sidelines, on the edge, and they're going to make their way in.
Oh, another shot coming through on towards Reject Scarlet. It's the battle of the bottom of the boards right now, but Nova Godlike go down. They had 10 kills, Blank, so they have plenty of points on board. We'll see where they end up, because there's still so many teams left in it who could try and leapfrog them just a little bit further. King of Gamers still in it with 2 players, very close to Synergy. 2 players there right in the sights of Braga as they swing out wide. The healing comes through. Ted is in with a micro Uzi. Both players from King of Gamers swinging out. Concept goes down, and it's just Braga. Ted is still alive, and Austin there to back him up. 1 versus 1. The spray does not go Synergy's way, and King of Gamers might be able to get the points, but in comes the backup. The cavalry is there, and the King is slain.
But they will have to leave at least 2 players out in the blue unless they get in. They just about can, so they'll have 3 players remaining for Synergy, and once again, the circle moves away from but Team IND as well as Synergy. You know, we were talking about heavy cream and cream cheese on this map, but those 2 teams make Valdez into Swiss cheese amount of bullets been sending their way.
Unfortunate to say the least, but 1 player left for Valdez. Goddard right in the middle of the entire fray as another knock goes over towards Reject Scarlet. This is too close to call right now, Blank. All of these teams are vying to get into this Super Weekend. This is so tense. All of them with so much on the line.
Reject Scarlet with probably the most here because they're down at 18th. They want to be able to secure this spot. They need to go a little bit further. Getting those 14 points in second place would be ideal for them. Goddard by himself versus 3 other teams. He's had a really good run of it. A lot of loot's been on their side, so at least be nice. He'll have a lot of resource on his side at least.
Biding his time now. This is the crucial circle. Whoever makes that move first is going to be vulnerable, but it's not on top of anyone this circle. They're going to have to move. They are going to have to make that push. Unless they have the meds and they want to go for that heal off. And quite frankly, I wouldn't blame any of these teams for going for that, trying to just secure those points. Goddard gets eliminated and we're down to 3. IND taking fire from the sidelines, but another team goes down and it's IND and Synergy both trying to push up those tables.
So this is now the South Asian duel off here. Snacks and Slayer, but it's Slayer who's down. Snacks alive. I've seen Snacks do some ridiculous good work for many other times in the fall split, but it's 420 OP. He's getting a side angle. This could have been a big flank here. Starts to throw out the shots. Gets one, but it's not enough.
He's going to get the first knock. 2 players now standing and 1 player for Team IND. He gets spotted out. And he's not going to be able to get it done. It's Synergy to be able to take that chicken dinner, and they are pushing for those tables. I'm just wondering how many teams they've leapfrogged and how many teams are going to be ahead of them. They'll make their way to that Super Weekend.
It's a really cool game as well, and it kind of gives me flashbacks towards Fall Split, where, you know, Synergy, they were just on the cusp of making it into the semi-finals, and they just about do it in those last moments of a really big game. And again, Synergy, they pull through in those last moments.
Well, from Vikendi, we're going to get some ice. We're going to pop it in a glass, and well, what are we going to pour on top of that? A little bit of Mountain Dew.
Dziękuję, as we have finished that game now, as we do have Synergy getting themselves the victory. And what is most apparent here from these final moments as well is the fact that all of the teams that were trying to push off of those bottom spots really stepped things up for this Vikendi. It might be a little bit too late for some of them. However, it is great to see that kind of fire and tenacity out from some of these teams.
Was this the game that everyone was waiting for? They were just like, let's start on the last game.
It's just to end everything and make sure everything is exciting here. And then we had 3 of the 5 teams in the end there was in our bottom 5. They were fighting for survival, and some of them actually made it. I'm so excited to see the final standings and who's going to be making it into the first Super Weekend.
Well, before we do that, let's take a look at the points that have come in from this game in particular, as Synergy will be up at the top here with the 9 kills, 29 points. That's almost assuredly going to be able to give them a safe passage through into that Super Weekend. Sure. Team IND, Godlike, Rejects, all of these guys were looking for big points to try and push up. The question is it going to be enough for us?
Well, who is it going to be enough for? That's the big question, because all of them were fighting there. And we also talked about how Freestyle was on the cusp before. Didn't make it or not. They didn't play this game, so everything was in the hands of the teams that were playing.
I think one thing's guaranteed looking at this 9th through 16th. Morph team will not be joining us for that Super Weekend there. So commiserations to them, but they're going to have another opportunity next week to try and push themselves on forwards here, Avenger.
It's not too late, honestly. As I was talking about before, even if you don't make it into this first Super Weekend, you can still have go into the last 2 Super Weekends, where some of the guys you might be competing against from the top 16 might not be playing. You could have a good start, you could have a good weekend, and you could qualify from that alone. So I'm not too worried about them. But yes, as Blank was saying during the cast here, it's super important that they get into this first weekend here. It's a good leapfrog to get ahead of the rest of the guys.
It's far from over. What you can do is just sit back at home and watch the other teams playing and make sure that you make the best of it. Look at what they're doing and try to counter that in the upcoming week.
Let's take a look at Synergy's team stats as well throughout this game. With those 9 kills, they must have been putting up some numbers, and indeed they were. 1,800 damage coming on in. One of my favorite Indian teams, actually, coming out from that region. Great stuff to see them here. Got a chance to talk to Siravi as well, whilst he was talking about, you know, how their team's going to actually prepare things out. 9 kills across those 8 knocks, stealing 1 or 2 here there.
That's good to get a few steals in there, but also the defense from the King of Gamers club pushing them there, making sure that they actually stay 3 guys alive was crucial for this win. So very well played by Sirvi from that, and it's good to see. We also saw him in a few interviews and some of the content. He seems like a super nice guy.
What a lad. What a lad. And taking a look at how they actually played that out for us, is there anything that from Synergy that really kind of stood out to you? I liked that they had decent control of the western side of these circles when some of the circles were punishing and hard to deal with.
I mean, super punishing for sure, but it comes down to how they're playing it, how they want to rotate and make sure that they're holding out the right teams all the time. And they're making it so much better now. We saw them doing it pretty great during the opening weekend, but since then, it's been going downwards a little bit, but nice to see that they're stepping back up, coming out here with chicken dinner, just securing themselves a spot into the Super Weekend.
The Mountain Dew do the do moments here, Avenger. What have you got for me?
I have some castle fights for you. Some long-range AR shots. The G36C with some 4x sprays. Overall, these guys, like every time I see some of these POVs and sometimes I see these shots here when they're spraying with 3x's, 4x's, and 6x's, I'm just like, guys, calm down. Like I can barely not shoot when I want to. Like, come, this is too sick, honestly.
Yeah, and we saw Valus actually. Was it Martin that was third-partying a little bit from far away here as well? Yeah, good job, Martin.
Thanks, guys.
Did a lot of damage this game.
At least I can do that. I can't draw circles.
No, that's true. he had a little practice before. We saw him. It was good. It was good. But here's Reject Scarlet as well. They got themselves some decent points on the board, and we saw Nova Godlike as well with a good nade.
Insane. Double or triple kill naded. Absolutely stunning.
Nova being able to get himself 10 kills as well in this game. And at 6th place. I mean, is it going to be enough? We'll see. We'll see. I mean, it's going to be close for sure.
We're like... Overall, with the 3 teams that are playing from the bottom 5, it's going to push up and probably make Freestyle kind of uncomfortable about their 42 points. Because we were talking about the 42-point mark might be the cutoff, or the 40 might be the cutoff, and they were like, we might be okay. The guys in the bottom, they have been playing terribly. But then 3 teams show up to the top 5 in the last game.
Sure, exactly.
I mean, I thought they were going to be passive, they were going to be afraid. But they stood up, all of the teams that were down in the bottom. They knew this is the last chance. We got to take control of it right now. And that's what happened.
Yeah, as I said, you could see the hunger in them. And you're seeing it right here as well from Zervi. As we see Team IND as well getting themselves some pretty decent kills here and there. 420 OP doing well. Goddard, though. You know,
micro Uzi headshots. Oh my god.
I love the micro Uzi. As I said, I want to be able to dual wield the micro Uzi, all right?
Calm down.
I want to be able to quad wield the micro Uzi.
Imagine these guys with 2 Uzis. Like, it'll be way too small.
Quad wield. I'll use both my feet as well, just flying around.
Would that be little boy guns?
Little boy guns. I mean, I'm a little boy, all right? I'm of stature, quite a small lad. So...
What a good lad.
A good lad, but a small lad. There you go. So, very impressive stuff. Let's take a look at the overall damage here from this lobby as well, as our bottom teams were able to step up very nicely. Synergy, IND, Reject, Nova, Godlike. They're all in there.
Calm down.
Calm down.
I'm telling you, these are all the teams that needed to step it up and look at what they're doing.
Yeah.
That's crazy, honestly. I was not expecting that amount of damage from these guys after the performance we've seen them from these 2 days here. I mean, they've been a little lackluster, but insane step up here. Playing when it counts, getting points and kills when it counts here. Good to see from them. 1,700 damage from Synergy and Nova Godlike with 9 and 10 kills. That's just impressive, guys.
Now, even if they don't make it to this Super Weekend, it's time for them to pull this string and keep on doing this for next week as well.
Let's take a look at some of the moments you guys were able to pick as well. Who's got something for me?
Hey!
It's Roz.
We gotta draw circles. No, we're not. Actually, we're gonna be looking at one of the moments here, and it was Nova Godlike that was holding down this compound, and we saw that you level up wanted to crash this, but if you look at it, we see, that's a very big circle.
That is a big circle.
Here we got Nova Godlike. They're holding it down, and as you can see, one anchoring in the back, right there in another house, and then 3 of them over here, because that's the main point where people are going to be breaching from. As you can see up here on the minimap as well, of course, that they are holding the edge. And let's play this and take a look at it. Vehicles coming in here, 3 people, 2 vehicles, first one crash. That is really good as well. You can see straight away how low they are. And that because they're shooting them when they're coming in. Make sure that you weaken them before that, and then you can just keep on doing that afterwards. But what is amazing is, look at the positioning of Nova Godlike here. You actually have 2 guys that's going to be upstairs here. 1 guy, again, in the other house, getting an angle. And Smokey running around out here. Make sure he can get the good angle on them. And what is Smokey going to do? Well, we all know. He's going to throw a nade. And he's going to do a really good nade. Because look at that! Triple. And that is everyone that was breaching. Winter from You Level Up is not with them. He's already out in the blue still. He wasn't with them on the breach, but that's basically how you hold a breach. 101 from Nova Godlike.
Why did you draw weird little circles when you have a tool that draws the nice, pretty circle?
Because I can do good circles with my fingers. I don't need the tools for it.
Some of those are really small ones, but not very good.
Really bad. But that's fine, doesn't matter. It was a really good point, and honestly, that nade is insane. And also, how they're able to weaken them. You know, like there are 2 guys below 10 HP.
Yeah.
Also,
before they got there.
Also putting the pressure straight away when they enter the compound. Don't let them get into position. Don't let them heal up.
Yeah.
You gotta put that pressure on them straight away.
Gentlemen, are you ready for the overall rankings?
I'm ready.
I'm ready.
Overall rankings. Let's do it. Let's figure out who's going to our first Super Weekend. Of course, we have our 1 through 10. All of these will be going on to the Super Weekend. Great stuff again by Orange Rock to get themselves 122 points over these 8 games in total. Biggitron as well as Box Gaming and No Chance Team, members of that 100-point club. Now let's move on down to find who will not be gracing us with their presence for our first Super Weekend.
Oh, freestyle.
Freestyle. They got knocked out by just huge performances from some of the teams down towards the bottom. And you can see just how big those performances were from teams like Synergy, teams like Reject, teams like IND to push them up into the safe spots, Froz.
I mean, it's just amazing to see. Of course, like Synergy getting himself that chicken dinner, but from the start of the day, they were down on 17th place with only 19 points, ending it on 68 in total. That just shows you, it doesn't matter if you're in the bottom at the start of the day, you can still make it work.
I love this. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Frost, but I love this because one game can make all the difference here in this format.
The cutoff was 47 points.
Yes.
It was way higher than we thought it would be.
Way lower.
No,
you guys thought 40-ish.
I said 40-ish.
I thought it was going to be like 50. Doesn't matter. Well, by the way, though, it was 40. So you could just have won a chicken dinner with 20 kills and then participated in the 7 other games you're playing, and then you have 47 points.
You could have been Box Gaming and just got that one, then
fantastic.
Been top of the morning
but
to you.
I got to be... honestly, I'm super sad for Freestyle. They were on 42 points. They probably thought they were okay, but then 3 teams shows up massively.
I think they're going to bounce back.
I'm sad about Nova Godlike, honestly. They played out of their mind in the last game there. That breach kept them pushing.
Yeah.
You saw how much damage they had. They had the most amount of kills in the game, 10 kills, but they went out on 6th place. If they just kept on going, if they could go a little bit more, they would have been able to make it.
Gentlemen, we have a great top 16 going into our first Super Weekend. Thank you very much, and thank you very much to everybody tuning in around the world as well. We're going on a 1-day hiatus, and then when we return on the day after that, it's going to be same time, same place. We are going to have our first Super Weekend, 3 days of games to determine who's going to get some of those first points to try and secure themselves prize in the league, and then try and secure themselves a place in the finals as well. We shall see you then for more PMWL East action.
Are you ready? 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 Are you Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready?
Down goes George. That's a confirmation. Instantly switches to the 16.
Really could be. Let's see if they go to the engagement. Senior scored out. Oh, big shot.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG Mobile World League West Season 0. I'm still Jason Kaplan. I've not transformed into someone else. If I transformed maybe into Seven Worlds Gaming, I would have shrunk about half of my height. But I'm going to be covering all the action and I'll be the host here, not the man with the brain. That's why I have two other lovely people to come in and help me find mine. We have Seven Worlds Gaming and Glitter Explosion going to be joining me here on the stage. I'm sorry, Seven, you're a little bit short. I've met you in person. But how you doing today, man? You're looking great. You're floating head at the moment, but you're looking fantastic.
I'm doing great, brother. I feel about an inch taller today. I woke up on the right side of the bed, so everything's looking good, and I cannot wait for the matches we're going to have today.
And Glitter, I'm a little bit sad to not see like a floral pattern, maybe no camo, no matching outfits between you two. What's going on?
You know, Seven had told me at the beginning of this that we would match a lot, and he would tell me what he's wearing, and he hasn't filled me in. So I'm feeling a little left out now.
I think he's got our numbers crossed because he's been texting me every day, hey, Jason, take a look what I'm wearing. So maybe I should send those messages to you so we can coordinate onto that one. But guys, we had our first day done. Maybe we should talk really quickly about that. We had some teams really suffer across the board just from the first day alone, who we expected to do well, Seven.
Oh, definitely. I think some of the teams that we were talking about is going to be Kanina Power and Wildcard. We expected them to go ahead and be towards the top of the leaderboard, but they're not quite there yet, which kind of, with Kanina Power, it kind of brings me back to the seeding weekend. Remember, the first day of seeding weekend, Kanina Power really didn't have some of the best performances out there, and we asked them, we made sure we talked to them, and they told us, hey, we're going to just toss up as an unlucky day. We're going to stay to our strat, and guess what? The second day, they came back and absolutely destroyed. So from today, that's what I'm going to be pretty much expecting for Kanina Power, for them to just step it up, continue what they were doing yesterday, but hopefully just be more consistent towards the top with a lot more kills as well.
and Glitter, we're getting into crunch time for these teams, right? It's only 2 days of league play. The bottom 4 teams won't be participating in the Super Week. This is going to get rough for some of these teams. I feel like we need to see some Hail Marys being done.
Oh yeah, and this is something Seven and I keep harping on. These teams only have 2 days to really secure their spot in that top 16 position. So today, they've got a few more matches here, and if you're in those bottom 4 positions where right now you're not currently qualified in for that Super Weekend, you've got to make some big plays to hopefully kind of jump your way up in the stats to really make sure you get to play in the Super Weekend.
Yeah, and if you guys are home or maybe just join us for the first time, you're hearing opening weekend, you're hearing Super Weekend, you're hearing league play, you might not know exactly what it means, but luckily for you, we're going to explain it. So we had 2 days of opening matches being played to determine seedings for our groups going into league play. Now, across these 3 weeks, in the first 2 days of the week, we'll have them doing their league play where the top 16 teams will advance straight through into the Super Weekend. Very important to accumulate as many points here as possible because across all 3 Super Weekends, your points will accumulate to find the top 16 teams to move through into the league finals. The only thing that does reset is your league play points after every week. So you still have that chance every time going into that week to get yourself through into the Super Weekend. Pretty easy to explain, pretty easy to see there with our lovely graphic as well. And I'm still wondering when we do finally get into our second Super Weekend, if those teams who maybe didn't qualify the first time here at Glitter will go crazy because they're going to almost have to. They're going to be behind by 3 days.
See, and this is why I love this format because it's really going to start encouraging teams to kind of... So what we saw yesterday was that reserved and more conservative play style. Teams were kind of feeling each other out after a little bit more aggressive play in opening weekend. Now that they're knowing there's points that matter, they're trying to kind of rein it in. But the teams that don't make it through this weekend, like you said, for week 2 and week 3, are going to have to make some seriously dramatic changes. And I think that's where we're going to see the aggressive play style that we saw in opening weekend start coming into league play.
When we're talking about getting through into the Super Weekend, right? We got to talk about how they even do that here. 7 points is going to be the only factor you're going to have to worry about with a little bit more of a weighting over towards kills.
Oh, definitely. I think one that kind of just comes to my head. Remember, you get 20 points for being in first place, and on top of that, you get 1 point per kill that you get. And one team that we kind of saw yesterday, not performing so well, but being able to get a chicken dinner, and on top of that, being able to get some points, was Yala Esports. They ended up with 30 points in 1 match, and I think that propelled them all the way to 9th place. So you can definitely take advantage of the point system here, especially if you're able to back it up with kills. We have had some huge games. Remember, Kanina Power during seeding weekend, they ended up with 21 kills. I think somebody from the East was telling us that they had the record. No. Wes has that record, so sit your butt down real quick there. Now, the other ones that we have seen Loops Esports come up with 18 kills. Unique yesterday to end the day with 16 kills. So if you are able to maybe just muster up a win, and on top of that, back it up with a lot of kills, you're gonna just shoot up straight to the top.
And getting to the top, get yourself 1 step closer to taking home the lion's share of our $425,000 on the line over the course of our World League. You can see the breakdown here. So not only are you going to get a chance to win $50K from the Super Week if you place out first, you have a chance to win $100,000, 7. That's a whole lot of camo shirts we could buy, 7.
Imagine how many camo shirts I'm going to be able to buy. Actually, it's just today. It's just for league play that I'm going to be wearing these camo shirts. Wait until the weekend. I got that flower stuff for you. But something I do want to go ahead and notate over on the East is that one of the teams that actually surprised me was Orange Rock. So shout out to Orange Rock for an amazing performance that they had on the first week of league play. If you guys have not been watching over there, highly suggest to watch both because you're going to be able to see a lot of differences between the different regions here. And I love the difference of play style that certain regions have.
Someone clip that and send it over to Scout. I'm pretty sure that's exactly what you're going for, 7. I know you. I'm in your head. But if you guys haven't paid
I already told him good job.
Okay, all right. I want to see it posted in his Instagram story, though, and see your followers just shoot up from him. But let's actually take a look, though, at a documentary series we have coming up released over the next weeks. It's an 8-part series, and the trailer was posted over on Twitter before. If you guys didn't catch it, we got it here for you.
Okay. I set this camera guide like that. Okay. Yeah, we are here. There is virus. We can go anywhere.
Welcome everyone to the PUBG Mobile Club Open 2019 Fall Split Global Final.
Best of the best in the world here with us today, John. We'll see how these teams can work under the pressure that it will push down on them.
Comes in, he takes the kill, and now he's in a 1 versus 2. Luxy for BCDE, he could go all the way. That was amazing, and so is this from Klotzgol as he wipes them out. Case for Jonathan, his Neo goes down. Jonathan's in the open, he's going for the spray, and he's taking blue damage. Needs to figure it out, but 2 of them are down. He's snaking it around, goes for the spray, takes it down.
That's when I saw a team that really led the world in terms of their skill level, and then, you know, they feel like they're untouchable. But in PUBG Mobile, everybody is constantly reminded of their mortality.
Now we're coming into a new year. There are pro leagues happening all over the world.
Clean kill!
Thousands upon thousands of teams will battle it out to go to the end of the year for the World Championships and meet and clash on that final stage.
Are you kidding me? 21 years old!
Look at you now, looking for more runners!
Dropping out of the plane, you need to know that the 3 guys next to you have your back, and they are willing to go with you in any situation.
There's a team that can breach well, it's Loops. Beowulf just shuts them down. Pittsburgh Knight cutting through B4. Down they descend into the valley.
Kita siap.
And I honestly can't wait till you at home get to see the first part of the series. We had the opportunity to see it ourselves, and honestly, goosebumps across the board. Glitter, what did you think of it?
I mean, I don't want to give anything away yet, so people definitely need to be sticking around for the Super Weekend, but let me tell you, you don't want to miss it. There's some, you know, insider info. You get to see a little behind the scenes stuff. Definitely worth it.
And I really enjoy 7. You get to see how teams are dealing with the outbreak of the coronavirus and how they're still trying to practice and prepare for the World League.
Oh, definitely. And I think you get to see, as Glitter was saying, you get to see it behind the scenes. I don't want to spoil everything on it, so just wait for the weekend, all right, Jason?
Okay.
Wait for
all right. I mean, I want to just say exactly what happened in it because I enjoyed watching it that much, but I'll be quiet. I don't want to get fired in any way. Let's take a look at the groups participating over these next weeks until we have our finalists crowned. Starting off with Group A, as we kick things off the bat here, it's going to be Wildcard Gaming, Dream Eaters, Team Umbra, and KHK Esports.
You know, and obviously we have to start off talking about Wildcard. They are a team that we highlighted a lot yesterday, and currently they're now sitting in 13th overall. So this is definitely not the performance that we had expected out of them coming into our league play. However, this is also very similar to what happened to them during opening weekend, and we did have a chance to talk with Slicky, and they had said during opening weekend, they didn't get a single chicken dinner on day 1. So in day 2, they came in and they wanted to be really aggressive because they wanted to kind of switch it up a little bit. Granted, this is not opening weekend, it is league play, but 13th is not that far away from 16th, and 16th is who qualifies through. So will Wildcard maybe get a little bit more aggressive today to kind of compensate for that and ensure their spot in the top 16? I guess we'll have to find out.
Yeah, time will tell what's going to be happening with that one. And just like time's going to be telling us here in a second, who's all participating in Group B going up against each other. 7, we're going to have Kanina Power, Headquarters, Team Unique, and Urdu Killers.
Yeah, and I think from here, Kanina Power, one team, as we were mentioning, even with Wildcard, we highlighted them because they had just such an amazing opening weekend. Right now, they're currently going to be sitting above 10th place, so we'll see what happens there. I look for a stronger day today out of them. And Team Unique currently sitting at the top of the table. I think they have showed up. They're finally starting to get comfortable with how the other teams are playing, and they're able to go ahead and put up just huge, and I mean huge kill games, and that's good for them.
And obviously, we hope a lot of other teams that maybe don't have the chance to qualify at the moment will be able to break through today as we take now a look at Group C. And we look at the next 4 teams participating: Loops Esports, Team Queso, Nova Esports, and Yala Esports.
Now, the one team that I actually want to call out for this group is Nova Esports. Nova Esports is currently sitting in 16th place, right on the cusp, with 22 kills. Now, yesterday, they were consistent, but they just weren't doing enough as far as acquiring those points. They got 9th, and then 10th, and then 9th, and then 10th for their games yesterday. So we're seeing that while that was enough to get them in the top 16, it might not be enough to keep them there today based off what the other teams do. So Nova Esports is really gonna have to step it up today.
Yeah, that's the luxury the top teams have right now, right? Is that they are pretty much safe and they can kind of just ride out this and save the energy coming into the Super Weekend. Let's take a look now at Group D. 4 more teams to throw into the battlefield here between all of the others. We're gonna have, looks like Tempo Storm, Alpha Legends, Cloud9, and of course, SWAT 69.
And I think for me here, one of them, we can definitely talk about Alpha Legends, Tempo Storm, and Cloud9, but I want to go ahead and focus on SWAT 69. They're currently sitting in 18th place, so that's a team that a lot of stuff might have not worked out for them yesterday, or maybe they just got unlucky like how it happened to Konina Power before. They need a stronger game today. They need to be consistent towards the top like Nova has been, but they also need to go ahead and back it up with kills, because if not, you're going to miss out on the first Super Weekend, and boy, you want to do everything you can to not be able to go ahead and do that. And another team, Tempo Storm and Cloud9, those are 2 teams that actually performed really, really well yesterday, and I hope they go ahead and continue that kind of performance and maybe carry that momentum all the way to the Super Weekend.
Well, Tempo performed well when Glitter didn't pick them as the team to win. We'll just say that. Let's look at our final 4 teams, though, playing in the Battlegrounds, ready to drop out of the plane. We're going to have B4 Esports, we're going to have Footballists, Pittsburgh Knights, and of course, Frag Machines.
Listen, I love Tempo. I will not be their bad luck charm, okay? I will not let you put that on me. But looking at this group here, we've got B4, PK, and Footballists, and they're all in very good positions right now. The team that I want to focus on is actually Frag Machines. They're currently in 20th overall in our leaderboard out of 20. So this is kind of like that moment where we've been talking about what are those teams going to do? Because 16th is a little bit different. You're sitting on the cusp. Maybe you can take a few risks, but also still keep it a little bit conservative. I want to see Frag Machines really, really going for it, going for those big plays, trying to take out some of the bigger names early if they can, to try and secure some of those points that are desperately needed right now to get into the top 16 position. Otherwise, they're going to miss out on our first Super Weekend, and it's going to just be a struggle from there.
I think the scariest thing is a team that has nothing to lose. If you're in last place, why not go all out? Look for those early kills if you're confident to do so. But we've been talking about who's on the top. We've been talking about who's on the bottom. Let's take a look so you guys at home can see currently how things do stand out. And I want to point out right off the bat here, Team Unique currently in first place. I want to say this. In 1 day of league play, they accumulated 75 points. In 2 days of the opening weekend in our seeding games, they accumulated 62 total. So already doing better in 1 day off the bat than they did an entire 2 days before.
Yeah, that's something you love to see, right? You want to go ahead and obviously see a team start hot on seeding weekend, but when it actually matters the most, when you're in league play, you want to go ahead and see them step it up. And Loops Esports, another team that we were hoping they would go ahead and start off hot. Well, guess what? They ended up getting a win with 18 kills. I picked that team on that exact moment. Just want to go ahead and point it out. And then you got Tempo Storm, as we mentioned. I know we were throwing some banter there to Glitter, saying that they were one of the teams that got knocked out on the last Erangel. But guess what? Even though they got knocked first, they're still third place. They have some cushion to work with, and that's what some of these teams are going to be looking for. You are always going to end up having a bad match, but you also need to take advantage and have an amazing game, at least somewhere along the way.
Yeah, and then jumping onto the second page here, one thing I do want to know from the first page first is Yala. Yala was actually in a little bit of a rough spot, had one really strong game on Vikendi yesterday, and that is what put them into the current 9th place position that they're in. So like I've said a few times here, all teams really need is one very strong game, and it can catapult them into a very safe spot. But noting here on the second page, we're looking again at Konina Power and Wildcard, the 2 teams that we highlighted from yesterday, currently in 11th and 13th respectively, and not exactly where I think you or myself, U7, had really kind of predicted them to be, right?
Yeah, and something absolutely right, and something I actually want to focus on is 16 and 17. They're currently separated by just 8 points. That is just such a very small margin, so you're going to be looking at teams like Nova Esports today, just being right there. I'm pretty sure they're going to want to go ahead and have an amazing game to start off here, so they don't have that stress of, hey, we might not qualify. That will start eating away in your head, and you don't want to get towards the end of the day and having those problems down on yourself. SWAT 69, one of the teams that we actually noticed that hot drop on Tempo Storm in Pochinki when when we play Erangel. Are they going to try to do that again, even though they lost 3 players? I know when I was talking to Tempo, they were saying that they were very surprised that they actually landed on them again. So maybe Tempo might be a little bit more prepared this time if they try to go for it again.
You said something there, Seven, that I really liked, by the way, about eating away at them as they get through game and game and game and match after match. And the further they fall behind, they're going to have to do something drastic, and that's going to really affect the morale of the team. But some players we've been talking about, also their teams, it is Konina Power, and it is Wildcard. And Tixi in particular, this man in the opening weekend surprised the hell out of us. He was a machine. He was a killing machine. He was a Terminator.
He definitely was. I think Tixi was able to go ahead and at some times he was able to put the team on his back, and that's something that you expect out of your top fragger. That we're currently seeing the highlight plays there. Something that I actually enjoyed even from opening weekend during the seeding stages was Tixi ended up with Axer, I believe it was, on a 2, pretty much. It was just by themselves trying to go ahead and finish off what their teams weren't able to do, and they ended up with the win. I think that is just such an amazing performance, especially to see from certain teams. What do you think, Glitter?
Yeah, and I think the one thing that I liked about watching, especially in those highlights there from Tixi, is like you can tell from his gameplay that it's an incredibly steady shot, and he's just confident going into those engagements. He knows that when he's taking the fights, that there is a very high probability that he's coming out on top. So he's not afraid to make those decisions or take those one-on-ones because of how well he's been doing so far. And like Jason had just kind of pointed out a little bit, the mental aspect of this game will become very important as the league play continues on. So that's going to, prove to be something that's very, very worthwhile for Tixi.
And I know we have a really cool graphic, so if you guys can go ahead and pull up that graphic for me, because sorry to cut you out there, Jason.
Oh, no.
I want to go ahead and show how consistent this man has been, and that's something you expect to see out of your top players. That's something you want to go ahead and see out of your top players, is consistency. And guess what? On the first week, this man had 490 damage, and to back it up here on league play, he has 381. That's not only that, damage received has actually just gone a little bit up, still very consistent, and with kills, he's still averaging 2 kills a game. That is huge for a team, especially if it's your fragger. You want to go ahead and see them continue to have that consistency, because if you see some kind of drop off, it might not only just affect that player, it might start affecting the whole team.
I think that's really important. You're talking about consistency is key, especially when your team isn't having the same kind of performance like they had in the second day in the opening weekend, right? This man's been able to keep the damage up. He's been getting the kills consistently for his team. He's someone that's definitely not slacking off within the team at the moment. But we also have to talk about another player from another team. Wildcard, we're going to have to talk about Acer here, Glitter, because there's a specific reason why.
Yeah, okay. I mean, the specific reason is because Acer has been an absolute slayer so far for his team. He's always consistently a strong player for them. And so when it comes to his damage output and his kills, he's a valuable asset to the team. So making sure that he's always up is incredibly, incredibly important. Not to mention that he's kind of, who we're looking at right now as far as almost like an equally as strong player as Tixi for Konina Power. So Acer probably is feeling a lot of pressure. We're seeing here in all of these clips how he is able to just be incredibly, incredibly smart with his movement and the fights that he's choosing. Wildcard had a very, very strong second day and opening weekend. And like I said a little bit earlier, they didn't have the best showing yesterday, but they're used to this. They're used to having the pressure on them and having to maybe play a little bit of catch up, and they're not in a horrible position. 13th is not bad. They should be safe as long as they're consistent today, but I really want to see what they can manage to pull out. What do you think, Seven?
Yeah, the thing for me is that consistency, as you're currently seeing there, the graphic. Thank you for everybody in the back. We're seeing consistency, and it's not there at the moment. It could have been just maybe a bad day, and that's what I'm actually going to go ahead and put it as. Remember, seeding weekend, 345 damage, and here on the first day of league play, we get 132. Kills, though, have been very consistent. He's barely averaging half a kill per game. You want to go ahead and see a player like that, of that caliber, go ahead and step it up. Hopefully his teammates are able to go ahead and support him on that, because we have seen Acer end up being the last player of that team at certain times. So hopefully, I'm just going to go ahead and toss up that first league play day to just bad luck. Listen, overall, they are currently still in 13, as you were saying. They do have a little bit of cushion, but you don't want to get too comfortable there sitting on 13. You always want to go ahead and shoot up to the top.
And on that note about bad luck, I mean, we talked to Konina Power after their first day in the opening weekend, right? And they said they played the exact same one from day one to day 2. They just had some bad luck on the first day. So maybe here for ACDE or a wildcard game, and they can really show up today when it's going to matter. Because again, there is a chance they could be leapfrogged out of this one we were talking about before, and they don't want to be dropping out when they were one of the strongest teams, if not the strongest team, in the opening weekend. But what I can tell you is we're getting very close to starting off our first match of the day. But you guys at home might be curious, well, what necessarily are the matches going to be played across today? Because we're only going to be having 2 of them. It's pretty similar to what we had yesterday, and here is our schedule. Starting things off with Vikendi, going over to Erangel second, and then going back and forth until we end things up over to Vikendi. But again, the letters you're seeing on your screen, you might not know exactly what that means. That refers to the groups, and the one that's going to be grayed out is the group sitting out. So for instance, Group E in the first match of the day will be sitting out. And who's in Group B, Glitter?
That means we will not be seeing B4 Esports, Footballist, Pittsburgh Knights, or Frag Machines.
Okay, so some big teams there that have already had chicken dinners for themselves, not having the chance. But then again, that means if they sit out first, they get to play themselves 4 games straight. We talked about this before, Seven. This is important. If you have a good start, you don't want to be going on a break here as we do get ready to jump into Vikendi.
Oh, definitely. And I think one of the teams that Glitter even mentioned there was Frag Machines. They're going to be sitting out. They're currently sitting in last. So what I'm hoping they're doing here coming up this match is that they're also watching. They're trying to see what kind of strategies some of the other teams are going to be doing here in Vikendi, because we are going to be playing 2 more Vikendis later on. And they need to go ahead and take advantage of that. Going with Frag Machines, even though they're currently not playing here on this first match, they didn't really have the best performance yesterday on Vikendi. They ended up with 11th place and 0 kills. So that's one team that needs to step it up. So hopefully they can take advantage of sitting out that first game. And for the other teams that are currently playing, take advantage of being able to play here first. See if you can maybe start some momentum. Teams that are currently just not quite there, like Nova Esports. Nova Esports, we mentioned it over and over again. They're currently in 16th place. You want to get out of there. You at least want to be 13. You want to be where Kanina Power or where Wildcard are, just to get that pressure off your shoulders. So I wouldn't expect if maybe we see some great gameplay here from Nova Esports in the first match.
So I'm actually curious on that note, Glitter, because if you're one of those teams currently, let's just say 16th to maybe 13th, I imagine you almost just want to play safe in the first couple of games, right? Not go for anything too crazy because you don't necessarily need to. Play for maybe the safe kills and play for some safe placement points.
Yeah, and that's why I had touched on that a little bit with Nova Esports during the groups, because I completely agree. I think you have an opportunity here where you have a little bit of time to perhaps scout out Vikendi if that's not a map that you are, you know, typically that strong on, but you don't have a lot of it. You've got like maybe a game or 2, like you won Vikendi, won Erangel, and then that's it. If it does not work for you, if your safe gameplay is not working in those first 2 matches, you have to go for it from there. You cannot take the chance that 17th, who like Seven said, is only, what, 8 points behind?
Yep.
You can't take the chance that they're going to jump above you after that. If it's not working out in game 1 and 2, you have to switch it up and pray that it works.
Well, if you guys haven't played PUBG Mobile in the last few days while we get our first game ready to go, you might have missed out on the Battle Royale Pass coming through with Season 14, but luckily for you, we have a nice little trailer to show you what you're missing out on. That is so sick. Seven, I gotta ask you, looking at that trailer and obviously picking up the Royal Pass yourself, what was the one thing that you're looking forward to getting?
I already got it all. What are you talking
Already got it all? Already?
Everything. Yeah, first day, you always buy the Royal Pass from the bat, and then on top of that, you go ahead and do some giveaways.
Well, now I know what I've been doing wrong. But let's talk about what we're potentially going to be doing right here. It's time for prediction games, yet again. And we're going to start things off. We did you first yesterday, Seven. We're going to start off with Glitter this time. Who do you think is taking this first game?
Listen, I'm holding out strong with Wildcard. Like I said, this could be the same exact thing that happened on Open Weekend, and then they came in on day 2 and won the first map and won the last map. So I'm going to stick with Wildcard for match 1.
Well, I do feel bad for the Wildcard guys now because they're probably going to be dropping out in 16th place. Seven, who do you have?
My pick, do Brazil. Dude, Brazil, Loop Esports, they got a chicken dinner, and on top of that, 18 kills. Come on now, you know they're looking to go ahead and back that up and maybe even get over 18 kills. So Loops Esports is who I got. Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, let us know who you guys got, because in the future, we might start featuring some of your guys' comments here on the broadcast.
Well, you know what? I'm just going to say my team. Team Unique. I'm not even going to tell you why. I'm going to let them do it when we get into the game. So you two get out of here. We'll check in with you after the first match is done to talk about that game. Let's bring in our commentators, though. Yeah, get out of here, Seth. I don't want to see you anymore. Let's bring in our commentators. We got Enviram and Cameron Davis going to be joining us yet again. Let's start things off. Let's get into predictions here. No, you know what? Let's give you a chance to think of predictions a little bit more. Let's talk about yesterday's games really quickly. Give me like a little summation of how the day went for you, Enviram.
Yesterday was, I think, a lot about contrast. I think the difference between Erangel and Vikendi was apparent to a lot of these teams. I feel like Erangel was a lot more calculated. Teams had a really good idea about what they wanted to do, but Vikendi was all about aggression, pacing, making sure you're able to keep up momentum, third parties, fourth parties, fifth parties, block parties. It was an adventure from start to finish.
Well, Cameron, we'll hear from you about the day later on, but I want to get some quick predictions out of you too. So, Cameron, hook me up. Who do you got to win?
I'm gonna follow 7. I'm gonna pick Loops. I think out of all the teams yesterday, they looked the strongest on Vikendi in particular, so I gotta hedge my bets with them.
Okay, and Enviram, real quickly, who do you got?
I got Loops as well, actually. I think we're kind of a unified front here. They just look. I know. Look, it's boring, but I want to win, and I'm lame like that. All right, they're a good team.
Definitely are up there in the talent leaderboards we have going on. But we're about to hop into the first match here, so boys, take it away for us.
Thank you so much, Jason. Let's get into game number 1. I am so very excited to start things off on Vikendi. We had an absolute blast with it yesterday. Cameron, those teams, oh my goodness, aggression was the name of the game. It was so much fun to watch.
Yeah, and as I was talking about yesterday, the nature of the map with the amount of compounds that there are, the minute you see a circle go in one direction, you want to be in a strong position, because generally that position is even stronger than it would be on any of the other maps. I hope that makes sense. I feel like that was a little too convoluted, but nonetheless, there was a lot of contesting for compounds, and I think we're going to be seeing a lot of similar contention again, because we're going to... I recognize this circle.
This was the second circle from yesterday. This is the exact same one. Oh my goodness, we had this this fun final circle sort of in the wastelands between Cosmodrome and Trevno and Pushkova. It was, this is gonna get exciting, that's for sure.
What's also exciting is another contestation in Volnova, my city. I love this. Let's get some roof action, let's get some roof play, but this could easily be another repeat of the exact same circle, because I don't think the plane was too different on that game as well. Wildcard didn't really go aggressive against Konina Power because both these teams had to rotate to the circle, but Sam is already here on the roof trying to spot out some information, and Konina, they're looking pretty good on the leaderboard right now, so they could afford to perhaps go a little aggressive this time around. And that's why Sam being on the roof to call out any information, any potential aggression from the opposing team is good for Wildcard.
Yeah, I mean, Konina Power coming in 11th place, Wildcard 13th place. Like, these are both teams that a good day today could propel them up into, the top 8, whereas a bad day today, I mean, they're on the cusp. I think they're pretty much safe here for a super weekend, but this is definitely something they're going to be cognizant of. And we kind of got a little bit excited last time because maybe they're going to take a bit of an early fight. Maybe there'll be a bit of aggression. And they're like, nah, we'll have a little bit of respect. We'll handshake, passing like 2 ships in the night. We'll fight another day. And I would not be surprised if they're going to do the same thing here. Neither of these teams, I mean, Glitter touched on this as well. If you're the team sort of in this area, you're not quite on the cusp. You're sort of in that safety zone. Probably not going to want to throw that away with some rash decisions.
Yeah, when you're the team in the lead, and even though, as you mentioned, both these teams are in the double digits of ranks, they're not in first place, but they're in the lead in terms of not being in the bottom 4, you want to make it so it's up to your opponent and the teams in the bottom 4 to make those moves, because if you just play status quo, if you're not qualified, you're not going to be qualified into this unless, of course, you're relying on circles, but you don't want to do that because that's just complete up to chance at that point. So I think for both of these teams, you're correct. They don't want to go aggressive and end up throwing it away. Just play safe, play consistent, climb up those placements, even if it's not into a first place, even if you get into just like the top 5, top 6, and they should be good to go. And it's up to the headquarters, SWAT, KHK, and Frag Machines on the games that they're playing to make the big moves.
I think that's, a really good point, talking about the idea of just get yourself in there. Just get yourself in those final circles. Actually, Pittsburgh Knights was a team that did that yesterday to incredible effect, whether it be J7 or Raven able to just sneak their way into multiple like top 4 ending situations, like everybody else would be fragging and fighting. You're just like, hey, look, Pittsburgh Nice is here too. But that play style ended up netting them a ton of points. So if there's some situations where you find yourself in a rough mid game, there are still ways to extend that in terms of points on the board. We know it's possible. We've seen it. But again, you talked about it. These teams at the bottom, it is all about them today to really step up.
Yep. And I do want to just be clear that this play style, I only like it when it comes to the 2 days of the league play. Once you hit Super Weekend, that's when you want to go big. That's when every team, you want to go aggressive and make those big moves, because at that point, it's all about first place and getting the points that you can. But for here, more than anything else, it's just about vacation and security.
Look, we're casters. We would never encourage a team to play passive. At least for me, I like action. I like, momentum. I like good gunplay. I'm never, or make yourself a pancake or something. Just chill in the kitchen. Whatever you're doing, just take it easy. No, I am very much in agreement here. Again, it really comes down to the day. And these teams, at the level they're at now, again, especially with a lot of them, they have the support staff, they have coaches, they have managers, like they're aware of this. They have a game plan coming into that. They actually talked to us a little bit more about that, Cameron. The idea of having a game plan, not only for a map, but for a day as a whole, or in this case, a section of the tournament.
It's so important to have control over all the things that you can have control over, and that all comes down to pre-planning. There are so many variables and uncontrollables in a game of Battle Royale in PUBG, and so you want to make sure that the things that you can control, you have down locked. That is knowledge of the enemy team's landing positions, the enemy team's rotations, what sort of playstyle do they want. So if you knock an opponent or get knocked by an opponent, you need to be aware of what they're going to do next. And all these things that you can will only lead to better results, and it might not work out the exact same every single time, but you don't want to be results-based strategizing. You want to be theory-based strategizing.
I think that's super important to really point out and really drive home to the crowd, because obviously, again, the nature of Battle Royale is that there are some random elements, and that's partially why we play so many games. But control what you can control. That's the fun element of this. You can control your actions, you can control your rotations, and you can control how you deal with adverse situations. And I think that last key component is really the hallmark of a champion here, as we do see a little bit of action also popping up in the kill feed there. Konina Power, looks like they got a knock onto one of the members of Nova. Might have just been a little bit of a drive-by here, though. I don't think there's too much action going on.
Yeah, I'm looking at the map right now, and the rest of Nova, if I'm not mistaken, they're all in one vehicle. I don't know if they got a knock from a player in that very same vehicle, or if there was just a 1-3 separation on the rotation. But yeah, this is... Wait, there's only 2? Okay, no, there are 3 in here. This is a bit rough, because if they got a little unluckier with that spray, we could have seen the whole vehicle go up. Okay, yeah, so it was a single player. I don't know if they were forward as a scout. I actually think that they were further behind, which is weird to end the vehicle with most players in it first, but at least this time around, it actually worked out for them.
The downside, of course, being is that's GFan that got knocked out. Of course, one of their star players at this early stage of the game. That is not ideal. Getting caught out on rotations, that's, again, one of the nature of the beast in this sort of thing, and that's why having knowledge of your opponent's drops and where they're going to be rotating is also important. But we've also seen Zana getting picked up here from Yala Esports. Yala, of course, sort of went from being a team that we didn't talk about a whole lot to suddenly rising up, being able to walk away with a chicken dinner, sort of their saving grace of the day yesterday. Really kept them in contention, I guess, for some of these top spots and making them in the top 16. But they're a team that I think has the potential. They've shown us, but they're going to need to continue to demonstrate this today, and they're going to need to just clean up those shots a little bit more.
Yeah, and actually the game that they won was on Vikendi. So hopefully they can replicate that there and maybe come out as one of the Vikendi experts in this 20 team. Okay, hold that on. KHK versus Loops, and Loops going big. Let's go, Loops! Let's go, Loops!
All right. Hello. 0 to 100 real quick here, and that's our first team eliminated? Meeting on the road. Oh my goodness, Loops. 4-0. Yeah, you get a knock, but you are so happy with that. And this is the aggression of Loops that we were talking about. There is only one direction, and it is forward. There is only one direction, and it is towards the fight. That is Loops in a nutshell. That's one of the reasons that I had this team picked to do well, and especially on a map like Vikendi that seems to benefit, that seems to just, say, hey, we're going to give you everything if you play aggressive. We're going to put you in better positions. We're going to give you better compounds, better angles, and they are capitalizing on it so beautifully.
Yeah. On the flip side of things, though, KHK is one of the teams that are not currently qualified, and to go out first is almost disastrous for them. They're going to need to have the other 3 games that they're playing today be really, really big if they want to qualify. We didn't see the start of that engagement. I don't know if it was Loops or KHK that sort of started that whole thing off. But either way, it's still not a good end result.
Not super ideal. Only 5 kills to their name across the opening 5 games of play. Being able to take at least one member of Loops down there would have been, I think, even a bit of a moral victory there for them. Because that's also something we have to talk about. It's the idea that, especially if you are one of these teams at the bottom, it's easy for us as the third party, as a spectator, look and say, well, just do better and shake it off. But there's a big mental factor if you're going in and you're taking fights and you're losing, to be able to reset on that and continue to show up the next day. That is is really something that a team at this high level needs to be able to do and needs to be able to do consistently. But as we say this, 2 teams in sort of the middle of the pack right now, maybe eyeing to start a fight.
Konina Power, they haven't moved too much further north from where they first got an initial knock on to Nova, and I think they want to play this early game slow and then hopefully go bigger once it comes in. But I'm always nervous when teams are okay playing the edge of phase 1, but maybe it's because they spotted out Cloud9. The shot coming out can't quite get a knock.
Long-range shots, downrange. Can they find it? Back and forth. Just pinging down armor, pinging down helmets as best they can. They're stacked so close as well. Cloud9, though, able to sort of force back Konina Power actually into the blue. This is actually, all Cloud9 has to do is keep them here. And they were able to secure, I think, 1 knock there as well. They were. So, Konina Power, this is not a fight you take. This is not a fight you win. You reset, you reconsider. And if you're Cloud9, you're still happy with how this is going because you're burning meds, you're burning downtime, and more importantly, you're keeping Konina Power on their toes and you're not allowing them to play the game they want to play.
Problem is, yes, they got circle shift in their favor. It is a hard shift down towards the south. You can see on the minimap that they're not far from where the phase 2 line is drawn. But unless they go through Cloud9, there aren't really that many directions that they can go. And so because the shift came in their favor, no one else is going to be moving around this area, which kind of, I want to say is actually bad for Konina Power is that they got this shift. They're all in one vehicle, driving up this east road. They could easily be driving into Yala or
Here's the prediction.
Too far.
And C9 actually predicted that full rotation. If they can line up the shots, if that vehicle goes down here, oh my goodness, that could have been huge. That could have been Konina Power just removed in one instance. You actually saw 2 members of Cloud9 predict that particular rotation themselves, and they were in position. I almost wish they kind of put more members in, because trying to commit to take down one of these teams, the Forerunners, one of the squads that looked so impressive in opening weekend and has looked okay so far, during the regular league play, that could have been big. But in either case, Konina Power is not happy with how this game is starting.
Yeah, they're actually not in a bad spot right now, though. They still have 4 up. They didn't, even though one of the players did get knocked, they were able to get a revive onto that. And now, because of that rotation, it wasn't punished as much as Cloud9 would have wanted it to be. They're actually now in front of Cloud9. They were able to find a spot that wasn't contested by any other team. And so, despite my own concerns, Konina Power are in a position that they can just reset and sort of, I don't want to say, obviously not start from the beginning again, because we're about, how far, like a couple of minutes in, 10 minutes in, still sort of reset their game plan.
Absolutely. And again, all these things that we're mentioning, so important to talk about. But one of the things you mentioned coming into this map, Vikendi in particular, is all about these small compounds and these, I call it CQB, these close quarters battles that you've got to be cognizant of. You're seeing a lot of players running Uzis, particularly on Vikendi. You have tons and tons of these close range fights. You need to be able to hit your shots. You need to be fast on the flick. You need to have your head on a swivel, and you need to be cognizant of elevation. A lot of rooftops here are accessible to these players. We see, Lord doing it now for Yella, and we saw it have a big impact on some of these compound fights we saw yesterday. How important is it to have these multiple levels of engagement if you're a team on defense, and especially trying to breach a compound?
When you're looking at elevation, it's not just the roofs, it's also, wait, let's come back to that, because Loops, they're still going aggressive, and they still want to show us that they're the most aggressive team in this lobby. They get a knock onto Cloud9, and I don't think they're in a position that they can capitalize on it too much, but you can still see the rest of Cloud9, because they saw Loops in the kill feed be ready for a full send. But on this map, we can see that Loops, they're not going to go aggressive on it. They don't want to start something when these 3 could pull off of them and put them in a tricky situation. But phase 3 is going to center up. But is that Konina Power on Tempo Storm dead center?
Oh my goodness. So a lot of teams sort of vying for these top spots are going toe-to-toe. Tempo and Konina, Loops and C9, 2 battles potentially happening in unison, but we're here back on board with Tixi, one of these star players. I cannot hype up enough how much of an impact this player has been, but Konina Power once again looking potentially to reposition. Or actually, maybe they're baiting it. No, they're just going to protect their vehicle. They don't want to get this knocked out at this point. This is huge. They do want to take this fight, though. It looks like they're going to reposition, so they have more of a bit of level footing. But Rain actually has a great angle on this. And no, once again, they're just going to have to totally back up and rethink this whole plan. And this is just, that's the question.
Okay, I think this is free, but it's right next to a river and a bridge, and they could maybe get a kill on a rotating team that are coming from the west side, like Wildcard, but this still just shows I'm not a big fan of Konina's not wanting to go aggressive, not wanting to take these fights, because yeah, they've been lucky that when they've retreated off of these engagements that they haven't been caught off by another team lying in wait, but it still not only shows a lack of confidence in your own play, but also a lack of ability to like make a stand in this particular round and actually start to gain map control.
As we were sort of looking through the players there, one of the things I noticed is a lack of like level 2 vests and even a couple level 2 helmets in some situations. I'm wondering if their lack of gear is actually impacting that decision a little bit here because again, they were at the same city as Wildcard to start this off. Maybe they didn't have the best loot round that they wanted, and as they were able to go, Cloud9 forced them out, couldn't loot there. Now they're being forced out again. I'm actually wondering if part of it's literally just they don't feel comfortable with, the gear they have on their backs. Small things like that do actually add up. One extra bullet. The TTK in this game is so quick. So, again, I may be grasping at straws a little bit here, but if Konina Power, a team we know to be aggressive, is deciding not to fight, there's probably a good reason why. But speaking of fighting, Team Queso now and Team Unique, 2 more squads. Man, all of these top teams, they're top for a reason. It's because they're not afraid to take these engages. Go boom! Ayala picking up that first kill here for Team Queso. Marco's already gone down, though, but if in a potential 3v3 situation, at least they've been able to even this up, going up against our lobby leaders in Team Unique.
Unique, they want to go aggressive, and they're trying to find information to counter this. But Queso aren't really giving them anything. It's a lot of smokes out, a lot of grenades coming up. I think Lightning might have found an angle, but he gets knocked for his troubles.
Mystic with the perfect shot. Oh my goodness, trying to provide some long-range support, though. Unique is not potentially in the best position to deal with this. Frozen has his work cut out for him here. Picked the right map for it, though, but the long-range shot punishing Mystic for the rotation to try and thirst that kill. And the nade as well from Frozen. Oh my goodness. And now what looked like a great position for Team K, so they now have to totally reset, totally rethink, and they are going to be able to get the res, at least on the side of Team Unique. This fight has gone back and forth, Cameron.
Unique there, prepping the grenade, waiting to see if Mystic is going to get revived or not. Okay, I think both teams are... No. They're reviving each other. It's a trade. A little bit of a slow pickup on the revive for Ayala onto Mystic, but Unique, they're pulling back off of this because the circle has shifted away from them, even just momentarily. I wonder if Unique are going to try and totally flush Queso out of this, or they're going to try and rotate around them. We're getting to a point in the game, though, that you're going to have to start to take a fight eventually, but Queso are also backing off.
Uh-oh. Queso's backing off, but Frozen has the audio cue. Here's the footsteps. I think they realize this. They need to try and take this fight. They have to rotate west at this point. When the opponents are north and south, that means somebody's got to make the play. Call this the game of chicken. Who is going to move first? Don't have a whole lot of time before the circle is going to move. They're going to be able to hear the footsteps. Who can hit the shots? That's the big question. And Frozen's going to back up. Ooh, prone reset. Taking a lot of damage for his trouble, though. Got to try and snake his way out of there. But that's going to be the angle. Mystic. Again, I talked about the power of these SMGs, these close-range fights, and we're seeing it now, but Mystic has to rethink because Unique is also finding these unique angles. And Lightning is here. This is such an interesting fight. So much top-level play, so many great shots, but it's the mind games, it's the angles these players are using, Cameron.
Yeah, it's a very interesting footsie game here because both teams still need to move in the circle. And I really like how Queso are playing this, especially. They get a knock, but they don't push for the kill. They use that quick moment in time to get into the circle themselves because they know that they're going to have to fight Unique further on because they're the only thing standing in between Unique and the zone. And so the fight's going to happen to them eventually, and so they might as well use that time to get a better position. And inside a compound like this is a pretty good one.
Speaking of compounds, another close-range fight is breaking out here, this time between Yala Esports and Umbra. Ooh, boy. This is going to get interesting. And oftentimes we're seeing this with these compound breaches. You're going to have the one player sitting back, the one that has the optics, a couple pushing up. But in this case, Anasa's a little bit out on his lonesome here. This could get interesting. Umbra's aware of this. If they turn the corner and they're able to get the shots, he's just dead. There is no hope that's going to be able to come and help him out here. And that grenade, feeling a little bit sad.
Second one made his way inside.
Oh, it's just
now, certainly, if Umbra didn't know that there was someone right next to them, they do now. But I wonder what Lord's going to be able to play off of this. Circle shifts away from them. And so Umbra need to make the decision if they want to take this fight or just move into the circle. I like the idea of taking the fight at this point. Hopefully, Yala will go quick enough to allow him to finish. Nice. Oh, that's a good start. Vindex getting that knock is definitely the beginning that they needed.
It is, but they're actually getting third-partied right now by Nova, who's joining on in. Did hear the shots. Nova, of course, who lost one member early, going to try and do the same over here to the side of Umbra. Let's see what HCL can do. I think at this point, you just have to try and pick a fight. And that's exactly what they're going to do. Anas is going to get absolutely wrecked. And that is going to be Yala Esports eliminated, capitalizing on the damage that Nova was able to do. There was one knock there, but HCL and the crew have an interesting angle on this one. And now this is going to be the full send into the compound. Cameron, Nova wants these kills.
Good time for them to send as well with the knock. And I think that's a second one onto Vindex. Molly's coming into the top floor. What can Easy do?
Oh boy, he's going in. No, he's actually going to back up, reset, rethink this. They're going to try and isolate this, make this a pure 2v1. I like this. Potentially even thirst for these outside kills. Just totally reduce Hall's decision-making out here on the outside. One additional member, PRZ, who was able to flank Nova. That might have been a misstep, leaving the safety of the building, and now Umbra is collapsing, but it's a complete back and forth trade. The nade's going to try and go out here. No, PRZ from long range. AZ making it easy and not that easy. Who is already down and out, but Nova take the best of that engagement.
PRZ almost stole that away from them and brought it back into Umbra's favor, but I think prepping that grenade just a little bit too high up on that rock made his head visible, and they're gonna go out, but Nova still need to, they're still in the blue right now, and they need to run, but so do Loops, and Slicky is aware of it in the vehicle, in the smoke to try and get away.
Let's take a look back. We're going to see how this fight started off. Oh, the one vehicle, the clown car. No, this is why you don't do that. Loops, a bit of a rookie move. I wonder if it's some of the damage they took on earlier. They're still going to be able to take this fight. And Cloud9's even getting the down there onto Slicky. We are starting to get into the realm of beyond third parties at this point. Adder's going to be able to secure that one there. Bayo does actually end up going down. What is it with the play zone and killing Cloud9? Not okay, team. They're going to be able to do some damage over on the other side. Federal is going to drop. Loops is not going to be able to get out of this too easily here. They are pinned on multiple fronts down behind the tree, and this might be the entire caster desk being a little regretful of that Loops decision there, because I think that's it. Like they're in a world of hurt.
Yeah, it's not looking good for them. At least we can rely on their 4 kills that they got earlier and maybe picked up a couple more. But yeah, that's going to be them out losing their final members to the play zone. At least that's not a point going to Cloud9. And they only have 1 kill. So just hanging out here on the edge trying to clean up the stragglers coming in from the zone. They only have 1 point to account for things. But they have their eyes set on Konina Power, who are still alive. The clown card of their own, hiding behind the rock.
Oh, this has been Konina Power's game so far. This has been their day. Oh my goodness, pinned down, outgunned, and clumped together in a way that one grenade have us all yelling Kobe. But let's jump aboard now with Alpha Legends. Kato, one of these players that had some almost pop-off moments. I say almost pop-off because there's like almost some 2v1s that were clutched, almost some situations that would have done even more for the team. But we'll see if they're going to be able to win that respective fight as we jump back on board with Konina Power, who, despite the fact, look, I've been giving them a hard time. I've been joshing them a little bit here. They have kept all 4 players alive, Cameron. At this stage of the game, that's actually really impressive.
It is, especially considering the situations that we've seen them retreat away from, but Robdini does go down. How are they going to reset off of this? I like them playing this 3-1 with the Axer off on the side for the crossfire angle, but he's going to have to go big to clear out space for his team.
And we're seeing Dream Eaters, Alpha Legends. This is the fight we checked in with earlier. Dream Eaters don't need to be careful because they have teammates on multiple sides, and Alpha actually went for some interesting flank. The send around, the nades are going through, but the play zone is being additional team that every single player in this lobby has to contend with. So much blue damage being dished out, and Dream Eaters now trying to make something happen as they are getting knocked. trying to take down Alpha Legends, who are just going around the outside. Wildcard's also eliminated through all of this as well. But what a sloppy fight between these two teams, because now Alpha is potentially going to be facing off against Konita Power as well. You haven't even dealt with Dream Eaters, and now you're trying to take another fight. Cameron, I can't cover all this at once. Every single team is shooting.
It is way too difficult to keep track of everyone, and so I can't imagine what it's like to be inside the round right now. Adder here trying to go aggressive. You saw him spraying down damage onto Konita Power. But Cloud9, they're able to make their way into the circle, and they find some trees of cover. That's the reason why this circle is so chaotic, is because there is no hard cover. It is all trees, all rocks, which means that if you step out to one side trying to dodge someone's angle, you're going to walk into someone else's line of sight.
Oh my goodness, and another top forerunner of this lobby eliminated as well, but you absolutely nailed it, Cameron. There is no clean angle. There could be an opponent around every corner, behind every tree, every rock and bush. Nature itself is out to get you at this point. Vikendi is biting back, they're fighting back, but Alpha, the last man standing, Raymond over there, that's what I was talking about. Oh my goodness! No, okay, it doesn't get the kill with the vehicle, but they end up cleaning it up. Konita Power is still somehow surviving through this, but finally Dream Eaters, after dealing with most of Alpha Legends, is dealing with them, and now Konita Power is out in an instant blink, and they are gone. They tried to send it in with the vehicle, but they picked up that one kill. Getting out to get that kill put them in a terrible position, and then they instantly get eliminated.
I honestly don't know if you could play that any other way to play that, though, because with the area as chaotic as it is right now, information is at a premium. They didn't know who was going to be right over that hill. They didn't know who was lying right in front of them. And so that's the problem with what I was saying earlier with Konita Power, especially the inability to gain map control. And you can see how chaotic it was and just how difficult it was for them and a number of these other teams to really gain a good foothold here. Tempo Storm, yes, they have a compound, but they're also one of the only teams to have a foothold like that.
An interesting thing to note here, I talk about the idea of teams who can come into a game warm-up, come into a game fresh. Tempo Storm won game number 1 yesterday. They still have all 4 members alive. They have a compound. They head to the edge of the circle. They're actually looking in a pretty good spot right now, but Adder as well, being that snake in the grass, doing the work. He is going to get knocked on his own. Mystic dies to fall damage because that's the kind of game we're having right now. And now Beowulf is still holding strong, though the last man standing for the team, trying to get kills wherever he can. Dream Eaters as well. Everybody is battered, bruised, but the dreams are not broken yet, unless you're potentially Dream Eaters here. The last man standing, but Bayo is still up and alive, uneven, actually able to get into a point of cover, but the circle is moving in. The Molotov as well. No, Eversit's just being like, please, I know exactly where you are. I know exactly what I need to do. Get down, Cloud9. Get out of my server. Make you doing so much work. That was actually sick. The nade and the spray, I will watch that all day long.
Really good play to take out the final 2 members of Cloud9. I was about to give Cloud9 props for staying alive in this because they had to deal with similar chaotic situation as the other teams that we saw get eliminated, but it can only last so long, especially when you have 1 player down. And just using the potential revive Dream Eaters onto Cloud9, well played, well timed, all of that was great, but as a solo player, what more can Meku now do? He does have the circle in his favor, but he has an entire squad, or at least 3 members of 69 right above him, and they could have heard this engagement. I don't think they'll know exactly where he is, but they might have an inkling that there's going to be a snake there.
And I also want to note, we have multiple teams in this final circle that are in our bottom 4, Squad 69 and HQ. These are teams on the cusp of what you're talking about. If they can have a good day, if they can have a good game, they can propel themselves upwards. Our analyst touched on it at the start of the show, but they need to not do sends like that and get caught up from behind. Tempo Storm in one direction, Squad 69 in the other. Rock, meet hard place.
Problems here, giving all his problems away to HQ, making sure to confirm those kills as well, because as you said, they need as many points as they can get. They only have 3 right now. HQ only have 2, so 2 teams that actually haven't been in a lot of engagements, but they're making up for it in placements. Oh, maybe not the best time to bandage. He hears the footsteps, not spotted.
Ooh, now Spectre goes down. Tempo Storm forced to move. That was 1 down to the circle. Another one here. Tempo Storm looked like they had a fairly decent position at the compound, but maybe chose to rotate a little bit too late there, getting caught out in the blue. And now Dream Eaters, Meku's actually holding on through this. He's just scooching around on the outside. We'll see if Squad 69 sees him. He's trying to be the snake in the grass, but HQ is in a world of hurt right now. Tensa, the star, the legend of Tempo Storm, is going off right now. He has Spectre and HH24 at his back. Let's see what they can do. Tempo Storm, definitely the favorites in this lobby right now, but Meku is making his presence felt, but you know Spectre heard that. Everybody knows exactly where he is. As Spectre using this third-person mode, he's thinking, all right, let's go. HQ playing a heal strat. That Stream Meter's out in 4. Still a fantastic game from them, but this is Tempo Storm on the hunt. It's Bufla up against the world right now as the jaws are closing in. And this is Tempo Storm looking to get the chicken dinner here on Vikendi. Game number 1, the 4v1. What do you do against this? The answer is absolutely nothing. GG once again to start the day. It is Tempo Storm.
A good win by Tempo, but they only got 6 kills off of it. So there is a small downside to sort of just lying in wait in a compound while all this action is happening around you. The 20 points from the win, though, certainly going to be helpful and perhaps start to climb up to even the second or first place spot, because if I'm not mistaken, they were 3rd coming into this match.
I mean, this is going to have to make me think my first pick of the day, you know? I mean, this is now a win on Erangel and Vikendi. The first team that's been able to pick up 2 chicken dinners here since we started league play. This is a big deal for Tempo Storm if they're able to start the day hot. But what happens, we saw this last time, is now they're going to sit next game out, the way the groupings are going to work. And they weren't able to maintain the momentum last time around. Let's see if they can do that today, because that's the big difference maker here. So, I'm sure our analysts are going to break all this down, Cameron. We're going to let them take another look at that game. Boy, that was exciting.
Well, we started off the day talking about the teams who needed to show up when it came into our second and final day of the first week of league play. And we had 3 teams who were top 15th or worse make it into the top 4. 7 and Glitter. What an exciting game. Let's start things off, I guess, talking in general about how these teams made it that far in 7.
Listen, I know Tempo Storm won, and we're going to go ahead and talk about them, but I feel like we need to go ahead and talk about Swag 69. They had, going into that match, 13 points overall after playing 4 matches. And just that match alone, being able to go ahead and secure that second place, those 4 kills, they ended up with 18 points. That is huge. They're almost more than double their points, and this is going to go ahead and put them hopefully a little bit higher than some of that 16 teams. Maybe put a little bit of pressure up from their shoulders. And Tempo Storm, this is the second day now in a row where they pretty much are able to go ahead and get the win. But as I believe Davis was saying, they are going to be sitting now in the next match. So what's going to happen there with the momentum? Glitter, what do you think?
I don't know. I mean, clearly they're able to start off the day incredibly strong, which is very important because the ability to come in cold like that is big, which means that maybe sitting out won't affect them that much, hopefully. But this is huge for Tempo. They're pretty much set now. After having 2 wins, 2 very strong wins at that, we don't even really have to worry about them anymore. But like you said, SWAT 69, this is massive for them. They were they were just low in the rankings, and we had talked about this from the beginning. You know, if you're starting off in 18th place or just anything below 16th, what are you going to do to change that? And we just saw a ton of teams, like Headquarters as well, trying to make plays to bump themselves up in the standings.
And with Headquarters, they actually almost more than doubled their points as well. Going into this match, after playing 4 matches, they had 14 points. Being able to go ahead and collect 12 points here is going to be huge for those teams. Some of the other teams that we're seeing here, Cloud9, as we go into the second pitch, I'm going to be surprised to see some of the other teams. For example, Wildcard Gaming, I know that was one of your picks there, Glitter, only being able to go ahead and get 1 point. And then Loops Esports as well, only being able to go ahead and collect 5 points. So seeing those teams that we're kind of expect them to do well don't perform that well here in the match gives an opportunity for those teams that are currently out of 16, and I think that's something I love to see, Jason.
I'm honestly expecting the teams to hit us up excuse me, on social media and be like, hey, can you guys stop predicting us? Because we're doing so bad whenever you do. You saw Wildcard in there. We talked about Team Unique that I picked. Loops Esports being chosen by, I think, 4 different people on the talent. Some insane stuff. I do want to point out, though, you know, looking at the bottom teams who made it through into this one, I think it was, SWAT 69 and Headquarters, when they were the last 4 teams left alive, only had 2 kills. So we're seeing that emphasis really heavily placed on these teams on just getting placements alone, Glitter.
Yeah, I think that was probably, like I said, to be expected for maybe the first 2 matches, only because if you're taking those engagements, there's obviously always a little bit of a risk there that it doesn't go in your favor and you lose a player, or possibly your entire team goes down, and that's not what they want to do right now. If they can acquire those placement points for these first 2 matches and then get a better feel for where they're going to be in the overall rankings, then they can kind of decide what they want to do from there.
Okay, I think with that said, it's kind of okay to not have that much of maybe go for kills and be a little bit more passive. As long as you're able to get that placement and go towards the top, like Swag69, being able to get their 2nd place and 4 kills, that's good. That hopefully will start some momentum, and then later on through the day, you can go ahead and pick up the kills. But right now, we're seeing the team that won everything, the team that honestly I expected them to go ahead and come in and do really well as well. Tempo Storm being able to go ahead and get only 474 heals, and that's something I actually want to go ahead and touch on, because Tempo Storm, for most of the map, they don't really have to fight anybody. The circle, they kept coming their way, and they took full advantage of that, not having to engage as much, getting 6 kills on top of that 5 knocks. I think that's huge for them.
I think that's actually probably one of our lowest damage chicken dinners that we've actually had across our 3 days now, going to day 4. Let's take a look at our do the do moments from that last match, our first one of the day, the first of 5, so we still have 4 more to come up. Don't worry, we're not going to be shying you of any PUBG Mobile action today, and it looks like we're already starting off with Konina Power off the bat here.
Yeah, and Konina Power being able to go ahead and get somebody there from Nova, especially Shifan at the start, that is huge for them. That's somebody that they don't have to worry later on through the match. And then Loops Esports, this was something that had everybody that picked Loops Esports to win had them biting the nails, because it was just such a fight at the start, and Loops as well being able to go ahead and get into fights. I think the thing with Loops here, and something that I want to go ahead and touch on as we see the highlights, is that where they usually used to drop in, they usually tend to go Cosmodrome to go ahead and loot up there, but the way the plane path worked, it didn't really allow them to go ahead and make that big of a push up there, so they ended up looting somewhere else where they weren't comfortable, and then whenever they had to push into the circle, they just ended up getting gate kept by everybody, as we're seeing here right now by Slicky from Wildcard. Overall, great fights across the map, and I know one of the matches that we're also seeing from Cloud9, they were getting into fights with everybody else. So SWAT69, now that we're seeing them here, even though they didn't have that many kills, they did make sure people stayed away from them by putting some damage on them, causing some damage, and telling them, hey, back up, don't come this way just yet.
Yeah, I'm actually excited to see how that's all going to shake out too when we get to see the overall damage for all of the teams, because I feel like there might be some situations where teams are putting out damage just to kind of zone people away from them, to make sure they weren't getting pushed by teams, but not necessarily getting those kills, to just ensure those placement points, like we've said a few times here. Now, we did get to see a few fights earlier in the package as well that I'm excited to break down with you, Seven, because I think we had there was the Queso one, as well as the Nova clip that I'm super excited to get into. But here at the end of the game, we saw that Dream Eaters was doing incredibly well for themselves, positioning-wise, and being able to put out a ton of damage. Tempo, 69. I mean, were these the teams that you were expecting to see outside of Tempo in this top 4, Seven?
Not at all. Not at all. As we were watching this, we're seeing Swag69 still alive here in a top 5 situation, Headquarters in the top 5 situation. Listen, those teams are obviously here for a reason. They have proved on their regions that they belong here, but just from what we saw yesterday, it was one of those teams that we were just not expecting them to see in the top 5. So it's something I was mentioning earlier, it's good to see teams take advantage. Whenever some of those higher teams like Loops Esports, Unique as well, we saw Unique go off early, and I think they only ended up getting maybe like what, I think it was maybe 1 kill or a couple kills. It's good for those teams to take advantage. If you ever get that chance, go for it. You don't want to be towards that 16th place or close to that 16th place when we only have 2 matches left today, because remember, if you're just tuning in, only the top 16 teams are going to be moving forward to the first Super Weekend, and you don't want to miss out on that.
You definitely don't want to miss out on this. And Glitter, you said you wanted to see the damage done coming across us, and I think we do have that ready to actually show you so you can break it down for us and how things really worked out for these teams damage-wise. And yeah, that's exactly what I was expecting, a very heavy cluster of pretty even damage.
Definitely, yeah, I think Konina Power. Konina Power, Glitter.
Konina Power, and if they didn't even get to win. This is just showing, and we saw them, you know, early on, we saw them back off of a fight, and then later on decided to start taking those engagements, and it clearly paid off damage-wise, because not only did they do a ton, but they were able to pull down 7 kills as well. But look at Dream Eaters with 8 kills to their name. And this is what I was talking about as well with SWAT69. They only had 4 kills, but they did more damage than Tempo. They were using that as a way to zone people off of them towards the end to make sure they weren't getting pushed. Like, this is just an impressive graphic right now.
And then you have teams like Nova Esports, even though they didn't get that much damage, guess what? They were at least able to go ahead and confirm those kills by getting 5 kills. I think that's huge for teams like that. Hey, if you're gonna end up being in the 16th place like Nova Esports was coming into this game, and you're gonna probably end up getting knocked very early, at least try to get some kills, at least try a third party, and that's something that we're gonna be able to break down here in a little bit, and something that we've seen over and over again from Nova Esports. They're able to go and third party people very successfully.
I think, looking at the damage graph, to me, we also see the teams be very cautious about how they're playing that first game. And when we talked about, actually, I was talking to the observers about this. So when they were observing East versus West in the opening weekend, they were saying it's completely different. West is very brawly, everyone fighting everyone at the same time practically. And then they said after the first day of league play, West calmed down a lot. And I think that's what we're expecting, right? Teams to kind of take a step back, play a little bit slower, play for points to get into that super week easily. But from what I'm hearing, we have another teleshooter action coming up here out of U7, and we're going to tell us which teams it's going to be, and hopefully we have some more confetti today.
I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Everybody in chat has to let me know if they want confetti for the next one. You know what? We're actually going to go ahead and we'll do this one. Now, something I want to go ahead and keep in mind here is that the players from Umbra are going to be fighting one player from Yala. And meanwhile, guess what? Nova is paying close attention to all of this glitter. If you want to go ahead and take it over.
And so the reason that I really wanted to highlight this as well as far as the clip goes is because this was very important for Nova Esports. Now you see that Umbra is going to be finishing the fight with Yala, and if you look at their overall health right here, if you look at ProLord up in the corner, he is, he does end up being in a lot of trouble right now. Now Nova is paying attention to this entire fight. So they're able to push up, and Nova actually fully commits. They take the whole car and they just drive in on it, knowing that there's the potential that Umbra might be a little bit on the back foot after having taken that fight with Yala. Now, we've seen Nova do this before. Zero fear. We just see them crash in on Umbra. And if you do notice in the back, there is still one Nova player hanging back while this push goes on. So we have Nova pushing in on Umbra, and they're able to have 2 players knocked right now, both ProLord and I think Vindex is down right now. So they have to decide if they're going to finish them or push in on Hollis. They decide to at least take out or to take out one of the players, but they don't see on the side. This is what I was waiting for. Okay, so we were waiting for PRZ on the side here, and Nova did not realize that that's where he was. He's able to start using his utility, start throwing some frags, and take out the Nova player as he rotates around to the side to go for those finishes. This is where I thought that it was actually going to work out in Umbra's favor, but it didn't at all. Nova was able to see that he was on the side, take him out as well, push in on Hollis, and finish out the entire fight.
Yeah, and I think something to mention there with HCL, I think it kind of ended up working out perfect for them that he waited towards the end to make that push. It ended up saving their life. And something that I actually wanted to go ahead and note here, it's going to be Konina Power and Tempo. Even though they didn't end up fighting, something I want to go ahead and keep in mind is we're currently only 13 minutes into a match. Sometimes you don't want to take those fights. I know while we were watching, some of the casters were saying maybe it was a show of Konina Power being scared of not taking this fight, but if you honestly see it, especially towards the end here, you gotta be noticing that Konina Power just were in a very huge disadvantage. Right now, Tempo has everybody set up for anything that comes their way. They have pretty much all the angles covered, and if this team from Konina Power tries to make a push for it, guess what? Tempo's gonna go ahead and make all their players adjust to it, and they're going to be ready for that push. So I actually very much enjoy that Konina Power didn't take this fight. I think that it was perfect for them to not take this fight, considering the position they were on. And as you're going to be able to see right here, you're going to see somewhat of a divot. That's even more of a disadvantage at the end of the day for Konina Power, because if they had to go ahead and take that fight, they were going to have to step over that divot. And guess what? What are you going to go ahead and leave exposed? You're going to go ahead and leave exposed that head, which is going to allow for easier headshots. So Konina Power taking that fight right there, I think it was very good. And as I mentioned, no confetti this time around. Twitch, YouTube chat, and Facebook chat. If you guys want confetti, you got to let me know in the chat. You got to make sure you spam it in the chat, all right?
Come on. You can't tease me with confetti. We got to get it in here at least the next match. Come on, guys in chat. You got to ask for it out of 7, and obviously get your predictions as well of who's going to take the next match. Just take a look at the schedule. If you're just joining us, I might have missed out. As we talked about earlier on today, we're going to be having 2 maps, Vikendi and Erangel, back and forth until we have our 5 matches done today. And that means, as we just had Vikendi go, it's going to be Erangel as our second match. Now, again, Group D going to be sitting out for this one. And Glitter, I'm always going to go to you on this one. Who's not going to be participating here in match 2?
So that means after their win, we won't be seeing Tempo Storm, Alpha Legends, Cloud9, or SWAT 69. So 2 of those teams doing very, very well in the first match, and now they have to sit out.
See, I kind of like this actually for SWAT 69 because they did so well in placings in the last match. I kind of think that like a little bit of a breather, right, to kind of collect themselves and see where they are in the standings now, so they can kind of set their eyes forward to like a strategy of, okay, what do we need to do now in our final 3 games, 7.
Yeah, and I think it will be good for them to just kind of go back and digest what went well in that match in Vikendi and try to go ahead and mimic that and maybe increase just some of the kills that they were able to get. So I'm totally on board there with you. Just them kind of taking a step back and seeing what's going to happen here. Now, going into Erangel, I'm actually trying to figure out which team am I going to pick here. I'm not sure because we do have Pittsburgh Knights now going to be playing here in Erangel. Yesterday, when they started off their day, they ended up playing Vikendi. How are they going to be able to go ahead and react to that switch of the first match that they're going to be playing? It'll be interesting to see here how some of these teams are going to take pretty much the switch that we did there going into the next matches.
And we're going to see when we do head into this in a little bit of time. But again, if you guys are watching at home, if you're watching within the game, you can earn points. If you're watching within that esports center, earn those points. The top 100 viewers will have a chance to win some of these lovely, lovely prizes there. And honestly, I still want that helmet. I'm going to ask the PUBG Mobile team, like, hey, I'm working on the show. Do you think I can just get that for myself? Is that possible? I don't know. Maybe I can swing it. Who knows? But we're going to talk some prediction games. So we started with Glitter first. 7, we'll go to you first. Then we'll go to me second. And Glitter last. Who do you got to take our second match?
You know who I'm going to go ahead and get here for the next match going into Erangel? I'm going to go ahead and stick to it. I'm going to go ahead and stick to Konina Power. I want to see what they're going to be able to do here going into Erangel. Remember, they didn't have some of the best performances yesterday in this kind of matches, not the performances that we expect out of them, so hopefully they can bring that heat going into Erangel.
Okay, I'm going to throw myself out there. Maybe it's a curse, maybe it's a blessing. It's probably the former of those two. I'm going to go footballist. I have some faith that they're going to be able to show up here and get themselves finally a chicken dinner and hopefully get me a little bit higher on our own leaderboards. Glitter, what about you?
I think I'm actually going to be going with B4 for this. They did manage to win an Erangel yesterday, and they're coming in fresh to this game, so let's see what they can do.
Okay, well, we are about 2 minutes away before we do head into this match here, and obviously, if you're these teams on the brink right now and you don't have that break looking forward into your next game, do you think we're specifically going to see throughout the day these bottom teams trying to play specifically for placements and placements only 7 and be very wary of taking those fights?
Oh, for sure, for sure. They're going to be, as I was mentioning earlier, they want to at least get on some momentum going, being able to at least secure the places. And once they're comfortable doing that, as I was mentioning, SWAT 69 not going to be able to play. They're going to be able to go back and like digest what's going on. All right, we did great here on this circle, we did great here, but guess what? We need to go ahead and step it up on the kills format. How can we actually go ahead and do that? So overall, I think it's great. Some of the teams get to sit out, and some of those teams that are currently below the 16th place, they need to step it up. They need to go ahead and do what SWAT 69 was able to do, what Headquarters was able to do, because guess what? That leaderboard's changing.
Okay, we're actually going to take a look at a head-to-head here between some teams who are struggling to get themselves through into the top 16. Frag Machines up against SWAT 69. Now, there is one extra match played for SWAT 69, but you can still see they have a massive damage lead, Glitter.
This is actually, this is really cool to see because I think today, especially, we're going to be focusing a lot on those teams that are working towards getting into that top 16 bubble, right? And we can see here that technically, there's potentially the damage difference because of the really, really good game that SWAT 69 just literally had. Frag Machines sat out that round, so now coming into this match, they might be able to make up that discrepancy a little bit. But across the board, similar damage received, similar kills, even the knockouts aren't that far apart.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if they have as good of a game as SWAT 69 did, and by that I mean Frag Machines, easily they can also climb up that leaderboard.
Okay, well, we're going to see if they can do it here coming into our second match of the day. We're going to have to lose you and get you out of here. One of these days, I want to just slap you guys out. Oh, hey, it worked. There we go. Let's bring in our commentators, and Viram and Cameron as well, to talk about this next game. And I always just want to go straight into predictions for you two, because I believe the game is right around the corner. Cameron, I'm going to start off with you, man. Who do you think is going to take match number 2? Don't curse my team, please.
This is the big Hail Mary. I think it's going to be Wildcard. They're right on the cusp of falling out of being able to make it to this weekend, and they need a big game, and this is a team that we know can have it, so hopefully they know it as well, and they're going to go big.
And Viram, he said wild card. He's going for a risky play. What are you going for?
I'm going for Team Unique.
Oh, I mean, why? Why not last game?
No, I looked at some. So Erangel, they do better on Erangel. They have a second and a first place finish in Erangel. They also never do well at the start of the day.
Okay, well, it is not the
first
start
game
of the day
will write
no
it
longer.
off.
So let's get into our second match of the day. We're going over to Erangel, brought to you by Envirum and Cameron Davis.
Thank you so much, Jason. Let's get into the action here. Map number 2. Map number 1, as always, it's Vikendi. It was full of action. I expect us to slow things down a little bit here, Cameron. This is a map these players have played hundreds, if not thousands of times at this point. They know it well. But let's see if Pachinki continues to be a little bit more spicy. That's kind of where I'm looking here. We're going to have some more contestants. I mean, now the tempo's not there. I think it's going to be kind of fun.
Could be. I don't think anyone's actually taking over that spot. Maybe no, but no, I think they're just going to be passing over as well. Yeah, no one's going to be taking that. The tempo, or they're too strong. They're too powerful. Yeah, their energy, just their spirit is staying there. No one wants to touch that. But this first circle is going to be pretty central, a little bit of military base, and so really only looking at about 2/3 of it as actually playable at the start. I wonder if anyone's going to go down to Sosnovka, just in case, though it's more likely a team like B4, who are currently landing there and looting there, are not going to move off. I don't expect to see anyone else actively moving there until phase 2 if it does shift that direction.
And to start this off, things could get a little bit interesting here. A couple members of Konina Power out, Unique, getting some scouting onto that. No guns or anything to be had, though, so just going to be a little bit of intel before the reset comes in. As I say that, though, are you going to try and run him over? Are we going to do this? Are we going to have some bumper cars? Is that what's going to happen? Hello. Oh, okay. This is... did we stumble into Mad Max? What is going on, Cameron?
I hope so. Of course, this isn't the desert, so it's a little, maybe 10 years before Mad Max.
Just regular Australia.
Yeah, just right. Actually, there's a bunch of desert down there too. Anyway, but yeah, this is actually not looking great for Konina Power. They are able to grab their vehicles, but I just wonder how this is going to affect their loot timings. This kerfuffle with Unique is going to slow it all down, and there's a lot of teams in this area. They got Yala just to the west of them. They have Uder Killers just to the west of that. There's not a lot of stuff down south, and if they go much further, they're going to hit more teams down there. I worry about their loot because we touched upon that last game. Even though they looted up Volnova, they didn't have a lot, which is perhaps one of the reasons why they didn't go for some of the fights.
Yeah, as the analyst pointed out during the break, the idea of, wanting to shoot the best angles, wanting to take that as well. I think there's a lot of contributing factors, but I definitely think the point that we touched on with the loot could have been another one of those additional factors as well. Nova, G-Fan this time around, let's hope he has a little bit better luck with the vehicle. This time getting picked off very early, I believe our first kill in that last game. So just going to be playing taxi service here. Ding ding, hello sir, get on in. Let me be your guide to Erangel. But Nova, again, one of these teams we're really looking forward to stepping up here. They're obviously a force in PMPL Americas. And now under this Nova roster, this banner, they're going to need to continue to step up and rep that brand. Is Uder Killers, another one of these teams that's sort of been just kind of like involved, but I want to see more of, you know what I mean? And I feel like if today is going to continue like how we saw in game number 1, maybe they're going to be one of these teams that does exactly that.
I hope so, because they're also on the cusp of not qualifying for this weekend. Do they know that does Sandro know that he's sharing this with a member of Yala? I don't think so. We saw a couple members of Yala there around that area, especially Nas specifically, doing a little ninja play, trying to keep it secret, not be spotted out. All right loot, it looks like. Actually, even looking in his backpack, the meds that he has, it's pretty good. Could be a little better, but considering he just could probably hear the breath of Uder Killers right next to him, not the worst.
Yeah, I definitely want to play that a little bit more passive. Uder has taken over a Rozhawk here. One of my personal favorite starting zones. Just I like centralized positions. I like the idea that no matter where the circle goes, I'm not going to be too far to position. This isn't the best loot in the world, but it does allow you to have these easy rotations. And in this situation, a very centralized circle, they're going to have all the time in the world to do it. This was a very friendly. We've actually had a lot of very friendly Erangel circles so far. Just put a little smiley face in there, but brings me back to I think it was map number 1 of yesterday where we saw that southern military circle that just caused a world of hurt for everybody. Yeah. Not going to be worrying about that this time around. Everyone can rotate just a little bit slower.
Yeah, we're not going to have a big giant shock to make sure everyone is awake this early in the morning. just yet. Maybe the next
started
Erangel
at like noon. You're on the East Coast of the like what? It's not that
yeah,
early.
that's early we're real gamer hours. That's early for me.
Okay. I see how I've been up since 7 a.m. my time.
That's true.
All the Europeans out here just being like, what? What? Please stop. But no, I mean, that was the shot to the system we needed to start, day number 1. But here, day number 2, I think we're going to be a little more methodical, and I dig it.
Right now, Umbra being pretty methodical, trying to take over this hill that's shared a little bit with Dream Eaters. I like how Vindex, he's spotting for information, but neither of these teams are really going aggressive, knowing that you can only really control one side of this hill at a time. If you try and control the whole thing, that's just asking for trouble.
That brings me up on a huge point. We talked about elevation a little bit. We got kind of cut off in that last game, but the idea of like how much ground you can feasibly control as a team, and the idea of overextending yourself. Overextension is a term that's thrown around at esports a lot across varying different games, but I feel like it's particularly, for PUBG Mobile, for Battle Royale, it's something we have to talk about, the idea of not spreading your team too thin.
Low shots there by Loops. But yeah, so about map control is such a huge thing, and you'll see teams be a little wider or a little closer together depending on the terrain and what it gives them. But wait, there's a couple of knocks that Loops got?
Hang on. Loops is just of course they are. They're just going for this. Kayowski, actually great angle there, minimizing the shots he's able to take through the window, but the rest of the team isn't here quite yet. Kayowski against the world right now. Hang on, the rest of the team has arrived. All of Loops is here, but the nades are bouncing on in. Kayowski cooking it, sending it, perfectly baked. Yes, it is. Ding, ding, the oven is ready. But now Wildcard potentially going to get in on the action as well. Get us back to the fight. Loops is going off right now as they are continuing to try and put on the pressure, but they hear the vehicles around HQ. Going to have to rethink this one as Loops is able to pick themselves 1 kill, trying to find the rest of the players that they downed. They're really confused as to what's going on here because they can't find the rest of the team.
There's a player right there hiding behind the tree, Jammaz, he's going to get killed. So that's going to be a second for Loops, but everyone else, they just bailed, and they were right to do so because that engagement by Loops, getting those first couple of knocks, and then the grenade into the top floor, nothing you can do to counter that out. The only thing that would have helped is if they got a knock on the push, and that obviously didn't happen. There was game over for them. And so a good retreat and a good push once again by Loops.
I feel like, again, I could just make a montage even on the second day of league play of just them breaching compounds, just how they do it. They get the initial pick and there is no hesitation. It's like they're all waiting for the call. Let's go, let's go, let's go. And this is, I think, going to be, again, the trademark of this team that I think even other teams here, in the West could take some notice of. I know, again, they talk about the East being a lot more methodical, and the West is all about brawling and scrapping and getting these early fights and all that kind of stuff. But again, it's going to net them points. It's continued to net them points. 61 coming into the day in second place for a reason, Cameron.
Just a replay once again of how cooking a grenade can be so important. Because if it wasn't cooked at all, that would have given that player on the top floor more than enough time to retreat and find a different room to hide behind. But if you know the timing of your grenade cooks, they can't counter it. It's literally impossible. If you don't even allow the grenade to hit the floor before it blows up, it gives 0 sound cue unless they actually see it flying in. But again, if you cook it well enough, they can't even run away in time anyway.
Yeah, and getting the bank off the ceiling as well is super important. You can control the angle at which it descends, which is super important. So again, just high level across the board. How these top level teams use their grenades, use their utility as a whole, is just so impressive. It's been impressing me since the second I started watching competitive PUBG Mobile. These guys are on another level when it comes to their throwables, and we love to see it. But let's sort of reassess what we're looking at the game right now. We saw the map as a whole. Cameron, kind of get us caught up in this next circle. It's very centralized. We're going to have a lot of rotations coming in.
It's centralized in terms of where most teams have already been playing is a little bit towards the east. If you want to look at it in a vacuum, it's a hardship towards the northeast, but no one other than B4 who are looting up that area were on Sosnovka anyway. So it's actually not going to be as impactful because of that land management that most of the other teams were handling. Not a lot of teams are dead center right now. You're still going to be looking at the teams on top of the Potato Hill, as we call it, that we talked in the very beginning, as well as Konina Power just to the east of it, holding a lot of map control, potentially trying to cut off rotations. But dead center is a lot more wide open. You see Nova here, they're also in a position to cut off any teams like Queso off in the distance if they want to move past them. But the reason why a lot of these teams aren't moving is because the elevation that these positions are currently giving them is better than just being dead center.
Yeah, and again, being dead center is sort of like it's all optics. It's how you perceive it. The circle's going to shift regardless, and it's you're probably it's basically the same thing. I would rather be slightly off center and have the better angle, the better compound, and that's really what we're seeing teams doing here. Team Unique taking some shots though over at Frag Machines. Team Unique, of course, not having the best start considering they were the team coming in first position overall, actually capping out yesterday with a win on Erangel. So we'll see what they're going to be able to do here. Of course, Frag Machines, one of these teams talked about before, they need to step up. Coming into today in last place. They've only had 2 kills in the entirety of day number 1. This is their opportunity to go toe-to-toe, and who better than the team in first place and the team in 20th. Let's go.
U4 right now making their way across the river, going across the bridge. I think Levy is still lagging behind just a little bit, but they spot Footballists driving right in front of them, and so it's a good call to play it a little slow and backfill behind them. And if they hear Footballists get into a fight, they know exactly where they really don't want to go, or maybe they do want to go if they want to pick up some points themselves, third party this.
Yeah, of course, before you mentioned at the start, had a free loot over at Millie. Is going to be able to take their time now coming on up, but I love this decision, not taking unnecessary fights, especially against Footballists. Of course, they don't know who that is, but in that situation, one of these teams that we know can absolutely frag out. Solke, of course, being one of those star players from that team. B4 playing this slow and steady, just creeping on up, assessing, creeping on up, assessing, and I really like this style of play. They're not overcommitting like we talked about earlier.
And this is really, it's important that B4 do that, the not overcommit, because as far as information, these, if I'm not mistaken, have the least in the map right now because they came from an isolated position, and so they are kind of forced to play it slow unless they want to go super risky. And this drive across the field, it gives them a little bit of area around them to spot while the circle is closing. But over here, Konina Power, what's their loot looking like? Because that's one of the things that at least I touched on at the very beginning, but they're not too far from Unique, who also have their eyes peeled for early game fights.
Speaking of early game fights, we look down towards the southwest. We've got Loops, Footballists, and B4 all kind of stacked up together, running into PK as well. That might be a little bit of a melting pot of adventure, to say the very least. That could get a little bit saucy. We'll be sure to check in with that as well, as we now have the rotation down towards Pachinki, the city that no one started in, now going to be the basis of some action. And this is exactly the action that I was talking about, Cameron.
A good knock to start it off by B4, but do they know that Footballists are in a 2-2 split? Lots of spot now to try and get a trade, and an opportunity wasted, or at least not fully capitalized upon. And so now B4 are aware of the separation.
Uncharacteristic there from Lutz. Lutz has been such a staple for this team. One of the top damage dealers, been looking so good. But in that case, just not able to get the spray back under control. That's your bread and butter of PUBG Mobile. A little bit surprised here. B4, that could have been huge, because that was the down there. That might have been Footballists trying to make something happen, because like you said, they have this potential angle. Not necessarily push, but try and reset back up and move the team closer together. But now B4 is still in a position to capitalize on that if they should make a hasty rotation.
You can tell they're really worried about backfilling, but they're also trying to spot out the six-pack yellows there to try and take that position. But over here, Queso versus Nova. I thought Queso was going to have to push into Nova, but it seems to be the other way around.
Oh my goodness, Nova with the full surround right now. There is nowhere to go, nowhere to retreat. HCL, I love his positioning once again on the outside. Konina Power, though, rotating in the back. We can see, let's see if the third party does end up happening here. Z-Fan up close and personal. The A-Cam. Let's see what they can do with this. Playing this a little bit slower and steady, but again, I love the idea of having that one player further off to maintain that angle. But how the nades come in, if they can get that initial knock, Cameron, that could be GG for Team Queso.
Nova are going a little slow, and they allowed the revive. And so all 4 members of Queso are still chilling on the top floor, but AZ has made his way inside, slowly feeding information away. But Mystic's running down. Is he aware that someone's on the bottom floor with him?
I don't think so. Oh my goodness, he's actually able to get himself back up the stairs. What? No! That is not how that's supposed to go. Gremlin hiding in the attic, popping back down, making his presence felt. Ayala also taking a lot of hurt here. Mark on the outside getting down. No. This is falling apart for Team Queso. The cheese is melting. It's spilling out everywhere. Axiel is going to need to go off right now. Nova is still looking fairly healthy. AZ taking a bit of damage. Is going to be able to med back up. Team Queso, the one player down. They just have to play the slow up their Nova, but there's the second one. They don't want to slow down at all. HCL getting caught out, but that is Team Queso in a world of hurt. AZ needs to hand the shots, and yes, they do. That is Team Queso down and out.
Marco there was the ace up the sleeve of Queso, and once he got knocked, he didn't even get a knock before he was traded, or not even traded because there was no knock. Before he was taken down, Nova just went big on the top floor, and they got a couple of knocks against them. It was really close at the end, but nonetheless, I feel like it should have gone a lot better for Queso there, considering they had a sneaky player off on the side, up on the side flank. But look at this for Nova. Not only do they get the 4 kills, they also get a powerful compound because of the circle shift.
Oh my goodness, this is the game that Nova needed. If you are a fan of Nova Esports, you've got to be so happy with how this is going for them right now. This was a massive opening, taking down another one of those top contenders. And like you said, Cameron, they are in a fantastic position. Not only do they have the loot, but they have the compound to boot. This is huge. Now everybody else is going to force to rotate in, and these are going to be hasty, probably a little bit fast and loose, because this was a hard shift. And we can see it now as Spring gets picked off. It is exactly that. Nowhere is safe. Gosh, those predictions feel good.
They do, don't they? I picked wildcard, reminder to everyone. But the reason why we're seeing a lot of hasty rotations is because there really aren't that many places to go outside of Nova's compound, outside of B4's compound. You can see in the distance, wildcard, look at what they have. It's nothing. And they rotated faster than so many other teams, and they still couldn't find anything.
Out in the open right now. This is about the worst position there, as Footballists and Unique are going toe-to-toe, but actually Loops picked up one of the kills there onto a member of Team Unique who found themselves in a Wizard Tower with nowhere to go, facing down 2. This is what I talked about. All of these teams in the Southwest position getting caught together, and they tripped each other up, and Team Unique now, maybe in a world of hurt, they have nowhere to go. This is not an ideal situation, Cameron.
Couple of counter grenades almost made its way through the window.
Sick.
Oh, the second one's gonna go out. Maybe they can find something. Oh, directly onto Soul K. Good start. But Unique, they can't really push off of this because crossing that road is gonna be suicide. If anything, it only delays Footballists' response.
And lucky for them, Lutz is in a little bit of an engagement with another team. But speaking of engagements, Uter Killers finding Umbra. And now Vindex is like, all right, we are going to go in this direction now. Thank you very much. Leaving the teammate for dead. But there's nowhere to go. Like you mentioned before, real estate is at a premium. Feels like shopping in San Francisco. It's just not going to happen right now. So now Konita Power is looking to pick up those kills. And Vindex trying their best to survive, but not a whole lot of options at this point. Gonzo taking a little bit of damage in response, but you're literally just prone on a hill, and that's Vindex going down, and that's Umbra eliminated.
I don't mind this by Konita Power. They saw the rotation come their direction. They were on the edge of this next phase, and instead of moving, they recognized that there'd be a lot of teams moving through their area, and so they basically set a trap. Unfortunately, once this phase is closed, all opportunity is gone. They want to pick up as many kills as they can right now, or else they follow up behind where Wildcard is. We already saw what happened there. They have a small sliver to work with.
Oh, and the grenade finally made it through the window. We've been waiting for that one, and now this is the opportunity for Lutz and crew to push on in. How many nades do they still have cooking? That is the big question. Continuing to throw those in. Frozen is going to need to land some massive shots. And I actually can't believe this. Hang on a second. Unique is still alive somehow. Trying to bait and distract. Lutz is pushing on in. The team is being very methodical in this application here. Moving up 2 and having those behind. Cameron, this is looking spicy here. Footballist is in a pretty good spot, but Memphis is on the flank. This could go disastrously for them if they're not careful.
Oh, Footballist taking the push a little bit slow. But Lutz in there, you saw the damage that he put out. He even got a knock onto Frozen, who was supposed to be the sneaky player off on the side, but are they prepared for Memphis?
Yes, they are.
Yes, they were.
And that's Unique out in 13th place. Rest in peace, my predictions. But that was a fantastic push from Footballist. That Loops joining in the fray, making that a 4v3 was absolutely massive. And speaking of Loops, the team that most of us had pegged to do a fantastic in game number 1 is like, oh yes, we're in this lobby. 7 kills already to their name. They've been looking for fight after fight. We saw them start things off earlier on with that compound, and now up on the top of this hill, they have such a fantastic vantage point to work with.
The thing is, where are they going to move? The circle shifts fully away from them. It's big wide open plains in front of them, but they're so distracted by the teams sort of gatekeeping the way, like Konina Power for one. But Konina are currently in an engagement with Nova, who are standing in turn in their way. It's a big old domino.
It is, and none of these teams are really in a good position other than like Dream Eaters, Yala, KHK. These are the only squads who still have this circle. You're seeing Lutz, the man who knows how to throw grenades, also now taking his wild card, is now going toe-to-toe with Football. It's Slicky with a scrap of HP.
Oh, he gets it!
No, but then he gets taken out. The third party from B4 comes in. The boys from Brazil coming on in as cleanup crew. Oh my goodness, but now Loops is here. Okay, continuing the fight. It is non-stop. The action will not rest here. All of these teams trying to make their way in, and the dominoes, Cameron, they're starting to fall.
Before they picked that up, but now they put themselves in the exact same awful position. This is why you see a little bit of a game of chicken. Loops, they're gonna send it even further.
In the vehicles, they don't care. It's a drive-by, and now B4. This is such a scrappy fight, but Loops do not lose those. Loops still going, taking down their compatriots, and only 2 downs. All 4 are still alive. Look at the loot boxes, kids. It's Christmas.
No, but they're also going hard, or at least they're going hard defending their compound. Their compound that they stole from Queso just moments prior, a couple of phases before. And I believe they just deleted Konina Power.
Oh my goodness, these two teams have been on the edge. Like will they, won't they? It's like a starstruck romance up on top of the hill, down inside the compound. And finally, Konina Power decided that they wanted to push, but Nova held on strong. And they still have 3 members alive with 9 kills. Oh my goodness, looking pretty darn solid. Loops though, 11 kills to their name. This is the Loops Esports we were looking for in game number 1.
Yala, what can they do? Because they actually have an opportunity right now. Look at where they're positioned to punish Nova, depending on where their circle goes. They're likely going to have to move later. Okay, it's actually pretty even for both. I was waiting to see if it was going to be more towards the east, but now both squads are in a equally not so great situation. It's just Yala have a man advantage right now, and also a seemingly medkit advantage because they haven't been in as many fights.
Yeah, I mean, flip side of that is, of course, if you are able to actually loot the opponents that you're killing, hoping they've got some meds on them as well. It can counteract, but again, a lot of these fights, no, to your point though, these fights have been so drawn out. We've had so many resets, picking people back up, taking the fights really slow and methodical, that you burn through so many meds. And that's definitely, like, here, nope, I'm not seeing any first aids, like across the board. Like, you're looking at Dream Eaters and they have very little to work with. 5 bandages. That's all you've got to work with at this point in the game? You take even a little bit of chip damage and that could be it. You're pretty much out of the fight.
Dream Eaters right now focused. Okay, right now they're also focused on trying to deal damage to Loops because Loops don't have that many tools in front of them. They're just barely inside the edge, again, phase after phase, and they have a bunch of vehicles, but I don't know how many are working. Instead, they're just going to send it all in a single clown car, and hopefully everyone else is distracted by each other so they can't punish it too much.
AZ missing some shots there. Unfortunate, trying to blow up the vehicles, going on into Yala, who need to get on out of there, but they really have nowhere to go. They did a little bit of ascend into the circle, but this is just an open field. What is this final circle? Like, these final circles, this is just silly. You've got like a rock.
That's why you got to go big now and try and clear out your sides, clear out your angles. That's why Dream Eaters really trying to get rid of KHK, but unfortunately KHK have a small hole that they can hide in that is, I think, just barely inside the circle. But Frag Machines, they're not going to be so fortunate. They're going to be eliminated. We're up to the top 5 right now.
Oh my goodness, and Nova have been having such a game right now. They're slowly, though, forcing to move on out, and they've got Loops on their flank. They're battered and bruised, and Loops looking like the team to beat, but all of these teams actually still have a decent amount of players left. We're not seeing too many stragglers, I believe. Like, PK was one of the last ones to get cleaned up. We still have all 4 members of Dream Eater up, but now Nova on the flank. Once again, the sends right on into Loops. Becker is saying, please, what are you doing? As now Nova have to reconsider their life choices, and they don't really have a lot of options.
No, I almost went for Loops a second time.
Yep.
And looking at them, top 5, 12 kills. I really need to reconsider how I do these predictions because something's not working. But for Nova, it's also continuing to stop working, at least making it to 5th place and a good number of kills.
Yeah, I mean, this was still a game to be proud of if you are Nova Esports. You took fights, you did it well, you didn't make unnecessary trades. Your team play, especially, again, in those close quarters battles, looked really, really solid. But in the end, oh, what do you see?
they get the shift again, and they still have some members behind cover in the circle. It's all going to be on everyone else to kill each other first. Look, they have a shack. They have a couple of vehicles of cover. That is so much more than anyone else has to deal with.
Everybody's feeling super jealous right now, as the vehicles at this point, they're just a big old target on your back. And if the team fire, again, because you have enough teammates that are still alive, the idea of team shooting, if everybody tunnel visions on the one vehicle and they shoot, that thing just goes boom instantly. These guys do not miss those shots at this stage of the game. The adrenaline is pumping for everyone. And speaking of not missing shots, Cameron!
Good nade by Anas there, I believe, to get that knock. And he's just chilling. He deserves that drink after that. Drink a little bit of soda pop. But Loops might be able to pick up that kill. It doesn't matter, though. Yes, the 1 point is nice, but it's all about thinning out the area, especially for Yala, who are the ones that push the furthest all the way up from the north, potentially walking into a crossfire from Loops and Dream Eaters.
Like I said, it's the game of chicken. Who is going to go first? Dammy doing so much damage, but I think there's actually a nade coming on in and taking him down. So this is KHK actually. Again, they're playing the sort of the 2-2 right now, but Loops on the flank. The question is, who has the amount of smoke grenades to allow them to clear where they need to go? That's the big question. And Yala is picking up some kills as well. So Yala making their presence felt in this game despite their unfortunate positioning around this circle, as Loops is just slowly making their way in.
KHK, they know they can't peek this because of the other angles, and the fact that Loops have been putting so much pressure on them. The smoke also helps. Grenade cooked a little bit too much, and that's a second knock for Loops against KHK.
Oh my goodness, they knew exactly where they downed the first. Oh, and now Dadine's going to be able to come on in. That was huge, because now they're down on the other side of the defilade. DE and Yala were distracting each other enough that now Loops has been able to close the gap. They've got the 2 downs. They know where the remaining members are. Dadine needs to hit the shots they can, and this is going to be the push into the shack. This game is coming to a close. One member does go down. Octavian couldn't confirm the kill. Oh, that was actually huge. He made the right call. He was going to try and wait. He didn't want to commit all his bullets, not have enough in the clip to be able to finish up the next player that's going to come in behind him. But now it's Dream Eaters up against a fully stacked Loops with 17 kills. It's going to be 19 very likely here to end this game. And yes, it is another stellar performance from them. GG, winner, winner, chicken dinner. Loops are back in the server.
This is the firepower that game after game Loops shows us that they can deliver on. Even whether it's a game that they win like this or a game that they go out a little earlier like the previous one, they still come to fight. And that is what we love to see, because going for those big plays, that's what you need to win these events overall, not just slowly slide into the top 16 qualification.
And I did check our docs during that game. I think only Mustache Dave had Loops winning this one. And we had a conversation before the broadcast about our prediction styles, and we gave him a little bit of flack for picking all his picks at the start.
I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it.
And then he comes in and owns us. He's going to be doing so good after that one. I'm sure we're not going to hear the end of it, but still, that was a stellar game. But that's it from us today. We were so fortunate to be able to cast those. Let's send it over to the analysts.
Thank you very much, Invirum and Cam, as we do move into the analysis to break down a slaughter of a match. I'm just call it a slaughter because that's exactly what Loops did the entire time, Glitter.
19 kills. That is impressive.
Right.
She was that stunned.
Kills.
She couldn't even talk.
I'm not kidding. It's because I was looking at the stats. I got sucked into looking at the stats from that game, and Loops just went off. But even behind Loops, Nova, and we're going to talk about all that. But that was a great game.
We can see
that was an impressive game. They actually beat the other game that they had yesterday with 18 kills. They won up it by being able to go ahead and get 39 points. I know my boy Mustache Dave is going to be very happy being able to go ahead and add all of those 39 points to his tally, as we're seeing Nova Esports, also one of the teams that kind of needed to go ahead and step it up going into this day. Getting 17 points, 10 kills, 7 place points, that is huge for them. And look at this. Another team that we kind of saw them towards the bottom, they were towards the bottom, was Frag Machines. Frag Machines being able to get 7 points. Guess what? At the beginning of the day, they only had 6 points. They're able to go ahead and more than double their points just in one match. This is huge for them, Jason.
It's massive, and you obviously got to give some credit to KHK as well. Even though they only got themselves the 1 kill, they still get 10 placement points, and that's definitely one of the teams trying to battle for getting into the top 16. And we can see now the second page, Wildcard, only 4 or 5 points gained, and they're one of those teams only, what, 3 points ahead of being potentially knocked out of top 16, which none of us would have expected coming into today, Glitter.
Yeah, which is... it's a little bit surprising, especially because I think we all just know how capable a team that they are, but it's also really illustrating overall how close that 12 through, 18, those teams actually were. We've pointed out a few times now, all anybody needs is a strong game to really jump up 2, 3, 4 slots that really, really cushion you, and we're seeing people drop down or jump up because of exactly that.
Let's actually take a look at, by the way, Team Loops and see how they did. Loops Esports coming through big with the 2,700 damage. But honestly, I feel like they were just running around as a squad throughout the majority of the map here, 7, just looking for frags.
Oh yeah, we know Loops to be just a very aggressive team when they need to be, and guess what? They ended up with 19 kills, and 5 of those kills were actually steals. So it goes to show, hey, their awareness is back, baby. They're looking to get any points they can from wherever is possible, and being able to go those extra 5 points, 5 kills, by just being able to confirm people that other teammates have knocked, that is huge. That's going to play a huge part, considering that some of the teams are barely qualifying by what, 5 points, 3 points. So to any team out there playing, if you are able to steal a kill, go for it.
I love, by the way, how the East show, we're talking about how, oh, we got 20 kills, we're the best, West sucks. Well, West had 21, and then West had 19. It's just pretty much another day at work here for these guys. Let's take a look at our do moments from that last match and obviously break some of these down. But East, come on, get out of here. We got the kills, we got the plays, and we got the do.
And right here, one of the engagements that we're actually going to be able to break down in a little bit was Team Queso going up against Nova Esports. I know my boy Hot Jukes was picking Team Queso. Sadly for him, they ended up only getting 1 point in that last match. But Nova being a little bit more aggressive. This is something that kind of we expected out of them. They're another team that they're able to go ahead and just flip the switch on whenever they need to. And I know that football is, I know we're currently not on the screen, but I'm still going to talk about it. Football is versus Team Unique. I feel like that engagement was huge for Footballers. They were able to go ahead and get some kills, but then Wildcard, I believe it was, came and then just knocking down, and Jason's streams just went shattering to the floor. And B4, another team that B4, a team that Glitter picked, also one of the best performances that we've seen out of them. I'm pretty sure they're going to be looking to just kind of step it up even more. Nova being consistent, they took advantage of just beating Team Queso in that compound, and they try not to move until the circle forced them, Glitter.
Yeah, and that was something that I think the casters had pointed out as well. It was that fight that essentially turned the entire game in Nova's favor. Once they won that compound against Team Queso, not only did they obviously get those kill points from winning that entire engagement, but where the compound they were able to hold was so beneficial for them just based off of the zone and the teams that were around them. It allowed them to put out a ton of more damage to get more kills by the end of the game, and that was what they needed to do here in this match.
One thing that I love seeing there from Yala was how covered he was from all those scars. And then Loops, even though they were still snaking, guess what? That grenade right there, that was amazing. That man jumped up, threw it, and hoped for the best, and he was able to go ahead and connect. And something that I was seeing here from Loops that they actually did at the end was just their ability to go ahead and rush, their ability to work together as a team. It's something that we've seen over and over again from that team. When they see some kind of sense of weakness, they become a great white shark, and they just go after it until they are done with it, and that team gets back to the lobby.
Let's take a look at our total damage now. We obviously talk about Loops. I can't wait to see how far ahead they are. Pretty much everyone out there is going to get that up on your screen. You can see pretty damn well here for them, as we do even have Nova climbing their way through. As you guys were talking about, this team was definitely starting to step things up when it came here today too, Glitter.
I'm just really, really proud of Nova today because I called them out at the beginning of the day, knowing that they had to do something big overall to really jump themselves up in the standings. Right now, after that game and that very strong performance, they've jumped themselves up into 12th place overall. But another team that I really want to point out, because they've done an amazing job for themselves and been in like that top 4 position 2 games in a row now, is Dream Eaters. Dream Eaters putting out a ton of damage, almost hitting that 1200 mark. They're doing very well for themselves as well.
Yeah, but something I want to notate with B4 is that even though they didn't end up getting good placing, guess what? They at least got 600 damage, 3 kills, and that's going to hopefully maintain them towards the top of the leaderboard as we have seen them. So it's good, it's something that we've been mentioning over and over again. We might sound like a broken record, but it's something we need to go ahead and point out. If you are at least going to get knocked early, try to get those kills, or if you know that you're not able to get those kills depending on maybe the rotation that you're going to be doing, depending on what the circle is going to end up giving you, try to go for the placing. You got to balance that in such a manner that is impressive by seeing some of what these teams are doing here.
See, one thing I kind of want to talk about is kind of the grand scheme of things, right? Because we're going to be moving into our Super Weekend very soon. What worries me, though, is when you see teams like KHK, they come in, they get 1 kill, they get around 800 damage. Yes, that's great to get you into the Super Weekend, but for me, Glitter, that's not the sign of a team who's going to be able to take like a top position in Super Weekend and then perform coming into the finals.
And I think that's definitely something that the teams need to be very aware of as they're playing through this league play portion, right? Especially if they don't make it into Super Weekend. But like you said, Super Weekend is going to be the top 16 of the top 20 who are supposed to be the best of the West, right? There is so much competition here that these teams really can't be taking it lightly. So if what they're doing isn't working and they sit out or they don't, they need to take the day in between and adjust to compensate for whatever everyone else is doing better or more successfully, work on rotations, maybe change a drop here and there. There just has to be something that changes because you can't keep doing the same thing if it's not working and expect a different result.
I think they call that insanity, actually, if I'm not mistaken. We do have another play we want to break down here. If I'm not mistaken, it's between Nova and Team Queso here, 7.
It is definitely going to be Nova and Team Queso here as we're going to be loading up. And I heard you, Twitch chat, YouTube chat, y'all wanted some confetti, but I'm going to go ahead and let Glitter take over this one, and then we'll maybe add some confetti.
Potatoes, maybe?
The potatoes actually were one of my favorite things that we've added so far, that and the soccer balls. But the reason we really wanted to highlight this is because this was a push with Nova onto Team Queso that ended up kind of turning the tides in Nova's favor for the rest of the game. We can see here that Team Queso's on the second floor of this compound with Marco outside, kind of watching it all go down, seeing if there's anyone from Nova on the outside that they need to zone, or if he can maybe lay down any cover fire from a farther away position. He does manage to get some damage down on AZ, so he will have to heal up. But Nova just, I think at this point, they've decided that if they have the opportunity to push a team, they need to take it. At this point, they do have all 4 players inside of this compound, so they decide to use their advantage and push up on Team Queso. I have no idea how that goes so well in their favor, but because that one Team Queso player being on the outside, they do knock all 3 people in the building, and that's when, once they take that compound, like I said before, that place to hold ended up being the reason they were able to get so many kills later on.
And I think for me, something that I did enjoy was that Noah was able to go ahead and hold off a player from the outer edge just to take care of Marco. I thought that was huge for me. As soon as he was able to kind of get that knock on Marco, I think that's when they pretty much got an opening and they were able to go ahead and just secure everything. You were going to see, and I know you mentioned this, Marco was going to take those shots in, but as soon as he goes down, guess what? This extra player from Nova is not going to have to worry about it. He's going to push in, and at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, guess what? There it is for you. You're welcome. You wanted it. You got it. That is going to be a great play by Nova. And that is the second time we have actually broke down Nova. So it's good to see them stepping up when they needed to be. We saw them at the start, as Glitter was mentioning, barely in 16. That's not a place where you want to be. So it's good to see teams being able to step it up.
I'm a little disappointed in you two, though. You didn't break down probably the most key part of that replay. It was Hot Juke screaming, hoping Team Queso would have done better, as he had himself very low on the standings in our talent prediction game. But let's take a look, though, at the overall results now, so you can see where all the teams currently stand, and more importantly, who's at risk of not making it into the very first Super Week. Glitter, why don't you take us through?
Oh, I think 7 is going to be very happy with the positioning that Loops has put themselves in so far. Look at that, being the first team to break triple digits with their overall point tally. So that's definitely going to be good for them. But also notice we've got Dream Eaters moving up into the top 10. Yala consistently in the top 10 at this point, and PK right in that 10th place position. Love to see some of these names up here, 7.
Yeah, and something to also go ahead and mention is that Temple Storm currently holds 2nd place, and they have played 1 less match than Team Unique and Loops Esports. Same with B4 Esports, so they can actually go ahead and maybe push up a little bit higher whenever those teams have to sit out. Consistency plays by them. In Pittsburgh Knights, being able to go ahead and maintain that 10 spot, I think that's huge for them. They don't want to go ahead and go any lower than that. But right here, the one where it's going to make people start biting their nails, SWAT 69, after they had a good performance, I think they ended up going ahead and shooting themselves up to 13. Bad performance again. Guess what? You get shot back to 17th place. And look at this. Currently, points-wise, they are tied. They are at 31 with Uter and SWAT 69 with 31 as well. So it's so close to who's going to be sitting out in the Super Weekend that I cannot wait to see what's going to happen, how teams are going to go ahead and adjust here on the matches coming next.
If I'm not mistaken as well, like the tiebreaker when we get into that, if we do need it, comes into Chicken Dinners first, and I believe Kills second. So that's why I think we're seeing them above each other in that little bit of a mix between 16 and 17 place. Also, something I want to note for you guys out there, you guys might have noticed yourselves, that Loops Esports have 50 kills. The team in 10th place, Pittsburgh Knights, have 51 points total. Loops Esports almost has more points in kills alone than our 10th ranked team. That's how far beyond ahead they are than everyone else. But now as we move into our third match, we'll take a look yet again at our schedule, see what maps is coming up. And of course, it's going to be Vikendi another time. And Group C is going to be sitting out, which, Glitter, you got to tell us, who's it going to be?
I feel like the teams know this is coming because now the team that just won our last map, Loops, is going to be sitting out alongside Team Queso, Nova Esports, and Yalla Esports.
So wasn't it in match 2, Tempo sat out after winning, and now Loops is sitting out after winning?
That's what I'm saying.
What's going on here? I sense some scheming behind the scenes going on. But yeah, going into this next match here, we need to see teams really step up your 7. If you're in that danger zone, we'll call it, you need to start having some big gains, but that pressure put onto your shoulders is insurmountable, knowing that if you get too aggressive, you get caught out, you die, your hopes of getting top 16 are losing. If you try to play passive and a little bit too passive, maybe you're not getting enough points later on in the game.
Oh, definitely. I think it's something that from here on out, we saw it in the first Vikendi. Something I actually wanted to go ahead and re-mention again was the playing path. Depending on the playing path, teams are going to have to adjust. We saw Loops Esports in the first Vikendi having to adjust to that bad playing path, and it didn't end up going their way. So for me, going into the next matches, I want to see some of those teams that are currently sitting in the 16th place and below. They need to go ahead and go even more consistent. They need to go for maybe a top 5, and on top of that, get some extra kills. As I was seeing my boy Hot Jukes change his prediction there from Team Queso to Cloud9 or Konina Power. Smart move, Hot Jukes. Smart move, my man.
Maybe some of these teams need to chug themselves a Mountain Dew before they get underway with the game. But if you're at home watching, hopefully you're drinking some Mountain Dew, and also you have a chance to still win some drops. While watching in the game in the Esports Center, you can potentially win some of these lucky items coming through for yourselves. I know myself, Seven, Glitter, all got our games open, ready to go. Definitely trying to get our own chance to drop this one. But as we move now through into this game, we all know what's going to be happening here. It's prediction time, and I'm going to have to start things off with myself. Kind of work it around between all of us equally. You know, I'm a fair guy.
You got Jason.
I'm going with Cloud9 off the bat. The reason is I have no reason, and I'm probably cursing them in this one. So let's see what happens. Glitter, who's your choice?
I'm going with Tempo this time. They're going to come back strong.
And 7.
Okay, all right. I'm going to throw a wild one. Pittsburgh Knights. Let's see what they got.
I like it.
Okay, I like it. We did see some good stuff out of them yesterday. We'll see if they can do it yet again today. We'll talk in with you after this next match. We'll see you two in just, about half an hour time. Hopefully sooner. We'll see. Get out of here. Get on. Get. All right, let's bring in 2 of our new commentators coming back into this. You might have recognized them from the opening weekend. We got Hot Jukes and we got Mustache Dave. And I have to say, Hot Jukes is looking a little bit disappointed in Team Queso.
Not a good prediction day so far. You know, I picked wild card in the first match, Team Queso in the second, and they got clapped. You know, so I had to mix it up this one. I had to pick like 3 different teams, and I decided to go with Konina Power on this one. I think they got it. You know, they're kind of in that middle of the pack range. They need a big win here, so I think they're gonna rally in this game right here, game 3.
I think you should listen to your co-caster, because Mustache Dave, he's all smiles, and we know why. You picked Loops last time, they won. So predictions come into this now. Dave, who do you got for match number 3?
All about Loops, man. All about Loops. But I'm going to agree with Glitter. I think Tempo, they have a fighting chance. And when it comes to Hot Jukes, we need Team Queso. In the chat, you need to spam the cheeses. Give them your energy. Let's go.
All right, Hot Jukes, who do you got for this game?
I got Konina Power.
I said it
once, I'll say it again. I think they're going to come bring it.
I want to give you that second chance to change
No, that's it. Final
Final answer.
Let's
All
go.
right. Well, gentlemen, why don't you take us into our third game of the day?
You got it. All right, here we go. Match number 3, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get into it here. Good old Vikendi. Now, Dave, what are your predictions on this one right here? They're gonna be
my predictions? Heal off. Okay, heal off. 9 out of 10. 9 out of 10. 9 out of 10 times. Yeah, I'm going with it, man. I'm going with it. I think we will have the heal off this game.
I think so. So for ladies and gentlemen, for those of you that are pretty new to, I guess, the competitive aspect here of PUBG Mobile, here at the end, there is a strategy where you're in the blue zone, you're down and out. There's no way you can rotate in. All the players hand off every single first aid they got, and that person just sits in the blue. Tap it, that first aid button, as fast as they can, just to get as much heals as possible. And oh my goodness, Dave. I mean, what do you say? What do you say?
Feels.
Right? What do you got to say?
What do I say?
There's no words.
Hey, what I say? Good old-fashioned Vikendis. Number 1. That's what I'm saying. I mean, the viewers, you're used to this by now. You have to assume the players are used to this as well. Hopefully, they have some type of game plan on how to adapt to circle number 1. I mean, looking at teams that look like they are in the best possible position right now, I have to say B4. I mean, they're right in the middle.
Oh, yes, they are. And here we go. Right off the bat, wild card. And Konina Power seeming to get it here in Volnova right here. One of the teams I predicted. Hopefully, they're able to just kind of, loot up and get out of this one alive. You can see Gonzo. He's got that off angle right there with that good old Thompson. But he looks going to get caught up by Spring.
Ooh, Spring go for
and
that
he does.
Yep. Oh, with the cover fire from the squad mate right there. Gonna be jumping on down, trying to get an alternate angle and get the flush, get the confirm, because as the desk mentioned, wildcard currently in 15th place. They need all the points possible right now. So far, they only have 12 kills altogether, and this is kind of like a rematch. I believe if we saw this in game 1, Konina Powers and wildcard very early on. I mean, hot dropping one another just has not been working for wildcard here, at least today.
That's always the tough part, I think, especially when you get to at this high level. You just kind of want to avoid all engagements early on as possible. And you saw there, wildcard, they got that initial knock onto Gonzo. But right there at the last second, they're like, you know what? This is Volnova. We don't know if there's going to be a player on the roof. Let's not run out in the open. Let's play it safe, move on to the next one. And I think that's the best play right there for wildcard.
Yeah. I mean, you already know they're probably in the team comms like we need it. At least that's what Spring is saying. And hopefully in this case, Spring won't be caught off guard, because the other 3 squad mates of wildcard, they have pulled back. They pulled back, and looks like they're going to be continuing to get that loot. And if Spring is caught off guard, well, you know what? They might not be fortunate, and Spring might get thirsted. Looks like Gonzo was able to get picked up by their squad mates.
You know what? We have a term that we like to call for that, Dave. You know what that means? You know what it is?
What is it?
It's tunnel vision, baby. You cannot get too thirsty. You got to relax. So Spring. Oh, real quick, football list. Ron getting a good knock onto Dream Eaters, so they're gonna be down 1 member for the rest of the match. But yeah, you can't get too caught up in a fight, especially in the early game with the zone like we just saw. They're all the way in Volnova. They need to get looted up and get into this circle. So I think that, of course, that aggression that we see from wildcard. They want to automatically push that, but then all of a sudden, that blood, just rushed back down to the rest of the body from their head and just said, you know what, let's just think about this. Let's think about this.
Yeah.
Let's get some loot and let's get out of here right here.
Exactly. Hey, you can't be too thirsty, man. This is a marathon. It's not a race, but in this case, wildcard 15th place. They need to secure themselves that spot in order to make it to this weekend. So looks like that thirst factor did get dialed down just a little bit, and they're going to be thinking, with their big brains and pulling back just a little bit, and they're going to play this one out because, like you said, you never know who might be lurking near. Not only that, Circle 1, we saw it. It is super far away, so you got to have your eye on the prize. That's the bigger picture. That's how we are going to make it on into Circle number 1.
Definitely. The wild card wants to make it into Super Weekend really, really bad right here. So they need to have a good game, and pretty much every single game for the rest of the evening. And, opting to play this safe, I think, is their best bet. We're moving over here to B4. And, just kind of, this is the way the first zone usually is in Vikendi. It's normally a little bit slower, but, every single time you have one halfway in the water, you're always going to catch some crazy rotations. And I think that's what we're seeing so far. Everybody's just kind of driving around, trying to find a spot right now.
Well, honestly, Pedro right there in the Zima was adjusting the seat, because, I hate when I get into my car and someone else drove it and they adjust the seat, they change the mirrors, they change the presets on the radio. So Pedro, B4, they're right in the middle. They're right in the middle. So, Pedro, just getting that Zima ready to go for when they need to use it moving forward. Talk about teams needing to use their vehicles. Looks like the Knights going to be out here sixless. I saw in the chat game one saying how, their main role right now is that scout. And that's why we see sixless getting taken out most of the times before everybody else, because they're out there putting their neck on the lines trying to get that information for their squad. And it does look like sixless was able to spot out the enemies from KHK.
Oh, yeah, and you can see that Zima's already... It's smoking. It's smoking. They don't want none of this right here, so they're just going to try to get a clean rotation on out. This is always so difficult. I mean, it's entertaining to watch for sure, especially when that first zone is halfway in the circle. You always get some action right off the bat here in Vikendi, but for these players, it's a nightmare. It is just an absolute nightmare so far for these squads.
Yeah, and looking real quick, the Knights, they really haven't had like the pop-off performance, but they've been pretty consistent. Right now, looking at the overall scores, they average around 10.2 points per game. So that's really solid, especially looking at other teams around them who on the overall leaderboards are averaging around 9. So, as time goes on, you have to assume that's only going to progress and become a little better. And looking on over here, we still see football is popping off in the kill feed, and now we're checking in with Cloud9.
Yeah, I can see Cloud9 here. And back to your point, I think they made an excellent one right there. And I think that's the key to winning this tournament, at least personally. It's just consistency. You're not going to get those prime zones every now and then. You got to think about it. At least this is the way I used to think about it when I played in competitive. It's just when you're outside a circle and you get that hard shift, you got to think that person that's in that building, that team that's got that prime position, they ain't going to give it up easy, So maybe it's better to just kind of play to just try and reach that top 4, get in that top 6 position and consistent. And then that game, when you get that zone, you pop off with a bunch of kills right there. And you can already see Footballists and B4 starting to get into it right now.
The top echelon, that's the goal. That's the goal. Footballists, 2 kills so far. Just like one of their squad mates, we're going to be chunked down, bleeding on out, but the revive from Soul Cage successful. And just like that, B4 Mixzera is going to be spotting out at least one of the Footballists. Footballists, they're in a very challenging position right now. They have some clear sightlines, they have the cover, but my fear, we see on the top right-hand corner on the mini-map, all this noise that they're making is going to be attracting other squads right now.
Oh, you're right, you are. And right there, Footballists, they seem to want to press the action. And look, you called it, Dave. Cloud9, they heard it. They are trying to spot some people possibly on the rotation out, and so far they haven't, but Footballists needs to be really careful right now.
Yeah, this is actually, you got Dream Eaters out there to the east. You got a full squad of Cloud9 just to the tail end of this. They're going to be looking to get that backstab. And Footballists, they were in the advantage. They're taking shots, but they're all spread apart. And as if that wasn't bad enough, Alpha Legends just cruising on by, trying to check out, trying to investigate the situation themselves. And they're going to be losing one off the bat right there.
Oh, spots taken. Sorry, guys, not here. And just like that, Alpha Legends losing one member, being able to make it out of there by the skin of their teeth, but they're all driving in one dossier together, so they need to find a spot really quick. Do not want to get caught driving by another squad.
Yeah, and interesting enough, it seems
my goodness.
They're going to be able to hop the wall. 3 members from Alpha Legends just straight up YOLO sending it right now. Can they survive? This is going to be KHK already in the compounds just across the way over here. It looks like Faker was tagged, is going to be bleeding on out. Here comes the follow-up grenades from KHK, trying to inflict as much damage as possible. There goes one. Not only that, you got 6s from the Knights in the tail end of this, trying to third party, trying to get these kills for themselves. And old man in the smoke's going to be bleeding on out. KHK getting so greedy right now, popped in that corner. They're going to be spotted themselves. Oh no, things are falling apart for these squads.
It's like a 5th party going on right here. KHK getting into it, worried about Pittsburgh Knights, but then a member from Team Unique happens to get a knock onto the last member of KHK, and it looks like Alpha Legends, Ramon, he took off. He just said, you know what, let me get in the water here and go swimming, but it looks like one of these members from Team Unique, okay, at first it looked like he was getting shot. Maybe he was drowning, but he's got the Bison 4X trying to put in some work. and take another member out from KHK to get this full push going.
Oh, they're drowning in their emotions out there. The solo member for Alpha Legends, watching all their squad mates just get ripped apart on that rotation, but still going to be in the water trying to continue to carry that torch and get those placement points. Looks like they were unseen by that member from Unique there on the coastline. We were talking about tunnel vision on earlier on. Looks like Unique looking to possibly take a fight onto KHK here soon.
Yeah, you have one member that's really at an off angle. He has to be really careful because if he gets knocked, he's not getting picked back up.
Rip.
But look at that spring catching HH24, driving on by. These guys are so, I mean, all these players are so good at shooting at rotating vehicles, so quick on the button, and HH24 just found that out the hard way.
Head on the swivel right there. Spec attempting to toss out some smokes. Might be able, if they're lucky enough, to, make it on a cross there. That's the game plan. But we see over there, out there in the distance as well, Team Umbra might have some sightlines on HH as well. So we might just have to leave HH to the Wolves right now.
Yeah, got to be really careful. That's definitely a member they want to pick up. HH24 is Tempo Storm's one of the top fraggers without a doubt right here. And Tensa, these two guys have been playing together for so long, so many teams in the past. They're, I think, one of the top duos in North America. And you can just tell, he's like, I'm not leaving my boy behind. He seemed to get that vehicle on the rotation to try to get him picked back up.
Very interesting. Remember, there's still going to be that solo from Alpha Legends in the water, but somehow able to go undetected right now. And you got two members from Unique right here using this coastline for cover, currently avoiding the mollies from KHK.
And it looks like in the kill feed right there, Tensa seemed to drive another vehicle on over to HH to try and pick him up, but it looks like that vehicle got blown up as well, and it ended up taking HH24 out of the game right there. So that's going to leave Tempo Storm up with 3 members alive.
Sometimes you just got to know when to cut your losses right there, and they found out the hard way. And talking about teams or players trying to cut their losses, KHK Oped trying to avoid these grenades. Got to be vaulting on over that wall. The off angle from Memphis will be spotting them out with the M4, and that's going to open up the engagement. That duo that was on the coastline going to be making the push on up right now. Lightning in the front lines, looking on into that window. Going to be vaulting on into that window. Molly's on the second story right now. KHK are forced to defend right now.
Oh, they are going to have to defend this one hard because this team Unique, they want these kills. They know exactly where these members are and opting to full send it after that kill, use that numbers advantage. But right now they're pretty split up. So I can definitely see that hesitation coming from Lightning right now, as it looks like they're waiting for the rest of their squad to get there into the fight.
Very split, very split. And that's why we see Frozen actually in a vehicle right now trying to close the gap, but needs to be aware that the Knights also have sightlines onto this. Frozen gonna be making the push up onto the compound. Oh, I just saw someone fly off the cliff. Might have slipped off the cliff. Oh, that's a big fail right there.
That ice is slippery. Looking to go and hopefully join Frozen in the off angle and falling down right here. That's just going to slow this fight down even more, but there's not really anywhere that this KHK team can go. So it's, what a Molotov.
That's a molly. That's going to get him.
Prediction Molotov. That's one of the best mollies I have seen so far in the PMWL right there.
Got him right there, and that's going to open it up. Octavian trying to get the return fire onto the squad mates on the roof from Unique, and the angles through the windows. There they go. KHK taken out right there.
Just like that. Team Unique, I think, just executed that to perfection. That off angle on that roof was just so disgusting. That Molotov was perfectly placed right on top. Cooked to perfection. As Sixlance with the M7. He's got something to say to Team Unique right now.
This was my fear. Yeah, this was my fear. We saw moments ago the Knights, they had some angles on these compounds, and I was actually surprised they didn't push up maybe 30 seconds earlier. Instead, they're going to be waiting. Sixless going to be getting the first knock on to Lightning, and J7 dukes the hazard right here. Going to be crashing right on into the compound. Raven finally turning on right now. Going to be taking some shots with that Uzi, trying to connect, and it does look like Team Unique full retreat mode right now.
J7 coming in with the cop car after that first knock and thirst. That's the warrant right there, issued out. And we got some runners right now. Memphis and the rest of his squad, they're out of here. They don't want nothing to do with this fight.
They are out of here and just in time. I mean, they got some points in the bank, and talking about teams trying to get on out of here, Football List going to be in their own heated engagement of their own right there. We saw it was up against Dream Eaters, and it does seem as if they got the better half of Dream Eaters in that fight. They should be able to get the revives here.
Man, as soon as that fight started, it was over. It was over so quick right there. Football is just taking out Dream Eaters really, really quick. This is definitely a squad that we saw just frag out in the opening weekend, and now finally starting to get some kills right here because Football is, you know, they've been doing, they haven't been having the best game so far here at the start of league play.
Look at this. We still got a solo ramen from Alpha Legends. I mean, hey, this
is a great job.
Yeah, the swim paying off. Already able to at least find themselves in the top 14. That's way better than, again, taking out first over there. Hey, if you see a corn in the snow, just look the other way. Just look the other way. There's nothing to see there.
Yeah, you know, corn in the snow, that's a new version of that crop right there. Yeah, you know, like it's
a hybrid.
Yeah, a hybrid. That's what it is. Correct. You know, hopefully to be able to last through the long winter snow right there. And that's exactly what Alpha Legends is hoping to do and get as many points as possible. As now, finally, the new circle about to pop right here. Dead center, Dave.
I'm not going to lie. That was circle one. I totally forgot.
That's insane.
I forgot that was circle one.
That is insane right there. That just goes to show you right here, Vikendi. It's a map full of surprises, and I wonder what's going through these teams' heads right now. I mean, it felt like circle one. I know we're on circle 4 right now, you know, but at the same time, like it basically has been that way. Like these teams have not moved since circle 1 at all. As we move over to this replay right here, Team Unique. Oh man, that off angle was just disgusting.
Pretty much, yeah. Sixes right there going to be opening up the iron sights, and then you got Raven pulling up as well. This is what you like to see. This is what you like to see. And, you know, some squads that have been, you know, watching the mayhem kind of unfold in the kill feed. Frag Machines, one of those teams. Looks like they are going to have 1 kill to their name. They're going to be right there on the edge. They have a nice little safety net. I don't really see any teams pressing to push them anytime soon.
This is so much of a mind game, I think, for all of these players going into this, because they have been sitting in the same buildings all game long right now. 17 minutes of sitting in the same spot. You got to get antsy. You know, you got to get antsy, and like I think your autopilot is just trying to kick in and thinking that a fight should have been happening by now, but because of this first zone, it's just causing a little bit of a stalemate right here at this early Vikendi.
Yeah. Finally, we're going to have some water, you know, still, you know, on the tip, still going to be in it. You have to assume the next zone will no longer favor that one. So we'll have to pay attention to see if our lone ranger from Alpha Legends can continue to survive, because right now, right on top of them, that duo that we saw run away earlier from Team Unique. So for now, all these teams, they have their nice little compounds. They got their magazines. They got their fires lit. Unfortunate for Team Umbra, we see a couple burning vehicles, so they won't be able to utilize those.
Yeah, and they're at the edge of the circle right now, so they're really hoping that they do not get a hard shift because, man, look at all these teams that are just gatekeeping them right now. That would be the worst case scenario for them. Oh, Vermont got caught out. Survive. Survive.
Oh, they got third party. Third party.
Are you kidding me?
Dixie with the third party. Alpha Legends.
Angel of Death.
Ramen continue to survive. Some water still going to be in play. They might be able to swim.
Are you kidding me right there? That is the luckiest break that you could possibly get. Right now, if you are Rahman, you are kicking it into overdrive. Get them fins going. You need to swim across and away from that as fast as you possibly can, because you just got the break of a lifetime right there.
Yeah, I mean, Rahman was getting shot at about 30% HP, and then you had Tixie with the third party taking out that individual from Team Unique who was unloading their magazine onto Rahman. I mean, the luck right there. You don't normally see that.
Not at all. I mean, that is perfect timing if you've ever seen it right here. As, oh, look at this. Wildcard catching out a member from Frag Machine. Frag Machine, man, they are currently really struggling so far here in league play. And Tensa catching, an off angle here onto Sam. It's going to be third party central here for the rest of the game. It's all over the place.
Yeah, Frag Machines, they were making the pull up on into the new circle. Wildcard catching them off guard right there. And then you know, everybody seemed to have forgotten about Tempo. Storm all the way in the tail line right there. They're going to go for that backstab. I believe Tempo going to be popping in the vehicles and going for that wide rotate. Looking on over here, Konina Power still with 4 up, 2 kills so far. Gonzo with the Dacia looking to make some moves, but right on in front of them, the Knights in the compounds, in the prime position. The Knights are set up right now to just gatekeep all the teams in the East.
And that's what they get for bullying Team Unique out of that area right there. So that's going to be really fortunate for them. Playzone taking out Tempo Spec. Acer's got the MP5K right now, ready to put it to use. Big hip fire coming up soon.
Ready to let it rip over here. Frag Machine's going to be within the compounds. Here comes the smokes to close the gap. Freak going to go for a little lean peek action. Will be in the front line. Meanwhile, the other 2 squad mates on to Frag Machines in the tail end of this going to be overlooking Freak. Freak going for a little bait right there on the door. Blue zone finally pushed on in, right on the tail end, right on the backside of Wildcard. Slicky looking to get the open knock with this grenade. Acer was spotted in the process, jumping from that roof. And here comes the Mollies right now to slow down the push from Wildcard. Freak, ever so slightly, going to be pulling back just a little bit closer to their squad mates. This is crazy. This is methodical right now from Frag Machines.
Oh, man, I really love this gameplay and teamwork that they're doing right now. They're covering each other's shots right now, so they're able to move together as a unit. This is the best. This is exactly what you need to be doing. But, oh, look at that. Just oozes out. Oh, great return knock.
Oh, yeah, the return fire. Freak able to get not 1, but 2, and now it's just up to Acer. Sam's going to be healing on up right now. Out of the fight, might opt to go for that revives.
Oh,
Acer pop in the corner. Will be spotted themselves. Sam swapping on over to the Bison. Going for that hip fire. 1v1. It comes down to the door block. The door block. Able to finish it off for Frag Machines. The strategic door block. Oh. Dukes!
Sam screaming at the top of his lungs, hold the door, and that's exactly what he did right there. Oh, that's all clutch right there. You just have to hit those shots. He had that good Uzi right there. He put it to work with that hip fire. I'm sorry, the Bison actually able to get that kill. Huge clutch play for Wildcard.
Talk about clutch. Yeah, that door block was clutch, but look at this. Football is trying to make the pull up right now, trying to get up close and personal onto B4. Pedro gonna be thirsted. Grenades are just ringing on out. Here comes a Molly to add injury to insult. Football is looking to get the revive right now. It's up to Mixera though. What can Mixera get from that angle? Might need to pop out, might need to get a little aggressive, but in the back line, see Cloud9, they're making some moves over there on the edge of the zone. Solke tossing out a Molly to kind of force B4 back into the compounds to kind of put a break on this one.
Konina Power, team I predicted so far, not out in 11th place. Tough break right there for that squad, and it's going to be a tough one for Wildcard. Oh, but getting a lucky third break as a third party comes to help him out.
Yeah, starting to take those shots immediately spotted. Very interesting as well, because Footballists, they're in their own heated engagement with B4 right in front of them, so opting just to get a couple shots. And talking about the third party, Adar right there with the G36 trying to take some shots on into the barn. And here comes the blue zone to apply that needed pressure from the push from Footballists. And Footballists just wrapping around every single compound, clearing out the corners right now. 10 kills so far on the squad. Can they find Maxon and get the squad wipe? Yes, they can.
They get it done right there, but they have to heal up and get moving right now. You know, they're at the edge of the zone and on the thin side, so that's going to give them a little bit more time right now, but they have to cover their backs as so many squads are most likely going to rotate right towards them. And look at that, Acer at the ready.
Yeah, I mean, just talk about getting sandwiched right now. You got Cloud9 with angles on you from the backside. You got Wildcard trying to make the push up. We got a Uzi on Uzi battle right now. Soulcake gonna be vaulting back on over that wall. The smoke will be blocking the sight lines, at least in front of them from Wildcard. Cloud9 trying to make the pull up, trying to get some kills of their own. Currently only sitting on 1 kill. They're gonna be playing the long game right now.
Oh yeah, but they just ended up helping out their NA brethren right there by shutting down pretty much the momentum from Footballists, allowing Wildcard to get Wildcard Slicky to get Acer back up and into this fight. And look, they're going to push this again.
Yeah, the
Down
Uzis out. The Uzi's out. Going for
they're ready for this one.
There goes another footballist member popping that window. Will be spotted. Only one more player from footballist on the defense. And they got it again. They got it again.
They were so close right there. Wild card.
Third time's the charm.
Oh my God.
Third time's the charm.
Again. This fight won't stop. This fight won't stop.
Carnage making the pull up. Can Carnage get in there before both of these revives occur? Carnage, 1000%. Here's these revives. Going to be going for the jump shot, trying to get these 9mm shots to connect. Smokes are out. Carnage is screaming. Come for the support. The blue zone started to take out some of the members from footballers themselves. 1 HP, 2 HP. Carnage able to get it, but at what cost? We see in the backside, Raven was just taken out themselves.
Man, Cloud9, they're just sitting pretty right now. They're at the edge of this zone, ready to put on some big shots. It's all up to J7. He's in the blue zone right here. I don't know if he's going to be able to get this first aid off, and that is it. Pittsburgh Knights out in 5th place. Cloud9 in a really good position to win this match.
Dude, football is what? They had like 3 different teams fight on one after another. Actually crazy. I mean, no break from them. So all these other teams that did have the break, you know, out here on the edge, Cloud9 one of them, they have a nice little hill to work with. They're going to be overlooking this. They're going to be overlooking SWAT 69 and Team Udir right there, 4 up.
Yeah, and just to break this down really quick, you know, Cloud9, they are at the top of the hill, so they're going to have that height advantage. That circle, though, is dead center, and there's not a lot of coverage at all. So you start seeing that smoke wall come out as they're going to have to kind of just wiggle their way into this. Oh, man, look at Pocus. Talk about being on the edge of the blue zone.
Holding on to it. Holding on to it. And we've seen Udir Killers, you know, get good placement points at the foothills. I mean, last game, yesterday, game 5, they're at the bottom of Erangel. They had to make their way on up the Death Valley, and they still managed to, you know, pull it off somehow. You got Cloud9 up here, all piled behind this rock. 1 molly, 1 grenade could spell disaster for the squad, but they don't have many options. SWAT 69 attempting to make the pull up, trying to get on into this new zone on the edge, but they are going to be spotted. King, chunk down and out.
It's all Cloud9 right now controlling these fights. They have both Udir and SWAT 69 completely pinned down right here. So all they got to do is just play, execute this properly, and they should be able to get this win, but you never know what happens when you're fighting some of the best that the West has to offer.
Yeah, you got Cloud9, the 3-1. You got Pyra kind of holding that off angle right there. Here comes play zone. Yep, play zone going to start inflicting some damage. Pocus will be spotting out 1 member, Adar, from Cloud9, taking them down and out. But remember, Cloud9, they had this rock to work with. Pyra now going to be making the push right now. Has this little tiny tree, little skinny tree. Doesn't provide the best cover, but Pyra able to get this information right now and relay it back to the squad.
Well, Pyra has been on a diet. He's a thin guy, so he should be able to hide behind that tree perfectly. But, man, you can see how good he is with this recoil control, currently with the AK-6X, and he is currently using it like a laser. As the rest of his squad, they like this rock really well.
Yeah, they're playing this rock. Here comes the grenades, here comes the molly. So, yeah, like you said, Pyra able to spot these 2 members from Udir Killers right on in the shack. I mean, they have this window. What can they do with this?
I wonder if they're going to throw some offensive smokes. That'd be interesting. Yep, and that's exactly what they do here. So they decide to go ahead and throw offensive smokes to cut down their sight lines, and Beowulf with a huge knock. Here comes the full press. It's all Cloud9 right now.
Making the push, pulling up with that Dacia. Yep, just unleashing the mayhem right there, catching them off guard. Cloud9, they had multiple opportunities to take fights, especially on that footballist mayhem, you know, one after another. But instead, you know, playing it cool there on the edge. And I gotta say, Jukes, that paid off big time for him.
It was huge. You know, that zone just happened to rotate on them perfectly right there. And even though it off-shifted them a little bit, they didn't have many teams that were really gatekeeping him. So they were able to kind of just push in and just bully the rest of the squads. But at the same time, they had to control so many areas. We saw footballists get into it with so many squads. They're on the right. They were worried about SWAT 69 and the other squads on the left. But man, Cloud9, big game for them and one that they really needed.
Yeah, they definitely needed that game, at least when it comes to bragging rights. And teams that I'm going to have my eye on, you know, coming into this game, they're right on the cusp. I mean, wild card, Udir Killers, that's a great game for them as well. But I believe that's going to be it for us. We'll be right back, but let's send it to the desk.
Oh, feels so good. It feels so good to be right. Is this what it feels like, Seven, to finally be right about a prediction?
Bro, welcome to the winning team. This is exactly what it feels like when you get that nice pick and then just on top of that, they get some kills. Just enjoy it. You feel different, right?
I do. And you know what the best part about it is, as you pointed out when we're doing predictions, Hot Juke. Oh, no, not Glitter. I'm going to give her a break here. Hot Jukes, he had Cloud9. He changed it last second. What's going on, Hot Jukes? How mad are you now?
My boy went from Team Queso to Cloud9 to Konina Power. You gotta stick to one. You gotta do that the must-have day strategy. He picked all his teams for all the weeks already.
You gotta be a believer. Glitter, Cloud9 coming through big, but again, we did see some teams who are trying to push through into top 16, finally make a good way through, a good path for themselves.
That's what we were looking for, right? We were looking for those bottom teams to really like make a big play for themselves. And we saw that coming out of Uter Killers. We saw that coming out of SWAT 69. These teams are really starting to kind of push against the teams that we had that were in the middle and the ones that are at the top so that they can start getting their placement points up on the board. It was also really, really nice, like Seven called out as well, to give Seven some credit. PK, Pittsburgh Knights did super well for themselves on this match.
Yeah, why don't you go ahead and talk about actually Pittsburgh Knights? I think that's something we wanted to mention about their kind of safe play. Well, actually, no, let's hold on to that because I think we want to see the rankings. I want to see how many points I just got myself in that last game. And not only myself, Cloud9, 30 points coming in for first place. But again, Uter Killers taking themselves number 3 and getting those 14 placement points for 16 points overall here, Seven. How many did they even start the day out with? That's a massive upgrade for them.
I don't recall how many they started off the day out with, but I know they were one of those teams that were maybe over 16th place, if not right there on the caps. But going into this match, they were actually in 16th place, so this is huge for them. And I was mentioning Pittsburgh Knights. That was one team I picked, and they didn't disappoint. Hey, placement, they have been very consistent. This is huge for them. Another one that we need to go ahead and focus on is going to be SWAT 69 in Headquarters. SWAT 69 alongside with Headquarters, guess what? They have been just working on their placement, and it's working wonders for them, being able to collectively get 13 and 11 points. This is good for them, but guess what? What I want to see in the future matches from those two teams is I want them to hopefully get over 5 kills. They need to go ahead and just push for more kills instead of just placement, because you need to have a good marriage between the both.
Ooh, then we're taking a look here on the second page. Definitely a rough game for Tempo, but they didn't really need the win at this point. They've positioned themselves very, very strongly in the top 4 right now. Hey, listen. It's going to happen. That's fine. I'm okay with it. I do want to point out, though, Konina Power also struggled in this match. I don't think we were necessarily ready to see Unique go out as early as they did. So a lot of these matches are giving us results that we aren't expecting. And I think across the board on the desk, that's what we were hoping was going to happen with a lot of these teams.
Or you know what, there's still some matches to be played. That was only the 3rd one of the day. There's still 2 more to go, so there's still a chance to see the things switch up here. Let's take a look at the stats for Cloud9. I want to see how much damage they did. I want to see how much they healed. More importantly, I want to see how many kills they got. 2,400 damage. To be fair, for only 10 kills, 7, I feel like that's actually a lot of damage.
Yeah, it definitely is a lot of damage. They were going into fights left and right, and shout out to US_GMA on Twitch chat because he actually picked Cloud9 as the right winner alongside with you, Jason. And not only that, look at the damage and look at the heals. We've seen teams that end up winning with over 1,000 total heal, and right here, Cloud9, it goes to show that we're taking very careful fights, and whenever they did get into fights, they make sure they go ahead and finish them. And with the damage, almost 2,500 damage, you can just tell they were being ultra aggressive. Cloud9 showing up, and I love seeing. I wish I could see the breakdown of how many kills each player got there. And another thing is they ended up with 12 knocks and only 10 kills. So I'm pretty sure in the future they're going to be hoping to just be able to finish those extra knocks that they got there.
I think we saw them actually playing like even super safe. I remember looking at like the kills overall, and they definitely didn't pick up until like the very tail end. So I think they were trying to go for the safe play, which leads me to even want to talk about Pittsburgh Knights right after we take a look at our top players from this last game. And it's funny enough, not even Cloud9 taking the #1 positions. Rom from Football is going to be coming through here.
Raum, definitely with 5 kills, 769 damage, 2 knocks, and a survival time 24 minutes. That is huge for that team. Futbolis has been one of those teams that we've been looking to just consistency, and they have proved it over and over again. And Adder, uneven. Actually, something I want to go ahead and mention, if we can leave this this page up for a little bit longer. Uneven, one of those players from Cloud9 that has been kind of quiet so far this tournament, and also PMPL Americas. They need Uneven to go ahead and step it up. So I love seeing Uneven here. Huge props to my guy with 4 kills. Beowulf and Adder, this is what I expect to see from Cloud9. Hopefully they can go ahead and continue this momentum along the sides of what we saw in PMPL Americas, because they are one of those scary teams. They are one of those teams that I wouldn't be surprised if we see up there along the sides of Tempo Storm and Loops Esports towards the end of the day.
And again, for me, Glitter, that's one of the storylines that I've been kind of following within Cloud9, is with the pickup of Adder. Can he really be that powerhouse damage dealer that they need? And I think we saw it right there, right? We saw the glimpse of what the Cloud9 can be with his 800 damage.
Yeah, and you know that that's a very good game for Cloud9 when you see 3 out of your 4 players up on that top player leaderboard. That's the game that I think we were expecting out of Cloud9. You know, Seven had pointed out a couple times earlier on, Cloud9 had they'd taken a little while to kind of warm up and get in their groove, but today, especially after this match, it seems like they're definitely kind of finding that groove now, doing very well for themselves, and just pulling down a game that is 100% solidifying them in that top 16 position. They didn't necessarily need it, but it certainly does not hurt.
Oh man, I would love if we got a chance to interview one of those Cloud9 players right now, just to see where their mindset's
you know what,
at. That'll be amazing.
Well, you know what? I feel like the producer's in your ear as well, because we do have an interview with a Cloud9 member. It's going to be Uneven join us here on our virtual desk to talk about not only that last game, but of course about the World League in general. So Uneven, first of all, let's just check. Can you hear me? Are you here?
Yep, I can hear you.
Awesome. Well, first of all, congratulations on your first chicken dinner here in the World League, in the league play. I have to ask you off the bat, how does it feel to finally get that first victory under your belt?
It feels good. You know, we've been at the brink a couple times with a few second places, and really trying to crack that win. We're a slow starting team, so once we really build up that confidence and we get those wins going, it'll steamroll, and we'll really get going, and you'll see the true Cloud9.
Oh, the true Cloud9 7. I like that. Let's see what you have to say. What are you going to ask him?
It is. What up? What up, Uneven? Good to see you in here, my man. It's good to see you again. Now, one of the things I actually want to go ahead and ask you, Uneven, that you just mentioned, you guys are a slow starting team. So for the upcoming weeks in regards to league play, it's something that we mentioned over and over again. You cannot afford to have a slow start here, especially on any of the days for league play, and if you want to make it to Super Weekend. So how are you guys going to be willing to adjust in the future league plays? That way you don't have such a slow start as we have seen here.
For sure, yeah. I mean, the specific format for this tournament is slightly different than PMPL, right? So we don't really have that catch-up time that was available to us in PMPL over a 64-game tournament. So we're really just working together on removing all these mistakes and being confident and us right out the gate. And it's something that, you know, it's difficult, certainly, but getting wins early on like this is the motivation and the boost that will definitely get it done for us, I think.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you guys getting this win right now, and especially you, something that I mentioned, the team definitely needs you to go ahead and step it up, and it seems like you have done here. So congratulations. Glitter, is there anything you want to go ahead and add?
Yeah, just a quick question. I know Jason's brought it up a couple times, but you guys had the addition of Adder. What's that like going into any of these leagues when you have to change up your roster a little bit and kind of work with a new person? How do you guys handle that?
It's definitely an interesting challenge, you know, and we've done it multiple times. Last second switches are, you know, kind of a specialty for our teams for one reason or another. And it especially when you have a player like Adder, who, you know, comes from an IGL position from the previous Team Unique roster, who has very, you know, different ideas and very prominent ideas in game. It's difficult at the beginning to, you know, really meld the two ways of thought between Beowulf and Adder, but once it gets rolling, then you just really have the best of both worlds. And if we can find the fluidity between the two, then we become unstoppable.
Unstoppable. That is something I would like to see going on into the future. I do have to ask you one last thing. As the sole person here who picked Cloud9 to win that game, can I have a high five? Is that possible? Can we get that going?
Sure.
You haven't denied me last time. Hook me up. Other way, to your left, to your left. No, other way. Yeah, all right. We'll count it. We'll count it.
I expect
All
to
right.
see memes out of this, all right? I expect to see memes all over Twitter from this.
All right, well, thank you very much for your time, man, and congratulations on your victory.
Thank you.
You know what? I like him more than you, Seven, because he gave me a high five when I asked for it, okay? If Glitter was in your position, I'm sure she'd give me a high five.
I'll give you a fist bump. You ready?
No,
Ready?
I don't want a
Here
fist
you
bump.
go.
You had your chance. Ah,
Oh,
you had your chance.
damn.
That's
he's gonna
gone.
leave me hanging, chat.
Let's and Glitter's going. Okay.
Oh, it's the wrong
I don't know how I
way.
get it to you from there and
No,
go around to
bro.
that one. Let's take a look at our do moments from that last game. And there's something I want to talk about in here as well for you, Seven, about Pittsburgh Knights. Obviously talking about Cloud9, but PK, we got to talk about these guys because they were definitely playing safe.
Oh, we definitely do, but can we please acknowledge that Glitter was doing it the wrong way there? I would have totally got you, Glitter. Next time, just let me know. But PK, the reason why I picked PK is because they have had good performances so far and consistent performances so far in Vikendi. And I was hoping they would go for that win, but guess what? They weren't able to disappoint me. They still got consistent placement, and something that I actually enjoyed was pretty much how collectively and how much of a team they were working as towards the north. They got blessed kind of by the first circle because they didn't have to rotate too much, and whenever the other circles the zone started popping up, they made sure they secure a compound, they stayed there, they didn't try to force any fights that weren't needed. So it goes to show to me that they're still trying to get comfortable with each other. Keep in mind, this is a new roster again. They still keep making changes again, so they still might be adjusting to each other, so it's good for them to go ahead and kind of take the time. If you don't need to take any fights, if you don't need to force anything, just wait until it actually comes your way. And right here, by the way, this was quite a fight that we were able to see. Glitter, which one was your best fight out of that match?
I mean, the one thing I did like to see was the aggression that was coming out of Wildcard. We did see a crazy fight with them where there was a little bit of body block in a doorway that ended up working out incredibly well in Wildcard's favor. And this was a game that Wildcard needed to do well. They ended up dropping down, so they were right on the cusp of that 16th place position. I believe they were in 15th and only up by like 5 or 6 points at that point. So they needed to have a strong showing here so that they could start asserting themselves back up into the place that they deserve in that top 16 position. So I'm very, very happy that they were able to do so here on this map, and hopefully they can continue to do so after.
And right here, I'm pretty sure you remember, Glitter, we were kind of pulling our hairs. They didn't get to show the other part when my boy Carnage should have thrown a grenade. He took a little bit too long, but hey, guess what? The veteran of PUBG Mobile, the big man himself, Carnage, was able to go ahead and clutch up that play and get those extra points, not only for myself as the leaderboard, as we have our own leaderboard here for predictions, but also for his team. So it's good to see that he can still go ahead and clutch it up. I would have loved to see a grenade though, Carnage. I don't know if you had one or not. Maybe in the future we'll be able to tell. But overall, Cloud9 being super aggressive here. They needed to go ahead and make that push before anything happened. They needed to be even more aggressive after they got that knock. So Cloud9, what a performance there, and I wouldn't be surprised if we maybe see another performance like that from them here.
Maybe going into another match for the day. Let's take a look, though, at the total damage so I can gloat even further about Cloud9 there getting themselves that chicken dinner. We can see it on the screen now. Number one, not only in the game, in the damage department here, Glitter, 2,500 damage done by them. However, a standout performance you can see by Footballist.
Yeah, and that was a team that we were actually watching as the game was going. Footballist was doing very, very well for themselves, whether it was with damage or with kills. But I love seeing this type of a game coming out of Cloud9. I think that Jukes and Dave had pointed out, and as you had stated earlier, Jason, they didn't start getting that damage until later, but it's because they were fighting off so many different teams around them in those last final zones. They had to keep off so many different squads. But look, we've got 7 kills coming in from PK, 7 coming in from Wildcard. So some of these teams, even though they didn't get that top spot, were still doing a ton of damage and pulling down those kill points, which we've emphasized time and time again, their importance.
And something in regards to football is being able to get those 11 kills. That is huge for them. That's another team that I seen kind of be consistent as well in regards to placing. Maybe not get those super high kills that we've seen from other teams, but guess what? Now they're also starting to get the kills. So could this be more of a turn of a table for footballers? Could we see a win coming from here in the future? Because I know Jason will probably like to go ahead and scream it, right? Right, Jason?
If they win, I'll definitely get on the air to do that one. Let's take a look at the overall rankings here to see where all the teams are currently standing, but more importantly, see where that bubble will be. But we're going to see Loops Esports still in that number 1 position, and more importantly here, Glitter, the only team still breaking the 100-point threshold.
I'm actually really excited to see how the second page of this is shaking out, but Loops Esports, we knew that they were going to be an aggressive team. We knew that they were going to be very, very strong on the kill point side of things because that's what they've done historically so far. So this is really not surprising me. I am surprised, though, that we aren't seeing a little bit more out of some of the squads that we kind of called out earlier, but also seeing Dream Eaters moving up or maintaining that 10th place position. Pittsburgh Knights was able to jump up after that game, so that's really, really good for them. But there's definitely a few squads that we either aren't seeing or maybe didn't expect to see in this top 10.
And I think I'm glad to see Konina Power at least on the first page there. They have been a little bit more consistent. I wouldn't be surprised if they maybe have try to go for that pop-off match that we've seen from them. And we're seeing the second page. Wildcard Gaming currently in 13th place. I'm pretty sure they're going to be looking to step that up even more in the upcoming matches as they only have one match left. So that's going to be something to go ahead and keep a close eye on. I'm not sure if they're going to actually, they will be skipping the last match. So this next match coming up is going to be their last match of today. So hopefully they can go ahead and put up a great performance, because guess what? Some of the other teams, like UDR Killers, they're very close by. Nova Esports, we've seen Nova Esports have good performances today. They can maybe go ahead and go for a win. In SWAT 69, that's one team that has been very consistent in regards to placing all day. All they need to go ahead and do is just step it up on kills, because Team Umbra is right behind them and they are only 3 points away. Everything is going to come down to pretty much to the final match, I honestly believe. Whoever came up with this idea of League Play Super Weekend at PUBG Mobile Esports, congratulations. This is just making me more excited, man.
You didn't have to be praised like that. I do want to mention two teams, though, and I do apologize on more of a negative note. Uder Killers and SWAT 69. There was 500 damage, 800 damage respectively in the last game. For me, that's not the sign of a team who's going to be lifting a trophy, who's going to be taking themselves home $100,000. I feel like we need to be seeing more out of these teams who are on that cusp, right? I understand they're playing safe. They want to make it to top 16, but you need to see more kills. You need to see more damage. You need to see more consistency out of them if they want to take on the big dogs, Glitter.
Yeah, and I think we can kind of see that illustrated in a lot of the stats that we could see on the back end as well. For comparison purposes, Loops, who's in first place right now, is averaging 17.5 points per match, whereas SWAT 69 is at 7.3. Now, definitely not saying that these teams are bad, but you're making a very, very good point. When you're up against these teams that are aggressive and successfully aggressive, because I think that's the most important part.
Yeah.
They're confident and consistent with that. They kind of need to figure out how do we get on that level? What are we doing that's different from what they're doing? Do they have better rotations? Are they just making better decisions? And you have to adjust, otherwise you won't be able to progress from
Evan, I know exactly what you're looking at here. Go ahead, man.
I'm sorry to interrupt there, but look at the difference in kills here between Loop Esports and SWAT 69. 94 kills for Loops Esports compared to SWAT 69, only 27. Wow, and something that I'm actually able to notice there is that SWAT 69 has actually gotten a lot of knockouts. They just have not been able to pretty much be able to finish them. Hopefully in the future, they're themselves able to see this stat and they're able to realize, hey, those are, I'm not going to go ahead and make the match. I think it's maybe 15 extra points that they would have been able to go ahead and add if they finish those extra knocks. So something to go ahead and keep an eye out here. And Loops Esports, I mean, honestly, it's not even a close comparison here with damage done. They got almost twice the damage of SWAT 69 and a lot, with comparison, the damage received, they only have just a little bit more than SWAT 69. Loops Esports just insane right now.
The thing is, I want to dive further into that, right? The damage they've taken, almost the same, but the damage done doubled by Loops. As well as you look at kills and knocks, as you're pointing out, right? If you see the kills and knocks for Loops, they have more kills than knocks. However, for SWAT 69, they have less kills than knocks. So to me, this kind of shows that Loops is being a team that third parties a lot more, that are looking more aggressive around the map, Glitter.
Yep.
And that's what we were expecting from Loops, but I think we've talked about it a few times how important, one, converting your knocks is. You cannot just leave them out there for other teams to take or for them to get a res back up on, because you're missing out on those kill points, which are becoming more and more important as the day progresses. But also, it's just going back to that consistent, successful aggression. Loops probably has their mentality in a pretty good place right now, right? Because they've just done well the entire time. Do the teams that are at the lower end of the leaderboard, are they struggling mentally? Is this do they feel the pressure now? Is it starting to kind of affect their gameplay? Because now it's not just the other teams or in-game aspects that are going to be affecting their gameplay. It's everything else that's kind of starting to bear down on them. And how do you deal with that pressure?
And something to go ahead and follow it up on that is that Loops did get a chance to go ahead and sit out that last match. And guess what? Yesterday, when they set out a match, the next match they came and won it convincingly. So I know we're not doing predictions times just yet, but I'm going to be predicting Loops coming up on this next Erangel that we're going to be playing, because what they were able to do earlier on that Erangel was just disgusting.
That's fine. If you want to lose your prediction game right now, you can do that. Let's hop back into the schedule so we can see the 4th match coming up today. It'll be on Erangel yet again, and we're going to have Group B sitting out. So, Glitter, who's going to be watching from the sidelines?
That means we will not be seeing Konina Power, Headquarters, Team Unique, or Uter Killers.
I would have laughed if Loops was in there, because then 7 would have looked so dumb. But yeah, we're not going to be seeing Konina Power. The Stallions will have a chance to come back in the final game of the day. But I guess maybe it is time to slowly start to get into our predictions in a little bit of time. You obviously chose Loops Esports. I think Glitter and I could take an extra second to think about this as we head into Erangel. But I want to know your thoughts, as I was just talking about with Loops and SWAT 69, 7, about, you know, is SWAT 69 maybe not as confident and getting aggressive in third partying?
Oh, definitely. I mean, it comes down to placing. Loops is currently in first place. They got nothing to worry about. They got everything going their way. Meanwhile, SWAT 69 is currently in 16th place. They could be out if they don't perform, so they're going to go ahead and play it safer. Loops is able to go ahead and afford just being more aggressive, and that's one team that feeds off aggressiveness. That's one team that feeds off seeing weakness when they go ahead and go up against the team. If you ever see their gameplay, as soon as they go ahead and knock down one person, they just go for it. They're one of those teams that just doesn't care as soon as they get that one knock. And from SWAT 69, from what we've been able to see, they're just so focused right now on getting points, on getting placement, that they're not really looking to get those kills. So hopefully coming up in the next matches, SWAT 69 can step it up on the kills department.
Yeah, definitely want to see that coming forward, not only now, but obviously into the Super Week if they do make it there. Definitely. So we know, 7, we know your prediction. You're going with Loops Esports, is that correct? All right.
That is correct.
Glitter, who do you got?
Yeah, I know a lot of people are going to be going with Loops, and that's probably a really, really smart pick. However, I'm going to go back with Wildcard. I think that they're starting to finally pick up their gameplay here today. They know they only have a couple more matches, and they're still sitting in 13th place. I think that they're going to push really, really hard to kind of secure some more placement points.
See, I thought they were going to do well as well here coming into this game. I'm in the exact same mindset as you. Except I realized with my forwardness thinking of my giant nose that they're going to tank this match, and it's going to be B4 Esports to rise up. I'm surprised you haven't taken them just yet, because this has been a team that you've been behind for the opening weekend and even yesterday, Glitter.
I called B4 once already, I believe it was
earlier, and they got like 6 points.
The first time we actually got to see Erangel, I did call B4, and I love B4. But I'm also really, the problem is I like too many teams, but I'm really pulling for Wildcard in this one.
Well, you like B4, but obviously not enough, though, to choose them over Wildcard. We'll see what's going to happen. Obviously, if you guys are watching from home, you can still win some drops here. You can watch within the game, within the Esports Center, and collect some points. And the top 100 people in points will earn some exclusive rewards. If you're not doing it now, make sure you get in there. Make sure you get your chance to get those rewards coming through to yourself so you can bring them in onto your very own Erangel the next time you play. So 7 and Glitter, I appreciate all of your discussion points, your talking points in that last match. We have to send you out of here one more time. We'll bring you back in later on to talk about match 4. We have to bring back in Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave. I don't know what that was. It really just came out of nowhere, and you look really disappointed with me. You chose Cloud9 at first, and then you switched from that. You should be disappointed in yourself.
Okay, first of all, Jason, I'm gonna need you to bring up the respect just a little bit, all right? I'm hurt, I was down, and you're kicking me while I'm down, all right? Let me fiddle. Let me fiddle, okay? Let me go ahead and do my tweak. I like to tweak.
It's fine.
At the end. Unfortunately, not working out so far, but hey, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and I'm just going to switch it up. Tempo Storm. I'm going to think Tempo is going to go and have a good Erangel here right now.
Okay, and Dave, I can almost guess who you're going to pick.
Jukes!
I mean, you can't pick him, so what team do you got? He's not playing.
Loops.
Okay.
Loops all daily.
All right. Well, gentlemen, why don't you take us into our 4th game here while we get close to winding things up with our 2nd and final day of our first week of league play.
Let's get into it right now. Here we go. Erangel, the last Erangel of the evening, Dave, as we get into it here. This is the map that, of course, all these players just love to play on right here. And it's a really pivotal one to see who's going to be able to make it to Super Weekend. So I'm really interested to see right now, like we saw it before when we were casting. Pachinki. We saw Tempo. We saw SWAT 69 challenge them there. Will they do it again? So far, it doesn't look like it. It looks like they maybe decided to make a little adjustment right here. But man, I mean, that was a really interesting one, interesting fight that we saw last time. That's for sure.
Hey, you want that drama, man? You want that drama? I already know it. I mean, it was interesting. It was interesting. But you made a great point. You know, last night or yesterday in Game 5, after that fight, it's like, who really won? You know, because SWAT 69, they walked away victorious in Pachinki, but they only walked away with only one player up. So it's like, okay, yeah, sure, you beat Tempo, but like, how are you gonna win the game now? And at the end of the day, it's all about getting that chicken.
Hey, like they say, right? You win the battle, but did you win the war? I think right there, SWAT 69 realized that that's exactly what happened to them. So right here, I like the fact that they decided to mix it up. They decided to mix it up right here because at the end of the day, they need big points. They need big points. They need to play this a little bit more, you know, cautious, a little bit more careful right here. And as you can see them kind of doing this split loot drop, it seemed to work out for them because it doesn't seem like they're going to have too much of a contesting going on. There is Nova Esports really close by, though, so they got to kind of keep an eye out for that.
Yeah, talking about keeping an eye out right now.
What happened to Spec?
Yeah, you got Spec dropping a little further out from the safety and comfort of Pachinki, and it does seem as if a couple members from the Knights have possibly spotted out Spec. But one thing we saw on the mini-map just a moment ago, Footballists, they were able to outtake or overthrow B4 from their drop location in Novo all the way down there. And I spoke to the coach and analyst from B4, Knight, and they pretty much told me, like, it's not worth fighting over, you know, especially early on. So they're just going to give it up. And not only that, they realized that military base itself was open. So they're more than happy to take that as their drop spot. We were talking about SWAT 69. They might not be dropping on Tempo, but they are dropping on Nova Esports right now. Very interesting early engagement coming out from the squad of SWAT 69. And I got to say, it's not looking too good.
Well, SWAT 69, not sure if they lost the 6 or the 9, but half of their team is completely wiped out right there. AZ from across the map with the VSS, with a crazy off angle right there. It's able to get that first initial knock, and then with the numbers, you know, Nova, they're so great. Like, this is what they do best, right? Being able to kind of push together as a squad, use their hip fire abilities, just able to do that 3v1 and get them out real quick. And wow, what a fight.
What a fight. And after that one, SWAT 69, they might drop Pachinki just because it works a little better for them. I think it's just a team that might be, you know, soul-searching a little bit here, at least when it comes to Erangel and, like, a drop spot. I mean, how do you feel about that?
Yeah, it looks like, you know, they're just trying to find their home, you know? And I think that so far, they're definitely having a hard time doing it. They challenged Tempo with theirs, did get the kill. They ended up winning that fight. But this, like we mentioned earlier, though, they had to lose 3 members in doing so. And if you lose that many early on, you're pretty much just grasping for straws, just trying to survive and get as many points as possible. And with how good these teams are at spotting the tiniest little pixel that's out of place, it ain't easy to snake your way up into the top 10.
And then we saw them challenge Farm, you know? Nova Esports, they drop Farm every single time. You better bet. So, yeah, I don't know. SWAT 69 looking to find a spot to call their own. I mean, you already know. There's one spot that's always open. All right, Stauber.
That's true.
Worst case scenario, all jokes aside, worst case scenario. Talking about worst case scenario, Octavian just camping it out in the second story. I don't even know. I mean, just relaxing. HCL didn't even see what hit him right there.
I mean, he was sitting quiet, just waiting for somebody. He set the trap. You know, that's exactly what it was right there. And really unfortunate for Nova. And this is why, I mean, even at this high level, you think everything's clear, but you just might as well just clear with 2 people at a minimum, because you never know if there's that one person just waiting for you to be able to get that quick thirst and knock and thirst. Oh my God, look at that off angle right there.
Talk about having that one person wait for you. Let's check out real quick the replay. Yep. Let's rub some dirt in their open wounds while we're at it and just, you know, have them relive that moment. Here's Octavian just camping. Like you said, wasn't even moving a muscle.
Yeah, he was set up. He had the tent pitched, everything. But you know what? No fire, because he didn't want to let them know that there was smoke there, you know? And just like that, quick knock, quick thirst. You hate to see it.
Tavian said, you don't want that smoke. You don't want that smoke, son.
That smoke?
You don't want that
Get outta
smoke.
here.
Talking about teams looking for the smoke signals, loops. They're going to be up here on Potato Hill. Looks like they're all just dropping loot. Sharing is caring, as we like to put it here. And looks like they're going to be dividing up some ammunition and just getting the boys back together in their little vehicles right here.
You love to see this. I mean, these are the kind of minutia details right here of pro competitive play, but they're all so important. Every little detail here is what really separates your squad from the others. And you can just tell by loops, they're one of the most aggressive teams. We've seen them right now. They're just crushing it when it comes to kills. And you can just tell the comms right now, their movement, they almost never stand still. And just talking to each other, saying, hey, you know what? Make sure that everybody is well kitted out.
There's
That's
one,
problems.
there's three Nova Esports.
Oh, that's not a problem for
problems.
Hey, you know what? He's got 69 problems, but Nova ain't one. He just let them drive right on by. He said, I don't want none of that smoke.
Dude, I was saying that yesterday. I said Tempo ain't one either, but hey, they got some big problems right now. They got some big problems if they have to resort to just, randomly snaking it in the middle of the grass field. Talking about big problems, yep, Umbra Perez right here will be getting a kill, getting a knock and a point on the side and taking on 0 from Yala.
Yeah, and for anybody that's kind of watching this and new to the competitive scene, when you see in the chat, you see certain people typing like, oh, why are these guys just camping? All they're doing is camping. I think that's a good example of why, some of these teams aren't just moving around like crazy. If you just drive by another squad, they are so quick to just hit that flick, knock you out that vehicle in an instant, as we just saw right there, Team Umbra do. But yeah, Tempo on to Pachinki, just kind of holding it down right there. This is those little details. I'm telling you, these guys are so good at being able to spot their movement is on point. And you can just see Spec just trying to find anybody on the drive in so he can get that DP laser going.
Yeah, attention to details, communication, awareness. I mean, it all comes together here. This is the cream of the crop. And we got Matic over here from Dream Eaters attempting to take some shots on the Mystic, currently driving on by in this open field. And looks like we're going to be whiffing a couple of them. But you know what? It is not over yet. Mystic able to just get on out of harm's way.
Yeah, I chuckled right there because, I made that same mistake too. Like when you have that M16 and you're trying to track, it's pretty darn good at long range, but mostly at single fire. And you can just tell as soon as he shot that first shot, it was in burst mode. So he just kind of stood still like, oh my goodness, switched it to single, but by then it was too late.
I can never hold it. I can never hold it still, at least when it comes to burst, like you said. And I know a lot of these players, they like to utilize the M16 single with the 4 times, right?
Yeah. I mean, these basically trying to use it as a DMR. Right now, real quick, got to comment on this zone shift, which apparently there isn't one. It's just dead center right here. So all these squads are going to be pretty decently set up, except for Nova down in Primorsk. They have to make a big rotation on in. But yeah, back to that point, like these guys, they love that DMR because a lot of them are using gyroscope feature. It's the ability to be able to control recoil by actually moving your phone in person. So all they do is tilt their phone down and they tap that fire button so fast. And they've practiced this for hours and hours and hours. And with all that practice, it's just like a laser beam, just like a laser beam and so fast.
Practice makes perfect. Full gyro. It's something that is hard to master, but when you get that down packed, I mean, it's just another tool that you could utilize here just to up your game. So definitely would recommend that. Maybe even adding a finger or two, that claw. I mean, there's so many different things when it comes to PUBG Mobile, the different techniques out there that these players utilize. It's so fascinating to see. And looking right now, looks like the squad of Frag Machines will be rotating on right by, trying to avoid being detected.
You what, something that, if you're going to utilize gyroscope, one thing you need, especially for moments like this, you know what it is, Dave?
What?
Gaming chair. Gotta have it.
Gotta
have it. If you're using that gyroscope, like as soon as you see a vehicle go by, you'll see that person basically almost do a complete 360 in their chair, as they just try to track those players down. But man, once they get it down, these guys are so great at shooting at vehicles driving by.
I mean, are you really gaming if your chair doesn't say gaming chair in the title? Come on, let's be real.
It's gotta spin.
It's gotta spin. It's gotta spin. You gotta keep that thing oiled up. And looking at teams looking to keep things greasy right now. Frag Machine's gonna be right here in this dip, tossing a little smoke. Now, the smoke, it's going to be able to provide some cover, but it's pretty much, we were talking about smoke signals earlier on. This is a smoke signal. They're in the middle of a field, in a dip. They are smoking it up, but how many do they have? Like, how long can they actually use this right now, this strategy?
They had to just get on out. They don't want to lose anybody in a vehicle right now. And where they're positioned at, this is a decent defilade right now, but there's a better dip just a little bit further. And I think like right now, Hamid's actually looking towards it. I think that is where he's going to try to go. So I think right now they're just trying to throw some smokes out and hoping to drive their vehicle to that dip that's just right a little over that slight hill, right? It's not too far away from them, but that's going to be their best position. And I think that you could see them doing that right now.
There they go. There they go. Yeah, I mean, Team Queso all the way up there in the hills trying to get higher vantage points to kind of look down into that dip. So that's going to be an interesting fight to see who comes out on top of that one.
Yeah, because you know what they need? They need a deep dip. That's what's just like right next to them. Unfortunately, they're in that little shallow one, and you can get your vehicle blown up really quick, and you do not want to lose your vehicle, especially this early on, because if that zone hard shifts, you're going to need it to rotate in.
You know what time it is, Jukes? You know what time it is, man?
What is it? Talk to me.
It's footballers versus loops time.
Oh,
they fought each other.
This is one of my favorites. You can't go wrong with this. Yeah, you're right. 100%.
They fought each other yesterday. Game 5 in the crates.
And that was just a crazy, insane fight right there, so close. Oh, as a matter of fact, I think I remember one of the members from, was it Footballist? Yeah, that actually fell off the top of, of the tower right there.
And
that
C9
was
with the third party. C9 with the third party. So I want to see a straight up 4v4. No third parties, all right? If you see this fight happening, leave it alone. Just watch. And as I say that, it looks like both of the squads will be going their opposite ways, their opposite direction. That feels bad for Dave.
Well, they have to right here. With that kind of zone hard shift, they're on the way. And I really like Football's strategy here, because usually when there is a hard shift, you always want to assume that hard shift side is open. And as you can tell right now, it is wide open, but what isn't open is Skull. Skull's closed right now. It's under quarantine as Loops and Dream Eaters in a big battle right now.
Dadin gonna be feeling the hurt first, gonna be making their way on into the school corridors. Will be spotted. The trades coming on out right now. Carleo, the top fragger for the squad, trying to get the retaliate fire. You got Toffees over there, kind of separated from the team, gonna be by themselves. They got 3 members of Loops right below them. But if they get tunnel vision, I mean, look at this hallway. There's buggies there. That's going to create kind of an obstacle when trying to make this push on the Dream Eaters.
That's correct, and you can just see how quick these guys are to get that thirst. Unfortunately, Carrillo was trying to hold that position down and kind of give his teammate a little bit of breathing space to get back up, but nah. Dream Eater's super quick, saying we do not want any of these members from Loops getting back up right here. So,
that might be right on Becker.
Close.
Very close. It did chunk out Becker quite low, but Becker is still going to be alive off of that one.
Yeah, and for those of you guys that are just kind of tuning in and haven't played too much PUBG Mobile, you don't really get hit markers or any kind of notification when a nade actually hits somebody. So you just kind of predict. If you don't see a knock, you're not really sure if that actually got damage or not.
Interesting. So we'll see what they can do. I'm still really skeptical of Toffee's position. It's kind of like a 3-1, very soft 3-1 split right now. Oh, that these buggies. I mean, these buggies are blocking this hallway pretty good, and it's going to make it a challenge when trying to make the push. I mean, for the time being, school is kind of centralized in this zone, so both teams theoretically could just kind of let each other survive for the time being.
They could. I don't think they want to, though, because right now they really got to start focusing on making sure that no other teams press up on them. School is just one of those locations that's so good because there's a wall going all around it right there. It really kind of funnels teams to be able to only go through a couple of positions. So it's a great place to be able to kind of bunker down right here. But, it's kind of tough to be able to stop those players from coming in. We're in a fight with some of the best teams on the planet.
We'll see what they can do. I mean, next zone. Look the hardship again.
Oh my goodness! It went the other way. It just broke all these players' ankles right now as the zone just shifted right back onto Rozhawk. But Team Umbra, they're jumping for joy right now. This is the exact zone that they needed. This is a huge spot for them.
And you complimented Footballists. Now they're the furthest away, so it does look like KHK they're going to be spotted. At least 2 of their members were tagged in the process, I believe, by Cloud9. But Cloud9, seeing this next circle, they're like, nah, we're not going to waste our time. We're just going to send it on into zone, try to make it on in. Beowulf trying to do some scouting, but look at
Heard
this.
the steps. He heard it.
Oh,
Look at that.
they gave away their position. Yeah, they gave it away.
Just a little too antsy right there. Bale was thinking that that was clear, but the second he heard that step, he instantly did that quick turnaround, gave that intel to his team, and now look at this. Cloud9 able to rotate in safety. That's a tiny play right there, but so huge for their squad.
Yeah, I mean, Alpha Legend, they're setting up the trap right there. They weren't taking any shots. And talk about teams trying to make shots right now. Yala Lord on the roof right now, tossing some mollies, tossing some grenades right on top of Wildcard. You got 3 members from Wildcard right beneath them. But Lord, where's the team? Where's the team? They're not going to be here. They're just on the outskirts of this one. Wow. Oh, look at that. The vault down, able to ledge grab onto that second story right behind the door on the balcony, trying to go for the pre-fire, the hip fire. Oh, but Sam able to survive right there and just get another kill, another point to the side of Wildcard.
Interesting play for sure right here. Oh, and that's it. Wildcard able to finish out the rest of the squad. And I believe that they are going to be able to get Spring up in this position as long. Yeah, it looks like they are going to be able to do that. So they're going to be set up with a full squad going into this coming up final circle coming up soon.
And they needed that so bad. I mean, they were in 13th place, so they definitely have a little bit of wiggle room. But remember, there's only 2 more games to go, and teams need to be in that top 16 in order for the weekend. And talk about teams trying to make it on out. This is on the edge, but Dream Eaters and Loops, the fight is about to pop off right now. Becker extremely low. We see Kowalski tossing out a couple grenades of their own, trying to connect on the Dream Eaters. Dream Eaters running back and forth with the zig and the zag and the jukes and the jives, trying to get the lean peak right now on in the basketball gym. And here's a molly that should stop the push for just a couple moments, maybe allow the revives to come on out.
Well, pre-fires like crazy right now. All the kit coming out. They're just trying to open up the fight with the initial knock right here. And here comes the press.
Oh, there's one. Yep, pushing on into the smokes. The pre-fire through the smokes will connect on the 2 members from Dream Eaters. Matic extremely low, going for that reload with the Scar, going for that spray down, and Dream Eaters! Oh, is that it for Loops? That is it for Loops. They are done. They are out of here.
And that one's gotta hurt Dave right there. You know, I mean, they did get a whole bunch of points in the last game, so I think that is going to be okay for them. But Dan, that's a really tough loss right there. That fight was just all over the place, so difficult to track. I mean, those are those ones where you just start hip firing at things you don't even see. But you know what, Dave? I realized I did tell a lie earlier. You know, because you don't get a hit marker when you throw a grenade, but there is a way to tell that if you did hit somebody. And you know what that is?
What's that?
The second that nade goes off, if you see that player run in the opposite direction, that's how you know. That's how you know you hit them.
We got him.
That's exactly what it is right there. You know, so right now, like you saw that nade, none of the players moved. Yeah, you know that nade didn't do not a dang thing. You know, but when it comes to the rest of them, if they start running, you know that had to hurt. But speaking of running.
Yeah.
Both these squads, they're in school right now. They're trying to hold this position down, but look at the clock. 20 seconds left. They got to get into zone, and they're getting gate kept.
Oped VSS going to be spotting out one of the members right now from Dream Eaters, and Dream Eaters, they got some issues on their hand. They might need to be sent to detention because you got Team Queso on the outskirts of school. Team Queso are looking to press the fight, realizing that the next zone does not favor this one. We saw Marco pop in the U.S. for just a second, but they cancel it. They cancel that one, and now what are they going to do? They're using up so much time right now.
They have no choice, but they need to start moving quickly because you can see all the teams that are gatekeeping, they are shooting out all those vehicles. Oh my goodness, Football is getting in the fight now.
Footballists are on the wall, on the outskirts of school. So, regardless of who wins this one, Footballists are lying in wait to clean this one up. Marco going to be pushing on into the hallways with that up. Here comes the blue zone. That's going to start putting in the damage. Solke going to be jumping on top of that buggy, trying to get some better angles. Lutz going to be pushing on into the schoolyard right now, taking some shots. Alpha Legends, we saw right there, we're eliminated. Team Queso eliminated as well. Nobody winning back there, really. I mean, Footballists, I guess.
Man, school. That is such a tough place right there to get out of, and all those squads just got pinched due to that hard shift right there. Lutz from football is able to drive by and get that little dip I was talking about earlier right here. So that's going to be a good position for him, but Nova's really, really close.
Here comes a big fight. Another big fight. J7 is spotted, is going to be bleeding on out. Sixless on the high ground, kind of separated from the team, doing a little bit of creeping and crawling themselves, but it does look like Levi might have recognized the sneaky play, and J7 calling for help, calling for the revive, and yeah, swapping on over. You see Sixless in the bottom right-hand corner, Uzi in hand, trying to sneak up onto Mick. Carnage healing on up. Here comes the blue zone. Carnage forcing to pop on from their rock. Going to be connected onto Levi. Now it's 2v1. Mick Zero going to be wrapping on around that. US will be spotting out Carnage, getting the thirst onto Carnage, and Sixless is also taken on out. Oh, no.
The angle right there from another player. He tried to just snake his way in. I would have loved to see maybe, Carnage and Sixless just push together as a duo, and they probably would have been able to get that finish, but opted to play a little bit safer and do a split with Sixless snaking, and he got caught. Acer, he's getting his toes shot right now underneath that vehicle.
It's all out madness. All out madness. You got Cloud9, Rozhawk, Team Umbra, South Rozhawk. Next circle does going up. Both teams need to make the push. Frag Machine's still out there. Everybody right now, their health bars are chunked down just so low. The med situation, everything. We got 8 teams remaining right now.
Oh, man, and here we go. Cloud9 in Rozhawk right now, having to make the adjustment into zone. And, man, this zone has just been going all over the place. And I think it ended in the most toxic place possible, in the dead open, right in the middle of an open field right here. So all these squads are going to try to rotate in, but how are you supposed to do that when you got so many great teams gatekeeping you? Look at this.
Yeah.
All card. Uneven.
Yep, making the pull up, making the
lay down
across the road. Uneven was actually being shot, but able to kind of hide and conceal themselves. Going to be swapping on over to the AKM, trying to tap the final shot onto Acer. Acer is so low right now. Who's Uneven? Bolton on over the wall, putting in work right now. Bayo in the street, bleeding on out. Pyra tossing some grenades onto Halls from Team Umbra right now, trying to keep them at bay to allow the revives, but both members were spotted trying to cross the street from Cloud9, and you said it, this zone is a troll zone. There's nowhere to go.
You could just see the hesitation and Uneven, not really knowing what to do in this position, being gatekept from both squads, pinched in the hardest way possible. Okay, now Nova, they're in that dip that I was talking about earlier, so that's going to be a really good position considering that it's in the zone, but this is just chaos, madness here in the last Erangel of the evening.
Yeah, looks like Pro Lord trying to heal on off right there, but I didn't see many meds on him, so Prez going to be making the push. We got a little smoke wall right now. It's going to be providing just enough cover from Wildcard, but Wildcard, 5 kills, 4 up right now. Starting to spread on out. They know exactly what they need to do to take out Team Umbra. In the south side right there, B4, we saw him just a moment ago trying to make the pull up onto the hill.
Yeah, you just can't do that at this high level. Maybe, in some other, smaller end tournaments, but against these guys, you cannot drive this late into zone right there. I think we saw Tempo kind of suffer that same consequence a little bit earlier on. But yeah, right now, it's all in the middle right here. Look at this, Nova and B4 and Footballists going at it.
Yeah, you got SoulK just chilling right there, just chilling, not making a sound. They want to get these placement points. They are behind the buggy, wedged with the rock right here. Nova Esports, they might not be aware. That is a suspicious looking buggy. And yeah, Sheepfan's going to be investigating. SoulK connecting on to Sheepfan, but AZ with the support right there, able to help out.
Strong play. Always whenever you're in that position, you got to clear your backs, and that's exactly what Nova did. Just wanted to play on the side of caution and make sure it was clear, and they did clear it out themselves, but about to finish up this fight here. Frag Machine, they're here in the late game right here, trying to get it done. This is a chicken dinner that they really need, but they're going to have to work for it.
They're putting up numbers right now. Looks like we see 2 of them on the screen. Nova Esports with 3, and both Frag Machine and Nova, they're going to be up there on the the crest of this hill. And really, both of these squads, they need to fight each other. They need to be the kings of the hill in order to look down onto both Umbra and Wildcard down there. So this is a big fight happening right here. This could be the deciding fight on who gets the chicken.
Big fight coming up right now. You can already see Wildcard with 8 kills now. Add that to their total. Nova Esports with 7. This one's going crazy right now. Team Umbra is eliminated right here in 4th place. This is going to be a close fight as Easy spots out Sam.
Wow, yeah, Sam had a little bit of cover, needed to pop on out of that cover. We see Slicky down there, the snake, trying to remain undetected, but Easy. Tunnel vision onto them right now. Might be looking to get an additional point on their end of things. And really, Frag Machines, you know, Freak, trying to make the pull-up right now, using the pan to go undetected themselves and limit those footstep sounds.
Yeah, trying to make anything that he can happen right here. It's getting so close as Frag Machine doing everything they can to survive. Big shots, though. The turn. Did he get it?
So close. So close. And that's it.
Frag Machines.
Got it.
Clutched it.
Freak, 6 kills.
Oh my goodness right there. Such a clutch play right there from Frag Machines. A win that they needed. Absolutely. They needed it so bad right here. And to be able to get this at this stage, at this point right now in the tournament was just nothing but clutch.
Yeah, I mean, coming into this game, 17th place on the overall leaderboard. So talk about, you know, cash in your chicken vouchers. They needed it right now. Like you said, they got a bunch of kills right there. All those placement points should be able to get them within that, that spot in order for the weekend. I mean, wow, talk about coming in clutch. But we're going to send it to the desk and see what they have to say about this game.
You know how when you're watching an esports tournament and you get to hear the comms of the teams and the players, and it's always so cool to hear them be so excited when they win? I wish we could release our comms going into that match, because Glitter was popping off. She was barking orders saying, Acer, kill this guy. Come on, do something. But Glitter, I think they got 2nd place if I'm not mistaken, so you can be happy about that.
They did. They did. They were so close to winning too. Oh man, it was right there. I thought they had it.
One of these days, we'll get you a chicken dinner going to this one, as, you know, Seven and I looking for our 2nd, just saying. But Seven, what a crazy game coming through into that one. Frag Machines, a team who was in 20th place, take themselves a chicken dinner. Let's take a look at the results from that last match and talk about them here, because that was a massive win for them.
Yeah, I think that's one team that definitely needed to go in and have a performance like this. I believe going into this match, they were in last place, 20th place. So hopefully this match, once we see the overall leaderboard, launches them within that 16th to 17th place. And another team that actually needed to push, and I know this is one that you personally wanted to go ahead and talk about, Glitter, was Nova Esports. Nova Esports being able to get those 23 points, I think that's huge.
Yeah, I'm very excited for Nova Esports. They really needed to turn it on today. And so far, 3 games in a row now, whether it's between aggressive pushes, good positioning, or just this overall was a great game for them, period. They're so solidified now where they need to be in the top 16, and since they started off today in that 16th position, right on the cusp and not really that much farther above 17th, this has been a fabulous day for Nova Esports.
And I think as we're going to be going to the 2nd page, my heart's just going to go ahead and shatter all over the place. As one of my picks, Loops Esports, ended up with just 1 point. I was over there just trying to mimic what what Glitter was able to do in the previous match before that. I think I'm going to have to start picking what Envirum doesn't pick, because that man has been getting 1-to-1-to-1 games. But knowing here, Cloud9 being able to still get 5 points, I think that's good for them. Team Kessel, 4 points. Hopefully we can start seeing more of them. Today they have been just super quiet. And another team we really haven't gotten a chance to talk much about that I was really impressed with their gameplay yesterday was Alpha Legends. Alpha Legends was very consistent yesterday, but now going into this day, this past couple of 2 matches, they just haven't been very consistent. They have been more towards like the bottom 10th, and that's not good. They need to step it up, because guess what? Teams like Frag Machine are starting to have better games, and on top of that, starting to have kills with it.
What about KHK though? They got themselves 5 points. This is a team that is fighting for a chance to stay into the top 16. That might have been enough to break them through a little bit further on, but we'll see as we get to that part later in the show. Let's take a look though at our stats coming in for Frag Machines, a team that's been so quiet, and again, 1,300 damage done with 10 kills and the chicken dinner. It's such a low damage number when we compare them back to, like, for instance, Cloud9 the last game, or even Loops Esports before. But Glitter, they did it. They got themselves that chicken dinner. We talked about how many times today that all it takes is those one good games to get yourself out of the bottom of the table into the middle of the pack and yourself safe into the Super Weekend.
Yeah, I'm actually really excited to see just how much that does kind of propel them upwards in the standings. But you pointed out 1,300 damage. I think that just means that they changed up their gameplay a little bit. They played a little bit safe early to mid game, made sure that they had the right position as far as the zone goes towards the end, and they were able to just close it out there with the fights. They had a really good position on the side of Wildcard that they had a 2-1 split going, and I saw the solo player and I was like, oh my god, someone needs to take him out, otherwise it's going to be bad. And it did end up going poorly, but that's fine because Wildcard turned it around at the end, still with a very, very solid finish. But Frag Machines, I think we were watching there in that final fight against Nova, and a lot of us are going back and forth being like, oh, Nova's going to have it, I don't know, maybe Frag. And the very end, they just kind of flipped it on everybody's heads.
Well, let's actually probably see it in the clips here for our do moments of our last match. I'm pretty sure it'll be in towards the end as we'll be talking about these while we get them up on your screen. And to start things off, Sam, we're already seeing Nova Jifan, one of the players who snaked his way forward into the opening weekend, already having a great start.
Yeah, from the first fight, something that I actually want to go ahead and mention that even Hot Jukes and Mustache Steph said while they were watching the match is that SWAT69 decided not to go ahead and land into Temple Storm, and in a way it ended up backfiring because they did a 2-2 split that just didn't plan out their way, and Nova took full advantage of that. I think that was one of the easiest fights that Nova has had to take so far, and this one by Korea, we're going to be talking about that later, all right? Everybody watching. Man, they only got 1 point.
About this one.
They only got 1 point, but it could have been a lot better. And as you can see right there, the player from... Oh, man. I don't even want to talk about it anymore. Let's go to move on. Footballers. Let's talk about footballers. Footballers actually had quite a match. Another team that's actually been getting over 5 kills per game, or at least being very consistent in kills. And on top of that, being able to get that place in KHK. I know that's one of the teams you were mentioning, Jason. KHK being able to at least get those extra points. Hopefully, they can get a little bit closer to that top 16. So maybe they can go for that push. And here... right here, this is when Glitter was just screaming out and even, leave him alone. Leave my wildcard team alone, Glitter, if you want to go ahead and take it over.
There were just so many times there where a couple players got knocked on wildcard, and then I don't know what happened, but for some reason the teams would switch their focus to other squads. I don't know if it's because there were third-party shots coming in from a side that we couldn't see, but wildcard would get 1 or 2 knocked. Teams would switch their focus, they'd be able to get them back up. Then they'd get into another engagement where they'd maybe get a knock or two themselves, get somebody knocked on their squad. Teams would switch their focus again, and so it just worked out super, super well in Wildcard's favor. They were able to keep making these small rotations into that zone to kind of hold down their final spots here, and now we're seeing the final 3 with Wildcard, Nova, and Frag. These are those final moments going up against each other, and I think right here is the moment where we thought Nova was going to be able to take it, but Freak just stepped up big and was able to put out a ton of damage and help his team secure the win.
Such a crazy game and a crazy ending. I think as we get into the overall standings, we're going to show how important it is just to have that one good game. But again, consistency is always key when it comes to PUBG Mobile, and I'm a little bit worried for teams like Frag Machines going into Super Weekend if they have gotten themselves cleanly through into it. But let's take a look, though, at our overall damage, because this is where the numbers are really going to break down. With them having only about 1,400 damage, I'm assuming we're going to see other teams just surpass them. And yeah, you can already see there's 7. There's, 3 teams who out-damage them.
Yeah, definitely. Nova Esports being one of them. We saw them get into fights from early in the match, and then Wildcard, no surprise at all. Wildcard was getting paper from every angle, so they had to go ahead and fire back Cloud9. And then on top of that, you had other teams on the side. B4 Umbra. Umbra is actually, honestly, one of the teams that surprises me on the damage that they went and put out, because that's another team that, if we're talking about teams that are currently not making it into the top 20, they're barely there. I believe coming into this next... into the match that we just played, they were in 17th place. So any extra kills that they can get, any extra damage they can inflict, it's gonna go ahead and help them not only mentally and confidence-wise, but also on the leaderboards.
See, that's the crazy thing for me, right? Is that you see Loops going out so early, but having so much damage done. They've done almost more damage or about the same damage as we've seen teams like SWAT69, like we've seen Frag Machines, like we've seen Headquarters. This is a good sign out of them that even when they do fight, they do lose early. They put out a bunch of damage, but obviously they're not a team that's going to be worried at all going forward into the Super Weekend, as they're already guaranteed through into this one. I really want to see, to be honest, the overall stand to see where all the teams are currently going to lie and where that bubble will be, because the last time we saw it, I think it was about 3 points difference. But before we get to that, I hear we have another play we want to break down here, Seven. What's it going to be?
I'm gonna go ahead and show you what it is, because it's as heartbreaking as it is such an intense play here from them, and it's gonna be Loops versus Dream Eaters. Now I want you to go ahead and notice how many players Loops currently has up. First of all, they have the MVP of North America, of PMPL Americas, Carrillo, and then you got Kowalski up. So right here, they're thinking, okay, we got this. Maybe we'll be able to go ahead and challenge this. Guess what? Carrillo's able to go ahead and knock 2. At this moment, he doesn't realize that he's going to be flanked from the top. He gets one player knocked down, but at that point, also Kowalski was knocked, and it was just the downfall from there. I'm actually going to be playing this one more time, just go ahead and show you the Sandmaster right there, himself, Carrillo, the one and only. He's going to go for it, man, and it was such an impressive play, just being able to knock 2 players. And something that actually didn't work out pretty much the way of Dream Eaters was that they didn't, for some reason, the execution wasn't quite there. One player from Dream Eaters pushed up. He got absolutely distracted by the smoke, which we gotta go ahead and take note of the smoke. And then he ended up getting knocked. Luckily for them, Carrillo wasn't able to go ahead and thirst them, which is always something you go ahead and look forward to. He was able to quickly react and notice that there was somebody on the top left shooting at them. He was able to knock one, but at the end of the day, guess what? That one man from Dream Eaters over there towards the top is the one that ended up the champion of that fight right there.
I'm waiting for it. We're not seeing it. Where's the confetti? Where's the glitter coming through? I was hoping to see it. You got the trophy.
He's not going to give it on that.
Is chat not really helping?
I got a 1 point.
Okay, you know what?
I got 1 point. I'm not gonna.
That's a good point. That's a very, very good point. Let's take a look, though, at the overall standings. This is what's going to matter now going into our final match of the day. You can see Loop Esports clear in first again. Still, the only team over 100 points, Glitter.
You know, and I think that's just probably going to be the trend going into this final round, unless we see some big matches coming out of people. But what we're seeing right now is those teams that are at the bottom fighting tooth and nail to secure their top 16 position. So, I mean, we see Dream Eater stood there, still in 10th place, which is really, really nice to see. But this is the page that I'm interested to take a look at. So we just saw that massive game come out of Frag Machines. And look, they're actually currently still 1 point behind the 16th place team in Udyr Killers. That is rough.
That is 1 point. And then not only that, you have SWAT 69 by just being 2 points behind Udyr Killer. So I'm pretty sure this is going to come down to the very end. And these are teams that are going to be playing in this upcoming last match as well. Anything can happen here. Even Alpha Legends. Alpha Legends is barely currently qualifying. I'm pretty sure that's going to be another team that's going to be looking to maybe get a better performance. As I was mentioning, they have kind of slowed down a lot here towards the end. But Udyr Killers and then Frag Machine being 1 point separated, we've been mentioning this over and over again. 1 point can make the difference, and guess what? At the moment, it comes down to that.
There's so many teams left with that one match to play. I think we saw Team Umbra. They have played out their 8 matches. I think they were sitting around 55 points. They should ideally be safe, assuming that the top teams are going to play as consistently as they have before. But for Frag Machines, you know, you have to imagine you're this team, right? You've had a really rough first week of league play. You go into this match, you get yourself a chicken dinner. You have to be celebrating, and you have to be like, oh, we've done it. We've finally broken through top 16. We're going to be going through the Super Weekend. And then they see they're 1 point behind. Now they have to talk about consistency. Now, for them in particular, one of the teams I'm definitely going to be watching is how can they play out this last match and do it successfully to the point where they're able to get enough points to move through into the top 16. If they get challenged early on, they could be watching the entire Super Weekend slip away right in front of their very eyes. And let's take a look at the schedule so you can see which groups will be sitting out, and more importantly, what's the final map of the day. It will be on Vikendi, and Group A will no longer be here. So what does that mean, Glitter?
That means we will not be seeing Wildcard Gaming, Dream Eaters, Team Umbra, and KHK Esports.
Well, yeah, for KHK, unfortunately, as they have their 8 games played, they're in dead last, so no chance for them to move through into the top 16. But, you know, Vikendi 7, it's normally a very slow map. It's very often we see a lot of teams left going into some of these final zones. I wonder, though, are teams getting aggressive? The thing is, if you're one of those top teams right now, 7, if you're vindictive, if you're maybe a jerk like I know I am, You could literally try to hot drop on some of these teams who are trying to break through the top 16 and spoil their chances. You have no threat to you. So are we going to see those top teams maybe switch some things up and really make the bottoms teams work hard for their qualification spot?
The viewer, the fan, the entertainment in me says, yes, go for it. Hot drop them, destroy them. Show them what you're capable. Show them what you're currently in first place. But the analyst in me is probably going to go ahead and say, they're not going to do that. There's no way in a heck they're going to go ahead and do that. The numbers are still very close towards the top, and I'm pretty sure these teams want to end up as high as possible. Just honestly, just based on egos.
Well, also to be
that's
fair,
pretty much what it comes down to. You got Temple Storm and Cloud9 towards the top. They don't want to go ahead and make sure they end up on top of each other and not below one of those teams.
From what I remember, when we saw the prize pool, you actually get 2,000 for first place at the end of today. You get 1,000 for second place, and you get 500 for third. So there's still money on the line for these teams that build up not only for that, but obviously on top of their participation for getting 1,000 per week playing. So maybe some extra money come on the side here for these teams if they can lock down one of those top 3 positions. I mean, I wouldn't complain. Would you, Glitter, if you got 2K?
I would never complain about that. Absolutely not. That's going to be a fabulous, nice little addition.
I already know exactly
Any
what
team
you
that
would
does
spend
well.
that money on as we were talking about it yesterday. Let's take a look, though, at, again, some more giveaways going on for you guys at home watching. As long as you are within the game, within the Esports Center, you have a chance to win some lucky draws, some lucky drops coming your way. And obviously, this will be happening throughout the entire event. We're about to go into our final match of the day here. So I'm going to ask predictions. Glitter, we're going to start off with you. Who's the team that's going to take home the dinner? The chicken dinner. The juicy, delicious feast.
This is hard because I feel like there's a lot of teams that are going to be playing really, really, really hard in this last match. But I am probably going to go...
Don't worry, the game's like literally about to start. So keep.
I'm sorry,
keep
Nova.
going.
I want to see what they have to do.
So who is it? Sorry.
Loops. I got Loops, baby.
Okay, so 7 has Loops. Who do you have, Glitter?
Nova.
Nova. Okay, I think that's the first time we've seen him picked. I'm going footballists. I mean, I got to back my boys. I think they're going to do exceptional here. They've been doing fantastic today. So from what I can tell, we're going to be bringing in our commentators for a last time. This has got a really quick week actually going by here in League Play. 7, don't look too sad. We'll be back in a couple days for the Super Weekend. And we'll see you guys later on to break down that last match. Let's bring in Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave and Mr. Dave himself. You had Loops last game.
I gotta give some big props, first of all, to Frag Machine for getting it done when it needed to get done. That's what I love to see. And having said that, I'm going for Cloud9 in this game. I think they're going to win this one.
So you're going back to Cloud9 after switching away from them. Your heart might be broken.
Hey,
Let's see. Mustache Dave, who you going for?
I even said it.
Well, after last game, I'm going to say headquarters. I mean, I don't know anything at this point, so let's see if they get the final dub here today.
Okay, well, let's head straight into our final game here. It's the final time we're going to see these teams playing here in our first week of League Play. Take it away.
Here we go. Let's get into it. Vikendi, the last match of the evening. And like I said earlier, I'm predicting Cloud9 is going to win this one because we saw my man Uneven talking a little earlier. He said how his team they start off a little slow and they like to ramp it up and it just snowballs effect. So, hey, we're in the snowy map. So I'm hoping to see them get it done here in the last map.
Yeah, hey, you are right about it snowing here in Vikendi. I don't know if you're going to be right about Cloud9 getting the win, but we'll see. We'll see, Hot Jukes. I mean, this is their game to shine. The plane starting up there in the north, it will be heading down south. It's going to be favoring that west side. And look at this. This is like complete opposite of our last Vikendi match. You know, Circle 1 was in port. Well, we're going to be sending it down to the southeast. And
the south side, baby.
Outside.
It's the best side, and that's exactly where this zone has gone. And to be honest, Dave, just kind of looking and thinking about it, this has to be one of the worst circles you could possibly get in Vikendi. Because first of all, you have Volnova, all the craziness that's going on there. And not to mention, there's only so many areas that you can really go to. You know, you got to start rotating quick, but look at this fight already. Team Unique and SWAT 69 having to get into a big engagement.
The double!
Problem!
The Thompson double! Right there. Lightning, though, will be spotting out problems right there with that Bison. Regardless, though, I mean, Problems taking out 2 with the Thompson. We're looking for the support. We're looking for the backup right now from SWAT 69. And Looks like they're going to be across the street. We see some smokes out there on the playing field. King all the way in the back over here. King is like got their running shoes on right now, trying to get over here and, you know, provide this support. But SWAT 69, every single game, they're dropping on someone. They are dropping on someone.
Always, always. And you saw the name Lightning. That's exactly what the rest of the SWAT 69 team needed to be like. They need to get there quick to try and support their teammate, but it may be too late already as they're just going to sacrifice problems right here after all that hard work he did. Yeah. So unfortunate.
Unfortunate, but I feel like SWAT 69, they already committed to this. I mean, they're right across the street, right across the way, right on top of this one. Probs was killed. The thing is, will they pull off this one? We might have King find themselves in a little 1v1 up there as well. So it does seem as if SWAT 69, they're not going to let go anytime soon.
Yeah, they're definitely going to try and maybe camp a rotation, you know, stay really quiet. Oh, Frozen, he had to get the spot right there. You can already tell he knows exactly where King is. Trying to throw a smoke grenade there. Okay, but he can't. That's crazy. That's really, that's tough right there for Frozen because he knew where he was at. So even though that they gave those comms to the rest of his teammates, he was still able to get a really big knock. But, you know, he had another teammate real close by. Quick pickup.
Yeah, Frozen right there. Hard peek in that one. Going to be popping off that roof. Yeah, King
needs eject. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you can get the knocks, right? But can you get the thirst? And not only that, I see somebody from headquarters, just a solo back there, trying to third party this as well, trying to get involved, trying to possibly steal these knocks and get some points of their own. And talking about problems, I mean, problems from SWAT 69 is going to be dead, but problems from Alpha Legends are just beginning right now as they got Team Queso right on top of them. Axel will be spotted, is going to be knocked down and out, making this an even 3v3, make that a 3v2 as one of the members from Alpha Legends was just thirsted. Make that 2 members from Alpha Legends thirsted. Robin,
what is going on?
On that second story, taking out Marco, getting the flush. It's up to Ayala, the last person alive for Team Queso versus Robin, the kitty cat. Oh, going for that spray right there.
He's got no helmet. He's got no helmet, but he's got no heart. Oh, but he has cover fire. That's all he needed.
Team Queso getting taken out right there. Oh, no, the no helmet.
Ramon whipping out the claws right there, saying, you ain't taking me out today right there. Great teamwork right there. And a really clutch play for Alpha Legends, taking Team Queso out early.
That's a big team, too. That's going to be a confidence booster. And, you know, we saw right there, SWAT 69, they got heart. They got heart, but they were taken out, and they came into this game, I believe, in 18th position. So, yeah, some tears in the chat right now. But talking about tears, Nova Esports and UDR.
And really quick, to go back on that last fight, one thing I want to really mention is, like, you know, it's really interesting where I was kind of like, what's going on, was because it was almost like just 1v1s. Like, that whole fight was just like 1v1 after 1v1 right there. And yeah, Team Queso not able to get the front of it. I really wonder why they opted to go for that type of strategy. But look at Nova. They don't really care about going 1v1s. They're going as a squad right now, working together. But Uter, with a quick knock, holds the push a little longer.
Wadding up. I love seeing Uzis. I love seeing Tommy guns. I mean, those are just my favorite weapons. And looks like Nova trying to push on up. Easy. The one-tap dirt nap. Easy. Lean peeking right there. Head exposed, spotted, tagged, and bagged. Just like that. Art. Beautiful art right there. Oh, that was beautiful fights, Jukes.
That was gorgeous right there. You know, just talk about threading the needle with that AK, hitting the shots when it matters. I mean, you got to have your adrenaline pumping right there, you know, to try and save your team and to be able to hit those clutch double tap headshots to finish the fight and get your whole squad up. So huge. You think about it. If he wouldn't have gotten that knock just a few seconds later, they could have thirsted all his teammates and he would have just been left by himself. But he got it when it matters. But look at this. Oh, the shimmy. Not strong enough for Sixless right here. 7 needs to come for that support really quick. Is it in time?
Yep. J7 up here on the high ground, trying to get the support. Same thing with Raven. So Raven gonna be taking some shots over there. Sixless still going to be alive. Raven tossing out a smoke that should land right on top of Sixless and provide the cover. Oh,
wow, Raven!
The flick shot clutch right there from Raven. in the Americas, Raven alone, kill leader for this squad, and demonstrating why and how they got that title.
Yeah, going back really quick as we watch this replay, Unique Lightning getting a quick thirst right there. Marco from downtown with that Uzi. I mean, Iron Sight hitting some big shots. Alpha Legends and Team Queso. This was a really insane fight that we were talking about earlier. And then finally, this Nova fight right here. This was so close. Uter Killers, the last shot, being able to clutch up that fight. Huge for that squad.
Dude, that was nasty, man. That was nasty. Oh, we got more fights. We got more fights happening over here. Yala, they have 4 up. This is a very aggressive squad, and they just haven't been able to find their groove here today. They are all going to be grouped up. We got Lord on the outskirts of the concrete broken wall. UDR, they're kind of split up, but they got sightlines. And one grenade. I mean, Yala, they're so clustered together. One grenade could definitely knock out at least 2 of them right there, at least in the building.
Yeah, you're right. You got to be really careful right now because if they're able to thread that needle, get that nade in there, that's going to be really tough for them. But you know what? You got to also kind of keep this in mind. Uter Killers, they already got some kills under their belt for this match, so they're warmed up. They're ready for this fight right here. Yala, they so far 0 kills on the board, but one mistake from either of these teams, and that could just spell disaster for their squad.
Dude, okay, Circle 1, 12 teams. I'm just gonna let that sit.
Hey. Aggressive first zone, aggressive Vikendi, and that's I think what we've seen so far. Oh, that nade almost looked like it was gonna ring true right there from Nano, but unfortunately it doesn't. He's trying to maybe happily get another off ankle, but man, yeah, you're right. This Vikendi is just action packed from the get go. This is what I'm talking about. PUBG Mobile World League West, last match of the evening right here. Not disappointing.
Not going to disappoint. Ulysses trying to catch him off guard over there. And yeah, very interesting position. We see Pocus all the way out there, sent it with the vehicle. I mean, talk about committing to the backstab right there. We'll see at the same exact time. Yala gonna be tossing out a smoke wall. Yep, they are going to be able to close the gap. And don't forget, you are killers. They sent one out. So it's pretty much a 4v3. We'll see what they can do with this one.
Yeah, I think I have an idea of what they were trying to do. It looks like he drove over there and was looking to kind of run underneath the bridge to get this crazy off angle onto Yala. But what happened was when he went for that off angle, they were able to get a knock onto one member from Uter Killers, which now that just instantly sends for a full push, and that just kind of ruined their entire plans. They were able to get this res, but they're playing on the defensive really hard right now.
I feel like it was a really solid play, but maybe not the time to use it. So hopefully they can quickly group on up. They were able to get that revive. And Yala, they made the push up just a little bit. They're able to overtake one of the barns, but it does seem as if we're still going to have this standoff battle right now. And yeah, in the back of the minds of both of these squads, Cloud9 up there on the hill, they might be opting the third part of this.
I wonder if Uter Killers, they still have a vehicle right now, and they have it for the time being as Cloud9 on this hill could decide to just take it out. I wonder if Uter decides to go ahead, get in that Zima, and try to get to their teammate and kind of hold that bridge area. But right now, Yala's playing this really passive right now, so it looks like they're just opting to kind of share this zone. I mean, it's still early. It's so early. This is barely zone number 2.
Personally, I like the bridge position better as well because it's more centralized and you never know where this next circle will shift. And yeah, we saw Beowulf over there already popping in one of these vehicles, going to also be opting to wrap around and send it on into a coastal position right now. Circle number 2 still has a lot of water in play, and Ulysses gonna be just kind of, moving back and forth, not standing still. They don't want to get headshot.
Yeah, this is just pretty much right now a poke battle. Everyone's just Yala, and these guys are just trying to get an initial knock. If they're able to get that, they're gonna full send it onto the rest of this Uter squad. And it looks like, okay, they did get in the Zima there just for a second, just a little, little test. Make sure to see if they would push. It looks like they didn't. As we switch over to Spec, trying to keep an eye out. Right now, we're just seeing all these different teams just trying to rotate in, find some spots. But, one thing that you said about earlier, Dave, and I think it's a good point, is I think you're right. I think that bridge position is going to be a lot better going forward because this zone, it's horrible. It's a really tough zone right here because if that zone hard shifts to the other island, you have to cross that bridge. there's not really much you could do. And considering how fast you have to move, that'll probably be the best option to be there quicker. So yeah, really interesting to kind of think about as this fight goes on.
Oh, that they could maybe even like have a little mini bridge camp going on, you know? I mean, kind of have Yala, you know, funnel into the bridge and just, oh, low, take shots onto them. I mean, there's so many different plays that could be had from on over there. And yeah, we're still going to be kind of on the lockdown right now, on the lockdown. 4 kills onto Uter Killers. So they are looking pretty good when it comes to having some type of kill points. Ulysses going to be popping in at least one of the vehicles, and Xana, hearing the keys to the ignition start, is going to be making the push here.
Yeah, I think that's kind of like just some bait right there to get some movement out of Yala, and it did work. You definitely saw Xana press up just a little bit right here, and all it takes is that one. This is all mind games. This is really all it is. It's all mind games right here. As subtle as it is, if that causes that one player to push out in the open, and you get that knock, that just turns the whole fight around.
We're waiting for that knock. We are waiting for that knock. We see Gonzo all the way out there as well.
Oh, this is so important. Where will this go? This is going to be so huge. Where this circle decides to go, this could change up everything for all these players. And it looks like it's going to go right onto all the players again. So, yeah, all right. They're just going to hang out, it looks like.
They can still stay there if they want. If they want, it's going to be right there on the edge. We already see a couple of the members from Cloud9 just, you know, moving around just a little bit. But Xana, knocking on the door, seeing who's home right now, and getting that molly ready to go. Going to be tossing that one. Oh, right through the windows on the back side of the barn. That is
they're pressing.
Really smart. Xana trying to get the wrap around the pre-fire. The trades coming on out right now. Nano trying to get the same going right now. Zero and Nano locked in their own engagement as well. We got some fights going on within the compounds. Lord's going to be popping up, getting that thirst. And up there on the second story, one more member for Uter Killer is going to be alive. 1% HP.
How did he walk
the
through that
whole
fire?
time. Pokas under the bridge, just watching their teammates get annihilated right now. I can only imagine the feels all the way back there that you just can't help. You can't help at this point.
Yeah, you know, Nano got caught really out of position. Oh, wow. Sandro able to get a knock right here. Can he get this double? He gets a double.
Oh!
This could be huge.
Got one. Trying to get the thirst. Michael the thirst. Pre-fire right there.
Could this be the 4v1?
Oh, through the window? Okay.
Do it.
Yeah. That's actually smart. Passing the doorway and taking the shots on into the window from the balcony. I mean, there's nowhere you can hide. You can't hide behind any door at that point because that window sees right on in through there.
Yeah, Pocus now understanding that the rest of his team is completely gone and out, opting to go ahead and rotate the circle. And one thing I want to talk about earlier, but we're really focused on this fight, is Cloud9 is one of those teams that is always just preparing for the next zone. So as soon as this next circle popped, I definitely knew in my gut that they were going to try to swim across and get to it, because by the looks of it, you gotta guess that this next zone is going to be on this northern island right here. So yeah, they already went for the swim nice and early. Got themselves a good solid position, definitely a lot better than before. So I think that was a really, really smart rotation from them.
Yeah, and Bale, the first one to make the swim. We saw right there. I mean, Bale's like with the pan, banging on the walls, making some Morse code. Like the pathway, it is safe. Everybody, it is clear. And we see, yeah, this is the way. And the other 3 mates of the squad are gonna be swimming as well, and they're gonna be right there on the coast. And I don't know, maybe the last remaining member from Uter Killers, Pocus, you know, remember, still alive, could be in the back line of Cloud9 and maybe backstab. I don't know, we'll have to pay attention to the kill feed. And talking about players looking to backstab, frozen in a bush.
Oh yeah, just kind of holding it down right now. I mean, this is the cost of this zone right here. I'm not sure what's been going on, but here at Vikendi, we've always seem to see like the first zone halfway in the water constantly, you know, throughout the scrims, throughout PMPL, and now here, not disappointing in the World League West, the highest stage. This next zone about to pop, and it's going to be a lot smaller, but will it just decide to go central? It does. So yeah, dead center. Really smart rotation for Cloud9. Looks like they're going to be able to get a little crate as a treat as well for moving so quickly.
Pocus also got a treat. So, hey, maybe you gotta look at the end of the tunnel where the light shines, and who knows? Maybe we can see what Pocus can do with that one. We got the Knights on the edge versus Unique. This could be a really big fight. Looks like Raven already gonna be spraying on in through the smokes. I mean, the visibility extremely low right now. Raven will be spotting out one of them, but tagged in the back by Annalise, that is, and Carnage going to be going for that drop down, that drop shot potential right now. Uzi loaded, 35 bullets, down to about 14. Nemesis going on into the water. Oh no, we cannot avoid bullets in the water, unfortunate for them. And yeah, big play, like you said, coming out from the Knights.
That's right. And for anybody that does not know yet, if you do get shot with some of your teammates up, you obviously get knocked on land. In water, though, you're instantly killed. So that's why we saw an instant thirst right there from that member. But Konina Power and Headquarters going right back at it at the edge of zone.
Oof, I picked Headquarters. Let's go. We got one more member up from Headquarters. We are going to be bleeding on out. Rob going for that lean peek with that AKM, that 7.62, letting it rip. Gonto from downtown through the window on the hill, saying, Dave, get out of here with that Headquarters pick.
Loca trying to get loco with it, unfortunately, man. Not what you can really do against, especially a team like Konina Power with so many members up right there. You can just definitely notice that, like, look at the angles that all these teams have been utilizing. This is one of those just kind of like high IQ games that I've seen so far. You know, every single fight, people are opting to take the best option rather than just full sending, running in wide open. Trying to use anything to their advantage to be able to get that knock. And we've seen that constantly throughout this Vikendi match.
Oh man, this is crazy.
It's about to heat up. It's about to heat up
even more. Yeah, bring your s'mores. Bring your s'mores, because
that's right.
A good fight. So looking around, Unique, they got a solo
center
still alive. Gonna go straight center. Oh, Pocus is still alive, going undetected by Yala over there. Interesting.
Every point matters. You know, if you're able to survive just a little bit longer, that's an extra few points for your squad right here. As Pittsburgh Knights opting to go for the early rotation. Looks like they're about to crash onto Cloud9 right here. That's going to be a really interesting fight to look at. But you got Tempo right next to them. B4, Konina Power, all crashing. Football is onto loops as well. So it's going to be really crazy. Oh, Pocus, look at him.
Pocus. Let's go! Focus! Still trying to survive. And over here, Annalise, the solo member for Unique, currently running on out of the compounds, trying to avoid being detected right now from B4.
Yeah, as you can definitely tell, like they're just trying to go ahead, get the best position possible. B4 are in a decent spot. They're outside of zone. They're right on the edge of it. It looks like they are going to have to go out into the open right here. So you can see Pedro Doc. He's on the scout position right now, trying to find it. Oh, and there it is. Uter Killers eliminated in 10th place. Tried. He did all he could. But yeah, not much you can really do in those kind of situations.
It's a tough one. And talking about being tough, we got a lot of people right now currently prone, trying to go undetected. J7 actually going to be swimming. Carnage going to be providing some oversight to allow the swim to be successful. And of course, the solo right now from Unique. And it's only a matter of time before B4 push on over here. And 1v4, it's going to be a challenge.
Oh, yeah. Right now, he just definitely does not want to get caught out. He's really hoping that that grass does its job right there. It camouflages him from this B4 team. But, you know, kind of want to like look at some insight here on this Pittsburgh Knights team. You know, we saw in the last game, it was Carnage and Sixless up left. Rather than kind of pushing together and working as a squad, they opted to just separate right here. And I think it definitely played out. You know, like Carnage got knocked in this position right here. So J7 opting to play it extra safe. I think they're just kind of going for placement right off the bat right here. Oh, this zone's going to hurt, though.
Pedro's healing while taking blue damage. Just go up a little bit by the wall. Okay, you're able to get there. So, yeah. Oh, next zone, Hot Jukes. Oh, no, for B4. That's horrible.
Oh, it sure is. But, man, it just seems to be like this is Vikendi right here. You're going to have the first zone halfway through the water, and the rest of the zones are going to center out, and it's staying true to form right now. Cloud9, and this just goes to show you how important it is to rotate early. Even though it's a little bit riskier, I mean, it paid off big time for them. But look at this right now. We're at Springs. Antra right here. And look at all these squads just stacked together. trying
Those hedges,
to get...
too.
Oh,
Those hedges are tall. I mean, it's difficult to
toss.
see on over them.
Low toss.
Low toss, cooking it. Might land on
Arc!
Gonzo.
Arc on that
Gonzo, see you later. Gonzo's going to be bleeding on out. Doesn't matter how tall the hedges are because one perfectly cooked grenade could be the knock, and that's going to be it for Gonzo from Konina Powers. And here comes the push from the remainder 3. And football list so far still 4 up, no kills, but they are setting up. They are setting up in Springs.
What a pretty grenade right there. And you can see Pittsburgh Knights, J7, caught out in the water. So that's going to be PK out in 8th place. As football is getting caught out. I mean, these roof plays are just so clutch right now. Big angles all over the place.
Coming in big.
Look at that grenade.
Oh, look at that. Yeah, that thing was cooked as well. Pretty dosh darn good. Going to be chunking this member down from Konina Powers. Almost taking them down and out. Yeah, but these angles, I mean, we're going to be able to oversee all of the footballists. You just got to hit your shots when you make the peak. And Rom going to be taking some shots over there as well. Pulling off of the revive from Soul K. Perfect, though. Perfect.
Axer said, I don't want to get knocked here on this roof, because if he does, he is gone and out. And it looks like he's just kind of playing spoiler for the rest of his team, because the rest of his team's already pushed up into zone. So he's stuck right now in the back. And right now, I think his job is to just basically annoy all the rest of the teams trying to come in. And he's doing exactly that.
Duck like Chuck, some would say. Gonna be tossing out a couple smokes, trying to continue to keep the attention on themselves, while their squad mates, 3 of them to be exact, are gonna be in the backside of this, in this circle. So they could backstab footballists. They're just kind of biding their time. They don't know exactly who might have angles on them as well. And really, what I'm seeing right now is I'm seeing Rambo. I'm seeing a Rambo right now trying to make their way on in through the springs. And wow, Soul K and Lavison going to be looking right on top of them.
I mean, just look at this. This terrain is just so difficult. I mean, you don't see these kind of zone finishes really often in Vikendi. Personally, I can't remember the last time I played a Vikendi and the zone ended right here. So I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of these teams, even though they are pro players, are not super familiar with this particular area right here. And I think that's why we see so many of them just kind of separated, holding every angle they can. But I don't think they really know exactly all the angles right here. So this is a really, really tough zone for all these teams.
Challenging. It's challenging. You got 4 up from Footballists, 4 up from Konina Powers. Gonzo. Remember, Gonzo was naded earlier on. Gonzo was revived, and Gonzo will be, soaking up a lot of those bullets right there from Footballists. And Footballists going to be tossing out some grenades on into these smokes, trying to predict the push from that solo mate from Konina Powers, trying to regroup right now with their squad.
Yeah, Footballists, they're split up right now, and there's no way they can get together. I think right now they're just kind of focusing on just trying not to get knocked. They're still in this circle right now, so they're trying to play it pretty conservatively. Tempo is on the edge right here. Do you see the smoke wall coming in? Because they're already predicting that this next zone is going to change right here.
They're coming. They're coming. Yep.
Footballists!
Oh,
Konina Power!
Whoa, yeah, taking down 2 of them right there. Taking down 2 of them. Lutz gonna be thirsted right
look
there.
At this
cooking grenade. Gonna try to ricochet it off the window frame. Oh, cooking it just a little too much. Sunny side up right there. Man, so that might give Footballists another opportunity to at least get the revives. But Tempo on the outskirts of the hedges right now.
Tempo's so smart. They utilize that fight as a third-party opportunity right there, as that one member from Konina Power does get thirsted by the play zone in this situation. So that was a really big open door for Tempo. And with Footballists, still 3 members up.
Yeah.
Getting some big knocks onto Yala, and here comes HH24.
Ooh, yeah. So Yala, they got knocked, but not thirsted. And with HH24 going to be taking out Soul K, the blue zone's going to start making the push as well. But don't forget about Cloud9. Cloud9, they got 4 up. They're going to be making their way on up from the beach, trying to get involved themselves. Rain going to be chunked down really low. Tensa also chunked down. Everything is falling apart right now, but the grenade from Tensa connecting onto one of the members from Cloud9. Going to stop the push, and Lavazin up here from Footballists trying to get involved themselves.
Uneven 4-3, bang! He was able to clutch out a really huge nade right there. And Konina Power was actually threw a return nade onto Cloud9, knocks 2 of their members, but they're so focused on these other squads, it allows C9 to get back up.
Crazy. So they are going to be up. They are going to be up. Looks like Konina Powers were able to use that time to retreat into hard cover right now. So Konina Powers and Footballists, they've been going at it in these compounds, one after another. Gonzo on the outskirts trying to get some information, is going to be spotted and then thirsted. So that might have been a huge mistake, but we still got Tixie the Terminator still alive right now from the squad of Konina Powers. And
he's
here
out.
Comes the push. Rob trying to defend the house.
Oh my god, the drop shots.
Going for the spray, the quick switch. Reno able to get the win. 9 kills. Konina Powers, 9 kills right now.
Konina Power busting out the fancy moves right there. You saw the gun switch, the lay down, just to be able to kind of mess with that hitbox a little bit. And what a clutch fight right there. That's some solid overall play. And you can see Carrillo heal strat. Heal strat, baby. Here it is. Carrillo just trying to heal up right now and survive the best he can for his team. 3 members left. 3 teams left.
3 members, yep. Rob, 5 kills. Molly right in front of him. Pyra trying to get a better angle up here on top of the vehicle. Going to be overlooking Tixie. Currently being bombarded one after another with these grenades. But Cloud9 on the outskirts right now. Nothing behind them. Nothing behind them. It seems like this might be their game right now, Hot Jukes. And there goes one. Rob's going to be taken down and out. Tixie, it is up to them. It is up to them to get the dub from Konina Powers. One is going to be spotted. Beowulf looking to make the same play. Can't not peek your head on over there because it will be gone. And here comes the grenade. It's getting cooked. Getting cooked. Going to be tossed right on over. That thing bounced right over the hedge. Tixie might go for a revive here. This could be huge. Oh, but Beowulf popping on up. Popping it up, gonna be spotted, gonna be choked down quite low.
Right
here comes the blue zone. Pyro trying to get on top of the roof as well. Cloud9, they don't want to get this one up. Pyro on the ledge is spotted, giving another point to Tixie.
No way.
It's falling apart. Tixie, oh, so close, so close.
Wow.
Those hedges. Those hedges.
The adrenaline right there. Tixie, just trying to clutch it out for his squad right there. That's what I'm talking about, baby. This is the best PUBG Mobile that you could possibly see in the business right now. The West getting it done, and what a way to finish out today's matches here. Vikendi, what a crazy match.
Dude, break it down real quick from your perspective. Like, what was that mayhem in the end real quick?
I mean, that was just a zone position that a lot of these players are just not really familiar with, and Trixie just showing off his gun skill right there. Just, you've seen him frag out so often throughout this entire tournament right here so far, and just trying to get it done, doing the best he possibly can. He did catch Pyro, unfortunately getting that ledge grab right there, but man, Cloud9, they had the position, they were set up, and that just goes to show how important rotating early is in this kind of game.
It's gonna be it for us, and we're gonna send it to the desk.
I gotta get up to you, Hot Jukes. You went with Cloud9 after being bested before, and it worked out a second time, getting themselves a chicken dinner and obviously getting themselves one step closer to being into the top 3 for a chance to win the moolah, the extra cash on the side, and of course a super weekend coming up in just a few days' time. We still have Seven and Glitter coming in to break down that last game of the day. Let's start off with you, Glitter, because if I remember correctly, you did choose Nova, but let's talk about Cloud9 first.
I don't even feel bad about that.
Cloud9 first, though.
I
I'll
don't
let you
feel
off
bad
with
about
that one.
that. So yeah, we'll touch on them later. But Cloud9, very, very strong second game of the day for them. 12 kills overall. They had great positioning there in that final zone. It just that was good gameplay.
Okay, well, let's see the results from that last game. Remember, we still had teams in contention from breaking through into the top 16. You can see here Cloud9 taking home 12 kills on top of that chicken dinner for 32 points total. And Seven, a lot of the predictions coming through out of our talent fared off pretty well in this round.
Honestly, and as you said, a shout out to Hot Jukes for correcting that right and sticking to his guns. Earlier he picked Cloud9 and then he ended up changing it. Well, guess what? This time he picked Cloud9 and stick with it, and they won. So congratulations, Hot Jukes. And then another team team that I actually want to go ahead and mention, Tempo Storm, currently getting there, the fourth place for some reason in football, is being able to get 11 points to themselves. And Loops Esports, I know we're going to go ahead and move on to the second page, but Loops Esports, they were mostly working with 2 players that whole match, and they were able to secure a lot of placement points. So that's something you want to go ahead and see out of pretty much out of champions. You want to be able to see them perform when they are just at a disadvantage and when they also have everything going their way. And right here we're seeing it. And some of the teams that were actually looking 69, they needed to have a great game, but it didn't end up working out that way. And then another team that we've been seeing that's been impressing us here throughout the whole day, but just didn't have the performance we expected, was Nova Esports there with just that 1 point.
Yeah, 1 point only, but I'm pretty sure they're going to be safe. I think it was Alpha Legends that was another team that was in that contention placing coming to that final match. Let's take a look at our stats here for Cloud9 from that last match of the day, our last match of our first week of league play. You can see the 1,800 damage coming through, the 12 kills, and of course, close things out based off positioning at the very end, Glitter.
It's nice to see there, too, that they also were able to convert not only all of their knockouts, but pick up a few extra kills on top of that. We've stated and how important that is. But minimal healing, amount of damage. This was the Cloud9 that we were expecting. So, I mean, there's not even anything left to say. They've secured themselves the position they need moving into Super Weekend, and they did it in style there at the end.
What about you,
Something
Seven?
I wanted to go ahead and mention is out of Cloud9, I'm seeing the stats here. Adder actually ended up half of their kills with 6 kills in about 600. I know that's one player you've been talking about over and over again. That Cloud9 needed that extra fire. What Adder is showing up in this tournament and is being huge for this team. We got a chance to interview even earlier, and he even said hey, it's good that you're also starting to step it up. So it's good, Fraggers, being able to go in and show up. Man, it's going to be a scary team going to continue this trend.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at our do-the-do moments as we'll be talking about some of the highlights of that match. And yeah, like we were just saying with the interview with Uneven, they even recognize they're slow to start when it comes to tournaments, but maybe they've been able to figure something out within the team from the time of PMPL over to PMWL. And let's look at some things happening off the bat here. I know there's going to be a clip coming up in just a few seconds that's going to make Glitter almost want to cry. And to be fair, it would is me as well here, Seven.
Definitely. And one of the other teams that were mentioning throughout the whole day was Alpha Legends. That Alpha Legends was one team that actually surprised me a lot yesterday. I got a chance to go ahead and send some messages back and forth with some of the players, and I was telling them how impressed I was at some of the consistency they've been showing. And guess what? Today, they just didn't show up at all. They were very inconsistent in comparison to yesterday. And Raven right there, the disrespect. Raven with the ban. Something you sometimes love to see because it might create a little bit of rivalry, Glitter.
You know, sometimes you just you got to have a little bit of fun with it. But one of the teams that I do want to point out, and we're going to be definitely talking about Uter Killers here in a little bit, as they were right on the cusp coming into this game. But we saw SWAT 69 go down early in these highlights here, and we will also see Frag Machines go down. And Frag Machines was another team that was really fighting for that top 16 spot coming into this game at 17th place overall. So that's going to probably keep them right outside the cusp, unable to break into those positions. So all those teams that are in the bottom 4 are now going to have a few days to kind of regroup, see what they can change moving on into our further weeks of league play, and see if it does, if it makes any difference for them.
And something that I enjoy here towards the end is how aggressive Kanina Power was. Even Tixi towards the end, I remember him jumping on top of the car and still trying to get that kill even though he was about to end up dying. So Kanina Power at least being able to get 9 points there, 23 points in total from that match. That is huge for them. Remember, that is one team that didn't have the best performance there in starting day 1. And even going back to Sydney, if you missed that weekend, didn't have the best performance on day 1 either. But it's good for them to go ahead and just step it up. Once again, Tixi being able to go ahead and get those knocks. And right here at this moment, he realizes somebody goes and jumps up. Well, guess what? He's not gonna try to hold back and heal off. He's gonna jump on top of that car and he's gonna take the fight to them and just end up dying, even fighting until the very last moment. Just impressive plays there from Tixi and Kanina Power. But overall, Cloud9 playing that super smart, being on the right side of that final circle and being able to go ahead and get any angle cover Cloud9 with that another win. That's 2 chicken dinners today. Impressive play here from Cloud9.
What I liked, by the way, that Tixi there at the very end was, I mean, he probably knew he was going to lose in the end, right? But he still kept fighting. He didn't give up. He didn't surrender, in the wise words of Buzz Lightyear. Let's take a look at the overall damage, though, from that game. I think it's Buzz Lightyear. Never give up, never surrender. Sounds about right. To infinity and beyond, as we see the damage numbers coming through out of Konina Power. You talked about how aggressive they were, 7. We can see 2,100 damage being done, Glitter. They went off the chain in that game.
And you know what? This is what we've come to expect coming out of Konina Power. If they're going to have a good game, it's going to be a good game. This is why their aggression pays off so well. But look at Cloud9 coming in with 12 kills. But then moving down the list, the kills may not have converted, but you're still getting almost 1,300 damage coming out of Footballs, coming out of Tempo Storm. So these teams were active, and you know, every little bit counts when it comes to just keeping yourselves up there in the standings, especially for the teams like Footballs, PK.
And then as we're seeing Udar Killers here, they ended up getting with 4 kills. I think that was huge for them, especially once Frag Machines ended up dying. Remember, going into this match, they were separated by just 1 point. So that came in clutch. Once we see the full leaderboard, we'll be seeing who's going to be moving over to the Super Weekend. But I love this format, and I've been saying it over and over again because it comes down to the last match of league play, and then we're able to go ahead and see how teams are able to adjust, with SWAT69 being a little bit more aggressive there. Actually, Frag Machine being a little bit more aggressive there towards the start as well.
Well, 7, you're saying you want to see the overall standings. Are you ready? They're not happening right now. We're going to the top players from the last game. I want to get you hyped up and ready to go for it. Let's take a look at who were our top fraggers. And we are going to see Konina Power making a placing into this. We can see ABDE with the 742 damage and the 5 kills. But again, Adder doing some consistent damage, some consistent kills, really showing he brings firepower to the team, Glitter.
And you know what? This is not a surprising top players at this point. These are from the 2 top teams. We got 2 players from each of those 2 top teams. And we've seen Adder up here. We've seen Beowulf up here. We've seen Tixie up here. I think it's really nice to see ABDE up here. But like across the board, all of these players are clearly carrying their weight. Their damage is is very, very similar across the board. And then we see tons of kills coming out of ABDE and Adder alike.
Yeah, and I think one of the other things that impresses me, even though Tixie ended up with 0 kills, was just the damage that he's able to put out. Remember, at the end of the day, these players, at some point or another, they are going to be going for that individual reward, that MVP at the end of the day. So I think that's why maybe Tixie went for that extra damage there at the end, saying, hey, come over here, come back. Let me go ahead and knock you out first.
And by the way, one thing we did notice with the damage done from that last match, Loop's very low on damage, which is very unlike them, right? However, they had 2 players left alive for a majority of the match, so they tried to stay alive as long as they possibly could, so then they could potentially get those extra points they need to stay within top 3 to get themselves the extra moolah, the extra money. But I believe we're going to have another player we want to break down here. 7, why don't you introduce it for us?
Definitely, and I'm actually not going to be doing the overview on this one. I think Glitter is the one that's going to go ahead and take this over, as she's going to be crying there because Nova was just not able to clutch this up. Glitter, take it over.
Okay, listen, I'm going to explain why I'm not crying, okay? Because while Nova did not win this engagement, and they are the team that I did pick for this round, that's fine. Because 1, this is a strategy we've now seen across the entire day for Nova, period, where they get super comfortable, they're very confident, and they decide that they want to rush a team. They know here that they potentially have the numbers. As you see, there are 3 of the Udar Killers in one building, and then they've got their solo player off to the side. If Nova won this push, it would have, 1, started off their game incredibly strong, and 2, it would have completely knocked Udar Killers out of the running for getting into that top 16 position, which is why we're highlighting this play. Because while Nova does not end up winning here, in the long run, this is what saves Udar Killers' ability to play in Super Weekend. So this is actually massive. They instantly rush inside the building, and as soon as one player gets knocked from Nova, it just all goes downhill from there. They don't even really need the solo player from Udar Killers that's out on the outside of that building. And yes, that was unfortunate, but like I said, Nova has done this engagement now 3 or 4 times in a row, and it's been successful. This is the first time it hasn't worked out in their favor. So 1, it was definitely a calculated risk, and every other time it's worked out in their favor. So since they were in a comfortable position in the overall standings, I think it was worth going for that push. It also could be beneficial to just continue taking those engagements and work on their confidence in those high stress situations, because it wasn't going to hurt them in those standings. And 2, it was what turned the tide for Udar Killers and is now allowing them to be in a very good spot.
You know, I do like something you said there, actually. Getting the practice in those high-pressure situations. We talked about having that marriage between getting kills and getting placements, and we even also questioned some teams out there of whether or not they can do both of those things, as we've seen them have some really low damage numbers. But you know what, 7? You know what time it is?
Tell me. What is it? Is it leaderboard time? Is it finally leaderboard time?
It's the leaderboard time. Let's see which 16 teams will make it through into the Super Weekend. The first one here of the PUBG Mobile World League West Season 0. And off the bat, Cloud9, Loops Esports, Tempo Storm going to be taking home some money in their pockets from their placements.
And that's actually really impressive. Remember, Loops Esports was in first place before going into the last match. And I think that's why they were trying to survive for so long, because they wanted to go ahead and maintain that first place. If I remember right, Jason, first place, second place, and third place actually get some money here going into Super Weekend. And Tempo Storm being in third place, I think they have been so consistent, even though they have had some matches here and there where they only end up getting 1 point or they end up getting kicked off right off the bat. Guess what? They're always able to show up. For Ballers, we've been mentioning it over and over again, maintaining the 6th spot. They have been very consistent. Kanina Power, remember, they started the day off with 13th place, being able to go ahead and bring it up to 7th place. That is huge for them. And Wildcard at some point today, earlier, we were mentioning how that was one team. Could they actually make it to the Super Weekend? Well, guess what? They stepped it up when they needed to, and I think that's something to take notes. Teams that are known to be champions, this is when they need to step it up. Even Nova Esports, I know you're going to be happy to at least see them there, Glitter.
I got to jump in real quick. I think
happy to see them there.
Just to correct myself, I think it actually you get money based off the Super Week results. I think that's actually my fault on that one. But continue, Glitter.
Good.
No, definitely happy to see Nova Esports there. Happy to see Wildcard Gaming there because they did drop down to 15th place overall at one point today. So getting them back up into 10th place on this first page is big for them. And, you know, I'm just happy with this top 10 so far. These are all very, very deserving teams.
I think we need a little bit of a drum roll here as we get through into our second page. Oh, no, I'm actually getting word we can't show it today. No, there it is. We're going to see the last few teams getting through. Yala Esports, Team Queso, Dream Eaters, Alpha Legends, Team Umbra, and Erder Killers all make it through into our very first Super Weekend 7.
2 points. Wait, no. That's 17 and 18. Oh my gosh, still though, 5 points. It's what separates you from making it to Super Weekend. Listen, teams like Frag Machine, Sweat 69 Headquarters, and KHK Esports, other teams have to be scared for them because in the next coming weeks, they're not going to be able to play Super Weekend, so they're going to be even hungrier to make up for all those points that they make. So I wouldn't be surprised to see them in the future. But let's focus on the teams that actually made it. We mentioned Erder Killers being able to get that 16th place, being able to get that clutch play against Nova, as Glitter was mentioning, was huge. That's pretty much what propelled them, being able to get those extra 4 kills, extra 4 points, putting them in 16th place. Team Umbra, another team that we saw kind of stepped it up as well, not only just in seeding, but here overall being able to get 15th place. That's good for them. Alpha Legends, even though they didn't have the best performance that we would like to see out of them here on day number 2 of league play, they were still able to get within the top 16. This is just quite a surprise.
Ridiculous stuff coming through out of these teams, just skating by the skin of their teeth, but they did get themselves through. They're going to be able to participate. And like you're saying, Seven, these 4 teams that didn't make it through, I really wonder going into the second week of league play for them, Glitter, they have extra time to talk things over, to figure some things out. Will they be able to bounce back and get themselves qualified through and then take that momentum into the Super Weekend and put some points on the board?
I certainly hope so, because obviously now between opening weekend and this first week of league play, they have a pretty good idea of every team's strategy when they're either playing aggressively like everybody did in opening weekend or playing a little bit more conservatively here like they did during league play. You've gotten to see both sides of teams. You've gotten to see drops, rotations. So if you aren't going to be playing in the Super Weekend, it is prime time to really go back and break plays down. What did you do wrong in this scenario? What could you have done better? Do you need to change any rotations or decision making? You know, there are so many things that can be worked on, and then it's about implementing all of those changes successfully come next week. So I have very high hopes, but say day 1 happens and those changes aren't working, that's when we really might start to see some crazy decisions being made.
I mean, I think the upside is they do get a lot of time to review, like you're saying, all of these VODs, really see what went right and what went wrong for them, more importantly, and maybe try to develop a strategy. Obviously, Seven, you know, this is going to be tough times for them. But then again, let's talk about the top 16 teams. Like, this is their opportunity to put some big numbers on the board, because we're going to be accumulating the points through all 3 Super Weekends, and then that will determine the top 16 teams to make it into league play. So, Seven, if you're here, Super Weekend, you're playing in the very first one, you're playing on your team, you got Glitter, you got me, you got whoever you want for your 4th place. What are you going to tell the team to do? Are you going to get extra aggressive for those early points now that you're already safe into the Super Weekend? Or do you play that kind of slower style that we've been seeing throughout league play?
Oh, I think we're going to go ahead and continue to see the exact same gameplay that we've seen here in League Play, especially for the teams that are currently at the top and teams that are getting hot like Cloud9. By the way, once again, huge shout out to them. They stepped it up here. They ended up surpassing Tempo Storm, Loops Esports, and claiming that first place. I think that just has to feel good. Remember, even seated, they're a team that starts slow and they cannot afford that to do here. So it's good for them to go ahead and adjust. But going into Super Weekend, to answer your question, you have to maintain the same playing style that you have here. Nothing's going to go ahead and change. If it is working, why change it? Maybe adjust a couple things here and there in regards to execution when you're maybe pushing a certain building or a certain compound, or rotations might not be working out. As always, these players are looking to improve. That's why they have the tools that they have. And I wouldn't be surprised if we do see some different strategies towards the end of matches.
And that's the thing for me too, is that looking at the first week of league play, we've only had Vikendi, we've only had Erangel. Go into the Super Weekend, we're going to have all the maps being played, pretty much what we saw within the opening weekend, the CD matches. So for teams who may be stronger on other maps, this might be a good sign for them, Glitter?
Definitely a good sign. It'll kind of change things up a little bit for all of the teams across the board. But also we need to be looking at the bottom 6 teams in that top 16 scenario, because remember, all of the points that these teams are acquiring during Super Weekend are going to be what, counts towards finals. So you don't want to qualify into Super Weekend and then only be getting 16th place the entire time and be getting like the bare minimum amount of points. So anyone that isn't maybe in that top 10 position also is potentially going to be looking at improving their gameplay in some way so that they can have as good of a chance for finals as possible.
Well, you know what? They've got time to do just that. We're going to be signing off for the show today. Thank you again, Glitter's Explosion and 7 Worlds Gaming, for joining me here on our virtual desk to break down all of the matches. Now, keep in mind, in 2 days from now at 11 a.m. PDT, we'll be kicking off the very first Super Weekend, and that's going to be all here yet again on these channels, of course, in the game as well. And thank you guys for tuning in to the PUBG Mobile World League West Season 0, and we'll see you guys in 2 days for our first Super Weekend.